Audiobook, Billionaire CEO Who Took My Love Energy. Episode 1. I quickly pulled out some leggings and a blouse. Changing wasn't easy, as the dress I was wearing felt like it was stuck to my skin like a second layer. I performed almost gymnastic maneuvers to get it off. Once I was ready, I put on some sneakers, grabbed my bag from the couch, and left the apartment, locking it. As I stepped outside, a light drizzle was dampening the streets. It was 9 a.m., and I should have been at work by now. I ran with my umbrella in hand, dodging a few passers-by and muttering quick apologies. I finally arrived at the hotel where I work as a waitress. Fortunately, it's close to my apartment. Sometimes I wait tables, other times I help guests at the front desk with reservations on the upper floors. I headed straight to the locker room to avoid my boss and his inevitable scolding for being late. I put my bag in my locker and got ready for the day. Thank goodness there's no strict dress code. Wearing the same uniform every day would be horrible. When I got to the kitchen, I greeted the chefs. Then I saw my best friend with her back to me, looking through the window in the door, or rather, spying. An idea occurred to me. Smiling maliciously, I crept closer to scare her. But she's smarter than me. Just as I was about to push her, she jumped to the left. I ended up slamming the door open and falling face first into the crowd. Thanks, clumsiness, I mentally muttered. Silence. My friend's laughter echoed behind me as the customers returned to their plates, suppressing their laughter. Before embarrassment could consume me, I quickly stood up and went back into the kitchen, trying to calm my racing heart. Oh, my poor thing, did she get scared and run away? Eve said, rubbing my back condescendingly. I frowned at her and gave her the silent treatment, moving her hand away to start my turn. Eve is smart, cunning, kind to those she loves, and beautiful. She has blue-green eyes and blonde hair. They say blondes are superficial, but she breaks all stereotypes. I'm sorry, Rachel, she said, running after me. I saw you coming in late and hiding in the locker room. When I saw your shadow approaching, I knew what you were going to do, so I moved out of the way. Ha ha ha. Therein lies the proof of his cunning. Okay, I'll stop, she relented upon seeing my murderous glare, wiping away tears of laughter. I'll buy you that chocolate cake you like so much. Are you talking to me now? She made puppy dog eyes, which I can never resist. I nodded and added, this is the last time you humiliate me like this, or I'll find a new best friend who will treat me like a person. She looked sad. Okay. But tell me, why were you late? The boss was furious. You were lucky today, he left for a meeting at 9:10 a.m., just as you were walking in. I sighed in relief. A car drove through a puddle and soaked me from head to toe. I had to change back into my clothes. Eve covered her mouth to keep from laughing again. Karma is relentless, honey, he said, and I nodded. But now, let's get to work. I don't want us to get fired for slacking off. Talk to you later. Chop chop. He turned me around and pushed me toward the tables. I shook my head in resignation, and we started our shift, 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. My God, my inner voice said. What happens now? How could you forget to introduce yourself? Oh, right. Formal presentation. My name is Rachel Zegler, I'm 23 years old and have a master's degree in business administration. I graduated last year, but I still can't find a job in my field. I don't understand why, since my grades were good. Meanwhile, I work with Eve at the hotel, earning between $600 and $700. She started here after graduating from high school, her family couldn't afford to send her to college. The owner, a good man, gave her the opportunity, and she helped me get in too. Eve and I have been friends since 4th grade. She lives with her extended family, her parents and 5 siblings, in a modest house far from the hotel. Her father is a mechanic, and her mother works part-time. As the eldest, Eve saves for her siblings' education, sacrificing her own dreams. She's my favorite person, like a sister. My parents, Victoria, a lawyer, and Pocho, a doctor, gave me this apartment when I finished high school. I studied for my bachelor's degree with a scholarship and their support, and for my master's degree with another scholarship. 6 months ago, I asked them to stop paying my rent, but now my savings are running out. I need a better job, and fast. Juan's point of view. I woke up with a pounding headache. I sat up slowly in bed, massaging my forehead, and breathed a sigh of relief. I leaned back against the headboard and kept my eyes closed, trying to remember how I had gotten to my room the night before. I remembered going to the pub with a friend after work. When we arrived, I ordered a couple of drinks. At some point, a girl approached me. I had no idea who she was. She talked and talked, while I just nodded, not understanding much of what she was saying. I'd had too much to drink to hold a coherent conversation. At one point, he tried to take me somewhere else, but I refused. I had an important meeting the next day, so I decided to leave early. I guess my friend dropped me off at the mansion, and I ended up sleeping here. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom. I brushed my teeth, got ready, and headed out of the room to the kitchen for breakfast. As I walked in, I saw Veronica, my cook, or rather, my second mother. She was at the counter preparing something. I came up behind her and hugged her. I noticed she jumped, so I probably scared her. "Good morning, Veronica," I said as I kissed her on the cheek. Suddenly, I felt a pinch on the arm I was hugging her with. I let out a small whimper and pulled away, looking at her with a surprised expression. "That's for scaring me." "My heart isn't up to that anymore, kid," he said, as I pouted childishly at him. "Good morning, dear," he added, patting me on the cheek before going back to making breakfast. I sat at the table waiting for my plate. I'm only this spoiled by her because she's taken care of me since I was a child. More than a maid, Veronica has been a true support, even more present than my biological mother. She now lives with her family in a house right across the street from the mansion, but she still comes every morning to cook and make sure everything is in order, along with the cleaning staff. I wouldn't allow her to work more than she should, so she only cooks for me. Shortly after, she brought my breakfast in one hand and my coffee in the other, placing them in front of me. I dove right into the meal. No one cooks like Veronica. I enjoyed my eggs, bacon, and hot coffee while she watched me fondly. "So how's your daughter? Is she still giving you headaches?" "If you want, I'll talk to her," I joked, taking the dishes to the sink. "No, darling, not anymore. Although you know very well how stubborn she can be," he replied, glancing at the kitchen clock. "Give me the magic word and I'll take care of it," I winked at him. "By the way, didn't you say you had an early meeting?" "Why did you get up so late?" she asked curiously. "Late?" "I woke up just in time," I replied, glancing at the clock. My eyes widened. It was 8 a.m. and my meeting was at 8:30. "Damn!" I exclaimed, running up the stairs to my room. I heard Veronica's laughter behind me and her typical scolding for swearing. I went into the locker room, grabbed a clean suit, and took a quick shower. I got dressed and shouted that I was heading straight to the office. I ran toward the garage. It was raining outside. My garage is large, with several cars, including some sports cars that I only use when I'm alone. The mansion has 2 floors. There's a small fountain in the front. On the ground floor are the kitchen, living room, gym, and 2 guest rooms. On the second floor are my bedroom, my office, and 4 more guest rooms. Although I live alone, I like to be prepared for entertaining. In the basement, there's a home theater and a game room. The backyard has a pool, and beyond, among the trees, a treehouse that can't be seen from the house. But that's enough. I must hurry. I got in the car and drove as fast as I could to the hotel where the meeting would be held. While driving in the rain, I sped through a puddle without realizing it. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw a young woman soaked by the splash. I felt a little guilty, but I couldn't stop. The meeting was my priority. Upon arrival, I parked and hurried inside the hotel. A waitress greeted me with a smile. "Do you have any reservations, sir?" "Yes, in the name of Torres," I replied. "This way, please," she said as she swayed her hips away. I shook my head at that kind of behavior. I've never liked flirting like that. About last night? Yes, I'd had a little to drink, but I was always aware of where I was and what I was doing. He led me to a table where 3 people were already waiting. I sat down and said, "Hello. Well, shall we begin?" I may come across as a bit harsh or arrogant, but I must maintain a firm image. If I don't, I might be mistaken for someone easily manipulated. While we were discussing the meeting's topics, a commotion was heard near the kitchen door. A young woman had tripped and fallen to the floor. Everyone in the room fell silent, watching her. Something about her caught my eye. I couldn't see her face, but her brown hair looked familiar. She quickly stood up and walked through the door, visibly embarrassed. I shook my head and refocused on the topic. But that girl, she was still on my mind. When the meeting ended and we sealed the deal with a handshake, the others left. I stayed for a while, taking the last sip of coffee. I looked around the place. The hotel wasn't luxurious, but it had a good reputation and was growing. Then I saw her. At the back of the room, with her back to me, was the same girl from before. Her head tilted and the attitude of the man she was talking to were unsettling. It seemed like he was treating her badly. I left some money on the table, along with a tip, and walked over. Before I could get there, the girl ran out the door. I heard the man say out loud, "Run. That's what you get for rejecting me." I stopped dead in my tracks. I couldn't just stand idly by. I slammed my hand on the table. The guy turned around, surprised to see me. His expression changed instantly. He was wearing a company ID around his neck. "Is this how you treat a woman? You'd better think twice before doing it again. I'm warning you, if it happens again, I won't hesitate to take legal action," I told him firmly. I saw his face turn pale at my words. He lowered his head and apologized. I didn't say anything else. I turned around and walked out to the parking lot, heading back to the office. People like that need to learn that their actions have consequences. Rachel. My morning started off with a bit of an embarrassment thanks to my friend, but we continued working as usual. After a while, I went to one of the tables to take a customer's order. I approached with a professional smile and asked, "Hello, sir. What would you like to order today?" He slowly raised his head and began to look me up and down with an uncomfortable gaze, so penetrating it made me want to disappear. It was one of those situations you'd want to avoid at all costs. "I'd like a coffee," he said with a nasty expression. "And while we're at it, could I have your number?" It wasn't the first time someone had made these kinds of advances. Sometimes they asked for my number, other times they gave me theirs. The worst part is that these kinds of interactions only fuel my frustration. I reacted impulsively once, and it didn't end well, so now I try to take a deep breath and stay calm. I bowed my head to hide my annoyance as I clenched my fists under the table. "Your coffee will be ready in a few minutes," I replied calmly. "And as for your other request, I'm afraid that won't be possible." My refusal didn't sit well with him. His expression changed to a more hostile one, and he began to say offensive things. "Wow, what a character. I just wanted to brighten your day. But I can see you really believe it." He continued muttering to himself as I walked away from the table toward the kitchen. As I walked through the door, I still heard him say something like, "Run, ridiculous. That's what you get for turning down an opportunity." My heart racing with suppressed anger, I left her order ready and asked a colleague to bring it. I leaned on the bar, trying to regain my composure. At that moment, Eve arrived and stood next to me silently, knowing it was best to give me space. After a few minutes, he turned to me with an amused smile and said, "Did you know I was watching you from the window in the door when you came in?" I shook my head, still trying to calm down. Well, just then, I saw a gorgeous man talking to some other people at his table. "Oh, I wish I could marry someone like that, but oh well, that's not going to happen," she sighed dramatically, which made me laugh. Then he continued, imitating a deep voice. "As you ran away from the unpleasant guy, the attractive man stood up and said something like, 'What do you think you're doing, being disrespectful like that? Watch what you're doing, this will be your last warning. If I see anything like that again, I won't hesitate to take action.'" I was shocked. It's unusual for someone to intervene like that, much less a stranger. I mentally thanked the mysterious gentleman. You should have seen him, Rachel. He had stunning green eyes, a light beard that gave him a mature look, and his hair fell lightly over his forehead. He continued sighing, until I covered his mouth with my hand to stop him from idealizing further. "Are you going to keep describing it, or are you going back to work?" I said, a mixture of amusement and annoyance, as I withdrew my hand. "As far as I know, we're paid to work here, not to fantasize about clients." She pouted, pursed her lips, and then gave me a curious look. "Why do you never talk about any boy?" "I'm not interested in talking about that," I replied with a shrug. "Okay, changing the subject. Did they hear back about the job you applied for?" he asked in a more serious tone. I shook my head, a little disappointed. "Well, it's their loss," he said, crossing his arms firmly. "They don't know what they're missing. If I ever run into them, they'll know who I am," he muttered, clenching one fist into the palm of his other hand. I couldn't help but laugh. He always knows how to cheer me up. "You're right," I replied, playing along. "Oh. Did you see the news that a major company is looking for a CEO assistant?" "No, I haven't seen it," I replied. "Well, when we finish our shift, the first thing we're going to do is fill out that application and send it in." "Okay." I nodded. Anna has always been a great support to me. She called my name sweetly just as I was about to walk out the door. I turned and raised an eyebrow at her sweet words. "Please, can I stay at your house tonight?" she said, pouting and looking at me with puppy dog eyes. "Besides buying your favorite cake, I'll make you dinner." I couldn't resist, so I nodded and walked out, hearing an excited squeal from inside. I shook my head, smiling at her behavior. The day was spent taking orders and serving customers. By the end, my best friend and I were walking back to my apartment, arm in arm, talking nonsense. She loves my apartment. She says it's cozy and comfortable to live in. We get to the elevator, go up, and open the door to my home. I left my bag on the table in the bedroom, and when I stepped out, I found Eve sleeping lazily on the couch. I gently nudged her leg to get her to move so I could sit next to her. She obeyed, but gave me a reproachful look for the shove. "Well, what are you waiting for? Bring your laptop so we can apply now," he said, pushing me to my feet. I snorted, but went to my room to get my computer. On the way, I also grabbed my phone from my bag and returned to my friend, who was now sitting cross-legged on the couch. She took the laptop and started applying for me, while I headed to the bathroom to clean the clothes I had accumulated during the week. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the room. I dropped what I was doing and ran over, only to find Eve jumping and dancing like crazy. When she saw me, she grabbed me and forced me to join her frenzied dance. She's crazy, I thought. I know, I answered myself. I stopped her, holding her by the arms. What happened? Why are you screaming and dancing like that? Fate. The company emailed you. You have an interview tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'm so happy I couldn't help myself, she exclaimed. Hearing that, I too began to scream with excitement. My eyes widened, and a giant smile lit up my face. Oh my God, Eve. Really? I have an interview tomorrow. It's amazing. I hugged her tightly, and she whispered in my ear, "Good luck." I felt my eyes water. Finally, I was about to get the job I'd always wanted. Eve broke away from the hug and, seeing me on the verge of tears, gently stroked my cheek. "You deserve to be happy, Destiny. You'll get that job and live the life you've always dreamed of." She hugged me again. She knows all my secrets and everything I've been through. While we were still hugging, my phone rang. I pulled away and answered the call. "Is this Miss Segler?" a female voice asked on the other end. "Yes, it's me. Who am I speaking to?" "This is Alexis from Torres. I'm calling to remind you that you have an interview tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please arrive by 9:50. I've sent you an email with the address and the documents you need to bring." "Thanks so much for the information, Alexis," I said before hanging up, staring at the phone. "Who was it?" Eve asked, bringing me out of my thoughts. "It was the company. They asked me to arrive at 9:50 tomorrow." "That's fantastic. Now hurry up, I want to pick out your outfit for tomorrow," she exclaimed, running to my closet. While she was rummaging through my clothes, I finished cleaning and went to see her. My closet looked like a battlefield. "Destiny, do you really not have any formal dresses? This is a mess. Tomorrow, after the interview, I'll take you shopping." "And there's no discussion," she said, still searching. "Don't worry so much." "I don't have the job yet," I replied, although I admitted to myself that she was right. I needed to update my wardrobe. "Shut up. You'll get it. My sixth sense tells me that job is yours," she stated confidently, finally pulling out a black dress. "Where did you find that?" I asked, taking it from her. "How could I not have seen it this morning?" "Somewhere you don't need to know," she replied mischievously. "Now that we have the dress, let's cook." "I'm starving." I threw the dress over a chair and followed her into the kitchen. We made dinner together and enjoyed it watching a movie on Netflix. Afterward, we each went to sleep, she on the couch and I in my room. With the excitement still latent, I closed my eyes, hoping that the next day would be as wonderful as it promised to be. John's perspective. After a meeting at the hotel, I drove straight to my building. Upon arriving at the parking lot, I parked my car in the designated spot marked CEO. I got out of the car and headed for the elevator. As I went up, my thoughts began to wander between the company and my parents. My parents, Antonio Ben Torres and Leila Erica Torres, were high school sweethearts. They had me when they were barely in their 20s. Shortly after I was born, my mother began to focus enthusiastically on her career in the fashion industry, and my father immersed himself in the business world with the firm intention of turning his company into one of the most prominent in the country. They did this, ostensibly, to provide me with a good life, but the truth is, they gradually grew apart emotionally. That's when Veronica came into our lives as my nanny. Since then, she's been like a second mother to me and, to this day, she remains by my side. When I finished high school, my father gave me a stake in his company to start managing. Although it was a challenge balancing work and school, I managed to complete my master's degree in business at the age of 21. Today I'm 25 and still in charge of that part of the company, but I've also founded new branches in other countries, all through my own efforts. I manage an international hotel chain, and after achieving a certain level of stability, I built the mansion of my dreams. Veronica lives there with me. She wanted me to be able to rest and enjoy a quiet life taking care of the household. Now my parents insist it's time for me to get married and settle down. Which, honestly, is not in my plans. The name Torres has gained traction in much of the Western world, and I'm planning to expand eastward. Work is running out, so I decided to open a job for a personal assistant. I don't remember the exact date or time of the interviews, I've completely forgotten. I reached the top floor of the building, number 60. I love the view from my office. The city spreads out before my eyes like a living painting. Whenever I think of beauty, I think of that girl from high school. I shook my head, trying to dispel that image, and got to work. A few minutes later, someone knocked on the door. "Go ahead," I said without taking my eyes off my papers. My secretary, Alexis Michael, came in. She's in her late 20s and has been working with me for 5 years. She's married and has a 2-year-old son. She's like a sister to me. She knows me so well that sometimes she seems to read my mind. "Good afternoon, sir. Your next meeting is scheduled. It starts in 20 minutes. I also have your agenda for tomorrow. Would you like me to give it to you now?" I waved back and extended my hand to greet her. As I was reviewing the schedule, my eyes fell upon a note, "Assistant interviews, tomorrow." I let out a small sigh and put the papers down on the table. Alexis, hearing this, covered her mouth to hide her laughter. I gave her a serious look, which got her to stop. "Looks like someone forgot they're interviewing potential assistants tomorrow," he said slyly. I rested my head on the desk, trying to soothe the headache that threatened to return. "Why didn't you remind me before, Alexis?" "Now I'll have to handle all of that myself," I said, trying to convince her to help me. "Please, could you help me choose an assistant tomorrow? I'll buy you a whole basket of your favorite chocolates." "That's not going to happen," she replied, amused. "I'll just drive the candidates to your office. Besides, I have several pending matters to finish before tomorrow night. That's your job, not mine." With that, he left the room, closing the door behind him. I sighed. The workload is already quite a lot, and now I have to add the burden of interviews. But I know if I find a good assistant, they can ease my load considerably. I continued working until evening fell without me even noticing. I took a short break to enjoy a coffee Alexis had brought me. As I was watching the sunset from the window, the door opened without warning. Only 2 people in my life have that habit, my best friend Alex, and my father. I turned around and found myself staring into green eyes identical to mine. It was him. Wow, what a surprise. The father visiting his only son at the office, I said seriously, pointing to one of the two chairs in front of the desk. I placed my cup on the table. I don't hold a grudge against my parents, but I do wish they'd really gotten to know me. He sat down comfortably and asked, "Can't I visit my son?" I shrugged in response. "I came to talk to you about something important," he continued. I assumed he was going to bring up marriage again. I already had my answer ready. I nodded, signaling him to continue. But what he said took me completely by surprise. "Son, I'm tired. I know this surprises you, but the truth is, after years of chasing success and money, I feel like I've missed out on important things in life. Layla feels the same way. We missed out on so many moments with you, and I'm deeply sorry. That's why I want to ask you something. Could you take over the entire Torres company?" I looked at him closely. I could see the fatigue on his face. "And what will happen to Mom's company?" "I thought that when you get married, we could give you that share as well. Your mother's company would be run by your wife." I remained silent, processing what he had just told me. "I know it's a lot at once," he added. "But we'll continue to run the companies until that time comes. We don't want to pressure you, but that's why we insist you marry soon, to ease our burden. We'll wait until you're ready." He got up to leave, but I stopped him. "Dad, when that day comes, I'll be the one to tell you. Thank you for giving me the time to think about it. And about your apologies. I can't accept them. The past can't be changed. But I would really appreciate it if you started trying, if you started showing up." I stood up and reached out to shake his hand, but he surprised me with a hug. A father hug. The kind of hug I'd been waiting for years. I returned it. As we parted, I noticed tears streaming down his face. Seeing him like that was shocking. I'd never seen him so vulnerable. I guess life, sooner or later, teaches us what really matters. He said goodbye and left. I went back to work, but I couldn't stop thinking about the future. What will come next? What will that life they talk about so much be like? And again, I thought about that girl from high school. Why do I still remember her, after so many years? When I finished my shift, I returned home. We had dinner, and then I went to bed. The sound of my alarm clock echoed throughout the room. I quickly turned it off and headed to the bathroom to start my routine. After getting ready, I went to the gym like every morning. I like to work out early to start the day energized. After an hour, I took a shower, and half an hour later I was in the dining room, enjoying breakfast while chatting with Veronica about the day's events. I said goodbye to her and arrived at the building at 9 o'clock sharp. I felt ready for the day. Although, deep down, I had a feeling, something good was going to happen today. I greeted Alexis and headed to my office to get started. At 9:55, Alexis knocked on the door and entered. "Sir, everything is set for today's interviews. I wish you luck, although I must warn you there are some rather peculiar people waiting," she said with a mischievous smile. "But I also think there will be someone who will catch your eye. I'm almost certain she'll be the chosen one." He left me intrigued by his words. I mentally prepared myself. At 10 o'clock sharp, another knock was heard at the door. I sat up straight. "Go ahead," I said firmly. "Let the day begin." Rachel's POV. The sound of my alarm clock filled the room like an emergency alarm. I lazily turned it off and, without thinking, settled back under the sheets. That's when I remembered something very important. I had an interview. I jumped up and ran to the bathroom to get ready. I brushed my teeth, took a quick shower, and when I got out, I put on the dress Eve had picked out for me the night before. In the kitchen, on the counter, a glass of orange juice was waiting for me, along with a breakfast plate and a sticky note. Seeing the food, my stomach growled with hunger. I picked up the note and read it curiously. Rachel. I know you're probably wondering why I wasn't there when you woke up. I changed your alarm so you could sleep a little longer and relax your mind. I also spoke to our boss and asked for the day off for you. I wish you the best of luck with your interview. I made breakfast and already ate, so I got there early. Love you. With love. Your best friend. Eve. I let out a tender sigh and smiled at how attentive Eve was to me. I looked at the time, it was 9 a.m. I still had 50 minutes left. I had a leisurely breakfast, went to my bedroom to gather my belongings and the necessary documents. I checked that nothing was missing, locked the door, and left the apartment. I took a taxi. The ride would take about half an hour. As we approached the building, nerves began to settle in my stomach. When we arrived, I paid the driver and walked toward the imposing tower. A middle-aged receptionist sat behind her desk and greeted me. I approached her politely and said, "Good morning, I'm here for the interview for the position of assistant to the executive director." She looked up with a warm smile. "Hello, dear. Of course, you can take the elevator to your right. Go up to the 60th floor, where a secretary will greet you and show you around. I wish you the best of luck. You're very pretty, by the way," he added, still smiling. I blushed a little at his comment and replied shyly, "Thank you very much. I wish you luck. And who knows, maybe we'll see each other again if I get the job." I waved goodbye and headed for the elevator. There were already a few people inside. I pressed the button for the 60th floor and sat at the back. As we went up, my nervousness increased. It was my first time attending an interview at a company of this size. I just hoped I wouldn't make a fool of myself in front of the CEO. "Good luck, girl," my inner voice said excitedly. "Where were you all this time?" I asked. "Taking my beauty nap, not like others," she replied mockingly. Silence, I muttered without thinking. The people in front of me turned around, looking at me as if they had just seen something strange. Oops. I think I said that out loud, my inner voice laughed. I lowered my head, trying to hide my flushed cheeks behind my hair, and mumbled an apology. "It hasn't even been 10 minutes since you entered the building and you've already embarrassed yourself," she mocked again. "Would you stop talking?" "I'm really nervous, and you're just making things worse," I replied. "As you wish, but I'll be back." I breathed a sigh of relief just as the elevator stopped and several people got out. There were still 5 floors left. Finally, I reached level 60. I stepped out and took in the elegant surroundings. Everything was breathtaking. Behind a desk, there was a woman typing on her laptop. I approached, but she didn't seem to notice me. I cleared my throat to get her attention. When I looked up, her expression was one of surprise. "Hi, I'm Rachel Zegler. I'm here for the interview for the CEO assistant position," I said with a friendly smile. She remained silent for a few seconds, still surprised. I lightly waved my hand in front of her face to snap her out of her reverie. "Excuse me," she said after clearing her throat. "I was just surprised by your polite attitude and your smile." To be honest, she added quietly, as if sharing a secret, "all the other candidates have been quite unpleasant. They didn't even look at me, they walked in like they owned the place." We both laughed quietly. Then she introduced herself. "I'm Alexis, the CEO's secretary." You've arrived just in time. The interview will start in a few minutes. I'll call your name when it's your turn to come in. For now, you can wait in the lounge. I wish you the best. I'd love to have you around because you're so charming. I thanked her with a smile and headed to the waiting room. Alexis entered an office at the end of the hallway. I looked around. It was filled almost exclusively with women. No, actually, there were only women. They were all wearing tight skirts and fitted blouses. One of them even wore a top so short it barely covered what was needed. I wondered how they dared to dress like that in a professional setting. I shook my head, shocked by their wardrobe choice. Several of them gave me disdainful looks, some even whispered. But I didn't care. After all, they wouldn't be deciding whether I got the job or not. Alexis returned and stood in the center to make an announcement. Good morning, everyone. Let's start with the interviews. I'll call them one by one, and they'll be interviewed directly by the CEO, he said as he read off a list. Olivia, he called, and a girl raised her hand. You can come in. After that, Alexis returned to her desk. An hour passed. One after another, candidates entered and left the CEO's office with expressions of frustration or annoyance. It was hard not to notice how uncomfortable they were. Now there were only two of us left, another girl and me. I tried to engage her in conversation, but she completely ignored me, so I remained silent. Finally, Alexis called her. Minutes later, the young woman left, visibly upset. Alexis returned and indicated that it was my turn. I took a deep breath, smoothed down my dress, and with sweaty hands walked to the door. I knocked gently, but heard no response. I waited a few seconds and knocked again. Nothing. Finally, I turned the handle and walked in. The office was empty. I looked around. To the right, there was a large bookshelf with plants on either side. In front of me, a desk with a coat hanging on the chair. Behind it, large windows offered a spectacular view of the city. To the left, more glass and a door leading to a balcony with a sofa and a small table. Curious, I approached the left window to observe the city. The view was fascinating, streets teeming with life, towering buildings, people who looked like tiny ants from there. I lost myself in the view, smiling like a little girl with a candy cane. I was so absorbed that I didn't notice someone had entered or was standing behind me. I only reacted when the person cleared their throat. I tensed and turned around slowly. In front of me, at a very close distance, stood a man with an imposing presence. My gaze, confused and somewhat nervous, rose to meet green eyes that took my breath away. Episode 2. Today I was taking a break from this grueling round of interviews. I have to take back what I said after Alexis mentioned the strange people thing. I realize now that she was right, and although I'm a little afraid to admit it, I'd rather she didn't know, or she'd keep making fun of me. When the interviews began, the first candidate entered the office. From her attitude and the way she looked, it was clear she wasn't there for work. When she saw me, she licked her lips provocatively and leaned forward on the desk, resting her hands on it. I wasted no time and fired her immediately. This kind of behavior has no place here. This is a workplace, not a bar where you can act so familiarly. I value people who take their jobs seriously and aren't distracted by other things. I need efficient employees who are capable of fulfilling their tasks, not people who only think about money or other unprofessional agendas. As the interviews progressed, the candidates turned out to be worse than I imagined. At one point, a girl walked in wearing a crop top. Seriously? Who wears a crop top to a job interview? Her clothes didn't even cover her torso properly. I didn't even bother to interview her and fired her instantly. Some were knowledgeable, but their intentions weren't right. Others had a good attitude, but lacked the necessary experience. And then there were those who simply had no idea what they were talking about, behaving as if we were lifelong friends. To top it all off, there wasn't a single man among the candidates. I don't understand why Alexis selected this type of person. Did I do something to him in the past and now he's getting revenge on me? I wondered. I thought for a moment. Maybe he did it on purpose, given all the jokes I'd played on him. Well, now it's your turn to return the favor for organizing this lousy interview day, I thought. I'll see what I do. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Go ahead, I replied. It was Alexis, walking in with a cup of coffee in her hand. Ah, my favorite drink at just the right moment. It was exactly what I needed after such a stressful day. He put the cup on the desk and said, "Sir, there are only 2 candidates left outside." I nodded, took off my jacket, and hung it on the back of the chair. Have you liked any of the ones you've interviewed so far? He asked with a mischievous smile. I shook my head and lifted the coffee cup. No, Alexis. And I don't even understand why you selected them, I replied before taking a sip. It was too hot, so I put it back on the desk. I thought you'd already know the answer, he said with a mocking smile. Just as I imagined. Okay, send the next one. I want to finish this as soon as possible, I asked. She nodded and left the office. Minutes later, I heard another knock on the door. Go ahead, I said. This candidate had a good resume, but her arrogant attitude was unbearable. She assumed I knew more than I did. I quickly ruled her out. When he left, I picked up my coffee again. It wasn't as hot anymore, just the way I liked it. As I was drinking, my office door suddenly flew open, something I hadn't expected. The shock made me drop the cup, staining my shirt. I jumped up, frustrated. Damn! I exclaimed. When I looked up, I saw Alexis laughing at me. Alexis, stop laughing. Why did you come in like that? You know you're not supposed to open the door without permission. What happened to you? I scolded her, looking back and forth between her and my ruined shirt. Excuse me, sir. I just came to let you know that your next candidate will be arriving shortly. Because this will be the last one, she announced enthusiastically before leaving the office. I stared at the door, perplexed. He didn't even ask if I was okay. I shook my head and headed to the bathroom, which is connected to my office, to change my clothes. After closing the door, I took off my shirt and left it in the corner. I looked in the mirror to see if there were any marks on my skin. There was a slight redness on my chest. Thank goodness the coffee wasn't that hot. I opened the cabinet next to the hand sanitizer to take out a spare shirt I usually keep there, but there wasn't one. I thought about calling Alexis to bring one. With that thought in mind, I left the bathroom. But I stopped dead in my tracks. There was someone else in the room. Her back was to me. Her long, loose brown hair reached her waist. She was wearing a knee-length black dress. It was form-fitting, but not too tight. A purse hung over her left shoulder. That hair looks familiar, I thought. I tried to regain my composure and gently cleared my throat to get her attention. But she didn't seem to hear me. She was absorbed in the view of the city through the window. I approached cautiously, stopping a safe distance behind her. Apparently, he noticed my presence because his body tensed. I cleared my throat again. Then, he slowly turned toward me, and his gaze met my bare chest. He was a short man. What he did next took me completely by surprise. He screamed. My reflexes acted before my mind. I placed one hand over her mouth to stop her from screaming, and with the other, I wrapped my arm around her waist to pull her closer. She fit perfectly in my arms. He raised his face, and his dark eyes met mine. That intense, deep gaze, one that still haunts my dreams. I lost myself in her eyes. It was her. Rachel Zegler. The girl who once meant so much to me. The same one I once loved. And now she was standing in front of me. What was she doing here? Had she come back for me? Questions crowded my mind. But one thing was certain, this time he wouldn't let her go. Whether it was fate or mere chance, he planned to fight for her. He wouldn't make the same mistake he made before. You're mine, princess, I thought. Turn it down a notch or two, champ, my inner voice told me sarcastically. And yet, she was more beautiful than ever. I decided to break the tension in the room, which seemed to be rising. We both continued to stare at each other. You're the first person in my life to scream at the sight of someone's chest, I commented with a smile, removing my hand from her mouth and taking a step back. It's not like you've never seen anything like this before. Her cheeks flushed pink. She hasn't changed a bit, I thought. Why are you shirtless? He asked, avoiding direct gaze, though his face was still flushed. His voice was gentle. How could you lose someone like that? My mind scolded me. I don't know, but this time I won't let it slip away, I replied. Are you sure this is no clothes? I think someone mistook you for what naked means, I said mockingly, reaching for the button on my jeans as if to undo it. Since when was I so daring? Her eyes widened, she quickly covered her face and took a few steps back, until she collided with the glass window. I laughed softly. How sweet. That's not what I meant. I meant you're shirtless, not completely, you know. I know what that means, he excused himself from behind his hands. My laughter became more audible. Well, you could have expressed yourself better, princess. Anyway, to answer your question, I spilled coffee on my shirt and I don't have a spare. So I'll be stuck like this until someone brings me one. Although, on second thought, I'm in no rush, I replied with a half smile. I didn't want to miss this moment. She uncovered her eyes and lowered her hands, although her face was still flushed. After clearing her throat, she said, Can we start as soon as possible? I'm here for the interview. Luck, it seemed, was on my side. I'd come for an interview, and now I knew exactly who I wanted as an assistant. Okay, let's get started then, I said as I walked over to my chair and sat down. She sat down opposite me as well, took her folder out of her bag and placed it on the desk, sliding it towards me. Then, she placed her bag on her lap. Ready to start? I said, taking the folder in my hands. I won't let you down, my future assistant. Rachel's POV. When my eyes, still wide open in surprise, met those green eyes, I was lost in them, just as I had been years ago when I first saw him. He's the same man who stole my heart then. Why did I have to find him now, just when everything seemed to be in balance in my life? My heart warmed to see him, but my mind was filled with doubt. I could still see that mix of arrogance and mischief in his eyes. He hadn't exactly been kind to me in the past. I'm not going to fall for his game again, like I did in high school. I was naive to think there could be anything real between us when he started treating me well, only to later undo it all. His hands were still on my waist and over my mouth, and I fit perfectly in his arms. I felt his warmth envelop me. "Oh, how I love to be in your arms," said that little voice inside. "Yeah, right." "Wait, what?" "This isn't the time for your comments," I mentally responded. All right, don't worry," he replied and vanished. I was so lost in his gaze that I didn't know how to react. I couldn't find the words, so I chose to remain silent. "I think he's the CEO of this company." I came to that conclusion because his name is Juan Antonio Torres, and the company also has the Torres surname. I assumed it was another member of his family, but it seems I was completely wrong. Eve knew exactly who he was, so why did she do this to me? She knows what it means to me. I definitely need to talk to her when this is all over. He broke the silence and said in a mocking tone, "You're the first person I've ever met who screams at the sight of someone's torso. It's not like it's the first time you've seen something like this." He took his hands off me and took a step back, leaving me free. "I miss being in his arms," my inner voice murmured. "Please be quiet," I responded immediately. I felt my cheeks burn. His voice was deep, stern. And, well, he was right. I'd never seen anyone shirtless that close, except for my brother. I'd seen everything else in magazines or on TV. I'd never been in a relationship, I was always focused on my studies. I didn't have time for that kind of stuff. Although, of course, he didn't need to know that. "Why are you shirtless?" I asked, looking away as the blush deepened on my face. "Really, princess? Is that what you mean by no clothes? Looks like someone didn't get the full lesson." "If you want, I can show you what it really means," he said with a mischievous smile, and began to move his hands to the button of his pants. My eyes widened at his suggestion. I quickly covered my face with my hands and took a couple of steps back, colliding with the glass wall. I heard his laughter. Yes, he was definitely making fun of me. He was still just as arrogant. If it were up to me, I'd be happy for her to teach me. "This girl is wasting an opportunity," my inner self said playfully. I ignored her. Any other girl would probably be delighted if she were me. And I'm sure many have already seen it that way. I didn't like the thought, though I couldn't say why. I'm not supposed to have feelings for him anymore, right? That's not what I meant. I wanted to know why you're shirtless, not that you're completely, you know. "I already know what it means to be without clothes," I replied, still not daring to take my hands off my face. He kept laughing. It was clear he found it funny. "Well, you should have been more specific, princess. But to answer your question, I spilled coffee on my shirt and I don't have a spare, so I'll be stuck like this until a new one arrives," he explained, his tone thick with amusement. I could perfectly imagine his smile as he said it. I removed my hands from her eyes and lowered them, feeling the blush still staining my cheeks. I cleared my throat and asked calmly, "Could you speed up this interview, please?" I came for the interview. Even though he was the CEO, I was determined to tough it out and take the job if he offered it to me. I wasn't going to back down just because he was there. I needed him too much. "All right, let's continue then," he said, walking over to his chair and taking his place. I sat down opposite him, took my folder out of my bag, and slid it onto the desk. I placed my bag on my lap, trying to maintain my composure. "Let's get started," he announced as he reviewed my dossier. I watched as he leaned back in his seat, revealing an athletic figure beneath his suit. He wasn't the same thin man he had been years before. Now he radiated an imposing presence, with a tall stature and even more defined features. After a moment, he cleared his throat and asked, "Why do you want this job, Miss Segler? How do you expect me to hire you with no experience beyond a few internships?" It was the obvious question, the one anyone would have asked. I took a deep breath and answered firmly. I need this job to be independent. I can't continue to depend on my parents when I have the ability to work. As for my experience, although other companies haven't given me the opportunity, I'm confident I can excel in any task assigned to me. I held his gaze, demonstrating confidence. He nodded, but then, in a serious tone, he asked an unexpected question. Do you have a boyfriend, Miss Zegler? I don't have. Wait. That's an unprofessional question, I protested, crossing my arms defensively. A mocking smile played on his lips as he placed his hands on the desk. I was just testing your attention span, Miss Zegler. I wish I could wipe that smile off his face, I thought, but I simply replied coldly. My attention is on the interview, Mr. Torres. May we continue? As you wish, he relented, changing the subject. What have you been doing this past year since finishing your master's degree? Now, without the folder obstructing my view, I noticed his defined torso beneath his shirt. My God, I mentally muttered, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks again. I cleared my throat and confessed. I worked as a waitress in a hotel. I shifted in my chair, uncomfortable under his intense gaze. He nodded, assessing my response, and then handed the dossier back. You'll receive my decision soon through my secretary. She'll contact you, he announced, standing up to shake my hand. At the touch, a shiver ran through my body. His grip was firm, sharp. Thank you, sir, I murmured. I gathered my things and headed for the door, but as I turned the handle, I felt his presence behind me. I froze. How had he gotten there so quickly? His breath brushed my ear as he whispered. Please tell Alexis to come to my office when she passes by yours. I nodded quickly and practically ran out, my face burning from the proximity. I found Alexis concentrating on some documents. Alexis, Mr. Torres wants to see you in his office. Thank you for everything. I'm leaving. I didn't wait for him to look up. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor, relieved by the escape. During the taxi ride to my apartment, I pondered the interview. Would I get the job? And what would I do with one? I shook my head upon arrival. It was too early to speculate. I paid the driver and got in to rest until Eve returned. I'll think about that later, I told myself, closing the door. The chances of getting hired at such a prestigious company were slim, right? Juan's point of view. I had her documents in front of me, and her photograph rested on the top sheet. I ran my fingertips over her printed face, as if I could feel the depth of her gaze once again. I could still sense those eyes fixed on me. Why had I made that mistake in the past? How naive I was to let her go. I noticed that he had finished his MBA a year earlier. So why hadn't he worked since then? I wish I was caressing his real face, not just a photograph, my heart murmured. That will pass, but until then, control your thoughts, I answered myself internally, trying to maintain my composure. I cleared my throat softly before asking seriously. Why do you want this job, Miss Zegler? How do you expect me to hire you if you have no experience except for some internships? It seemed that he was already expecting that question, because he answered immediately. Sir, I need this job because I want to support myself. I don't want to continue to depend financially on my parents now that I have the training and stability necessary to pursue a career. I don't know why other companies didn't give me the opportunity to show what I'm capable of. But I have complete confidence in myself to fulfill the responsibilities assigned to me. His gaze fixed resolutely on mine, revealing his inner strength. I saw in that moment an opportunity to ask him the question that had been persistently nagging at me. I smiled faintly, barely perceptibly. I nodded and asked, "Do you have a partner, Miss Segler?" She frowned, surprised. "I don't have one, but that's not an appropriate question for a job interview," she replied, crossing her arms, clearly uncomfortable. Now it was inevitable that my smile would show. I placed the file in front of me on the desk and leaned forward slightly, my arms also crossed on the table. "I just wanted to check if you were focused on the interview, Miss Segler." I could see in his eyes that he was starting to get uncomfortable. "My attention is here, Mr. Torres." "I'd rather continue with the interview," he said, regaining his composure. "Very well. May I know what you've been doing over the past year, since you finished your master's degree?" As I answered, I noticed his gaze occasionally stray to my chest, which caused me to smirk. Her cheeks turned red, and after clearing her throat, she answered, "I've been working as a waitress in a hotel." She shifted slightly in her seat, perhaps uncomfortable with the intensity of my gaze. I nodded, accepting her answer, and then slid the file toward her. "You'll hear back from my secretary soon. She'll get back to you with the latest information," I said, staring at her. I stood up and extended my hand to say goodbye. She stood up as well and shook my hand. A slight tingle ran through my body at the touch. I still have feelings for her. What does she do to me? I squeezed her hand firmly and then let go. "Thank you, sir," she said, grabbing her bag and file before heading for the door. I walked quickly until I was behind her. She seemed to have noticed my approach, because she tensed and left her hand resting on the doorknob. She remained motionless. I couldn't help but tease her one last time before she left. I leaned gently toward her right ear and whispered, "Could you tell Alexis to come to my office when she sees you?" He nodded slightly and quickly left the office. I laughed at her. I haven't felt like this in ages. I returned to my chair and sat down. My thoughts returned to her. I think fate wants me to meet my destiny. I smiled at the thought. This time I won't make the same mistake as before. I'll leave my ego behind. It's been 7 years since I saw her. Now she's become even more beautiful. My thoughts stopped when Alexis entered my office. What happened to her, that she no longer knocks before entering? But that didn't bother me. When I saw her, she was still looking down the hallway where she'd come in. What happened to Rachel? Because she just came up to me, said you wanted to see me, and didn't even look at me. She just said goodbye and ran off. All I saw was that her cheeks were red. As she finished speaking, she turned to me and let out a small sigh. While she was talking, I leaned back in my chair and listened. I think it'll be like this until I get out of this building, I thought to myself. He smiled at me and crossed his arms in front of his chest, asking, "What did you do to her?" Now I understand why her cheeks were red. Did you really do that to her? In your own office? Why did I think that? Because you're only wearing your pants, my inner voice replied. I felt my face heat up a little. Why was I blushing, especially when she was referring to sex that way? Clearing my throat, I replied, "It's not what you're thinking. Get those dirty thoughts out of your head." She pouted at my response, but I continued, "Well, I'm like this because of you. You scared me, and I spilled coffee on my shirt. I didn't have a spare shirt, so I had to take the interview like this." I finished my explanation by crossing my arms in front of my chest. She started laughing at me. I looked at her disdainfully. I didn't expect this to happen. Don't try to fool me, Juan. You could have called me and waited for the new shirt to arrive. But no, you didn't. I can see how your thoughts are working. I said silently, because if I spoke now, I would find out what I was really thinking. She's like a big sister to me, the one I never had. And I don't want to say anything until I get what I want. I changed my tone to a more professional one and replied, Alexis, can you order a shirt for me? I can't work all day like this. I tried to keep my expression as serious as possible so she wouldn't discover what I was thinking. She narrowed her eyes, analyzing me, trying to understand why my expression and words had changed. You can't fool me, but I'll eventually figure out what you have in mind, she said, staring at me intently. Okay, sir, I'll make some calls to get you a new shirt, she replied and headed for the door. She opened the door but didn't come out right away. I noticed her frowning, and, still with her back to me, she said, Sir, I think you'll be sitting like this all day, even when Rachel is here with you. Then she left the office, but I could hear her laughter even after she closed the door. I was surprised by her comment, although, in reality, she was right. I would have remained seated like that if Rachel were with me. I shook my head and continued with the endless work in front of me. 30 minutes later, Alexis entered my office, knocking before entering, and left some files and a new shirt on the table. Then he excused himself and left. I changed my shirt and continued working. It was late, near sunset. I was still working, checking my email. Suddenly, my office door swung open. I looked up and saw my best friend, Alex Cody Black. He's the one I mentioned earlier, who walks into my office without knocking. He's my best friend since senior year of high school. I stared at him as he walked over to the chair and sat down comfortably. How many times do I have to tell you to knock before you come in? I said, returning my attention to my work. Hi, Juan, he said, waving his hand at me. What a warm welcome you're giving me, he said sarcastically. I looked at him and asked. What are you doing here, Alex? Can't I come see my best friend, even if you don't call me or ask where I am? He replied. I looked at him suspiciously. He continued, Well, I came here to get you out of this office and go to the pub. What do you say? He said, waggling his eyebrows. I stared at him in silence for a minute before answering, No. I continued with my work. I heard him let out a dramatic sigh. Why can't you go out with me just this once? Drop all the work and come, he said, ignoring my glare. Then he added, Okay. Don't go out. At least can you cook me your delicious spaghetti? I haven't eaten your food in so long. If you don't agree, I'll start complaining. He started making baby noises, which were even worse than a crying baby. I ignored him. He didn't stop, he continued complaining for 5 minutes. I couldn't stand it anymore and replied, Okay, you won. Now stop complaining. I can't take any more of that. First, we need to make a quick stop at the supermarket to pick up some ingredients. With that, I got up from my chair and headed for the door. He followed me, grinning from ear to ear. I headed toward the elevator, but stopped when I remembered I hadn't spoken to Alexis about choosing an assistant. I had to let her know who I had in mind. I walked over to Alexis's desk and called her name, with Alex still trailing behind me like a lost puppy. Alexis, call Ms. Zegler, the last candidate I interviewed today, and tell her she's been selected. You can give her the details of the company. She should be here Monday at 9 a.m., I informed her. She stood up when I called her and listened to what I said. I was surprised by her response. Well, sir, I've already called and briefed Rachel on the details of the company. You can expect to see her Monday morning in your office, she said with a mischievous smile. I cleared my throat and asked quietly, How did you know I was choosing her? I didn't want to say it out loud because I knew the idiot in the back would surely ask me. That's something I know, and you'll have to find out, she replied with a mischievous smile. And goodbye, sir, have a nice Sunday, she said as she returned to her work. I stared at her in astonishment. Without asking any more questions, I headed to the elevator and waited. I was so distracted that I forgot Alex was standing behind me, and he asked me the question I didn't want him to ask. Who is Rachel? 1. Rachel's POV. I was sleeping when I heard someone open and close the living room door. Then, I felt someone shake me as they called my name. I rolled over onto my other side, trying to go back to sleep. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoed in my left ear. Startled, I immediately opened my eyes and sat up in bed. I turned to my left and saw Eve leaning over the bed, as if she were about to whisper something to someone. Then I realized it was her who had yelled. I looked at her reproachfully, but she just giggled and asked, "So, how did the interview go?" "Good." I rubbed my face with my hands and groaned, exasperated. "Did you know Juan Torres was the CEO of the company when you applied for the job yesterday?" I asked. "I'm sorry, Rachel. I knew it was at the Torres, but I didn't think it would be Juan." "I was hoping it would be Mr. Torres, the elder," he replied, staring at me as if to demonstrate his sincerity. Still, his answer didn't entirely convince me, but I decided to let it go and nodded. I looked at my watch. It was 4:15, but the shift at the hotel never ended that early. "Why did you get here early? Or did they let you leave early?" I asked as I got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to quickly get ready. "I left early. Like I told you yesterday, we're going shopping today, so hurry up," he said before leaving the room. I washed up, changed, and put on some leggings with a long-sleeved blouse. When I got to the living room, I found Eve watching TV while eating chips. When she saw me, she threw a drink at me, which I caught in midair and took a sip. "You didn't answer my question earlier." "How did the interview go?" he persisted. I felt my face flush at the memory, but I subtly covered it and replied, "It went well. I hope I get the job, it would be very useful." "You'll make it, don't worry." "Now hurry, we have to go," he assured me as he pushed me toward my room. I grabbed my wallet and phone, and we left the apartment. We'd been at the mall looking for clothes for an hour and had already found a few things. As we were browsing the stores, my phone rang. It was the same number that had called me the day before. I looked at Eve, who nodded, signaling me to answer. "Hello. Are you speaking with Rachel Zegler?" a familiar voice asked. "Yes, it's me. How can I help you?" I replied. "Hi, I'm Alexis from Torres. We met this morning," he said. "Oh, hi, Alexis. So, why are you calling?" I asked, turning to Eve, who frowned in puzzlement. "I'm calling to let you know you've been selected for the assistant position. You need to be at the company on Monday before 8:45 a.m. The boss arrives at 9 a.m. If you come 15 minutes early, I'll give you some information about the company." "And congratulations, Rachel," she announced enthusiastically. "Understood. I'll be there at the appointed time." "Thank you very much," I replied, stunned. "Perfect. See you Monday," he said before hanging up without waiting for my response. I put the phone down and stared at it. Eve shook my shoulders and asked, "What happened? Who was it?" I looked her in the eye and replied, "It was from the company where I interviewed. They said I was selected and that I should show up on Monday at 8:45 a.m. Her face lit up with happiness, and she hugged me. "I knew you'd make it, Rachel. I knew it, she exclaimed. I nodded, smiling. Why don't we celebrate? Call your parents and tell them you're sleeping over tonight, I suggested. She nodded immediately. Come on, let's finish shopping and stop by the supermarket. We'll make a special dinner, I said excitedly, linking my arm through hers as we walked into the next store. After an extra hour of shopping, we headed to the supermarket. Our hands were full of shopping bags. Mine were even bigger, since now that I got the job, I needed new clothes, and Eve had helped me. 10 minutes later, Eve and I were each pushing a shopping cart. One was filled with bags because we were tired of carrying them, and the other was for the items we were sorting through. What are you making for dinner today? Eve asked as I selected the pasta. I was thinking about making spaghetti. Does that sound okay to you? I asked as I put the pasta in the cart. Yes, I can't wait to eat them, she said, licking her lips. I laughed at her reaction. I heard someone clear their throat behind us. We turned around and saw a boy our age smiling at us. He had light brown eyes and red hair. He was tall. But not as loud as your boyfriend, my inner voice said. My boyfriend? I asked, confused. Yes, your boyfriend, Juan Antonio Torres, replied. Shut up, he's not my boyfriend. I replied. Hey, girls, can you give me some space to get the pasta? Or if you want, I can sneak in between you and get it, he said, smirking. I nodded. I didn't respond, since I didn't want to make a scene here. I moved forward, but Eve just stood there, staring at him. I think he felt uncomfortable with her gaze and asked. Why are you looking at me like that? Your look says I've committed a very serious crime and you're going to punish me. I laughed at him. But Eve ignored his comment and asked him. Are you Alex Black? His eyes widened at this. He pointed at her and asked. Wait. Eve Barona. They both let out a small squeal. Some people around us looked at us. I felt embarrassed by their reaction. They hugged in the middle of the hallway and then separated. Where have you been, silly? I didn't see you after school. And don't even talk about recognizing me. How could you forget? Eve asked, punching him on the shoulder. Hey, no need to be so abrupt. I know we don't talk after school. I traveled a bit and then took over my dad's company. I've been pretty busy lately, he replied, rubbing his shoulder where Eve had punched him. He turned to me and said. I think you must be Rachel. My eyes widened in surprise. How did he know my name? He laughed at my reaction. I'm sure that's right. Because this alien, he said, pointing at Eve, was always talking about you when we were in the science lab. Eve smiled at this and so did I. If I'd recognized you sooner, I wouldn't have said that compliment to you, Eve, Alex said, and Eve smiled at her. But what he said next made her punch him in the shoulder again. But I don't feel the same way about you, Rachel, because I did try to flirt with you, he laughed. Hey, that's my best friend you're talking about. Eve glared at him. He raised his hands, as if in surrender. So what are you doing here? He asked. I think his name was Alex. Well, Rachel got a job today, and we're celebrating at her apartment. We're here to buy everything we need. You can join us if you want, we're making spaghetti, Eve said excitedly, looking at me for confirmation. She looked like she needed to catch up with him after so long. I nodded and turned to Alex to say. Yes, you can join. Okay, I guess. But I came with a friend. We decided to have spaghetti today, so we can continue shopping with you. Sounds like a good idea, he replied. So, what are you waiting for? Call your friend over. That way we can have the spaghetti party together, Eve replied, as I added 2 more packages of pasta to the cart. I turned to them and said, I'm going to pay for the groceries, and when your friend arrives, we'll meet at the entrance of the store. I'll be waiting there. And Eve, I'm going to grab some of your bags, okay? She nodded and I took some bags from her cart. I headed to the checkout and started paying for my purchases. After a few minutes, I paid and headed toward the entrance. I saw Eve and Alex waiting for me. I approached them and noticed there was an extra member with them. It was the same face I'd seen that morning. Our eyes met and at the same time we asked ourselves, what are you doing here? It was none other than Juan. Juan's point of view. Alex and I were in my car, on our way to the supermarket to buy some groceries. When he asked me about Rachel, the elevator doors opened and we got in. I thanked heavens because there were people in the elevator. I always take the regular elevator, and in the end, he forgot the question he'd asked me. He asked it because, generally, I don't talk about girls with him. I haven't had any relationships over the years because I didn't have the time and I wasn't interested. However, my mind is always busy thinking about the girl I knew in high school, and that's Rachel. We arrived at the supermarket, parked the car, and headed inside. I began pushing the cart while filling it with the products I needed. Alex, can you get 2 packs of pasta? I asked. He nodded and went to get it. I called Veronica to tell her not to make anything for dinner. I assured her we'd be home soon. I looked for some more items and added them to my cart. 5 minutes passed, and there was no sign of Alex. I paid for the items and waited a few more minutes, but he didn't return. So I decided to go find him. I found him talking to a girl, their backs to me. In front of them, I saw a girl pushing her cart toward the register. Alex, where have you been? I've been waiting for you, I asked. Hearing my voice, they both turned to me. Sorry, Wani, did your mom miss you? Where did she leave you? She said, pouting. I saw the girl laughing at me. Alex, I said, in a warning tone, staring at him. Okay, calm down. Well, change of plans, Juan. We're going to a friend's house because we were invited to his spaghetti party. Since we were going to have the same thing, why not join us, he said, then turned to the girl and introduced her. This is Eve. I knew her in high school, but we're just reconnecting now. I nodded my head in courtesy to her. Alex turned to me and said to Eve, this is Juan Torres. Hearing my name, Eve's eyes narrowed at me, and my mind was confused, as she looked at me as if I'd committed some crime. I think she knows who I am. So what do you think, Juan? Eve and her friend invited us. Can we go? She said, with a pleading look. So I answered. Clear. We headed towards the entrance because Eve's friend told us to meet her there. I saw a girl approaching us. I recognized her instantly. Our eyes met, and she asked, what are you doing here? The girl was Rachel. My heart leaped when I saw it was her, the same girl Alex had talked about, the one we were going to dinner with. How lucky are you today, Juan? My heart thought. I'm sure you do, how lucky. Rachel turned to her friend and asked, what is he doing here, Eve? Before Eve could respond, Alex stepped forward and said, Rachel, this is my friend Juan. Now come on, I'm starving, he said as he took Eve's arm and pulled her toward my car. You drive, Eve, he added as they walked. Rachel watched them walk away. I noticed her struggling to hold the bags in her hands. I walked over and took them, heading toward my car. "I can carry my bags," I heard him say behind me. But I didn't answer. I just kept walking toward the car. I pressed the unlock button and headed to the trunk to put the bags in there. When I finished, I got into the driver's seat and was surprised to see Rachel sitting in the passenger seat. I smiled to myself. I started the car and could hear Alex and Eve talking in the back seats. Rachel was giving me directions to her apartment. We arrived at the place in 5 minutes. The surroundings of her apartment were pleasant. I parked the car, we got out, and grabbed the bags. I didn't let Rachel carry any. She led the way and opened the door to her house. It was small but cozy. Totally her style. "You can sit and relax in the living room," Rachel said. "In the meantime, I'll finish dinner and call you." But before she could move, Alex took her by the shoulders and said, "Oh, no. You can't risk making dinner alone. My Johnny didn't come for free. He was my chef today, but now he'll help you." I looked at him sternly. "Don't call me that, Alex." He let out a fake scream and hid behind Rachel, who laughed. How he missed her laugh. "Okay, Juan, take the ingredients to the kitchen. I'll put the groceries in my room," she said, walking away with the bags. I took off my coat, threw it over a chair, and headed into the kitchen. I took out the food and placed it on the counter while listening to the voices of the others in the living room, probably watching television. Rachel walked into the kitchen, putting her hair up in a bun. "What are we splitting up on?" I asked, placing the last item on the counter. She washed her hands and replied, "You cook, I'll chop the vegetables. It'll be faster that way." I nodded and began. Occasionally, I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye. She hadn't changed much. She was focused on her task, brushing back the strands of hair that had fallen over her face. We didn't exchange a word. I had so many questions, but the words wouldn't come out. Minutes later, with the vegetables ready, I made spaghetti. I felt his eyes on me, but I didn't turn around. "How are you, princess?" I asked, breaking the silence. "Good," she replied. I couldn't see her expression, as her back was still turned. I heard noises. Rachel was taking wine glasses from the cupboard and pouring them. She placed 4 plates near me. I turned off the stove, served the food, and we carried the plates into the living room. There was no dining room. Alex and Eve were laughing, absorbed in the television. I wish Rachel and I could talk like this, worry-free, in our own world. Enough chit-chat, guys. "Dinner's ready," I announced, placing the plates on the table and sitting in a single chair. Rachel did the same and came back for the drinks. "Finally!" Alex exclaimed, devouring his portion. Rachel sat across from me. We started eating, talking about our lives, until Alex asked, "Hey, Rachel, Eve said you got a job as an assistant. Which company?" She hesitated, but I answered. "She interviewed with me. I hired her as my assistant." Alex's eyes widened. "Really?" he asked Rachel, who nodded. "You should quit. He's unbearable at work. Sometimes I think Johnny is married to his job." I glared at him, but he kept talking. "You're too sweet, he'll corrupt you. Look at him now. He doesn't even have time for me. I have to beg him to go out. He looks like a monkey in a suit with documents in his hand. Don't you think?" The girls burst out laughing, imagining me as a monkey. I slowly stood up and walked over to Alex, who, noticing, ran across the room. I caught him, and we wrestled on the floor, amidst their laughter. Stop it, Juan. I was just joking, Rachel said, still laughing. I stood up, feigning anger. He always does this. I can't stand it. My words made them laugh even more. Why? Because billionaires like you don't make faces at silly things, my mind replied. They took a while to calm down. Girls, we should go. I have a meeting tomorrow, even though it's Sunday, Alex said. We quickly cleaned up, said our goodbyes, and headed out to my car. I miss her already. On the way, we talked business until we dropped Alex off at his house. I arrived at my mansion, headed to my room, and fell asleep almost immediately. And so, I fell into the world of dreams, with a certain girl in mind. Episode 3. I woke up, but I was still lying there, staring at the ceiling and remembering what had happened on Saturday. Well, it's Monday. Today I start my new job. I got up too early, at 6:30, because I couldn't sleep well. I didn't get enough rest yesterday either. After discovering that Alex's friend was Juan, I was in shock. That night, we barely spoke, except when he asked me how I was. I told him the truth, I've been fine. Well, except for when he dumped me. Those first few months were horrible. I couldn't stop thinking about him, but I eventually finished high school. Life had gone on without a hitch, until now. I don't know what the future holds. He's liked to call me Princess ever since we met. He hasn't changed at all since the last time we saw each other. He still pouts over silly things. You think it's cute, don't you? My heart asked. Yes, I answered immediately, without thinking twice. I knew it, you're still attracted to me, he said. Could you be quiet? I'm thinking, I replied. Yes, in it, he replied. I remained silent. Because it was true, I couldn't deny it. After they helped us clean up, they left. Alex and Eve talked a lot. Even after he left, she continued telling me about things they did in high school. We watched a movie and fell asleep. On Sunday, we got up and spent the morning at my apartment. She has some clothes in my closet, or sometimes she wears mine after showering here. She left at noon because her parents called and asked her to come see them immediately. I wrote a letter of resignation for the hotel where I worked and gave it to Eve before she left. She told me she'd speak to the boss and collect the money for my days worked. Then I cleaned my house, made dinner, and went to bed. And here I am now, waking up early and thinking about everything. My alarm went off. I turned it off and went to take a shower. After showering, I wrapped myself in a towel and headed to the closet to choose my outfit. The image is above. I dressed quickly, put on a little makeup, just a bit of mascara and a light lipstick, and let my hair hang loose after brushing it. I went into the kitchen and made a light breakfast. When I finished, I saw it was 8:05. I went back to my room, grabbed my purse, put on my heels, and left the apartment, locking the door. I took a taxi and arrived at the Torres building. Upon entering, I recognized the same receptionist from before. I smiled and approached her. Hello, miss. I looked at her nameplate, which I hadn't seen last time. Katie. I hope you're having a good morning, I said, keeping my smile. She looked up and returned the gesture with enthusiasm. Hi, honey. I guess you got the job, because I see you smiling and back here. I nodded happily, and she continued, Congratulations, honey. What's your name? Thanks. I'm Rachel Zegler, but you can call me Rachel. Okay, Rachel. Now go ahead. You don't want to be late on your first day. I hope to see you at lunch, Katie replied. I nodded again, said goodbye, and headed off to my new beginning. I was in the elevator when I looked at my watch and it was already 8:45. I'm running late. Why do they have so many floors? I sighed as the elevator doors opened. I walked out and headed over to Alexis, who was at her desk organizing some files. She looked up and saw me approaching. She smiled and said, "Good morning, Rachel, you're a minute late." My eyes widened at her response. I mean, how did she know when she didn't even check the time? But I'm not going to punish you. It's your first day. Shall we start today? Before I could answer, he took my hand and began dragging me toward a desk right across from the CEO's office. How did you get here in just 2 days? I didn't see you on the day of the interview. I remember it clearly. As I dragged myself along, he started talking again. This is your desk. Your shift starts promptly at 9 and ends at 6 in the evening. Saturday you leave at 3. Sunday is free. We reached the desk, and he stood in front of me, continuing. Your boss will be here at 9 o'clock and expects his coffee and daily schedule at 9:15. If he has any important commitments tomorrow, you should remind him the day before because he tends to forget quickly. He's addicted to coffee, so when he asks for it, you have to make it. I'm not assigning you work because that's his business, so you'll have to wait for him to arrive. He took a file from the desk and handed it to me. This is today's schedule, I've already prepared it. Tomorrow will be your task. Downstairs, there are several meeting rooms along with a small supply room. Next to my desk is a kitchen, so you should make his coffee there. At lunchtime, come to the cafeteria, I'll show you the rest of the building and the departments. Now that you're here as his personal assistant, my workload has lessened a bit. Preparing his schedule was chaotic on top of my own work. Suddenly, he hugged me and said, if you need me, come to the 58th floor because starting today, I'll be working there, where I should have been from the beginning. I'll only come here to my desk when I have important work. Well, goodbye, get on with your work. He left me there, shocked, my mouth opening and closing again and again. I was still processing what he told me. I looked around and then saw the file in my hands. I sat down in the chair, left my bag and file on the desk. I spent a few minutes remembering Alexis's words. I turned on the laptop on the desk and reviewed my schedule. As I was checking the schedule, I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up and saw one approaching. He was wearing a black two-piece suit. He looked handsome. My heart skipped a beat when I saw him. I stood up when he reached my desk. Come to my office, he said, heading into his living room. I grabbed the file and headed over. He was already sitting in his chair, watching my every move. I placed the file in front of him and said, "Good morning, sir. Here's your schedule for today." Alexis prepared it before she left. After saying this, I stood in front of his desk. He took the file and began to look through it. He's still rude, he doesn't even say hello, I thought. After a few minutes, he said, "Did you discuss your salary with Alexis?" I shook my head, but he didn't see me because he was still looking at the file. So I replied, "No, sir." "So, your monthly salary will be $3,600. My eyes widened and my mouth dropped open at the amount. That was what I earned at the hotel, but for 5 months of work. Your job will be to organize my schedules and meetings. You'll remind me 5 minutes before each meeting. I might pass you some files to review," he said, looking up at me. I returned to normal when he was already looking at me. He continued, "I want my coffee now. To your left, you have some files that need reorganizing and alphabetizing. I looked to my left and saw 2 boxes of files. I looked back at him. He was already watching me, his face impassive. I nodded. I need words, Miss Segler, he said. Yes, sir, I replied, and went to grab the boxes. I took both and headed toward the door, opening it slowly. As the door was about to close, a hand stopped it. I looked up and saw one standing in front of me. He was a foot from the door. And, Miss Segler, I forgot something, he said, leaning close to my left ear. I could feel his breath on my skin. I gripped the boxes tighter in my hands. He whispered, "Good morning, Princess. You look lovely in that outfit." With that, he returned to his office. I was still there, trying to understand what had just happened. I felt pressure on my hands and looked down at the boxes. I snapped back to reality and returned to my desk to continue working. It was already late. I was working on the files when I remembered that lunch started at 1:30 p.m. There were only 10 minutes left. I had been to his office twice, once to give him his coffee and once to remind him of his meeting. He hadn't returned yet. He had another meeting at 3. I left my work and headed to the coffee shop where Alexis told me I'd meet her. As I was about to call her, she appeared from behind me and stood in front of me. "I was just about to call you," I said. "There was no need. I called you here, so it's my responsibility to take care of you. I was waiting for you to come in. Come on, let's talk and discuss a little," he said as he headed toward a table where Katie was sitting. I smiled at her. "Hello, darling, we meet again," Katie replied when she saw us. "Hi, Katie. Can I call you that or would you prefer me to call you Miss Katie?" I asked. "No problem, darling, you can call me Katie," she replied smiling. "Well, I don't have to introduce you, it seems you already know each other," Alexis said. "We introduced ourselves this morning," Katie replied. "Great. I already ordered the food, if you don't mind, Rachel," Alexis asked. I shook my head at his question. The food arrived, and we chatted a lot, laughing and joking. I learned that Alexis is married and has a 2-year-old son. I want to meet him. She said she's been working here for 5 years. Katie, on the other hand, lost her husband a long time ago. She has a 25-year-old son who is traveling, and she lives alone. After lunch, Alexis and I said goodbye to Katie because she had to show me the rest of the building. About 30 minutes passed, and she assured me she'd made a mental note of everything. I returned to my desk at 2:45 p.m. I saw a sticky note on my laptop screen. I removed it and read it. "I know you went to lunch, but I want you to finish the files by this afternoon. Also, I have a couple of things for you. I wanted to call to let you know, but I don't have your number, so I wrote mine down. When you get this message, call me immediately. 1. It must be something important if he left me a message." I grabbed my phone, saved the contact, and dialed the number. On the first ring, he answered, and before I could speak, he began, "Who is it?" "It's Rachel, sir. I called right away as soon as I got your message. The files you asked for are almost ready. I'll bring them to your office at 5, I said. "Perfect, Miss Segler. I won't be returning to the office, so I want you to leave the files on my desk when you're done. I'll review them tomorrow. Also, I want you to make a reservation for lunch tomorrow at a nice hotel." "Your choice," he said firmly. "But, sir, you have a meeting at 3 with the finance department," I reminded him. "I know, Miss Segler. That's why I came early." "You can finish your work and go," he replied. Yes, sir, I said, and hung up. I called a nice restaurant and made a reservation for tomorrow. Who will he have lunch with tomorrow? I thought. Probably with his girlfriend, my inner voice replied. Don't know. Thinking about that, my stomach tightened with displeasure. I shook my head and set about finishing my work. I finished the files, left them on his desk, and left the office at 5. Today was a good day. Juan's point of view. I'm on my way to my office in my car now. I've asked my driver to take me. I wasn't in the mood to drive today. After returning from Rachel's house, I slept in and woke up late the next day because it was Sunday. I just did some exercise and then started working in my home office. Veronica had already cooked and left. I spent the day that way. Now that Rachel's here, I have to do something to get her back. I have to talk to her. It's been a long time. I haven't even thought about any other woman but her. I think I should invite her to lunch so we can talk. If she doesn't accept, then I'll use the boss employee letter. My driver arrived at the building. He stopped at the entrance, got out, and opened the door. I got out and headed for the elevator. After a few minutes, I arrived at my apartment. I started walking toward my office. I glanced at Rachel's desk to see her sorting through some files. Must be my planner, I thought. And Alexis must have said a few things to her before leaving. Yesterday I called Alexis and asked her to set up a desk in front of my office for Rachel. I want her close to me. It seems the job is done. I think Rachel looked up when she heard my footsteps. I stood in front of her desk, and she stood up. I asked her to come to my office. When she arrived, she greeted me and handed me my planner. I started talking to her while she looked through my planner. When I mentioned her salary, I noticed out of the corner of my eye that she looked surprised. But she quickly returned to her normal demeanor before I could look at her directly. I watched her. She looked lovely in her outfit. She was wearing a modest dress that didn't reveal much. She didn't even realize I was watching her. I kept my face neutral while talking to her. She went to pick up some boxes. My heart began to reproach me. Why didn't you say hello back? I already have a better plan for that, my mind replied. As she headed toward the door to leave, I quickly followed. As the door was about to close, I stopped her and stood in front of her. She looked up at me. And Miss Segler, I forgot something, I said as I leaned down to her left ear. I could smell her sweet fragrance. She still smells the same, I thought, and whispered, "Good morning, princess, and you look cute in that outfit." With that, I walked into my office and closed the door. I smiled at my action. I liked to joke with her. I started working, and after a few minutes, she brought me my coffee and went back to her work. After a few hours, Rachel reminded me of the meeting. I went to the meeting. The meeting lasted longer than I thought. When I returned to my office, it was already 2 o'clock, and Rachel wasn't in her seat. She must have gone to lunch, I thought. It looks like I won't be able to talk to her today. I want the files rerun tomorrow morning, so I need to let Rachel know about this. Also, I'll ask her to suggest a good restaurant for tomorrow so we can talk. I won't mention this to her until tomorrow. While I was working, my phone started ringing. Without looking at the caller ID, I answered, "Hello, this is Juan Torres." "Hi, Juan," I heard a familiar voice. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was my mother speaking. "Mother, why are you calling me? Is there something you need me to do?" I replied. "No, son, it's been a while since we've talked, and I just wanted to ask you, could you come over early today?" I'm at your mansion and I wanted to talk to you, he said hesitantly. I'll do my best, Mother. I have a meeting at 3, but I'll try to finish it quickly and be with you by 4. Can you wait until then? I replied. What does he want to talk about? I thought. Perfect, Juan. Until then, I'll be here chatting with Veronica, he said before hanging up. I needed to call Rachel to move up the meeting, but I didn't have her number. Oops, I forgot to ask. I decided to call the finance department directly and ask them to be in the boardroom in 10 minutes. Then, I wrote him a note. Rachel. I know you're out to lunch, but I need you to complete the files by this afternoon. I also have other work for you. I wanted to call you, but I don't have your number, so I'll leave mine. When you see this message, call me immediately. Juan. I pasted the note on his laptop and headed to the meeting. Upon entering, I began without delay. After a few minutes, I gave them time to discuss the matter. While I was checking my email on my phone, a call from an unknown number appeared on the screen. I answered on the first ring. Who is it? It was Rachel. She informed me that she was almost finished with her work, which pleasantly surprised me. I explained what I needed, and after hanging up, I saved her contact information. The meeting ended earlier than expected. I called my driver to take me home. At 4 o'clock sharp, I was already home. As I entered the living room, I saw my mother and Veronica drinking tea. Mother, I called her. Hearing me, she turned her head and stood up to hug me. Her gesture paralyzed me. My hands froze at my sides. I searched Veronica's eyes for answers, but she just smiled, watching us. She raised an eyebrow, as if asking what was wrong, but she simply shook her head and headed into the kitchen. Finally, I reached up and patted my mother reassuringly on the back. I noticed she was sobbing softly. When she pulled away, she took my shoulders and looked at me intently. With her right hand, she caressed my cheek. There were tears in her eyes. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that she was thinner and more tired than before. I'm so sorry, son. We weren't there when you needed us most. You've grown so much, he said, looking into my eyes. It was logical. If you don't see your child for years, it's normal for them to have changed. I didn't know how to respond, so I remained silent. I saw my father occasionally for work meetings, but I had almost no contact with my mother. She was always busy with her business. I didn't say anything. I just watched her, unable to utter a word. It was the first time my parents had shown affection toward me. I understand that you don't know how to react. But, could you give us a chance, she begged. I took her hand and held it in mine. I can't accept your apologies, Mother. You both missed so much. When I needed your support, you weren't there, I said, letting go of her. The pain and regret in his eyes were evident. But at least now you acknowledge that you have a child. If you try, I can do it too, I conceded. She hugged me again, and this time I hugged her back. As we separated, he looked at me determinedly. We'll try, son. Your father and I will, he said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I nodded. Would you like to show me your house? I've been waiting to see it for a while, he asked. My face lit up. It was my dream home, and I was proud of it. As we walked through the garden, the conversation drifted to casual topics. Suddenly, he asked. Tell me, do you have a girlfriend? No, I replied, putting my hands in my pockets. Are you interested in men? The question left me speechless. I stopped and stared at her, my eyes wide open. Of course not. Why would you think that? She shrugged and continued walking. I've never seen you with women in the media. You don't even take them to events. That doesn't mean anything, I replied, somewhat annoyed. She laughed. Don't take this the wrong way. I read an article about you months ago and just wanted to confirm. We moved in silence for a few minutes before he spoke again. But, is there any girl you like? At that moment, I thought of Rachel. Her smile, her laugh, her dark brown eyes. My mother giggled. I see there is someone, he said, smiling. I stopped and lowered my hands. She stood in front of me. Yes, there is, I admitted, sighing. I knew her in high school, but I made a mistake by leaving her. Now that I've seen her again, I feel the same way. I want another chance. She took my hand gently. If you value her so much, show it. Earn her trust, but don't lose it. Once broken, it's hard to regain. I've already lost her, I muttered. Then fight for her. If she's worth it. It's worth a lot, I said, smiling. I can't wait to meet the girl who stole my son's heart, she exclaimed, beaming. We returned to the house, where Veronica had prepared dinner. We had a pleasant time, although I noticed a certain nostalgia in my mother when Veronica talked about my childhood pranks. I said goodbye to both of them with a kiss on the cheek and retired to my room. Before going to sleep, an idea was running through my head: I must regain Rachel's trust. With that thought, I closed my eyes. Rachel. I was still asleep when I heard a sound nearby. I ignored it. It soon died away. But it started again, and in my sleep, I managed to realize it was my cell phone ringing. I took it from the nightstand and answered without looking at who it was, since my eyes were still closed. Who dared to interrupt my restful sleep? I placed it near my ear and answered in a sleepy voice, "Hello. Are you still sleeping, princess?" I heard someone say. That voice sounds very familiar, I thought. Who is it? I asked softly, still deep in sleep. I heard a soft laugh on the other end, and then he said, "I didn't think you'd forget your boss in one day, Miss Segler." My eyes widened at the word boss. I quickly sat up in bed and looked at the caller ID to realize my boss, Juan, had called me. I cleared my throat and replied, "I'm so sorry, sir." I was still asleep and didn't see the caller ID before I answered. "Is there a reason you called me so early?" I scratched my head, wondering why he'd called me at that hour. "I want you here by 8. I've already checked the files, 2 of them aren't correct. I want you to fix them by 9. Hurry, and before you get to my office, bring me a cup of coffee," he said, and hung up. I stood completely still for a minute, processing what he'd just said. I looked at the time, it was 7:05. I had 55 minutes to get there. I jumped out of bed, only to fall to the floor as the sheets tangled around my legs. I quickly threw them off and ran to take a quick shower. I got out of the shower and put on the first dress I found. I put my hair up in a messy bun. I didn't have time to do my hair since it was already 7:30. I ran out of my apartment and quickly hailed a taxi. I didn't have breakfast, so I'd have to figure it out at the office with my coffee. When I arrived at the building, it was already 7:55. Thankfully, traffic was clearer than usual, so I arrived earlier. I saw that most of the employees hadn't arrived yet. I quickly exited the elevator and headed straight to make her coffee. After doing so, I grabbed her planner for the day and headed to her office. I dropped my bag on the desk and grabbed today's schedule. I went to knock on her office door. From inside I heard a "come in." I walked in and saw him working at his computer, typing rapidly. "Good morning, sir, here's your coffee and today's agenda," I said, placing the coffee and folder on the table. "You're 10 minutes late, Miss Zegler. But it doesn't matter, I called you early. And here are the files, I want you to review them again. Sit here and finish them. Then you can go to your post," he said without even looking at me. I sighed and sat down across from him, starting to look through the files. After a few minutes, I felt his eyes on me. I looked up, but he was still staring at his screen while sipping his coffee. I shook my head and went back to concentrating on my work. I felt his gaze on me again. When I looked over, I saw him typing on his computer, his eyes glued to his laptop. I focused on my work and finished it quickly. "Sir, I've finished it. You can review it now," I said, standing up from my seat and stretching out my arms as I handed him the files. He took them from my hand and looked them over. "Well done, Miss Zegler. Now you can get back to work," he said, finally looking at me. I nodded and left his office. I arrived at my desk and started working. I've already had 2 coffees, I'm hungry, and I still have an hour and a half to wait for lunch. Juan hasn't left his office either. I don't think he's had breakfast, because he arrived early today, too. He doesn't have meetings until 3 p.m. Today's workload was heavier than yesterday's. I think the company is planning some new investments, so it's been quite busy. I need to discuss this with Juan. I was craving another coffee. I can ask Juan if he wants one. He needs a break from work too. I stood up and walked over to his door to knock on it. I raised my hand to knock, but the door suddenly opened. Juan didn't see me because he was typing on his phone. He must have been in a hurry, because he hit me right away. I let out a small scream and began to fall from the force. "What does he eat?" As I fell, I tried to grab onto something to break my fall, but my hand reached Juan's coat and I pulled it down with me. We both fell to the ground, with him on top of me. I closed my eyes. We both groaned in pain. His hands held me down, preventing me from moving. I opened my eyes and looked at him. His face was inches from mine. His eyes met mine. And I felt as if the world around us had stopped. I felt my heart beat faster. I could feel his heartbeat too, because my hands were on his chest. His light green eyes darkened slightly. His eyes scanned my face and lingered on my lips. I don't know why, but I bit my lips slightly. His eyes followed the movement. We were so lost in our own world that we didn't hear when someone approached us. I heard a throat clearing. My eyes widened, and I began to push one off of me. Seeing my movements, one snapped back to reality and got off of me. He reached for me. I took it, and he helped me up. I dusted off my dress and looked up, finding a middle-aged woman watching us. She was smiling. Now I was embarrassed. I looked down, unable to look at her. While I didn't expect to see Juan with a girl, much less in this position, I could hear the amusement in his voice as he spoke. "Well, what can I say, Veronica? She can't seem to get away from me. I mean, who can resist?" Juan said calmly, as if he were right. I whipped my head around to him and glared. "You're the one who crashed into me, sir." "I didn't do it on purpose," I replied. He turned to me and retorted, "Who told you to stand in front of the door?" "Well, you should watch and walk more carefully." "Oh, you think I had an illusion that you would be there?" "I was about to hit you, but no, you were looking at your phone and walked right into me." You should have struck before waiting for the right moment to do it. I wasn't waiting for the right moment. Now don't blame me. It's your fault for not seeing what's right in front of you. It's my office, I can walk wherever I want. I started to get angry with him. I could see in his eyes that he was enjoying this. I was about to respond when I heard a laugh. We both turned toward the source of the laughter and saw the woman laughing at us. My face started to turn red because I'd embarrassed myself again. I clasped my hands in front of me and looked down. Oh God, he continued laughing. He calmed down a little and said, "You two fight like children. And Juan, stop bothering her. I know it was your fault." From the corner of my eye, I saw Juan pouting at her. He replied, "But you don't know, you weren't here." She tapped him lightly on the arm and said, "I know what you're doing." Then she turned to me and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Rachel Zegler. I work here as Mr. Torres's assistant," I replied politely. "And I'm Veronica, I work as a cook for Juan," I nodded at her introduction. She turned to Juan and said, "When I came in this morning, I found your note, so here I am. I brought you lunch because I know you didn't have breakfast today." She held the lunch box up to him. Then he turned to me and said, "You can join him. I've made enough for 2 people, because this guy here eats like a pig. You can share with him." Before she could answer, Juan intervened, "Yes, you can join us, Rachel. I'm sure you didn't have breakfast today because I called you early. Come on, we can eat now." I couldn't protest because he had already taken Veronica's hand and entered his office. I had no choice but to follow them. Juan opened the door to his office balcony and motioned for us to come in. He closed the door and approached us. They both sat on the love seat and I sat on the single sofa next to Veronica. She opened the boxes and gave us each one. I was so hungry that I started eating right away. I heard laughter near me. I saw Veronica smiling at me. I blushed and looked down. "Looks like someone was very hungry," she said. I looked at Juan, who was eating but had a small smile on his face. I nodded and continued eating. After a few minutes, she started asking me questions about myself and my parents. I was having a good time, as she told me one of her stories. Juan just sat there, eating. He sometimes glanced at us. After a while, he joined in the conversation, making jokes about her. They seemed to have a good relationship. We finally finished lunch. Veronica put away the empty boxes. Juan said he wanted to use the bathroom and excused himself. Veronica looked at me and said, "You're a very nice girl." She placed her hand over mine, which were in my lap, and continued, "I hope you two get along soon." At first I didn't understand, but then my eyes widened as I realized what he meant. I shook my head and replied, "It's not what you think. He's just my boss." "I know, dear, but you don't know how fate works," he said, and with that he left. I stood there for a few seconds, confused by his words, then stood up to leave. I reached the door and was about to open it when I heard a voice behind me. I turned to him. He had just come out of the bathroom. He came over and stood in front of me, a few feet away, and said, "I want you to cancel the lunch date I mentioned yesterday." "Okay, sir, but may I know why?" I asked. He turned his head to the left and mumbled something. I couldn't hear him well. "Did he say anything?" I asked again. He turned to me and replied, "No, I didn't say anything," and returned to his seat. I didn't ask any more questions and returned to my desk. I canceled the appointment. As I worked, my mind returned to the previous scene. When he was near me, my heart started beating faster. There's no way I like it. It's been years since I felt anything like this. I shouldn't be feeling this way, much less with Juan. As I was preparing my schedule for tomorrow, I saw that I had to travel to London tomorrow night. I'll be gone for 3 days. I must inform you about this. I will do so after your meeting. Juan. I'm in the conference room, but my mind isn't here. I can't stop thinking about those deep brown eyes. Today I woke up early and came to the office to finish yesterday's work. I didn't mean to make her arrive early, but I needed those files ready. When she arrived, I knew she'd rushed it because she hadn't combed her hair. She looked cute with that bun, but she's beautiful when she wears her hair down. While I was drinking my coffee, she sat across from me, tucking strands of hair behind her ear. It was a beautiful picture to start the morning. As I looked at her, our eyes met, and I quickly turned my head. I think she realized I was watching her. After I finished, she left, and I never saw her again. At noon, while I was working, Veronica texted me to tell me she was in the elevator heading to my office. Confused, I quickly went out to greet her. What I didn't expect was to bump into Rachel. When our eyes met, I'm sure the world around us stopped. I lost myself in her eyes, scanning every inch of her face. I noticed her lick her lips, as if I was about to lean toward her when she suddenly started pushing me away. I came to and pulled away, only to realize Veronica was there. I decided to play with Rachel a little. I knew it was my fault for not looking where I was going, but it was fun to see her reaction. I was glad to see Veronica and Rachel talking like that. It filled my heart with warmth. Afterward, I asked him to cancel the lunch reservation. When he asked why, I muttered under my breath, it was meant to be lunch, but we already did. No point in going now. Thank goodness he didn't hear me. Sir, is this okay with you? Someone interrupted me. I looked over and realized he was still in the meeting. Damn, I didn't hear a thing. I nodded, not knowing what I had just agreed to. The meeting continued for about 10 more minutes. Upon returning to my office, I noticed Rachel wasn't at her desk. Where had she gone? I sat down in my chair and raised my glass to drink water, but it was empty. I asked Rachel to refill it before the meeting. I left it on the table and walked over to the door to see if she'd returned. Before I could open it, the door swung open. And in an instant, my shirt was soaked. This time, it was her fault for not looking where she was walking, because she bumped into me and spilled the water. She gave a little yelp as she stumbled. At least this time we didn't fall to the ground, I muttered. I looked down, my white shirt was clinging to my body. When I looked up, Rachel was frozen, staring at my wet torso. She was holding the pitcher in one hand, and with the other, she was supporting it from underneath. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't see you there, she apologized, quickly placing the jug on her desk. She grabbed some tissues and walked over. She seemed so nervous that she didn't notice the puddle at our feet. In her haste, she stepped in the water and slipped. I caught her in my arms before she fell, although our bodies never touched because she clung to my arms. She pulled away immediately, her cheeks flushed. I didn't mean to. I thought you were still in the meeting. You mentioned something about refilling the glass. I forgot, but then I remembered and came to refill it. I didn't see you there. I was in a bit of a hurry. His conversation was interrupted when I kissed his cheek. Wow, one bold move. I bent down to her eye level so I could see her face better. Her cheeks blushed even more than before. It was adorable to see her so flustered. Her eyes widened and her mouth slightly agape. I reached up and closed her mouth, saying, "You look adorable when you talk like that. Now, before I leave the bathroom, I want this place to be clean." With that, I walked into the bathroom and locked it. I was grinning like a fool. I took off my clothes and jumped in the shower. I was feeling hot, so I took advantage of the opportunity to cool off. After a few minutes, I stepped out, quickly dressed, and left my shirt buttons unbuttoned. I left the bathroom, rubbing my hair with the towel. The door to my office opened and Rachel walked in. When she saw me, her eyes widened again. She was staring at my abs. I smiled mischievously and asked, "Do you like what you see, princess?" I tossed the towel into the bathroom, where I had left my old clothes. The floor was clean. He did a good job. He cleared his throat and looked around, avoiding my gaze. Then he said, "Sorry, sir, I thought I was still in the bathroom. So I thought I'd refill it before you came. But I'll be back in a few." His face was red, and he ran out of the room. I chuckled as I buttoned my shirt. I sat down in my chair and started working. I heard a knock at the door. I said, "Come in." The door opened, and Rachel walked in, holding the same mug and a folder. He refilled the glass and set the pitcher beside it. He placed the folder in front of me and said, "Here's your schedule for tomorrow, sir." I took it and opened it. "And you have a 3-day business trip to London. So you should leave here tomorrow night," he continued. I was reviewing my schedule and started thinking about what to do with her. Now that she's my personal assistant, she should come with me. I could spend more time with her. "Okay. Be ready at 7 tomorrow, I'll pick you up at your apartment. Tomorrow is half a day, you should also pack your things," I said as I closed the folder and looked at it. She was surprised and asked me, "Should I go with you? Should I accompany you to London? I think that's what assistants are for. I can't handle all the work alone." "You should come," I replied firmly. "This project is important, I can't handle it alone, but I also don't want to be away from her." "Yes, sir," he replied and left the room. She came back in a little while later and stood in front of me. I watched her wait, but she was opening and closing her mouth, clearly nervous. I waited a few minutes and asked, "Why are you here, Miss Segler? Is there anything you need?" "You can't do that," he said. I knew what she meant, but I wanted to play with her a little. I smiled mischievously and asked innocently, "What did I do?" She started playing with her fingers, staring at the floor, not daring to meet my gaze. I stood up and approached her. She hadn't yet realized I was standing next to her. "You can't do that. It's inappropriate," he said. "Is this what you mean?" I asked, kissing him on the cheek again. She jumped back, surprised as if she hadn't expected him to be so close to her. "Surprised," he replied, "you can't kiss me like that. It's very unprofessional." He pointed his index finger at me. "Does that mean I can do it outside the building?" I asked, putting my hands in my pockets, still smiling. No, that's not what I meant," she said, again avoiding my gaze. "You can't do that, is that clear? You're not my boyfriend to do that," she said, and ran out of the room. I watched her walk away. Well, that should change soon. I sat down in my chair and started working. The afternoon passed, and Rachel came to tell me she was leaving. I stayed working. An hour later, my phone started ringing. I saw it was my dad calling. I answered and said, "Hi, Dad." "Hi, son, how are you?" he asked. I was confused. Why was he asking me that? I think he takes the father-son relationship more seriously now. I turned my chair toward the window and replied, I'm fine, and you? Mom came to my house yesterday, looking at the landscape in front of me. I'm fine. I know about your mother's visit. She told me, he said. Why don't you come? That way you can see the house and we can have dinner together. Bring Mom too, I said. That's fine by me. When can we go? Maybe next weekend. I won't be here this weekend, I'm going to London on business, I replied. It's okay, son. I'm very proud of what you've accomplished, he said. Somewhere in my heart, I felt a sense of pride, because it came from my own father. It's different when your parents say it than when others say it. I smiled slightly and replied, Thanks, Dad. I began to explain the project to him. He also gave me some ideas. But suddenly, he asked. I heard you like a girl. I sighed and replied, Was it Mom who told you? He laughed and said, You can't expect to keep it a secret from your mother. Did you know that? It can't be, I guess. Did you know that before you were born, we broke up once? He asked me. I was surprised. I knew they were high school sweethearts, but I didn't know that part of their story. I didn't know that, I replied. We were young and loved each other very much. But one time, I was so drunk at a party that I didn't recognize who was sitting next to me. Layla had a rival. She dressed just like your mother and sat next to me, his voice trailed off as he spoke. I thought she was your mother and I kissed her. The next thing I knew, I got slapped in the face. Layla was standing in front of me, crying. I came to and ran after her. That night she broke up with me. I was curious about what happened next, so I asked, What happened next? I was devastated. She was my world, I didn't know how to function without her. I was ashamed of what I did. I didn't leave it there, I took every opportunity to win her back. It took me 4 months to regain her trust, he said. Maybe I didn't like the idea of them very much, but I did admire the love they had for each other. I hope I can achieve something similar. I didn't know that. I knew they were high school sweethearts, I commented. You're right. It's hard to regain trust once it's lost. And if you're lucky enough to regain it, make it worthwhile. You're right, Dad, I replied, thinking of Rachel. If fate brought us together here, I won't let her slip away. Can we meet her? He asked. I don't know, Dad. I should talk to her first. I need to know what she thinks of me, I replied. You can invite her to dinner, we'll see each other next weekend, he suggested. It's a good plan, I have time to get ahead until then. Sure, Dad, I replied. Okay, son. Get on with your work, he said and hung up. I looked at the night view in front of me. I need to talk to her and see what she thinks of me. I'm not going to lose her. In the office, it's just a boss-employee relationship. I have to try harder, as my parents told me. I'm not going to screw it up this time. Are you running away from the country, Rachel? I can hear my mom yelling from the other end of the cell phone. I let out a sigh and reply, Dad, can you put it on speakerphone so I can say what I was thinking? Let's just say my mom tends to exaggerate a little more than usual. I hear my dad's laughter, and he tells me he's already put it on speakerphone, so I continue, Mom, I'm not running away. I just forgot to tell you that I got the job at Torres Company. I'm working as the CEO's assistant, so I'll be accompanying him on some business trips, I say calmly. Congratulations, Cupcake. You've grown into a wonderful woman, my dad replied. I can hear the excitement in his voice. Dad, are you going to cry? He asked softly. Oh, don't mind him, honey, he's always like that. I'm so proud of you. If he dares to make you cry, he'll sleep on the couch, Mom replied. I laughed at her last line. She knows how to lighten the mood. You can't do that. And I know you wouldn't walk away from this husband of yours because he's handsome. I imagine Dad smiling at Mom. Mom. Dad. Will you stop? You have the whole house to yourselves when you're alone to do that, but now talk to me. I complain. If I stop talking, they'll start flirting at any moment, no matter the place or time. I hear them laughing. Sorry, Cupcake. Now, I've heard the Torres company is a good company, Dad asks. I didn't know until I started working there. They're going to pay me more, I reply. That's good. How many days are you going to be there? Mom asks. I think the phone is still on speakerphone. 3 days. I think we'll be back Saturday night or Sunday morning, I reply. Take care, dear, and don't forget to have fun, Mom says, and I laugh at her comment. Sure, Mom. How are my brothers? I haven't heard from them in weeks, I ask. Your sister is fine. She just completed the adoption and custody papers for the baby. As for your brother, we haven't heard from him. We haven't heard from him, Mom replies. I smile at the thought of meeting my nephew. Okay, Mom. After I get back from London, I'll visit Cindy. I'll have to talk to that brother of mine later, I say. Okay, darling, take care, and I hear sounds of movement. Then, my dad's voice, take care, Cupcake, and come visit us soon. I'll be waiting. Sure, Dad. Bye, I say and hang up. It's 5 in the afternoon now. I'm leaving for London tonight. As I was packing my bags, I thought I hadn't spoken to them before, so I called to let them know. They had taken a break from their busy schedules to talk to me. I think I forgot to introduce you to my siblings. I have a sister and a brother. My sister, Cindy Jasmine Zegler, is a nurse and works at the same hospital as my dad. She's 4 years older than me, 27, and still lives alone. Are you thinking about the baby? Well, she's a kind-hearted person. When a woman gave birth to a child and said she was going to put him in an orphanage, she stepped up and took responsibility for the baby. It's been 6 months since I met my nephew. I'm only an hour's drive from them. Despite their busy schedules, my parents never forget to give us their undivided love. As for my brother, well, that's for another time. I still have to finish packing. I finished packing and sat in the living room, waiting for Juan's text to come down. It was still 20 minutes to 7. My mind flashed back to the kiss he gave me on the cheek yesterday. I still feel a tingle there. How dare he do that after everything I've been through? I didn't talk much this morning. I served him coffee and mentioned the meeting. Before he could return to his office, I had already left the building, having told me yesterday I could take off from noon. I thought I could distract myself by talking to Eve. It seemed like I hadn't spoken to her in days. So I dialed her number immediately. Hello. Who's there? She asked, sounding annoyed. She was probably mad because I hadn't called her. Your favorite person in the world, I replied mischievously. I don't have any. I'm sorry, Eve. I haven't had time to call you. I promise I'll call more often. It's okay, Rachel. What are you doing? Can I come see you? I miss you, she said, and I could almost imagine her pouting at the end. Sorry, Eve. I'm going to London right now. Oh my God, really? She exclaimed excitedly, but then asked in confusion, Wait, why are you going there? It's a business trip. My boss will be here any moment. He'll pick me up here to take me to the airport. Really? I noticed a certain amusement in his voice. When are you coming back? Maybe Saturday, I'm not sure. Okay, have fun, but not too much, he replied, making me laugh. At that moment, my doorbell rang. Goodbye, Eve. I think my boss is here. I'll call you back when I can. I hung up before she could answer. I went to open the door, expecting to see those green eyes, but instead I found myself facing a tall, burly man wearing sunglasses and a serious expression. Before I could ask who he was, he spoke. Miss Zegler. I nodded. I'm Mr. Torres's driver and bodyguard. He sent me to escort you to your car. Okay. Give me a minute, I'll get my luggage. I quickly went inside to get my things. I placed my suitcase by the door and locked it. When I turned around, my luggage was gone. I looked at the man, who was waiting by the elevator, carrying my things. My suitcase. I asked, and he replied that he would carry it. I thanked him. We walked toward the parking lot, where a limo was waiting for me. What? I stopped dead in my tracks, my mouth agape. It was incredible. I'd never been in one before. The man put my things in the trunk and opened the back door. Then one got out and stood in front of me. I continued staring at the limo, amazed. Are we going on that? I said in disbelief. Yes, princess. Any problem? He replied, raising an eyebrow. It's one of my dreams to ride one. I jumped with excitement. He laughed at my reaction and said, Come on, we don't want to miss our flight. We walked toward the vehicle. Juan led the way and opened the door for me. I was fascinated by the interior. While he was talking to the driver, I took the opportunity to admire the details. Then, Juan sat next to me. Give me your passport and documents, he asked. I reached into my bag and handed them to him. He handed them to the driver through the window, and in seconds, we were on our way. I couldn't believe it. How much did this man earn to afford something like that? I smiled like a little girl as I looked out the window. Suddenly, I felt someone watching me. I turned to Juan, who was staring at me. Is there something on my face, sir? I asked, running my hand over my face just in case. He shook his head. Call me by my name. We're not in the office, he said firmly. But, I tried to protest. No buts. When we're alone, forget about formalities, she said, and focused on her phone. Do you have the tickets yet? I asked after a few seconds. Why would we need them? He replied without looking up. What do you mean? We can't travel without them. I exasperated. Wait and see, princess, he whispered with a mysterious smile. I looked out the window again. Minutes later, we arrived at the airport, but the limo didn't pull into the usual parking lot. Instead, it headed toward a private gate. Where are we going? I asked, confused. The driver spoke to the guard, and the gate opened. We were moving toward a runway where there was a private jet. I just made a fool of myself asking about tickets, I thought, mortified. The limousine stopped. Juan got out before the driver opened his door. I followed in his footsteps, impressed. He was talking to two men and a woman. I approached, and Juan put his hand on my back to introduce me. This is Rachel Zegler, my assistant. She'll be coming with me. I smiled at them. And these are our pilots and the flight attendant. After greeting me, Juan motioned for me to board the plane. His hand still on my back, I stepped inside. It was spectacular. It even had a bedroom in the back. We sat down, and Juan explained. We should sleep. The flight is 7 hours long, and will arrive around 9 in the morning. When we take off, go to the back room. There's a bed. And you? Aren't you going to sleep? I have some work to finish. I'll rest later, he replied calmly. The flight attendant told us to fasten our seatbelts. I, nervous as always during takeoff, gripped the armrest tightly and closed my eyes. Suddenly, a warm hand covered mine. Relax, it'll pass soon, Juan whispered, gently stroking my fingers. That calmed me a little. Once in the air, I opened my eyes and smiled at him. Thank you. He nodded with a smile. I undid my belt and stood up. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night, princess, he replied. I walked into the room and lay down. Within minutes, I was fast asleep. Episode 4. 1. I waited a few minutes after Rachel entered the room. I opened the door slowly so as not to disturb her in case she was sleeping. A small smile lit my face when I saw her asleep. I leaned against the doorframe and watched her. She was lying on the left side of the bed. I approached carefully, covered her up to her shoulders, and sat down beside her. Gently, I brushed the strands of hair that had fallen over her face and tucked them behind her ear. I ran my thumb over her soft cheek. She exhaled deeply in her sleep and shifted slightly. I quickly withdrew my hand. She lifted her left arm and placed it under her other cheek, pouting in a cute little way. I leaned down and placed a kiss on her forehead, lingering there for a few seconds before pulling away. I got up, took off my shoes and coat, and laid down next to him, keeping a certain distance. I didn't want him to have a bad impression of me when he woke up. I stared at the ceiling, hands behind my head, sleepless. Suddenly, I heard movement beside me. I turned and saw Rachel turning toward me, facing me, although she was still asleep. My gaze traveled down her face until I noticed her blouse had risen slightly, revealing a bit of skin. I assumed that when she moved, the covers had been lowered. I should have slept outside instead of subjecting myself to this torture. I wanted to hold her in my arms, hug her tightly, and fall asleep like that. I felt a sudden urge. I had to cover her. I sat up, covered her again, and lay down facing her. I stared at her face, her eyebrows, her long eyelashes, her small nose, and those slightly pursed lips. She looked like a child. Gazing at her like that, I finally fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of knocking on the door. As I tried to get up, I felt a weight on my left shoulder and arm. I looked down and saw Rachel curled up next to me, her head resting on mine. I smiled at the thought of her coming over to me while I was sleeping. The knocking continued. Carefully, I moved her without waking her and opened the door. It was the flight attendant. Excuse me for interrupting, sir, but the plane is about to land. I came to wake you up so you can take your seats before the announcement, he said. I nodded and went back to the room. I washed my face and went over to wake Rachel up. Rachel, wake up. We're about to land, I said softly, shaking her shoulder. Rachel. I insisted. Princess, wake up, I added. The plane is about to land. We should return to our seats, I explained. She nodded, got out of bed, and walked over to the seats. I followed her silently. He sat down and rested his chin on his hand as he looked out the window. I, for my part, checked some emails on my phone. Soon they announced that we should fasten our seatbelts. I noticed she wasn't moving. I turned to her and couldn't help but laugh. She had fallen asleep again, still resting her chin on her hand. I quickly snapped a photo and buckled her seatbelt myself. The plane landed safely a few minutes later. It was already 8 in the morning. I didn't want to wake her, so I carefully lifted her from her seat and carried her to my car, which was waiting outside. I placed her in the back seat and sat next to her, resting her head on my shoulder. I don't think she misses her restful sleep. The driver quickly loaded our bags and started driving toward one of my hotels in London. I was typing on my phone when I saw Rachel start rubbing her eyes. "Did you sleep well?" I asked. Hearing my voice, she quickly lifted her head from my shoulder and looked at me with wide eyes. She was now fully awake. She looked around and asked in confusion, "What am I doing in a car?" "I was sleeping in the bed on the plane." I laughed at her. "Oh God, don't you even remember walking from the bed to the seat when I woke you up?" I asked, laughing. She shook her head. "You got up and sat down in the seat. Then you fell asleep before we could land. So I carried you to my car because I didn't have the heart to wake you from your beauty sleep," I said, smiling at her. Her lips formed an O of understanding and she blushed. I leaned forward and whispered in her ear, "And don't fall asleep like that when you're with other men. Only you can do that with me." I stepped back and looked at her. Our faces were just inches apart. The car stopped. I looked out and saw that we had arrived at the hotel. I got out of the vehicle and smiled as I imagined the expression on his face, his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. I walked over to her side and opened the door. She got out of the car. The driver had already taken our bags out. I took both suitcases and started walking inside. "I can carry my things," I heard her sweet voice behind me. I ignored her and kept walking. As soon as the receptionist saw me, she stood up and smiled sweetly. I kept a straight face. She greeted me, "Good morning, sir. Your arrival has been announced. I have your penthouse ready. Please follow me." She began to walk, swaying her hips. I internally rolled my eyes. I heard footsteps behind me and smiled. We entered the elevator and reached the top floor. The receptionist opened the door, handed me the keys with a wink, and left. I started moving inside without hearing any footsteps behind me. I turned to Rachel and saw her amazed by the penthouse. She whispered, "Wow," as she looked around. She liked it. "Are you going to stay there or go inside?" I asked, raising my eyebrows. She nodded and went inside. I started up the stairs and heard her say, "It's beautiful here." "Thank you, princess," I replied and walked into a room. I dropped her things on the floor and turned to her. "This is your room while we're here. And be ready by 9:45. We have to hurry for the meeting." She replied, "Okay." I went up to my room and took a shower. After half an hour, I was ready. I put my phone in my pocket and went out while putting on my tie. As I started down the stairs, I noticed a scent coming from the kitchen. I walked into the kitchen and saw Rachel cooking something at the stove. She was humming a song while she cooked. I stood there watching her. She looked beautiful in that black dress and matching jacket. Her legs were more visible. She had left her hair down. She turned to me, surprised to see me there. She let out a squeal and clutched her chest. I think I scared her. "I didn't mean to scare you, but what are you doing?" I asked. "It's okay. I was hungry, so I thought I'd make something quick before we go out. Neither of us ate last night, so I made some for both of us if that's okay with you, she said, smiling. She'd thought of me. Thank you, princess. The meeting doesn't start until 11, so we have over an hour to get there. I thought we could grab something to eat outside before we get to the building, but you saved us time. Do whatever you want, I'll wait, I replied and sat down in the dining room chair. She continued cooking. I sat there watching her. Within a few minutes, she brought the plate and coffee and placed them in front of me. I started eating, and she came with a plate and a glass of juice and sat down across from me. In a few minutes, I devoured my breakfast. Looks like she was hungry, I thought. I started drinking my coffee while watching her. She wasn't wearing much makeup. I finished the coffee and carried the plate and cup to the sink. She finished quickly and put her things in the sink as well. I'll get my bag, then we can go, he said. I nodded. I walked to the front door and waited for her to arrive. She came downstairs in 2 minutes. In half an hour we arrived at the building. We exited the elevator on the floor we needed to reach. We started walking down the hallway toward the meeting room where it would be held. Halfway there, I heard someone call Rachel's name from behind me. Des, is that you? We both turned around and saw a boy with dark eyes and red hair, also dressed in a suit. I recognized him, it was Luke Taylor. He ran his father's company. Luke? He nodded. How are you? I haven't seen you in 2 years, Rachel said and hugged him. He hugged her back. My hands clenched, ready to punch him when I saw him hug her. I was furious. Why do I feel this way? I'm fine. Of course I am, he broke the hug and looked her up and down. And you've improved even more in these 2 years, he said, winking at her. She blushed at his comment. I cleared my throat. Luke finally noticed me. Oh. Juan Torres. I'm Luke Taylor, Rachel's boyfriend, he said, reaching out for a handshake. At the sound of the word boyfriend, I whipped my head around to Rachel, my eyes wide open. Had she lied to me? But she was glaring at him. She quickly raised her hand and twisted his ear, causing him to scream like a little girl. You still like torturing me, don't you? How many times do I have to tell you I won't fall for your tricks, he said as he continued to twist her ear. Oh, my girl is brave. All right. I won't do it again. Now let me go, it hurts so much, he begged. It suited him. How do you know him? I interrupted. We were classmates in college, he was my partner on a project, he told me, letting go of Luke's ear. I nodded. So what are you doing here, Des? She asked. She gave him a nickname. She wanted to strangle him if he stayed here one more minute. I now work at Torres's company, I'm Mr. Torres's assistant, he told her. I didn't like him. He was too close to her. He was making me angry. I had to separate her from him. Miss Zegler, we have a meeting to attend, if you don't mind, I said in a deep voice and began walking toward the meeting room. I don't know why I'm acting like this. I know I like her, but I can't see her with other men. When I met her in school, I never saw her with another guy, except for one time. It's the same kind of feeling I have now. Could it be jealousy? Why should I feel jealous? I don't know what to do. But I don't want to show my anger now, not even towards Rachel. I entered the conference room and stood in front of the people waiting for me. I saw Rachel and Luke sitting together on my right. My hands clenched. Shall we begin? I said coldly, keeping my face blank. Rachel. The work environment in London is much more demanding than in Philadelphia. Everyone here works with great dedication. I think we'll have a deal done by tomorrow. I don't know what happened to Juan. Since the meeting began, he's been distant. He got upset over every small mistake, and his anger grew by the minute. He looked at Luke and me from time to time. Luke was my project partner in college, and he's a good friend. He likes to joke around with me. I've met his girlfriend, Gabriel, on several occasions. The two have known each other since high school and started dating before he started college. It was already afternoon. Everyone had gone to rest, and I was having a coffee in the cafeteria. "I don't think anyone else is coming here," I heard someone ask. I looked up and saw Luke standing next to me, pointing at the chair across from me. "No, sit down," I smiled at him. As soon as he sat down, I asked him, "How is Gabriel? Is she still your girlfriend?" He smiled and replied, "That's great." "Why wouldn't she still be my girlfriend?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. I rolled my eyes. "Because you're a big boy." "I don't understand how Gabriel is still with you," I replied. "Well, she's not my girlfriend anymore," I said, letting my mouth drop in surprise, but he continued, waggling his eyebrows. "She's my fiancée now." "Really? Congratulations. When did that happen?" I asked excitedly. "It's been 2 months. And we're getting married in 6 months. You have to come." "I'll send you the invitation when I get there," he said. "Wow, looks like someone can't wait to get married," I said, joking. "Love makes you like this," she shrugged, but she couldn't stop smiling. "And you? Do you have a boyfriend?" she asked. Luke had set me up on a few dates in college, saying he didn't want to die alone, typical of him. But I didn't like it at all. After a while, he stopped asking me about it. "No. And I don't think I need it," I replied. He leaned forward and whispered, "Why don't you go out with your boss? He seems like a nice guy, and he seems interested in you too." "No, Luke, he's my boss and I'm his employee. I prefer to keep it professional," I told him. I mumbled the last part as if I didn't want to say it. "And what do you mean he's interested in me?" I asked. "You'll find out," he said with a mischievous smile. "Do you know why he was so distant during the meeting?" he asked. I shook my head. "Then I won't tell you." "You'll find out for yourself," she said, smiling. I glanced at him and crossed my arms. He laughed and stood up. "I have work at my office and I'm done here. I'm leaving now." He stood up and asked, "Give me your phone." I handed it to him, unlocking the lock. He typed something, and his phone started ringing. "I can call you anytime now. Make sure you answer," he said, handing it back to me. "Goodbye. And say hi to Gabriel for me," I said. He nodded and left. I stayed a few more minutes before returning. When I walked in, the atmosphere seemed more relaxed than before. Everyone was already seated, and one kept his face blank. The meeting continued normally. It was already very late when it ended. I was very tired. I don't think I slept enough on the plane. As I gathered my things, I yawned, covering my mouth with my hand. Thank goodness everyone's gone, I thought. Juan was waiting outside. I yawned again. "It seems someone is sleepy," said a voice behind me. When I turned around, I saw Juan standing by the door. I nodded. "We'll go up to the penthouse soon. You can rest there," he said as we headed for the elevator. The doors opened and we entered. A few floors below, a group of people rushed in, forcing us to back away to make room. I was surprised by Juan's attitude. He didn't seem bothered by the crowd. Maybe he's not your typical millionaire, I reflected. Suddenly, I froze when I felt a hand on my left hip. I glanced sideways and saw a man in his 40s, staring straight ahead, his hand in the wrong place. An unbearable discomfort filled me. I looked around for Juan. He was engrossed in his phone. He noticed me watching him and looked up. My panicked expression alerted him. "What's wrong, princess?" he whispered. Tears sprang to my eyes as the man squeezed harder. Juan followed my gaze and, upon realizing what was happening, his pupils burned with fury. In an instant, he pulled me toward him, twisted the harasser's arm, and shoved him against the metal wall of the elevator. The man screamed in pain. "Who in the world would harass a woman here?" Juan roared, as the other passengers stared at us. "Nobody saw anything." "There's no evidence," the man stammered, still against the wall. Juan gave a cold laugh. "I don't need proof. I saw it with my own eyes," he stated, increasing the pressure. "And since you're asking who I am, I'm the CEO of the company you work for." The man's face paled. "Mr. Torres. I didn't know it was you." "Well, now you know. You have minutes to leave the building. You're fired." Juan let go, took my hand, and we got out of the elevator. In the car, he leaned toward me and rested his forehead against mine, as if we both needed calm. "Thank you," I murmured. "Rest easy, princess," he replied, leaving a kiss on my forehead before driving off. As I looked out the window at the city, I replayed what had happened. I wasn't weak, but I'd never faced anything like this before. As a waitress, I'd only received hurtful comments, but this was different. Without Juan, I wouldn't have known how to react. His anger at that moment had been terrifying and protective. And that kiss on my forehead, though unexpected, calmed me. Little by little, sleep overcame me. The next day, I woke up to the alarm. My room. My last memory was Juan's car. I went down to the kitchen, where he was having breakfast. "Good morning, princess. How did I get to bed last night?" I asked, pouring him coffee. "I carried you in my arms. I didn't want to wake you." I nodded gratefully. "In the office." In the afternoon, Juan masterfully closed the deal. His dedication inspired me. As he presented, I admired his impeccable demeanor, the way he ran his fingers through his beard as he thought. "Did you come to work or admire him?" I mentally scolded myself. Silence. I muttered unintentionally. "Miss Segler, did you have anything to add?" Juan asked with a mocking smile. Had he said that out loud? "Nothing, go on," I stammered, blushing. Return. After a celebratory dinner, we arrived at the attic. As I entered my room, Juan called out to me. "Rachel, be ready tomorrow at 8. Is there any pending work?" He hesitated for a second. "Yes, something remains," he lied, disappearing behind his door. How strange, I thought, but tiredness won. Juan. It was Saturday morning and I was making pancakes in the kitchen for Rachel and me. She was still in her room. After what happened in the elevator, I was disgusted by that man. I don't understand why some men behave that way. I've never felt so angry towards someone. When that hand touched my girl, I felt immense fury, and for a moment I thought about cutting her hand off. Seeing Rachel's face filled with panic and fear broke my heart. When I saw the tears in her eyes, I was devastated. I'm going to protect her at all costs. And that man will pay for what he did, without a doubt. I also remember the conversation I had with Luke that day in the conference room. Memory. I don't know what to do. I don't feel like working anymore. I stood in front of the window, staring outside. The other members are on break now, and Rachel has left too. I heard someone clear their throat behind me. I turned around and saw Luke standing there. What do you want? I asked. I wanted to ask you something, he said. I don't feel like answering you, you can go. I want peace, I said, staring at him. And please stay away from Rachel, I added in a cold tone. He started laughing at me. I stared at him. God, did you really think I liked her? Seriously. I was still laughing, but suddenly stopped and asked, wait. Were you cold this whole time because I was talking to her? I looked at him expressionlessly, showing no sign of emotion. I told you that what I feel for her is my business, and I'm trying to work it out, I replied. You'd better. I'm leaving, but I hope to run into Rachel before I go. He seemed to enjoy the situation. I looked at him firmly. Relax, I already have a fiancé whom I love, I said, and he left the room. End of memory. Now that there are no more distractions, my mood automatically calmed down. An idea came to me. I'll finish this quickly in 2 days and take her to London on Saturday. I smiled at the thought. End of memory. Last night I asked Rachel out, but in a more formal way, as part of a plan I already had in place. I ate my breakfast, served Rachel's on a plate, and headed to her room. I knocked on the door. She opened it and looked at my chest. Oops, I forgot to put my shirt on after the shower. I was only wearing sweatpants. But the good thing is, she seems to be attracted to me. She was staring at me. I looked at her too, and, wow, she was wearing her usual official dress. I have to do something about it. I cleared my throat and smiled at her with a slight grimace. She looked up at me and blushed. I walked in and placed the plate on his bed. What are you doing? I heard her voice from behind me. I turned to her. I made breakfast for you. And I don't really like what you're wearing today, I said softly. Very good, Juan, very good. What? She said, looking at her outfit. Is there something wrong with this? I thought we were going to your office. I looked at his luggage and started sorting through what was inside. I saw a pink piece of material, took it out, and handed it to him. Put it on, it will look good on you, I told him. I knew she was going to ask something. When she opened her mouth to say something, I interrupted her. Hurry up and get ready, I'll give you 15 minutes at most, I told him as I headed to my room to get ready. I put on jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. It only had 4 buttons, but I didn't button them. I went downstairs and waited for Rachel to arrive. I heard the sound of heels on the stairs. I looked up and saw Rachel coming down. Wow, she looked gorgeous in that dress. Looks like I have good taste in choices. She arrived and stood in front of me. I was speechless. She coughed to clear her throat. I finally managed to speak. You look beautiful, I told her. She blushed at my words. Thank you, and also for the breakfast, it was delicious, he replied. You should feel lucky you ate it, because I did, I told her. She rolled her eyes and said, yes, yes. I took her hand and led her to the car in the parking lot. She didn't let go of my hand. I smiled. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. You're wearing a casual dress, and you're picking one out for me. Are we really going to the office? She asked after a few minutes. I glanced at her briefly and returned my attention to the road. I cleared my throat and answered. We're not going to the office. Why am I nervous? I'm taking you somewhere else. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her looking at me. I know I should have asked you first, but I was afraid you'd say no. So I said it was business and took you out. And besides, I wanted to talk to you, I said, not meeting her eyes. I ran my hand through my hair. I think he's going to get angry, my mind said. Do you think so? I replied. Yeah. I should have asked her sooner. Silence fell. I glanced sideways and saw her staring out the window. I couldn't see her face. Is she mad at me? I was about to ask when she spoke. Where are you taking me? He asked. I looked at her confused and asked, aren't you mad at me? Should I be? I replied, shaking my head. Well, it would have been better if you had asked me. So, where are we going? He said, smiling slightly. I smiled and replied, you'll know in a few minutes. In 10 minutes, I parked the car and got out. I was about to open the door for her, but she had already opened it and gotten out. I walked in front of her, and she followed. As we were about to enter the building, I heard a scream behind me. I saw Rachel had stopped a few steps behind, covering her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were shining as she saw the sign in front of her. You took me to an amusement park, she exclaimed excitedly. I nodded, not knowing if she liked it or not. Oh my God, I haven't been on one in years. Thanks, Juan. Why are we still standing here? Come on. I want to go on all of them, she said, so excited that she started pulling me along by the hand. I smiled at her childlike attitude. The first plan was a success. Yes. We got in line and bought our tickets. I bought fast-track tickets so we could get in without waiting. She dragged me around everywhere, and I didn't care at all. As long as I was with her, I'd do whatever I wanted. I didn't yet know she'd been holding my hand this whole time. I enjoyed the feeling of her hand. It was already noon, and she was still dragging me along, talking about the rides we had tried. That was amazing, wasn't it? The roller coaster, the way it fell from the top, it was impressive, she kept talking. I enjoyed listening to her, she was being so open with me. I stopped and pulled on her hand to stop her, too. She turned and saw our hands intertwined. She blushed and started to let go, but I held on tight and pulled her toward me. Her chest collided with mine. I felt like a shock of electricity from her touch. My other hand went around her waist and held her. Her hands were on my chest. She looked up at me, her eyes wide. You've been more excited than I thought you would be. You've literally run all over this place and you don't look tired at all. You're amazing. It's already noon, aren't you hungry? I asked, smiling, looking into her eyes. She nodded slowly, still in a trance, looking into my eyes. I gently let go of her, took her hand, and we started walking toward the food stalls. After we eat, we're leaving. I have another surprise for you, I told him. Really? Where are we going? She asked excitedly. You'll have to wait, I replied, watching her pout. I laughed at her reaction. We ate and then left the amusement park. The entire car ride was silent, as she had fallen asleep like a baby. It seemed like her energy had been spent at the park. At 4 o'clock we arrived at our next destination. I got out of the car, went to her side, and opened the door for her. She looked adorable while she slept. "Rachel, wake up, we're here," I said, gently shaking her shoulder. She opened her eyes and looked at me. I smiled at her. She looked back at the place we'd just arrived at. "Come on, princess, we're going to lose the reservation I made," I said, taking her hand. She was still staring at the view. I led her to the London Eye. I paid for the tickets and we entered the capsule. It was just the two of us because I rented it just for us. The movement began, and we both enjoyed the view. The sun was already setting. It was the perfect time to talk to her. "Rachel," I called. She turned her head and looked at me. I turned fully toward her and continued. "I wanted to talk to you." She nodded. "Look, I don't want to talk about the past, but I have to. The way I insulted you was completely wrong. I hurt you. And I still regret it, I still do." She turned her head forward, but I kept talking. "I don't know what happened that day, but I didn't like seeing you with other men, except me. That's how I reacted. Can you forgive me for that? I know I don't deserve it, but I'll do whatever it takes to earn your forgiveness. Juan, the way you insulted me is still fresh in my mind." I couldn't believe the man who had spoken to me so sweetly could be so rude and contemptuous, I replied, embarrassed, looking at the ground. "I can't forgive you so easily, Juan," he said, looking back at the view. I took her hands in mine and said, "Please, princess, I'll try. I won't give you any reason to doubt. I can't lose you again after finding you." I whispered the last thing. "You'll have to earn my trust again." "It's not easy, like it was before," he said, looking me in the eyes. "So, can we start as friends?" he asked, smiling slightly at me. I smiled and replied, "Friends. Well, I'm not totally in favor of just being friends, but it's a start. I'll try. Then she'll be mine." Suddenly, I hugged her, surprising Rachel. She froze for a few seconds, but slowly returned the hug. "Thank you, princess, for at least considering this," I murmured into her hair. She nodded. After a few minutes, the capsule door opened. We were separated from our embrace and left. We arrived at the penthouse. "Princess, the flight is at 7, so we have to hurry," I told her. She nodded and headed off to pack her luggage. In half an hour, we left with our suitcases and headed to the parking lot. The driver took us to the airport. Soon we were in the air. We ate and watched movies. It was nice talking to her. I thought she wouldn't consider it, but she has a kind heart. She doesn't hold a grudge against me. Rachel. I was on the bus to meet my sister Cindy. Juan and I had landed in Philadelphia around 11 p.m. He dropped me off at my apartment, saying he'd meet me at the office. Yesterday was so much fun. I hadn't been to an amusement park since I was little. Although he didn't mention anything about going outside, he did a great job. I didn't even realize I was dragging one around the park until he took my hand. Afterward, he took me to the London Eye. It was beautiful. When he started apologizing for the past, I didn't know how to react. His words had hurt me, and he had no idea how much I went through after he left. I still haven't forgotten him, but now he's trying to make amends. I can see it in his eyes, the guilt and regret. So I decided to start over as friends. He deserves a second chance after the amazing day he gave me yesterday. However, I'm worried about my brother Christian. His phone is off. He went on a world tour 2 years ago, and we haven't seen him since. After graduating with a degree in arts, he worked for a while and then set off to explore the world. We talked occasionally, and he called, but I haven't been able to reach him for the past 2 months. The bus arrived at my stop. I got off and walked to my sister's house. My parents and she live a few blocks away. When I arrived, I knocked on the door. I heard the baby crying and a "Who's there?" from inside. I smiled at the thought of seeing my nephew again. The door opened, but Cindy was so busy calming the little one down that she didn't see me right away. "Hi, sister," I said, and upon hearing my voice, Cindy looked up in surprise. Then, with a smile, she hugged me, still holding the baby. I hugged her back. "Good heavens, it's been so long." "I didn't know you were coming," she said as they pulled away. I took the baby in my arms and began to rock him to calm him down. "Yeah, so I decided to pay you a visit. How are you and the little one?" I asked as I walked into the house, stroking his head reassuringly. "We're both fine. Thank God she's calming down, she'd been crying for 15 minutes. "It's obvious you're good with babies," she replied, closing the door. "What can I say? I'm amazing G," I crooned, drawing out the word. She shook her head, laughing. We sat on the living room couch. The baby, now asleep, was still in my arms. "I forgot to ask you. What did you call it?" I said quietly. "I called him Nick Ivan Zegler," she replied, looking at him tenderly. "That's a beautiful name, just like him." "And you named him Chris," I commented, stroking his cheek. "How many months old is he now?" 8. He just started crawling. It was wonderful to watch, Cindy said. I smiled, moved. I was just about to head over to Mom and Dad's. "Let's go, before Nick wakes up from his lightning nap," she suggested, grabbing the bag with the baby's supplies. We left together. I carried Nick in my arms as we chatted and laughed on the way to our parents' house. I suggested to Cindy that I hide by the door so they wouldn't see me and that I'd catch their reaction when they thought I hadn't brought the baby. Cindy knocked on the door and we waited. When it opened, I heard my mother's voice. "Oh, you're here, Cindy." Then she shouted inside, "Honey, Cindy's here with." "Wait, where's the baby?" "Oh my God, you lost it. Pocho, come here." Cindy came alone. I bit my lip to keep from laughing, as I watched Cindy do the same, holding back her laughter. I heard footsteps. I think Dad arrived. "Cindy, where's the baby?" "You can't forget the baby in the house. He's only 8 months old," Dad said. I couldn't help but laugh and burst out laughing. As I did, Nick woke up from his sleep. I came out of my hiding place and stood next to Cindy, who was also laughing. We both calmed down and looked at our parents, who were watching us playfully. I walked in and hugged Mom with one hand. "Sorry, Mom, but it was worth it," I said, feeling a slight sting in my head. She tapped me with her hand. Breaking the hug, I rubbed my head where he had tapped me, pouting. "That's what you get for messing with us," she said, and took Nick away from me, who was already wide awake watching us. "Cupcake, don't do that again," he said, hugging me. I smelled his cologne. He was still the same. "I can't promise that," I replied as I broke the hug. We all went inside and sat in the living room, chatting. I missed this. I played with Nick for a while. He was so adorable, I didn't want to leave him today, knowing I'd have to return soon. While we were talking, I heard my cell phone ring. I took it out of my bag and saw it was Juan. I apologized to them and went back to my old room. I answered the call. "Hello," I replied. "Hey," he said. Why were you calling me? Well, I called to ask if you wanted to go out with me today. I can pick you up if you want, he said. I could hear the hope in his voice. I sighed to myself and sat down on the bed. Sorry, Juan, I came to see my parents. You know, where we went to high school, I replied slowly. Oh, yeah. He looked disappointed. It's okay, he said. How are your parents? They're fine. We've seen each other for a long time. I even met my nephew, he's so adorable, I replied excitedly, talking about the baby. I heard his laughter. I'm sure it is, I guess, he said. Yeah. Wait, you don't have a car, how did you get here? He asked, confused. I came by bus, I replied. Really? If you had called me, I would have taken you, he said sincerely. No, I can't do that. And there's nothing wrong with the bus, I replied. It's nothing, I heard him exhale. Okay, tell me when you're coming back, I'll come get you, he said. Juan, I'm fine taking the bus. It's what I've been doing for the past 6 years. And I don't want to bother you. I'll see you tomorrow at the office. Okay, bye, I replied and hung up. I left my room and joined my family. I sat next to Dad. How did your business trip go? Dad asked. It was good. We got the contract. It's a lot more work than I did at the hotel, but I like it, I replied, resting my head on his shoulder. He turned his head and kissed me on the forehead. Of course. We enjoyed the whole day talking, cuddling, and playing with Nick. He looked so cute crawling on the floor. It was already 7 o'clock when we finished dinner. They dropped me off at the bus stop. I arrived at my apartment in an hour and a half. I went straight to bed and fell asleep. This is not over. High school memory. Almost 7 years ago. I was walking down the hall alone, heading for the library. I had a free hour now. Eve had chemistry class, so we couldn't be together for that one moment. I was calm, I had no rivals here. It had always been Eve, me, school, and home. I still had 2 years left until I finished high school. I arrived at the library and started looking for a book to read. I like reading about any subject, but it has to be interesting, otherwise, it won't hold my attention. I walked over to the fantasy section and started browsing. One book caught my eye, but it was higher than me. I started jumping to reach it, but I couldn't even touch it. I let out a sigh and kept jumping. Then, I felt a presence behind me, and I stopped. A hand reached out to take the book I was reaching for. The hand pulled it out and held it in front of my face. I gladly took it and turned to thank her, but I found myself staring at a breast. I had to look up to see the person. When I looked up, my eyes met a pair of green ones. He was handsome and very tall. He asked me in a deep voice. Is this the book you wanted? I nodded and took a step back to create some space between us. He was too close. Thanks, I said as I started looking for a place to sit. I found a table in the back, behind all the bookshelves. I dropped my backpack on the floor and started reading. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a chair scraping in front of me. I looked up, and there were those green eyes again. What do you want? I whispered. Well, I didn't expect you to leave like that after I helped you, he said, smiling. I already thanked you, and there's nothing more I can do, I replied, somewhat annoyed. Yes, you can. Oh, by the way, I'm Juan Torres. And you? Rachel Zegler. I looked at her confused and asked, I haven't seen you around here before, are you new? He nodded and replied. Yes. I just got here, this is my senior year. So I'm younger than you, I said. He nodded again and continued. Now you owe me something, because I helped you. I rolled my eyes and continued reading. You can't ignore me, he said. I can, and I will. This is the only free hour I have, and I don't want to waste it, I replied without taking my eyes off my book. Suddenly, the book was snatched from my hands. I looked up and saw that one had taken it. Hey! Give me back the book, I was reading it, I said, reaching for it. But he pushed it out of my reach. If you talk to me, I'll give it back to you. If not, I'll put it back where it belongs, he said. I crossed my arms and stared at him. But he was smiling, as if he'd won a trophy. Okay, I sighed and asked, what do you want? That's what I like, she said, handing the book back to me. I want you to be my friend. I blinked for a few seconds, surprised, and asked him. Why? Why do you want to be my friend? Why not? He shrugged. I don't know, I replied doubtfully. It's okay. Until you get used to me, I'm going to bother you, princess, he told me. I shook my head, smiling, and went back to reading the book. After a few minutes, I felt a paper ball hit me in the head. I looked up and saw one holding another paper ball ready to throw it at me. You're very childish, you know that. I said, annoyed. He threw the ball, which landed on my nose. I rubbed my nose with my hand and stared at him. He was grinning like a fool. That's how we met. End of memory. 1. Wake up, sleepyhead. I heard a voice nearby, but I ignored it and continued sleeping. Then someone started hitting me with a pillow. 1. Come on, wake up. It's already noon, I heard a girl's voice. I groaned and pulled the covers over my head. She started pulling at the sheets. In a sleepy voice, I said, Kenya, go away. I want to go back to sleep. He stopped pulling at the covers. I sighed in relief and closed my eyes again, but they snapped open when I heard a dog barking. Oh, no. I quickly uncovered my head and saw Kenya standing near my bedroom door, having my worst nightmare. She had put the dog on a leash. Did you really have to do this? Was it necessary to bring your dog into my room? I rebuked him through gritted teeth. She shrugged and started walking toward me with the animal. I felt my nose start to itch and moved to the other end of the bed. You didn't wake up when I came earlier, so I had to bring Max, he said, stopping just a step away from my bed. Isn't he adorable? He loosened the leash a little, just enough for the dog to jump up on the bed and bark at me. Now I was too close. And, in an instant, I started sneezing uncontrollably. Damn! Why did I have to be allergic to this very thing? I got out of bed and moved as far away as possible. She knew about my allergies, but she loves to make fun of me. Kenya, achoo! Get that rascal out of here, I said between sneezes. I see you're already awake. Hurry up and get ready and come downstairs. Brunch will be ready for you, she said before leaving with the naughty little boy. I calmed down a few minutes after the dog left and went to the bathroom. Now I'd have to change the sheets and ask the maids to clean the house today. All because of that dog. And the owner of that furry creature was Kenya, Veronica's daughter. Her dog was a golden retriever. We practically grew up together after Veronica became my nanny. When I first met her, Kenya was just an adorable baby. Now, well, she was the complete opposite. She was like a sister to me. She had brown eyes and hair. He was 5 years younger than me and still in college. I'd been supervising his studies since I started working. We sometimes hung out when our schedules allowed, between my work and his college life. And, of course, he loved to tease me. After showering, I got dressed and left my room for the kitchen. As I walked, I felt my nose itch again. Wow, that dog really left his mark all over the house. Before entering, I ordered the maids to clean again and change the sheets on my bed. As I approached the kitchen, I heard laughter. As I entered, I saw Veronica cooking and Kenya sitting at the counter, eating strawberries. They both turned to me as I walked in. I hugged Veronica and kissed her on the cheek. "Good morning," I said, walking over to Kenya to take a strawberry from her bowl. She gave me a dirty look. "More like good afternoon, Juan," Veronica said, shaking her head. I turned to Kenya and, over another strawberry, asked, "How are you?" "And college?" "Fine." "And college, as always," he replied with a shrug. "Well." I noticed a certain mischievous tone in his voice. "I heard you have a girlfriend, and her name is Rachel," he said, popping another strawberry into his mouth. "Where did this come from?" I asked, staring at her in disbelief. I turned to Veronica and saw a mischievous smile on her face. "Really, Veronica?" I said, groaning. "You've only met her once, and you're already thinking this," I commented. "I like the sound of a girlfriend, but to her, she's still just a friend." "Don't start with that now, you two seemed like a lovely couple." "She's a great girl, I can tell," Veronica said. "I know, she's great," I replied. "I want to meet her if my mom calls her cool," I heard Kenya say behind me. I turned to her and she continued, "Call her and ask her to come over. We can hang out." "No, I can't do that," I replied, with a neutral expression. "If you don't do it, I will," she said, and ran into the kitchen to grab my phone. I chased her and found her in the living room holding my phone. I was about to take it from her, but she stepped away and ran into the kitchen, standing behind Veronica. Veronica laughed at our childish behavior. "Give it to me, Kenya," I said, reaching out for her. She shook her head and said, "Either you call, or I will." I sighed and closed my eyes. I opened them and said, "Okay, I'll call her." "Now, give it to me." "Now," I said in an irritated tone. She gave it back to me. I went to the living room and called her. I was excited to see her too. He answered after a few rings and responded in a sweet voice, "Hello." "Hello," I said. "Well, I called to see if you'd like to go out with me today." "I can pick you up if you want," I said hopefully. She sighed, and I knew what she would say. "Sorry, Juan, I came to see my parents." "You know where we went in high school," he said slowly. "Oh," I replied, disappointed. "Well, I was hoping to see your pretty face," I added. "It's okay." "Well," she replied. "How are your parents?" I asked, changing the subject. "They're fine. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. I even saw my nephew. He's so adorable, you know," she said excitedly as she talked about the baby. I smiled at her cuteness. "I'm sure you will," I replied. "Wait, you don't have a car, how did you get here?" I asked confused, since he mentioned going to his parents' house. "I came by bus," he replied as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "Really? If you had called me, I would have taken you," I said sincerely. "No, I couldn't do that." "What's wrong with taking the bus?" he replied, and I could sense a hint of irritation. It's nothing, I said, letting out a sigh to calm myself. Okay, tell me when you're coming back, and I'll come get you, I suggested, knowing I could help her somehow. Juan, I'm fine. I'm taking the bus. It's what I've been doing for almost 6 years. I don't want to bother you. See you at the office tomorrow. Okay, bye, he said and hung up. Did he just hang up on me? It seems someone didn't need you as much as you needed her, I heard Kenya say. Was she even listening to me? I turned to her and looked at her with disdain. She was smiling. I ignored her and went to the kitchen to eat. I began to eat in silence at the dining room table. My thoughts turned to Rachel. Will she be okay upon her return? Why did she have to go alone? Even remembering that man's face in London, I know there are many men like him. If someone were to do anything to my princess, I wouldn't hesitate to defend her. I tightened my fingers around the spoon at the thought. Juan, the spoon didn't do anything to you, I heard Veronica say. I dropped the spoon and looked at her. Next to her was Kenya. The food is delicious, Veronica, I said, smiling. Don't change the subject and tell me what happened. I haven't seen you so quiet, Veronica asked. I didn't know how to tell them I was trying to get Rachel back. You know you can talk to us, we're here for you, Kenya said, placing her hand over mine, which was resting on the table. I smiled and told them what had happened in high school, and they listened to me sitting next to me. I felt a gentle tap on my left arm. It didn't hurt, but I faked a little pain and rubbed my arm to make it look like it was. Why did you do that? And where was I when all this was happening? Kenya asked. That happened when I went to a different school for my senior year of high school. Veronica, and you weren't with me because I lived alone, I explained. Yes, I wanted a change, so I moved to Rachel's school. I spent a year living alone, with no contact with anyone. So, you were out of control without my help? Kenya said, looking at him with a mocking smile. I don't know what to do now. Mom and Dad told me to win her back, but I have no idea how. Yesterday I took her out and apologized to her. And she said we can start as friends, I said, running my hand through my hair. At least he gave you a second chance. It's great, like I told you, Veronica said, smiling at me. I smiled back. You don't have to worry. When Kenya is here, who's afraid? Kenya said, placing her hand on her heart. Veronica and I laugh at her. It's great to have them in my life. Kenya and I went to the theater at home and watched some movies. I missed her and was glad she came today. Before Veronica and Kenya returned home, I asked Veronica if she wanted me to bring my parents here for dinner. She burst into tears upon hearing the proposal and hugged me. She said it was the best thing. I smiled at her excitement. That night, I called my mother to talk to her. She answered and said, "Hello." "Hi, Mom," I replied. "Juan, how are you?" she asked excitedly. "I'm fine, how about you and Dad?" I asked. "We're fine, we're just a little tired." "All right." We talked about a few things. I was about to tell her about the surprise I had planned. I was so touched talking to her, even after so much time, I felt like a child. After a few minutes, I decided to end the call. "Good night, Mom," I said. "Good night, son," he said and hung up. I went to my room and lay down to sleep. Rachel. I have a lot to do today. It's already midday on Monday, and I'm feeling the pressure. Thanks to this new agreement, the project started today. Now I understand why this company has been so successful for years. I truly appreciate it. This morning, when I arrived at my desk, I found a bouquet of roses and a letter. It was from Juan. I couldn't help but smile. He had arrived early and left the flowers on my table. It was such a sweet gesture of him. I made him coffee and thanked him for the flowers, to which he responded with a smile. And so the day passed. It was time for lunch. Finally, I grabbed a plate of food and sat down at an empty table. I sighed and picked up my fork to eat, but I noticed two people sitting across from me. When I looked up, I saw Alexis and Katie looking at me with smiles. "Looks like someone forgot us, Katie," Alexis said in a fake sarcastic tone. I smiled at them and replied, "I didn't forget them. It's just that there's a lot of work and I haven't had time." "Oh, don't worry, honey. Alexis is just kidding. We know how busy you are with the new arrangement," Katie said, nodding her head. "How was London?" "The gentleman never takes anyone on his business trips," Alexis commented, somewhat confused. "Really? But he said, if you're my assistant now, you have to come." Alexis's face changed, as if she had discovered a mystery, and she began to smile mischievously. "Now I understand why you do it," she murmured, although I heard her. "What?" I asked, puzzled. "Oh, nothing. Shall we finish quickly?" "There's a lot of work to do," she said evasively. Katie shook her head, smiling at Alexis's behavior. We finished eating and each of us returned to our apartments. I was returning to work when I received a text from Alexis saying he was coming. Minutes later, he appeared and stopped in front of me. "I have some documents that need the gentleman's signature. I know it's your job, but I need to talk to him, so I'll take them," she said with a sweet smile. I laughed and said yes. He had not yet returned from the meeting. "Wait, Alexis," I called as I was about to open the door. She turned and looked at me in surprise. "The gentleman hasn't returned yet," I said, looking at my watch. "He'll be here in about 15 or 20 minutes. You can wait here if you like." He nodded and sat next to me. "You didn't answer my question at lunch," he said, as I frowned, trying to remember. "I asked you how London was." "Oh, yeah. It went well. We closed the deal quickly, in just 2 days," I replied enthusiastically. She nodded, but she seemed to be thinking about something else. And I wasn't wrong, because her next question left me speechless. If they finished it in 2 days, what did they do on the third day? "The trip was supposed to take 3 days, she asked innocently. I didn't know what to say. We. I looked down and took a deep breath. Maybe I should be honest. I looked at her, and she waited patiently for my answer. "Well, he took me out. We went to an amusement park and then to the London Eye," I said quietly. Alexis's eyes widened at my response. "Did he really take you around London?" she asked, still amazed. I nodded. "Can you pinch me?" she asked suddenly. I looked at her, horrified. Why would she want me to pinch her? "Come on, Rachel, just pinch me. I want to know if this is a dream or if you're really saying it," he insisted. So I agreed and gently pinched his left arm. She let out a small whimper and rubbed the spot where I touched her. "It's real." "Oh my God, it's real," he exclaimed. "No," he actually screamed it. "What's wrong?" I asked, intrigued. He took my hands with emotion and asked, "And then what happened? Did they kiss?" My eyes widened and I felt my face start to burn. I pulled away from his hands and patted my cheeks to cool them. No. We didn't kiss. Why would we? I replied, stuttering. Why was I stuttering? What's going on here? Alexis, what are you doing here? We heard Juan's voice from behind the desk. Hearing this, we both stood up and looked at him. He was looking at us, confused. Seeing his face, I blushed again. Why do I blush when I see him? It's not like we've kissed. I need your signature on some documents, sir, Alexis replied, stretching out the R with a mischievous smile. I also want to talk to you about something important, about someone, he added, giving me a meaningful look as he spoke that last word. Juan looked at her without much expression and nodded. He walked toward his office in silence. Alexis turned to me with a mischievous smile. See you in a few minutes, he said, and walked into his office. I took a few deep breaths before sitting back down and returning to my work. What did Alexis want to talk to you about? Focus on your own thing, Rachel, I told myself. You're right. I shook my head to clear those thoughts and continued working. 15 minutes later, I needed Juan's signature on another document. Alexis still hadn't returned. I hesitated for a moment. Should I come in? Will I be interrupting? Go. You just need his signature. I took the file and knocked softly on the door. Alexis opened it, smiling enthusiastically. Rachel, she said brightly, you can have him all you want. I won't bother you anymore, she added, and walked past me. He stopped, turned his head towards Juan and said with a sly smile. Juan, don't forget to enjoy yourself. If you need help, any kind of help, you know where to find me. Alexis. Juan shouted, making her jump a little in fright. But Alexis just laughed and ran toward the elevator. I turned to Juan and saw him sitting up in his chair, his face completely flushed. His ears were red too. Was he embarrassed? He cleared his throat and sat back down. What do you need? He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, avoiding looking at me. I need your signature on this document, I said, handing him the file. He quickly scanned the contents and signed it. But he didn't return it to me immediately. He accidentally dropped the file and knocked the pencil holder to the floor as well. He grumbled softly and bent down to pick it up. I bent down to help him. He gathered some pens and the file. I took the rest and placed them neatly on the desk. All the while, I noticed him watching me. I was about to leave when he suddenly grabbed my wrist and pulled me toward him. I ended up sitting on his lap. The file fell to the floor again. I froze. His hands were on my waist, holding me firmly from behind. He pulled me closer to him, until my back was against his chest. I tried to wriggle away, but he was stronger than I imagined. He rested his chin on my shoulder and murmured. Why did you hang up on me yesterday? I was just worried about you. It felt good to be so close to him. He was warm. I could hug him all day. You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself, I replied, trying to break free. Then his hand gently moved up and began to run over my face, from my forehead to my chin. I froze, not knowing how to react. The place where his skin touched mine began to tingle. Then he outlined my eyebrows, my nose, my jawline. It was a strange but pleasant sensation. I didn't know what to do or say. My mind screamed at me to leave, but my heart told me otherwise. I wanted to stay, I wanted to feel more of that warmth. And I listened to my heart. I relaxed in his arms and closed my eyes. He pulled me closer, erasing any space between us. I could feel his heartbeat against my back. He brushed his face against my cheek. His stubble tickled me subtly. It was a wonderful feeling. I felt happy. My heart was racing. I knew I liked him, I'd always known. But until now, I'd maintained control. This was different. With him, I felt complete. What was that feeling? I felt him hug me tighter. His right hand caressed my left arm, which I had unwittingly wrapped around his. He moved up slowly, and I shivered at the touch. What was wrong with me? Why couldn't I resist him like I did with others? His hand reached my shoulder, then my chin. He slowly turned my face to the right. I could feel his breath on mine. Was he going to kiss me? What should I do? He was the only man I'd ever kissed. Was I ready to do it again? His lips were so close to mine, when suddenly a voice interrupted everything. What's going on here? At that moment, I snapped back to reality. I opened my eyes, pulled away from Juan, and stood up from his lap. This time, he didn't stop me. I looked up and saw Alex standing in the doorway, completely surprised. How could I not have heard it open? I picked up the file from the floor without looking at Juan and hurried out of there. I walked past Alex without stopping, straight into the kitchen. I dropped the file on the table and placed a hand on my chest, trying to calm my heart. I rubbed my face and leaned on the table, confused. What had just happened? How did I let it all get so far gone? I have to control my feelings. It's been 7 years, and I still like it. Why? Why? I can't control myself when he's around. The first time I followed my heart, I ended up heartbroken. I don't want that to happen again. I can't face him or Alex now. I have to go. I returned to my desk, wrote a quick note, and taped it to my laptop. I packed my things and left the building. My mind was in turmoil. Should I stay away from him, or let him into my life? Juan. I was about to kiss her when suddenly someone screamed. What the hell? At that moment, she pulled away from me and hurriedly stood up. I felt her slipping away from me, and I already missed her, even though it had only been a few seconds. He looked toward the door, picked up the folder that had fallen to the floor, and ran out without even looking at me again. I was so close, so happy to have the chance to kiss her again, but of course, it had to be ruined. Who the hell had to interrupt us? I felt a surge of fury. I turned toward the door, glaring at the intruder. And, of course, it could be none other than my best friend. He won't get away unscathed today. Are you serious? What I just saw wasn't a dream, right? He exclaimed, rubbing his eyes as if he still couldn't believe what he'd witnessed. I looked at him with an expression that clearly said, I'm not in the mood. He slammed the door shut and leaned his head against it. Then he rubbed it, still confused. No, it definitely wasn't a dream. And that means you were about to kiss Rachel. This is a miracle, he said, still in shock. Did it seem so incredible? If you hadn't interrupted us, I'd be kissing her right now instead of listening to you talk nonsense, I replied with obvious irritation. Calm down, brother, calm down, he said, raising his hands. I didn't expect to find this scene when I walked in. Every time I walk by here, you're buried in work like a madman, he added as he slumped into a chair. I ran a hand through my hair, frustrated. What's Rachel thinking now? Did she regret being so close to me? Would she have kissed me back? A whirlwind of thoughts invaded my mind. Did you have to ruin it? When you saw us, why didn't you just turn around and walk away? I said in a cold voice. You can't blame me. In all the time I've known you, I've never once seen you look at a girl. Not once. There was a moment when I thought, well, you know. I gave him a stern look, but he ignored me and kept talking. And when I saw you about to kiss Rachel, I just froze. What's so special about her that the others aren't? He asked, raising his eyebrows mischievously. She's just special, I answered, sincerely. Understood, he said, standing up. He walked towards the door, but before leaving, he turned around with a mischievous smile and said, but I have to see her, and bother her a little. He ran off before I could stop him. Alex, don't do anything stupid. I shouted, and chased after him. But when I got to the hallway, I found only him, standing there, holding a note. He was reading it with a frown. I looked around, searching for Rachel, but she wasn't there. Alex silently handed me the paper. I took it and read it. Sir, you have a meeting with important clients at 4 in the afternoon. After that, your schedule is free. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'm leaving early. Sincerely. His assistant. Rachel Zegler. Rage began to boil inside me. He left. That could only mean one thing, he regretted it. He doesn't feel the same way about me. I squeezed the note tightly, crumpling it, and threw it angrily onto the hallway floor. How could he run away like that? Did he feel nothing? But if he didn't feel anything, why did he melt in my arms? I turned around, intending to go back to my office, but I stopped. Alex was still there, and I needed to be alone. Alex, go. I need to be alone. I'll call you later, I said. I opened the door, stepped inside, and slammed it shut behind me. My meeting with Rachel. I stood in front of the desk and slid my hands across its surface, making everything fall to the floor with a loud clatter. I sat back in the chair, trying to calm myself. I could still feel the softness of her skin beneath my fingers. Her image was etched in my mind, the contours of her face, the way she melted in my arms, the way she closed her eyes as we held her. I remembered when she helped me pick up the pens, gently arranging them in order. I couldn't take my eyes off her. I wanted to be near her, so I pulled her toward me. I felt her tremble at my touch. Each touch made my heart race, so much so that I could hear hers too. If she'd felt something, why did she run away? I couldn't even see his expression as he left. What if no one had interrupted us? Maybe our lips would have met. I would have known what I felt. Even Alexis found out about his feelings for Rachel. She didn't stop teasing him until Rachel knocked on the door. Did you really do that? Alexis asked, making me blush. And, of course, she couldn't resist one last comment as she left the office. My face burned just thinking about it. I hoped Rachel hadn't gotten the hint. I have to talk to her. Tomorrow, when I get to the office. I got up and tidied up the place. Fortunately, the laptop wasn't damaged. After making sure everything was in its place, I washed my face in the bathroom. There were only 15 minutes left until the meeting. I gathered the necessary files and headed to the meeting room. The meeting went on longer than expected. When I returned, I immersed myself in work to avoid thinking about her. That night, the walk home was filled with memories of him. I didn't even eat dinner, I just slept. The next day, I arrived at the usual time, expecting to see Rachel. But as I got off the elevator, I ran into Alexis. "Good morning," she said, smiling, from her desk. I responded with a curt nod and locked myself in my office. Rachel must be making my coffee, I thought. Minutes later, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," I said expectantly. But it wasn't Rachel. It was Alexis, holding a steaming mug. "What a welcome." "I should feel flattered," she commented sarcastically, placing her coffee on the desk. "Where's Rachel?" I asked, making no secret of my disappointment. Alexis put a hand on her chest, feigning drama. "Have you forgotten me already? I was the one who brought you coffee before her. What spell did she cast on you?" "Seriously, Alexis. Where is she?" "She left early yesterday on important business. She called this morning. She's sick," she explained. "But she won't leave any work pending, she already mailed everything." "It's incredible, isn't it?" My expression remained impassive. "I registered only one thing: he won't be coming today." "So, you're not coming?" I persisted. Alexis looked at me like I was crazy, then gave a wicked smile. "Sweetheart. Someone's missing their adorable assistant," she crooned. "Shut up, Alexis. It's not what you think. Don't you have work to do?" I retorted, concentrating on my emails. "Don't worry, I won't tell Rachel that her boss misses her," she replied mockingly before leaving. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. "Are you embarrassed to see me? Did I go too far by kissing you? I should have waited. It must be those hormones. I look like a teenager. Maybe she hates me. Or maybe she really is sick. But if she doesn't show up tomorrow, I'll go to her house. I need to apologize. She just wanted friendship, and I ruined everything." I took a sip of coffee and grumbled under my breath. "Too hot. It doesn't taste like Rachel's." In just a week, I'd become addicted to her brew. 2 days later, Rachel was still absent. Sick again. It was obvious she was avoiding me. But I wouldn't give up. That night I would go to her apartment. At 8 o'clock sharp, he was already standing at her door, with a box of chocolates in his pocket, just in case. "I'm coming," I heard from inside, followed by a slight cough. The door opened, and there she was, pale, with a red nose, wrapped in a baggy t-shirt. "What are you doing here?" she asked, astonished. "Rachel. I'm in my room finishing up some pending tasks. I'm organizing Juan's itinerary for tomorrow. It's already 8:30 at night." I took a tissue and blew my nose. This cold won't let me go. I haven't been to the office for 2 days. One, because of this annoying cold, and the other, to avoid running into Juan. I've been mulling over whether I should let him back into my life or walk away for good. And I decided to walk away. I can't afford to be naive again. Ever since I ran out of his office, I haven't stopped thinking about him. So, in a desperate attempt to get him out of my mind, I ran to the nearest store, bought 5 tubs of my favorite ice cream, each with a different flavor, and immersed myself in a marathon of my favorite movies. I got so wrapped up in movies that, without realizing it, I ate all the ice cream. Yes, all of it. The next day, I woke up with a fever and congestion. And just like that, I fell prey to the flu. I called Alexis to ask for the day off. And at the same time, I avoided seeing Juan. I felt a certain relief knowing I wouldn't have to face him. What happened in his office is still vividly on my mind. That scene never leaves my mind. The next day, things were much the same. The fever had gone down a bit, but the cold was still there, persistent. "That's what you get for eating 5 tubs of ice cream," my conscience reproached me. I got the lesson, can you stop? I don't see why I should. Besides, remember, you can't avoid Juan forever, she replied sarcastically. Who said I'm avoiding him? Really? You could have gone to the office today. It's just a cold. You didn't have a fever this morning. Don't try to fool me, she chided me in an "I told you so" tone. Okay, you caught me. I'm avoiding him. Happy? A lot, he replied in a mocking tone. At that moment, I heard a knock on my apartment door. I looked at the clock. Who could it be at this hour? I wondered. I got up and went to open it. And, to my surprise, there was Juan, standing there in his work clothes. Had he come straight from the office? What are you doing here? I asked, still stunned. He didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand and gently placed it on my forehead to check my temperature. I stepped back a little, uncomfortable. What are you doing? I asked, just before sneezing. I rubbed my nose, trying to relieve the itch. Are you okay? Alexis told me you weren't feeling well, he said, watching me intently, though I noticed his eyes weren't moving. They kept moving down, until I realized he was staring at my clothes. I looked down. My eyes widened. Oh my God. I was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt. And worse, I wasn't wearing a bra. Then his eyes fell on my chest, and I could tell he noticed my oversight. He quickly looked away and coughed in discomfort. His face began to redden. I crossed my arms in front of my chest, turned, and headed back to my room. I stopped at the door without turning to him. I'll be back in a minute. Come in and close the door, please, I said before running to the closet. I wasn't expecting any visitors today. When I'm alone, I like to feel free and comfortable. I quickly put on my bra and sneezed again. I didn't change my clothes, I was comfortable like that. If he doesn't like it, he can leave. When I came out, I saw him sitting on the sofa. He had already taken off his jacket, which was neatly folded beside him. He looked up when he saw me leave. I went to a single chair and sat down, placing a cushion on my legs. Juan cleared his throat and asked, "How do you feel?" "Fine, although the cold is still causing trouble," I replied. "Did you take the medicine?" "Yeah." We sat in silence for a few minutes. He looked around the living room while I fiddled with the pillow on my lap. Suddenly, he broke the silence. "I thought you were avoiding me because of what happened at the office," he said softly. I looked up and noticed he was already looking at me. I looked away immediately. Should I lie to him? Maybe yes, maybe not. "I had the flu yesterday and today," I replied, without looking at him. He let out a sigh. "Look, what happened at the office." "I'm really sorry," he said, and when I looked up, I noticed his focus was on his hands resting in his lap. "I know it was my mistake to behave like that. You gave me another chance by wanting to be friends, and I crossed a line. I don't know what came over me at that moment." He took out his coat, reached into one of the pockets, and pulled out 2 packets of my favorite chocolate. He still remembered. "I bought this to apologize," he said, handing me the chocolates. "Since you brought chocolates, you're forgiven," I said, smiling as I took them. I opened one immediately and tasted it. I closed my eyes, savoring the taste. I heard him chuckle softly. "Do you still remember which one is my favorite?" I asked, taking another bite. "How could I forget?" he said with a smile. "You're the one I think about most lately," I heard him whisper, though I couldn't quite make out. "Did you say something?" I asked. "No, nothing," he replied quickly. At that moment I sneezed again. "Did you have dinner and take your medicine?" he asked me. "No," I replied without looking at him, more focused on my hot chocolate. But suddenly, he took it out of my hands. I looked at him in surprise. He was standing in front of me, holding my hot chocolate up high. I stood up trying to get it back, but he held it out of my reach. I jumped several times. "Juan, give it back. You gave it to me, now it's mine," I exclaimed after several attempts. "Princess, this isn't the time for sweets. Besides, you said you haven't had dinner. So..." He leaned toward me and, with his thumb, gently wiped the corner of my lips. "When you're done with dinner, you can have your hot chocolate." "Okay." I nodded, speechless, paralyzed by how close he was. Then he put his thumb to his mouth and commented with a mischievous smile. "Well, now I understand why you like it so much. It's delicious. Although I think it's even sweeter because just..." He didn't finish his sentence. I interrupted him by hitting him with the cushion. "You're an idiot," I shouted, laughing lightly as I hit him. He laughed as he covered himself. "If you don't calm down, I won't give you back your chocolate," he threatened, still laughing. I stopped immediately, my eyes wide open. This wasn't a game to me. "You wouldn't dare." "Of course. But if you have dinner, you'll get it back," she said, crossing her arms resolutely. "Okay. But I haven't prepared anything, and I don't feel like it," I confessed. "If I hadn't come today, you wouldn't have even eaten, right?" he said, looking at me seriously. I looked down. He'd spotted me. "Rachel, you have the flu. You need to get better, and to do that, you need to eat and take your medicine," she scolded me in a tender voice, as if she were talking to a child. "Okay, I'll have dinner. But on one condition, could you make dinner?" I asked with pleading eyes, just like Eve taught me. He let out a resigned sigh. "All right." I smiled enthusiastically. He put the chocolate in the refrigerator and went to get the ingredients. I sneaked up to the refrigerator, but as soon as I opened it, he closed it behind me. I turned around with an innocent smile. He shook his head and smiled mischievously. "You can't fool me, princess. Be a dear and stay away from here until I'm done cooking," he ordered. I nodded with a smile. While he was cooking, I sat at the kitchen counter watching him. We started talking about anything and everything, laughing and enjoying the moment. Being with him made me feel good. It was like going back to high school. Someone said she'd walk away from him, but it seems the opposite is happening, my heart whispered to me. "Silence," I replied. I cleaned up a bit while he remained in the kitchen. I sneezed a few more times. When did he learn to cook so well? When he finished, he served the food and carried it into the living room. Then he returned with a bowl. "Take this, it'll help with the flu," he said, handing me a warm soup. I tried it. It was delicious. When I finished, we started dinner. "How did you learn to cook like this?" I asked when we were done. He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Veronica taught me the basics. And in my free time, I learned some recipes on my own." I smiled. It was nice to see him like that, shyly talking about his new skill. "You're a very good cook." Everything was delicious. "Even that day, the pasta you made was incredible," I told him. He smiled sincerely. Then I took my medicine and went to rinse the dishes. No, he said, appearing at my side. He took the plates from my hands. You go rest. I'll take care of this. You need to rest, he added, gently pushing me. At least let me help. You cooked, I can't let you do everything, I insisted, but he pushed me away again. If you don't leave now, I'll eat the rest of your chocolates, he threatened with a mischievous smile. I covered my mouth in surrender and walked straight to my room, hearing his laughter from the kitchen. I tidied up the bed a bit and got ready for bed. I guess the medicine was working to help me fall asleep pretty quickly. I opened my eyes sleepily as I felt someone stroke my hair. It was Juan. Sorry to wake you. I'm going home, but I wanted to let you know before I leave, he said with a small smile. I looked at the clock, it was almost midnight. I looked at him again. Stay, I murmured, closing my eyes as I slid to the side of the bed, making room for him. I didn't quite know what I was doing, the medicine had me half wild. I took his hand and brought it to my cheek to make sure he wouldn't leave. I heard him inhale deeply. It's late, don't go, I whispered, half asleep. Stay. His hand was warm. I heard soft movements, and soon I felt a figure beside me. I let go of his hand and moved closer to that warmth. Someone gently lifted my head and placed it on something firm but comforting. I fell asleep instantly, feeling a warm weight around my waist. It was the best dream I've ever had. I dreamed I was lying next to Rachel, holding her in my arms. I opened my eyes with a smile on my face, but when I looked around, I realized I wasn't in my room. Where am I? I tried to get up, but something, or someone, was holding me down. I looked down and saw Rachel sleeping peacefully on my chest. So it wasn't a dream. Then I remembered what had happened the night before. Last night was the best night ever. After apologizing, making her dinner, and joking around a bit, she asked me to stay because it was late. Even though she was exhausted, she held my hand tightly, as if she was afraid I'd leave in her sleep. I took off my shoes and laid down next to her. As soon as I was close, she snuggled up to me. I couldn't help but smile. The bed was a single, too small for both of us, but being so close to her was perfect. We hadn't been so close together, not even on the plane. Half of her body rested on top of mine, with one arm wrapped around me in a firm embrace. Our legs were intertwined, and I held her with my right arm. Gently, I brushed a strand of hair away from her face and placed a kiss on her forehead. Gently, I released her hand and laid her head back on the pillow without waking her. I stood up and looked at her, she was adorable. I knew now that she was a person who slept soundly. I sat beside her, gazing at her, until I couldn't resist. I leaned in and kissed her cheek. She frowned, rubbed the spot where my lips had been, perhaps my beard tickled her, and, with a small pout, went back to sleep. Her lips seemed to invite me to kiss them again. I stared at her for a few more minutes before giving in. This time, my lips met hers, and I felt a lurch in my stomach. Are these things really happening to me? I didn't move, afraid of waking her, but just as I was about to pull away, her hands wrapped around my neck and she began to kiss me back. What is this girl doing to me? I couldn't help but respond, lost in a sweet and gentle exchange. I placed my hands on the sides of her body so as not to crush her, but she pulled me closer, until I was on top of her. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Her hands explored my back, causing a moan to escape my lips. She will be my downfall. My fingers ran down her waist, and hearing her moan in pleasure, I kissed her even more fervently. My lips descended over her chin, her jaw, and finally her neck. Juan. She whispered, arching toward me. That brought me back to reality. I pulled away, nervous about her reaction, but when I saw her face, I froze. She was still asleep. A satisfied expression, a smile on his lips, and his hands were still caressing my back. Before I could react, he slid his fingers under my shirt, tracing every muscle. When he found my abs, he moaned my name again. I don't know what to do. She wasn't aware of anything, dreaming about me. Suddenly, he pulled me back to his lips, initiating another passionate kiss. How can he melt me like this, even in my sleep? We became a whirlwind of moans and caresses. It was a fiery scene, and she didn't even know it. I know this isn't right, but who could resist? Thinking of me. I think we kissed for a few minutes. We were both quite worked up, and I dare say the neighbors might have heard us. When she felt exhausted, she fell back asleep. I still lay beside her, stroking her cheek and gazing at her face. Her lips were swollen from the intensity of the moment, and mine too, probably. I gave her a gentle kiss before sitting up. I looked down and noticed a few buttons on my shirt were undone. When did that happen? I blushed at the thought. She has a bold side I hadn't known about. I went to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. My face radiated happiness, and I couldn't stop grinning like a fool. I noticed my lips were visibly swollen. Then I saw a red mark on the right side of my neck. I leaned closer to the mirror to get a better look. It was a hickey. I opened my eyes in surprise. When did that happen? I'd been careful not to leave any marks so as not to embarrass her, but I couldn't remember when she'd started kissing me like that. Still, it was intense. My girl is more daring than I thought, and that made me feel like I was on cloud nine. She was dreaming about me. It had been so long since I'd been kissed like that. I found a spare toothbrush in the cabinet, so I quickly brushed my teeth, washed my face, and buttoned my shirt properly. I didn't want her to see the mark. I checked it in the mirror. It wasn't very visible, except when I turned my neck. I went to the kitchen and started making breakfast. 15 minutes later, I heard footsteps behind me. I turned and saw Rachel coming in, rubbing her eyes. My eyes automatically went to her lips, and my face heated up. What am I thinking? I shook my head and looked back at the stove. I cleared my throat. Focus, Juan, focus. What are you doing here? I thought you left last night, he asked. He didn't seem to remember that he'd asked me to stay. Without turning around, I continued cooking. I was about to leave, but you said it was late and I'd better stay, I replied calmly. Really? She exclaimed in surprise. Did I say that? Well, it's fine. How did you sleep on the couch? I hope it wasn't uncomfortable, she asked somewhat nervously. She seemed to remember nothing. And maybe that's for the best. On one hand, I was relieved that he didn't know. On the other, I was sad that he didn't remember that kiss. Yes, I replied, my voice a little raspy. I cleared my throat. I slept well. It wasn't uncomfortable, I said sincerely, then turned to her. And you, how did you sleep? I saw his face redden. Did he remember? Then he replied. I slept better than ever yesterday, although I had a very strange dream. I raised my eyebrows as if I didn't know what he was talking about, pretending to be calm. What did you dream about? I asked with a mischievous smile, deciding to joke around a little. Did you dream about me? His face turned scarlet. What? No. Why would I dream about you? She said, avoiding my gaze. I'm going to get ready for the office, and ran off to the bathroom. I chuckled softly, even though my face was just as flushed. I couldn't get his lips or the memory of his hands caressing my chest out of my head. That scene played over and over again in my mind. Why is your face so red? Are you feeling okay? I heard her voice beside me. She was worried. She reached up to my forehead to take my temperature. I gently took her hand and looked at it. I'm fine, I said, clearing my throat. It's just. I let go of her hand and fanned myself. It's so hot in here. Then I noticed her outfit. She was wearing a knee-length black dress that looked amazing on her, paired with a gray jacket. She looked incredible. I quickly looked away and cleared my throat again. Let's not talk about me. Let's go have breakfast. How are you feeling today? He sat down in front of me and looked at me closely. I'm fine, better in fact. But, are you sure you're okay? Your face is flushed and you're constantly clearing your throat, she said with genuine concern. Why can't I stop blushing? And her dress doesn't help. Gosh, Rachel, only you can do that to me. Her voice brought me out of my thoughts. I looked at her, and she looked back at me uneasily. Yes, as I was saying, Princess, it's very hot in here, I said, glancing at her dress again briefly. Then we should have a quick breakfast and head out. You'll be better off outside, she said, and began eating casually. It's too obvious. We had breakfast and then headed off to work. In the car, he asked me. And what will you do with your clothes? You can't work like this all day. I'll take a shower in the office. I have a spare set of clothes there, I replied with a shrug. She nodded in agreement. We arrived at the building and went up to my floor. I told her I'd call her when I was ready. I went into the bathroom, took off my clothes, and looked at myself in the mirror again. I noticed the mark on my neck, and smiled. I took a quick shower and put on my pants. Just as I was about to put on my shirt, I heard my cell phone ring in the office. I put one arm in the sleeve and, with my other hand, opened the bathroom door. Just then, my office door opened and Alexis walked in. When she saw me, she raised an eyebrow. Are you showering here? Didn't you go home last night? She asked, surprised. I ignored the phone and started to button my shirt. But then she abruptly approached, pulled my shirt down a bit, and looked at my neck. Oh my God, it can't be. I realized I was looking at the mark on my neck and I was literally screaming from the shock. I think Rachel heard the commotion and ran into the office. I'm in trouble. Rachel. I was at my desk trying to concentrate on work, but my mind kept wandering away from the tasks at hand. I couldn't stop thinking about the dream I had last night. Juan was in the apartment, probably taking a shower at the time. I still don't understand how I ended up letting him stay at my house. I was so sleepy I didn't even pay attention to what I said. And now, I'm so embarrassed thinking about that intense dream. Seriously. Did I have to dream about something like that? The worst part was that it felt so real, as if it were actually happening and I had no control over it. Can you believe it? I dreamed I kissed Juan. I don't know how it started, but suddenly I felt soft lips on mine, and I just went with the flow. I realized it was a dream when I breathed his name. I just hope he didn't hear me from the living room. At least, in the dream I kissed him, but something doesn't add up. It doesn't seem like it was just a dream. It felt too vivid. What if it really happened? What if Juan kissed me while I was sleeping? What a pain. Why do I have to sleep so soundly that I don't even notice what's going on around me? But no, if something like that had happened, he would have told me, right? Also, he was acting strange this morning. I thought maybe he was sick, but he keeps telling me he's fine. I don't know, this uncertainty is killing me. I let out a frustrated sigh and leaned my head on the desk, trying to think of what to do. Hi, Rachel, how are you? I heard a voice that abruptly pulled me from my thoughts. I sat up straight, surprised, and put my hand to my chest to calm my racing heart. I looked up and saw Alexis, who was watching me with a worried expression. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, he said in a kind tone. Okay, I'm all right now, I replied, returning to my work. So what brings you here? Do you have any papers to sign? I asked, trying to appear calm. Yes, she replied, approaching the office door. I stopped her before she entered. Wait a bit. Maybe you should wait a few minutes. He could be in the shower, I said, somewhat uncomfortably. In the shower? At this hour? He's not even home. How do you know he's in the shower? She asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. I looked away, not knowing what to say. I stammered, trying to find words. Don't worry, Rachel. I'll ask him directly, she said, entering the office. She left the door ajar, so I could only hear murmurs. Seconds later, a scream echoed in the air. Oh my God. It can't be. I shot up from my chair and ran into the office. As I entered, I saw Alexis lightly gripping Juan's shirt collar, as if she'd seen something surprising, while he hurriedly buttoned it up. What's going on? Alexis is married. Calm down, Rachel, it's probably a misunderstanding. Upon noticing my presence, Juan immediately separated from Alexis, turning his back on us as he quickly finished dressing. Alexis stood with her mouth open, wordless. What could she have seen that shocked her so much? Is it a C? Alexis began, but stopped when Juan, surprised, covered her mouth. Juan let out a nervous laugh and avoided looking at me. Alexis continued talking, but it was all in an incomprehensible mumble. Suddenly, Juan's expression changed completely to a mixture of horror and disgust, and he quickly pulled his hand away. That's disgusting, Alexis. Did you just lick my hand? He exclaimed in disgust as he wiped it on her shoulder. She instantly stepped back, not knowing where to hide. That's what you get for covering my mouth, sir. Can you explain to me what that was I just saw? And why did you shower here? Alexis asked, crossing his arms in front of him defiantly. Juan looked at her angrily. It's none of your business where I was. She didn't flinch and waited patiently for his response, tapping her foot on the floor. They stared at each other, as if engaged in a silent duel. I, for my part, stood by the door, uncomfortably watching them. Their dynamic clearly went beyond that of a boss and his employee. They argued like brothers. After a few minutes, Juan looked down, exhaled in defeat, and looked up at Alexis, who was smiling triumphantly. Who can beat a woman? Well, I didn't go home last night, he said, hiding part of the truth. Would he reveal he'd been at my apartment? She gave him a withering look, and he threw up his hands in surrender. Okay. I was at Rachel's yesterday. Upon hearing my name, Alexis turned to me, surprised. I looked down, embarrassed. Were you at Rachel's? Why? She asked, giving Juan a questioning look. You said she'd been sick for 2 days. I went to check on her. We talked, and it got late, so she asked me to stay, he explained sincerely. Suddenly, Alexis's expression changed to a mischievous smile. Oh. So you went to check on her? Juan nodded. And you had a great time, didn't you? He added, waggling his eyebrows knowingly. Juan's face turned red. I looked at them, confused, until Alexis turned to me, her eyes mischievous. Rachel, you should, she began, but Juan interrupted her. Miss Zegler, could you bring me my morning coffee? He said in a professional tone. I nodded and headed into the kitchen, wondering what Alexis was going to say. I made her coffee and, when I returned to her office, I found her leaving, beaming. Seriously, Rachel, I thought you were innocent, but I see you're not, he commented, walking past me toward the elevator. Just as I was about to open the office door, Alexis called me from down the hall. Rachel. You should learn to control yourself. I know he's your man, but you don't have to show him to everyone, she said, laughing at my bewildered expression. You're so naive. I froze. Your man. I liked the sound of that. No, Rachel. Focus. You need to stay away from him. But I work for him. How could I avoid it? I shook off the thought and knocked on the door. Go ahead, he replied. I left the coffee on his desk. After a sip, he closed his eyes, relieved. I decided to ask him. Sir, may I ask you a question? He nodded. Alexis said I should get a grip. What did she mean? He coughed abruptly, putting down the cup. Had he said something wrong? Don't pay attention to him. He must be joking, he replied nervously. Bring me the agenda. If I don't have meetings this morning, I have something important to do. I noticed a hint of mischief in his voice. I handed him the schedule. I have a meeting at 3. Until then, time for my revenge, he murmured with a wicked smile that made my skin crawl. Then he looked at me sweetly. Princess, I need you to buy these items within the hour. He handed me a list and his card. Among the items was flour. What for? Within an hour, I returned with everything. Juan took the bag, kissed me on the forehead, and said, Thank you, Princess. Now get back to work. I'll call you later, I don't want you to discover my secret. I froze. What had just happened? A moment later, the door to his office swung open. Juan came out with a giant gift box and placed it on my desk. What's this? I asked, curious. A gift I made myself for my secretary Alexis, he replied, but his tone betrayed ill intentions. From your voice, I know it's something bad, I said, suspicious. You're very clever, Princess, he admitted, smiling. Come with me. I'll show you sweet revenge. I followed him to Alexis's apartment. He left the box on her desk and asked a colleague to distract her. When she returned and opened the gift, an explosion of flour covered her completely. We laughed uncontrollably, but noticing his murderous gaze, Juan shouted. Runs. Episode 5. We were working here, and then this happened, I said with a slight shrug. Okay, I'll go now. Bye, I waved before sitting down, watching his face. I picked up the magazine from the table and began flipping through the pages. My fingers wandered through his hair without really knowing why, but the sensation was pleasant. His hair was soft. Almost without thinking, I pressed a kiss to his forehead. He exhaled in relief, and I smiled at him. An hour later, he began to move. He pulled away from me and rolled onto his back, though his eyes remained closed. I touched his shoulder and murmured. Juan, wake up. He half opened his eyes, still sleepy, and looked at me with a smile. Are you really my destiny, or am I dreaming? I ignored his comment about fate and replied, I'm real, for your information. Hearing my voice, his eyes shot open. He sat up suddenly and looked around, bewildered. Geez, I fell asleep at the office, he mumbled, running his fingers through his hair. What time is it? It's already 6:30, I replied, stretching my legs, which had begun to go numb from lack of movement. Gosh, I have a lot to do. I have to call the designers and go shopping. Everything has to be ready by tomorrow, he said, visibly agitated. Calm down. Call now to let them know, while I gather my things and get ready. Then we'll leave together. I looked at the laptop and added, does this design look good to you? That's perfect. I'll make the call right now, he nodded, picking up his phone. I stood up and left his office. I started packing up my belongings, closed my computer, and tidied up my desk. Just then, Juan appeared in the doorway. Ready to go? He asked. I nodded, and together we took the elevator down to the parking lot. As we got into his car, Juan started the engine, and we headed off toward the mall. During the drive, he gave me a quick glance. Thanks for today. I didn't know I'd, break down like this, she confessed, with a hint of embarrassment. No problem. I'll always be here for you, I replied with a smile. He reciprocated the gesture and continued driving. Upon arriving, he parked and we got out of the car. After making sure the lock was locked, he said, I have a shopping list. I could have asked someone else to do it, but I wanted to experience it. I smiled, hiding myself for a moment, and extended my hand. The list? I asked. He nodded and took a piece of paper out of his jacket, placing it in my palm. I looked it over and pointed forward. Follow me, I know the best store for this, I said, walking purposefully. One chuckled and joked. Are you that bossy when it comes to shopping? Not always. It's just because I know the place. This list is for paintings and household items, and I'm good at that. But when it comes to clothes, Eve is the expert, I replied, shrugging as I stopped in front of the store. Shall we begin? Yes, he agreed. We walked in and started browsing. The list wasn't long, but Juan didn't care about prices. If he liked something, he bought it without hesitation. What a millionaire's life, I thought. After visiting several stores, we found everything. I wondered what surprise she was planning and if I'd get a chance to see her. All right. I've already paid, so the items will arrive tomorrow with the workers, he announced. I nodded and headed toward the elevator, but Juan stopped me by gently grabbing my wrist. Where are you going? He asked. Aren't we going home? I replied, confused. He shook his head. We're done with the list, but I still have to buy clothes. I haven't done that in a while, so, let's go. He led me toward a men's fashion store, despite my protests. Juan, it's late. Can't it wait? I complained. No. Since we're here, I'll do it today. I don't want to put it off, he insisted, entering Giorgio Armani. Wow, best place for men's clothing. As soon as we entered, an employee approached us with deference. Good evening, Mr. Torres. Would you like to see our new collections? The manager asked, as indicated by his name badge. Show them to me, Juan asked firmly, walking as the man led the way. Since he continued to hold my wrist and I didn't move, he noticed the resistance. Noticing, he immediately let go of my hand and looked at me. How does he know your name? I asked, intrigued. He just gave a mocking smile, and I narrowed my eyes. I'm a billionaire, everyone knows me. And I come here often, he explained before following the manager. I snorted and joined them, hoping he'd choose quickly. Men tend to be practical about this, I thought. Is this your house? Rachel asked, her voice a mixture of wonder and excitement. I looked at her and noticed she was completely shocked. I nodded as I got out of the car. I walked around to her door and opened it for her. She was still staring at the house, her eyes wide, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Finally, she turned to me, got out of the car, and took a few steps before letting out a little squeal of excitement. It's beautiful, Juan. It's simply beautiful. I've always dreamed of seeing a mansion this close up. Can we go inside now? I'm dying to see the inside. I laughed at her overwhelming excitement. She could barely stay still, her feet kept moving with excitement. For a bit of fun, I started walking very slowly toward the door. Turtle. I know perfectly well you're doing this on purpose, she said, laughing as she took my hand and dragged me along with her, quickening her pace. We reached the door together. I let go of her hand to take out the key and open it. As we entered, Rachel marveled, carefully examining every corner. Wow! He whispered, still looking around. Thanks. Do you like it? I asked with a smile. She looked at me and responded with contagious energy. Like it? I love it. I'm fascinated, she exclaimed, and approached the fireplace in the living room. She reached out a hand toward the fire and then brought it to her face, as if to confirm that it was all real. I sat down on one of the sofas while I called one of the service staff. She arrived right away. There are several suitcases in the car. Take them to my room. Ask a couple more people to help me, I instructed. The woman nodded and left, accompanied by 2 others. Rachel came to sit next to me. When did you buy this house? He asked curiously. I bought it a few years ago, when I started earning my own income. But I only started living here a few months ago. She looked at me in surprise. You mean you bought it all by yourself? With your own money? I nodded with a smile. Wow. And how long have you been working? This house must have cost a fortune. Since I finished high school. My father entrusted me with part of his company, so while I was studying, I also took on that responsibility. I've been self-employed since I was 18. Impressive, you took on a lot of responsibilities since you were young, she commented in admiration. Well, now let's have dinner and then rest. We have a busy day tomorrow, I said, standing up to heat up the food on the stove. We ate dinner in silence, but I noticed how Rachel kept looking around the kitchen with an excited expression. There was a special sparkle in her eyes. When we were done, I led her upstairs to a guest room next to mine. I opened the door and invited her in. You'll sleep here. I'll wake you up tomorrow. Good night, princess, I said, looking into her eyes. Good night, she replied sweetly. I closed the door softly and went to my room. All my suitcases were already organized in my closet. I called my parents to talk about our upcoming dinner. Then I took a shower and, when I got out, I put on some sweatpants and a t-shirt. I sat down on the bed and noticed a couple of bags nearby. I opened one and found the dress I had bought for Rachel when I excused myself to use the bathroom during our outing. I was planning to give it to her tomorrow, so I left it on the nightstand. I assumed the other bag was hers, probably with her pajamas, so I decided to take it to her. I walked to his room and, as I opened the door, I said, "Sorry, your bag was." But I was speechless when I saw her. Rachel was standing, wrapped only in a towel. I froze, shocked. Her still wet hair fell over her shoulders, and her expression was one of pure shock. The towel covered her thighs, and she was holding it with both hands, clearly embarrassed by the unexpected situation. Then, with a nervous cry, she quickly covered herself while I, embarrassed, immediately turned around and left, closing the door behind me. "Juan! Don't you know how to knock?" she exclaimed in surprise. "And stop looking at me like that." I came to myself immediately, turned around hastily and said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry. I just came to get your bag. It was in my room," I replied, my face burning with embarrassment. I dropped my bag on the floor and practically ran out, closing the door behind me. I went straight to my room and into the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm myself down. "Juan, you didn't see anything. Calm down," I told myself, even though my body seemed to be ignoring the reason. A strange feeling ran through me as I remembered her. I had already showered a little while ago. Now I had no choice but to take a cold shower. I quickly took off my clothes and went back into the shower. Afterward, I put on some comfortable clothes and lay down on the bed. But sleep wouldn't come. I kept imagining her wrapped in the towel. I tossed and turned until finally, around 2 in the morning, I managed to fall asleep. I woke up to the sound of my alarm. I looked at the clock. It was 8 o'clock. I had set my alarm later than usual, since I slept in quite late due to, well, you know. I got up, went to the bathroom, and brushed my teeth. Shortly after, I headed to the kitchen while putting on a t-shirt. When I got there, I saw Veronica preparing breakfast. I went over and kissed her on the cheek. "Good morning," I said with a smile. "Good morning, dear," she replied kindly, serving a plate for me. "Could you prepare another plate?" I asked as I grabbed mine and headed toward the dining room. She looked at me strangely, but began serving the second course. "So why do you want another plate?" "You already have yours," he asked as he approached with the other portion. "It's not for me, it's for Rachel." "I'm going to wake her up," I replied as I began to eat. I looked at her and noticed her confused expression. "You mean the girl I met at your office?" I nodded after swallowing the bite. "Great. I'll wake her up myself." "I'd like to see her," she said excitedly. She was about to turn around when I stopped her. "I hope you remember the surprise I told you about," I said. She nodded. "They're coming for dinner tonight. Do you think they'll accept the surprise?" She smiled and stroked my hair tenderly. "Knowing them, I'm sure they do." "Now finish your breakfast," he encouraged me. "Fine. But today I'm cooking. I want to impress them, both my parents, and someone else," I said with a somewhat shy smile. She let out a laugh. "Of course. I'll be right back," he replied, leaving the kitchen. I finished breakfast and went into the living room. Just as I sat down on the sofa, the doorbell rang. I got up and went to open the door. In front of me stood a man with some workers carrying materials. "Mr. Torres, Miss Jones sent us to start the job as soon as possible," the man said. "Perfect, you can start." "I'll show you the room," I replied, leading them toward the space I wanted to renovate. Miss Jones was the one who designed my house. We went in, they dropped off their things, and went out for more. I stayed talking to the manager, who was inspecting the place. "When will it be ready?" "I need it finished today before 3, I said, putting my hands in my pockets. "Of course, sir. We'll have it ready as soon as possible," he replied. At that moment, the workers began bringing in more items. I watched them silently as they worked. Half an hour later, while I was talking with the manager, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned and saw Rachel. I apologized to the man and turned fully toward her. Finally awake. I thought Veronica hadn't been to your room, I commented as I watched her. She was wearing jeans and a shirt tucked into her pants. I noticed her face blush slightly when she realized I was looking at her. Yes, he came. He was happy to see me here, he said, looking around. Did you have breakfast? Yes, I already ate. Sorry for being late. I was stuck talking to Veronica and forgot about you, she said, somewhat embarrassed. I put my hand to my chest and pretended to look distressed. Wow. That hurt. You live in my house and forget about me. That was cruel, I said with a dramatic pout. She rolled her eyes and laughed as she gave me a friendly tap on the arm. We laughed together. So what do we do now? He asked, looking at the work in the room. Nothing for now, just see how everything goes. But later you'll help me cook. I told Veronica to leave after finishing her morning work, I told her. Okay, no problem. But in the meantime, could you show me the house? We didn't have time last night, she asked enthusiastically. Sure, let's go, I replied, starting the tour. She jumped for joy when she saw the movie theater and the game room. She loved the backyard. Then I showed her the upstairs, and she was fascinated. This place would be perfect for her, and I'll make that happen. We chatted and helped the workers a little until 2:30. They finished sooner than I thought. When they left, we started organizing the things we had bought the day before. How did you manage to transform such a simple room into something so beautiful in such a short time? She asked in awe. I guess, thanks to the money, I replied, shrugging with a smile. She shook her head, laughing. We finished and stood in the doorway, admiring the work. Wow, she whispered. I think everything's ready. Now, let's cook, I said as I headed into the kitchen with Rachel at my side. What are you going to prepare? He asked. Breaded steak, spaghetti with meatballs, onion soup, and dessert, I replied, and walked over to the refrigerator to grab the ingredients. I didn't hear a reply, so I looked at her. Her mouth was open. I called her name, and she, snapping out of it, exclaimed, What are you doing here? Are you going to do all that? I nodded. But, how did you learn to cook like this on your own? I've been trying for years and I've only managed the basics so I don't go hungry, he said. I couldn't help but laugh a little. That's my secret, princess. But I can show you one of my tricks. I winked at her and started cooking. She helped me cut vegetables, and throughout the process, she kept looking at me in admiration, asking the occasional question. When he finished, while drying his hands, he said, I should go now. Your parents will be here soon. She dried her hands with the towel. Not yet. Come with me. I took her hand and led her to my room, where I'd put her dress. I let go of her hand, took the bag, and handed it to her. She looked at me, confused, and pulled out the dress. I ran my hand over the back of my neck and added, I'll take it. It's a gift for you. I know I didn't mention it before, but I want you to have dinner with us. I already told my parents you were coming. Why would you tell them that? She asked, puzzled. Before I said anything rash, I took her hand and led her to the guest room where she was staying. When I let go, I explained. You can get ready here. I'll explain after dinner, okay? I said, and quickly left, closing the door. I headed to my room and started getting ready. At that moment, I was standing in front of the mirror, looking at the dress one had chosen for me. It was truly beautiful, although it had a plunging neckline that revealed more than I was used to. The length barely reached my mid-thighs. I hadn't brought any makeup, just a lipstick in my bag, so I decided to wear only that. I still don't understand why he would tell his parents about me. He said he'd explain after dinner. I'm nervous about meeting them. Will they like me? And why should you like them? You're right, why should I care? It's not like I'm meeting my boyfriend's parents. I shook my head, stroked my hair gently, and took one last look at myself in the mirror before heading for the door. I opened it, stepped out, and looked around for Juan, but he wasn't there. It's probably down there. I headed for the stairs. There he was, at the bottom. Hearing my footsteps, he turned and looked up at me. He was wearing dark gray slacks and a black shirt that fit him perfectly. He looked like he'd stepped off the cover of a magazine. He was, without a doubt, very attractive. I noticed his gaze scanning me as I walked down the stairs and stopped in front of him. His intense gaze made me shift my eyes to the floor. Then, gently, he lifted my chin so I was looking at him. Our eyes met. There was a peculiar softness in his. You look beautiful. I picked the perfect dress, he whispered as he gazed at me. I looked down again, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. You look great too, I said quietly, somewhat shyly. Why do I always act like this around him? He was about to answer when the doorbell rang. We both looked away and headed for the door. Juan opened it and was immediately greeted with a warm hug from a woman. Good afternoon, son. How are you? She asked, kissing him on the cheek. She had the same hair color as Juan. She must have been his mother. She looked very well, maybe in her 40s, but her beauty was obvious. I'm fine, Mom. And Dad? Didn't he come with you? She asked, looking outside for him. Yes, he did. He's out there, admiring the facade. He really liked the house, she replied. Then she noticed me. I stood up straight, hands in front of me, as she approached me and turned to Juan. And her? Is she the one you were telling me about? He asked with a curious smile. I looked at him in surprise, but kept my expression calm. Yes, Mom. This is Rachel. Rachel, meet my mom, Layla. Mom, this is Rachel, she introduced us with a calm smile. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Torres, I said, extending my hand to shake hers. But instead of shaking it, she hugged me sweetly. I stood still for a few seconds, then responded warmly to her gesture. When she let go, she said, Oh, honey, call me Layla. And you look lovely. I smiled shyly and thanked her softly. From the front door appeared a man who was, without a doubt, the adult image of Juan. Only a little grayer, with the same features and those identical eyes. He must be his father. Juan, I have to tell you, you did an excellent job with this house. I really liked it, and I've only seen the exterior, she commented with a satisfied expression as she stood in front of her son. I saw Juan smile at her words. Thanks, Dad. There's still time to show you inside, he replied enthusiastically. Then he turned to me. Dad, this is Rachel, she introduced me with a knowing look. Her father turned to me kindly. Nice to meet you. I'm Antonio Torres, he said, extending his hand to shake. I took it with a warm smile. It's a pleasure to meet you too, sir, I replied politely. Call me Antonio, he said. I nodded and smiled at him. We both broke the handshake. Let's go in, it's almost time for dinner, Juan instructed as he led his parents into the dining room. They sat down, and Juan and I carried the plates to the table. His staff had already left on his orders, so there were only 4 of us in the house. Once everything was ready, we joined them. Everyone served their portions in silence. The only thing we could hear was the sound of cutlery clinking against plates. Layla was the first to try the food and exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, this is delicious. Who made it?" He continued eating with gusto, not imagining that his own son was behind that dinner. Juan didn't respond. He kept his gaze fixed on his plate, without looking up. "Juan made it," I said softly. "He was cooking non-stop before you arrived." I noticed Layla's face darken as she heard me. "Do you know how to cook?" she asked, her voice cracking. Juan just nodded, still not looking at her. His father's face also reflected a mix of emotions that were difficult to decipher. No one else spoke. We continued dinner in an awkward silence. It was strange to me. At home, we usually laughed, told anecdotes, and even joked around over dinner. But here, the atmosphere was tense, contained, almost cold. Even so, I could see a faint satisfaction on Juan's face as he watched his parents finish their plates. After we finished eating, I started clearing the table. Juan and his parents moved into the living room. I took the dishes to the sink and, somewhat hesitantly, headed toward the living room. I didn't know if I should go in or if I'd be interrupting. However, I stopped when I heard a sob. "How did we get to this, Antonio?" Layla's voice broke as she spoke. "We abandoned our own son. We were so busy with our own things that we never took an interest in what he liked, what made him happy. He grew up alone, without us. Today he invited us to dinner, but this wasn't a family dinner, we were like strangers. We know nothing about his childhood, or his important moments. How did we allow this? How could I have been such an absent mother?" I heard her crying between words, curled up on the couch while her husband stroked her back to comfort her. Juan wasn't there. "I failed as a father, too," Antonio said, his voice thick with guilt. "I never played soccer with him, or shared quality time with him. As soon as he turned 18, I handed him a small business and then walked away. I was never there when he needed me. We were selfish. And yet, he invites us over for dinner and goes to the trouble of cooking. How could we not have noticed before? We lost so many precious moments with him. I don't even remember the last time we had dinner together as a family," Layla said, and I took a step back so I couldn't be seen. "You're right," I heard a voice behind me. I jumped. It was Juan. I didn't know when he'd arrived. He walked slowly toward the living room, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. I stood still, not daring to interrupt. "You're right, Mom," she said firmly. "You wasted all the time you could have used to get to know me. Do you know what it felt like to leave school and watch my classmates run to their parents while I waited for the bus? Do you know what it was like to listen to my friends talk about family vacations while I stayed home? At Christmas, you didn't come, only your presents arrived, but I didn't need things, I needed you. Juan." Layla whispered through tears, calling out to him desperately, but he continued. "Do you know what it was like to graduate and not have anyone to take a picture with? When I needed someone to talk to, all I had was Veronica. But what if I needed a father, a role model? Nothing. I learned to manage on my own. I should hate them, but I can't. They're my parents. Even though they weren't there when I needed them most, all I want is for them to be there for me, to be by my side. I don't want a company, I want a family." With that, Juan walked out into the garden without looking back. Through the window, I saw him walk into the woods, the bottle in his hand. Layla was crying inconsolably. I entered the living room. Layla was sitting on the floor, crying inconsolably, and Antonio remained on the sofa with his face in his hands. Sadness enveloped them both. I approached Layla and sat down next to her. I placed my hand on her shoulder. She looked up at me and murmured, "What do we do, Rachel?" I had no idea how he felt. I'm his mother, I carried him inside me. And yet, I don't know him. The past can't be undone, I told her tenderly. But you still have time. I know Juan, I know he can forgive you. He was very nervous about this dinner. He wanted it to be perfect. He was the one who did the shopping, the one who planned everything. This afternoon I watched him taste every dish over and over again to make sure it was perfect. He just wants you in his life. He strives to get closer, to have a real connection. Today proved it. He just needs time, and presence. Spend time with him, listen to him. That's all he asks for. Layla hugged me through tears, and I responded with affection. You're wonderful, Rachel. You're the best thing that's ever happened to my son. I pulled away from her, a little confused. She smiled at my expression. I'll follow your advice. I know exactly what to do to talk to him as a mother, she said, now determined. I looked at Antonio, who was watching her with a smile and eyes full of love. Now get up, I'll get dessert. Juan made a delicious chocolate cake, I announced, helping her to her feet. I quickly went to the kitchen and brought the desserts. They began to eat leisurely. It's really delicious, Layla commented. I didn't know he could bake too. When you said he made it, I didn't know what to feel. I was surprised, but also hurt. I didn't know either. When he told me he'd be cooking, I asked him how he learned, but he was very reserved. He didn't utter a word, I joked to lighten the mood. They both let out a small laugh. I'm going to go look for him, said Antonio, standing up decisively and leaving in the direction where one had gone. I stayed chatting with Layla while we waited for them. After telling my parents how I felt, I ran out of the house and into the backyard. I walked deeper into the woods. I was trying to keep my emotions in check. I was angry, hurt, and exhausted by everything. I didn't want to hurt them, but I couldn't keep what I was holding inside any longer. I finally said what I'd needed to say for so long. In that moment, the surprise I'd planned faded into the background. Still, I was glad to see they enjoyed dinner. If Rachel hadn't mentioned I'd cooked it, I would have led them to believe Veronica had. I thought dinner would go smoothly. I asked them to wait in the living room while I went to get the wine, but just as I was about to enter, I saw Rachel standing in the doorway. I crept up and understood why she was there. I took a few more steps until I stood next to a tree and opened the bottle of wine I was carrying. I took a deep gulp. I needed something to help clear my mind. I felt like crying, but I held it back. I leaned against the tree and looked up at the sky, staying there while I sipped the wine slowly. 20 minutes later, I started back home. I was only a little drunk, but enough to be aware of everything. I'd only drunk half a bottle. As I reached the backyard, I saw my father walking toward me. I stood motionless as I watched him. He stopped in front of me and looked at the bottle he was holding. How much have you had to drink? He asked, staring at me. I shrugged and replied. Not much, just half a bottle. But I'm fine, just a little dizzy. I'm glad to hear that. If you're feeling okay, could you show me your house? He asked, looking around. I nodded and began showing him the garden. We didn't talk for long, I just guided him. Just as we were about to enter, he stopped and gently took my arm. I'm so sorry, son. I didn't know you felt this way. I've lost a lot of time I could have spent with you, but I promise we'll make it up. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do it. His voice conveyed sincerity and also hope. Okay, just don't let me down again. Anne. I have a surprise for you too, I said. He smiled. Okay. Come, I'll show you, I invited him, entering the house. We headed to the living room, where Rachel and my mother were chatting animatedly. I smiled when I saw them and called Mom. She looked up and immediately stood up, hugging me tightly. I reciprocated the gesture. Juan, I'm sorry. Everything's fine. Now, come, I have a surprise for you, I said, taking her hand. I led them to the room I had prepared especially for them. I stopped in front of the door and looked at them. I hope you like it, I murmured before opening it. I turned on the light and turned toward them as they walked in and looked around. Rachel stood by the door. I was nervous. I put my hands in my pockets and waited for their reaction. They looked surprised. So, what do you think? I asked. That's very nice, son. But, whose room is this? Why did you bring us here? My mother asked, without taking her eyes off the room. I placed my right hand on the back of my neck, nervous. This room is yours. Both of ours. I'm asking you to live with me. As I said that, they both turned to me. I looked away, afraid of their reaction to what I was about to add. I know you're wondering why I arranged this when you barely know me. I always dreamed of having you here, of living together as a family, to get to know each other better. But, in all these years, there's been almost no contact between us, and I've come to think it was a crazy idea. I paused and sighed. When you two came to apologize to me, something inside me ignited. The hope I thought had been extinguished resurfaced. I wanted my parents to live with me. You may think I'm naive. While everyone leaves home at some point to start over, here I am, wishing you would stay by my side. I'm such a fool, I trailed off. Someone hugged me tightly, interrupting me. I looked down and saw my mother's head resting on my chest. She was crying uncontrollably while hugging me as if she never wanted to let go. Had I said something wrong? I looked up and saw my father, sitting up in bed, his eyes brimming with tears. He suddenly stood up, came over, and put his arms around both of us. I couldn't understand what was happening. Were they crying because they didn't want to stay? I looked toward the door, searching for Rachel to help me understand, but she wasn't there anymore. Where had she gone? Confusion filled me, but I raised my arms and hugged them tightly. My father broke the hug, looked at me decisively, and stroked my hair with a soft smile. We'll stay with you, son. If that's what makes you happy, then we'll live with you. I'll do my best, I promise, he said with a warmth that filled my chest. A smile appeared on my lips. Really? I asked excitedly, like a child eagerly awaiting their Christmas presents. My mother stepped back, tenderly caressed my cheek, and her eyes shone with deep emotion. Yes, son. We'll stay with you as long as you need us. It's the least we can do for you, after all this, she whispered sweetly. I kissed her cheek and hugged her tightly. You don't know how much this means to me, I said. Then I pulled away from her and walked over to my father to hug him too. I paused for a moment, looking into his eyes. Was I doing the right thing? He let out a small laugh and wrapped his arms around me. I hugged him back. This was what I'd been waiting for so long. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I abruptly broke away and began to speak hurriedly. Oh my God. I forgot to organize their clothes now that they're staying. I have to tell Veronica. Oh, I don't know what to do. My mother put a hand on my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. Relax, honey. We'll find a way, she said with a reassuring smile. I'll call one of the employees to bring us some clothes from the house. Don't worry, my father added, taking out his phone to make the call. And you go get some rest. It's been a very late night. You worked hard today. We'll talk calmly tomorrow, my mother said, stroking my arms. I nodded and left the room. I started looking for Rachel. I couldn't find her anywhere. I assumed she was in the guest room. I approached and knocked carefully. I didn't want a repeat of what happened the night before. After a few seconds, he opened the door. He had his cell phone in his hand. Were you talking to someone? Sorry if I interrupted, I said, digging my hands into my pockets. She shook her head. You didn't interrupt. In fact, I was just ending the call, he replied, leaning slightly against the doorframe. We sat in silence for a few moments, unsure of what to say. Finally, I summoned the courage to speak. Why did you leave all of a sudden? I was looking for you, I needed your help. I didn't understand why you were crying, I told her. She let out a small laugh. Did you want my help with that? I didn't need it. Your parents were touched by your words. I thought it was an important family moment and I didn't want to interrupt. Besides, my sister called me, and I came to help her, he explained. I nodded, understanding. I noticed his clothes. You can't sleep in that dress, and I think you only brought one change. Wait a second, I said, and without waiting for a reply, I ran to my room. I took a black sweatshirt and a pair of comfortable pants out of my closet for her. I went back to her room. She was still standing in the doorway waiting for me. I handed her the clothes. Here, this is for you, she agreed. When you're done, come to the living room. If you want, we can watch a movie, I suggested somewhat timidly. Okay, he replied, slowly closing the door. I smiled to myself and went to my room to put on something comfortable. My parents are staying with me. Now, my attention is on Rachel. I quickly changed into a t-shirt and lounge pants. As I headed out to the living room, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? I opened the door and saw a man with several bags in his hands. Excuse the time, sir. I was told to deliver these bags to Mr. Torres, he said politely. Okay. Give them to me, I'll get them to them, I replied, taking the bags. I closed the door and headed to my parents' room. I knocked and my mother opened it. I walked in and left the bags on the table. My father was sitting in a chair. Your things have arrived. A man came to drop them off, I said. Yes, I asked him to come, my father said, visibly tired. Well, good night. Get some rest, you look tired, I told them. They both nodded and wished me good night before I left. When I returned to the living room, I saw Rachel on the large sofa, a pillow in her lap. She looked lovely in my outfit. The sweatshirt was too big for her, and her hands were hidden inside the sleeves. I sat down in the single chair. I wanted to ask you something, he said, fiddling with his pillow. I nodded and grabbed the remote to open Netflix. I was very surprised by what you did. I liked it. But what did your parents say? He asked. They agreed to stay. And that makes me very happy, I replied, smiling. She smiled back. She said she wanted to watch The Avengers, so I put it on. After an hour, I was still alert, but Rachel was struggling to stay awake. I kept glancing at her, barely remembering what the movie was about. She was curled up, trying to keep her eyes open. Her head tilted to the right, and for a while she tried to hold it upright. I was ready to hold her. When she finally gave in, I moved to her side and placed her head on my shoulder. I continued watching the movie. She snuggled closer to me. I liked that feeling. I put my arm around her shoulders and gently pulled her towards me. She hugged me, resting a hand on my chest. I smiled at her. I gently brushed a strand of hair away from her face, tucked it behind her ear, and kissed her forehead. I took the blanket that was at the foot of the sofa and gently covered her. I watched the movie for a few more minutes, but sleep began to overtake me. I rested my cheek on Rachel's head and closed my eyes, with only one thought on my mind. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose her. Episode 6. Wow! My pillow is so warm and smells so good. I wrapped my arms around it to feel its warmth, but suddenly it started to move, as if trying to escape. No, don't go, you're so warm. I moaned softly at the loss of that pleasant warmth. I hugged her tighter and leaned even closer, sighing in contentment. This pillow is a little firm, but so cozy. I wish I could keep it forever. Oh my God! I suddenly heard a loud, surprised male voice. I shifted, annoyed by the noise. Seriously? It's Sunday. Why won't you let me sleep in peace? It's hotter than usual today, and I don't want to leave this. Then I heard someone go, quiet, and whisper something. Lower your voice, or you'll wake them up. It was a female voice. Okay. They replied, and everything was silent for a moment. I think we should wake them up and see their reaction, someone else said excitedly. Wait, I'll take a picture of them. This is too valuable, we won't get another chance like this. I heard a few camera clicks and footsteps approaching. Juan, wake up, a male voice whispered near me. My pillow groaned and, to my surprise, hugged me tighter. Why does my pillow hug me? Well, never mind, it feels so good. What are you doing? Another female voice asked. Then, a muffled gasp, oh, dear. What's wrong, Layla? A man asked, and after a few seconds, he too let out a sound of surprise. It seems you didn't know they would be here. Not. Juan, wake up, I heard a more insistent whisper. Let me sleep. My pillow replied, speaking against my neck. Juan, just open your eyes and see where you are, the same voice insisted. My pillow moved slightly and, after a few seconds, became taut. I don't like that. I frowned and pulled her towards me, resting her cheek on something soft. I sighed, relieved. I'll definitely be keeping it from now on. Laughter filled the room. She's a sleepyhead. She doesn't understand anything when she's fast asleep, a girl commented, laughing. Rachel, wake up. I felt someone gently shake my shoulder. I recognized that voice. It was Eve. What are you doing here? I groaned and snuggled deeper into my pillow, rubbing my nose against it. To my surprise, my pillow groaned. What's wrong with him? Go away, Eve. I want to go back to sleep. I'm so comfortable. I murmured, without opening my eyes. Why do I feel like this isn't a pillow, but skin? My pillow hugged me tighter as I spoke. Are you that comfortable? Eve asked, amused. Yeah. I think I'll take this pillow with me, even if one doesn't like it, I said sleepily. My pillow laughed, and I felt it vibrate with that laughter. Then I heard a burst of laughter that spread throughout the room. Why is my pillow laughing? Pillows don't laugh, or do they? Am I missing something? What is Eve doing at Juan's house? Where am I sleeping? Last night I was watching a movie with Juan. Oh no. I opened my eyes with a start, and instead of cloth, I saw human skin. I looked up to find Juan smiling mischievously at me. I looked down. I was literally sitting on Juan's lap, my arms wrapped around his neck. I could feel his arms around my waist, under the blanket that covered us. Our faces were only inches apart. I turned my head to look around. Eve was standing a few feet away. Behind her, at a safe distance, were Juan's parents. My eyes widened in complete shock. Everyone was watching me sitting on Juan, hugging him like he was my favorite pillow. What was I thinking? I asked myself mentally. You weren't thinking, you were asleep, my mind responded with crushing logic. Trying to get out of the jam, I tried to get up quickly, and it was a huge mistake. I ended up on the floor, flat on my back. I let out a groan of pain. I heard laughter all around me. I blushed in embarrassment. The blanket. It tangled around my legs and made me fall like that. Princess, you should be more careful, Juan said with a laugh as he helped me up. I'll be back in a moment, I stammered, before running out of the living room. The laughter continued to echo behind me as I headed for the guest room. I walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. My face was completely red. How did I end up in this situation? Last night he was sitting on the other couch, how did he end up so close to me? And how did I end up on top of him? I shook my head, sighed, and stepped into the shower. I took a long, relaxing shower. But when I finished, I realized something. I hadn't brought any clothes. I slapped my forehead and wrapped the towel around me. I came out of the bathroom and saw Eve sitting on the bed, holding her phone. When she heard the bathroom door open, she looked up and smiled at me. How did you know I was here? I asked, making sure the towel was tight. Juan told me. Here you go. He picked up a bag from the floor and handed it to me. My things were inside. How did you get my clothes and how did you know I was at Juan's house? I asked, confused. I was planning on stopping by your house today, but when I called Alex yesterday, he told me you were here. He found out from Juan. So I came with Alex and brought some extra clothes, just in case, she replied with a shrug. Come on, hurry up. I have 1,000 questions to ask you, she said excitedly, signaling me to go back to the bathroom. I changed, and when I came out, Eve was gone. I went to the living room to find the others. They weren't there. I went to the kitchen and found Juan, Alex, and Eve having breakfast. Rachel, dear, come eat, Veronica greeted me with a smile as she set the plates. I sat next to Eve, and Veronica quickly made me a plate. I started eating. I didn't see Juan's parents. Where are Antonio and Layla? I asked Juan, turning my head toward him. He looked up and answered. They went to pick up some things from his house. They'll be back tonight. I'm so happy for you, Juan, Veronica said, stroking his head. Juan smiled tenderly at her. Her smile is really charming. What am I thinking? No one said anything about the embarrassing situation this morning. I felt relieved. We finished breakfast and then went to the game room. We played all kinds of games. I must say, Juan has an excellent collection. I lost track of time. At one point, I wanted to get some fresh air and went out onto the balcony next to the guest room on the second floor. The sun was just beginning to set when I arrived. The scenery was beautiful. The breeze was cool, the atmosphere peaceful. I love this place. And I felt a little sad because I had to leave tonight. I didn't know when I'd be back. You seem sad, I heard Juan's voice behind me. I turned around, gave him a small smile, and looked back at the sunset. He stood beside me. This place is beautiful. I'm going to miss it, I told him. Well, if you like, you can come anytime. This house will always have its doors open for you, he said with a smile. I turned around, surprised and happy. Oh really? Of course. You're my friend. You're always welcome, she replied. Inside, I was jumping for joy. Thank you, I said. He just smiled warmly. We stayed there watching the sunset. Later, we had dinner and left Juan's house. Alex drove Eve and me to my apartment. Juan wanted to join us, but we insisted it wasn't necessary. We thanked Alex and went inside. We were so tired that we collapsed on the couch. We need to talk, Eve said suddenly. I looked at her, confused. Talk about what? She raised an eyebrow. Have you really forgotten? I asked you this morning, she reminded me. Then I remembered her question at Juan's house. I let out a sigh. What do you want to know? Tell me everything since your trip to London. We haven't spoken well since then. I told her everything. After all, she's my best friend. I told her about Luke and Juan's behavior in London. About the amusement park and the conversation between Juan and me. I left out what happened at the office. I didn't know if Alex had told her anything, and I wasn't going to mention it unless she asked. I also didn't tell her about Juan's parents, that was her story, not mine. I just told her that he'd asked me for help, and I agreed. Eve listened silently. When I finished, she seemed to be processing everything. I think he's trying to win you back, he said suddenly, leaving me frozen. What? No. It's not that, I replied nervously. So why did he ask you for help if he could do it himself? And don't forget he took you around London. What more proof do you need? She said, crossing her arms. I followed suit. He was nervous about something and confessed it to me. The thing about London was just because it was a day off. He just wanted to apologize, I said, but she didn't seem convinced. Well, whatever. But let's talk about this morning. You were clinging to him for dear life, he said with a mischievous smile. I felt my cheeks heat up. You are. I thought I was hugging a pillow, I mumbled, embarrassed. I could feel myself turning completely red. Eve burst out laughing. I know you like him, she said. I glared at her, but she continued. Don't give me that look. I know you very well. And I also know that you're avoiding your feelings about what happened in high school, she added with a sympathetic look. Remember, I'll always be here for you, and that's true. I walked over to her and hugged her. She hugged me back. Then I let go and went to my room. On the way, I heard her humming. Rachel and Juan sitting in a tree, kissing. Eve! I yelled, and she burst out laughing. I blushed again and went into the bathroom. I didn't know what to say to make him stop crying. But I decided not to intervene, he needed to get it out. It seemed like he'd been holding it in for years. So I just hugged him tightly and stroked his back. All he needed was the love of his parents. When he started talking about them, I could hear the pain in his voice. I even think Veronica, in her own way, tried to give him that familial affection, although she may have never fully understood it. Despite being surrounded by people who supported and cared for him, he still felt alone. I was grateful to have parents who always gave us time, attention, and love. Every child in this world needs to feel the love of their parents. He was still crying, so I moved to one end of the couch and positioned one so he could lie down, resting his head on my lap. He immediately wrapped his arms around my waist and cried silently. I began stroking his hair and gently massaging his head. Little by little, he began to fall asleep. His face rested on my abdomen, his arms still wrapped around me. I gently wiped the traces of tears from his face and continued combing his hair with my fingers. I know Juan. I know that, despite everything, he'll eventually forgive them. He has a big heart. Although he may seem distant or arrogant on the outside, he's actually very sensitive. I realized this when he collapsed in my arms. Minutes later, the balcony door opened and Alexis walked in saying, "What are you doing?" She stopped when she saw me, and I gestured for silence, putting a finger to my lips. She looked confused, but continued carefully and saw Juan sleeping on top of me. Her mouth opened in a look of silent surprise. She sat down where he had been before. "Why are you asleep? And why do you have a wet spot on your shoulder?" she whispered. I turned around a little and saw that there was indeed a wet mark on the fabric. "Don't tell me," he cried, she asked, worried. I nodded slightly. His face filled with astonishment. "I never imagined it. I never saw it like that. What happened?" His voice reflected genuine concern. I'm sure she'd always seen him cheerful, joking, with that same defiant attitude. I looked down at his sleeping face and stroked his hair again. I think he felt very alone. He was holding back a lot of emotions, and this time he couldn't hold it back. He started talking about his parents and couldn't hold back the tears, I told her, looking at her again. She looked at him tenderly. He was always there for me when I needed him. He's like a brother. Even though he loves to play tricks on me, I'm very fond of him, he said, then looked at me. Don't believe me if you want, but since you've been here, I've seen him more alive than ever. He likes you. I looked at her, surprised. She had to be joking. Are you serious? I whispered, my heart pounding. Of course, he said, shaking his head. Before you came, I never saw him talk like that to a woman, or even get too close. He only opens up to someone he truly cares about. And look at him now, sleeping on your lap, cuddling you. I looked away, not knowing what to think. From your face, I can tell you like it too. But there's something holding you back. I'll just tell you this, give it a chance, he said, smiling slightly. I'm not sure he feels the same way. I answered honestly. Calm down, Rachel. This boss of mine needs time to understand what he's feeling. And in the meantime, you have time too. I nodded slowly. Then, without warning, he pulled out his phone and started taking pictures of us. What are you doing? I asked, puzzled. This will come in handy sometime soon. Until then, not a word that I was here, he said, laughing. I couldn't help but laugh too. I wondered why he'd come. And you? Why did you come? Did you have something to do? He shook his head. I just wanted to tease him a little about what he did to me yesterday. But when I got there, I couldn't find them, and just as I was about to close the door, I saw you sitting here. so I decided to come see what you were doing. Juan's point of view. Today was a fun day. Alex, Rachel, and Eve were at my house until late. My heart longed for Rachel to stay. I loved having her here. I miss her already. When they left, my parents arrived with their things. I helped them organize them, and my mother kissed me on the cheek, wishing me good night. I noticed they were both exhausted, so I didn't want to bother them. I'll talk to them tomorrow. Now, in my room, I checked the security cameras to understand how I ended up in that position this morning. I was surprised to see how we were. I was delighted to find her in my arms. I have cameras throughout the house, except in the bedrooms, for privacy. Only I have access to the recordings. I started seeing from the moment I sat down next to her. We slept in that same position until morning. Then, Rachel began to move toward me. In the footage, she was shivering because the blanket had slipped down to her waist. I tucked her back in and, without waking, settled into my lap, holding me tightly. I was still sound asleep. How could I not have noticed? I should have at least noticed his weight on me. I guess I was just too tired. Still, I was glad to wake up next to him. I wish Alex or Eve hadn't interrupted us. I found it funny that Rachel thought I was a pillow. She's really deep for sleeping. I wanted to kiss her non-stop, but there were people around. When she realized what she was in, she tried to get up and ended up on the floor. It was hilarious. She's so clumsy sometimes. I don't know when the day will come when I'll wake up every morning with her in my arms. I closed the laptop and lay down, falling asleep while thinking about how to get her back to me. Flashback. It's been almost a year since I arrived at this school. It's been an incredible experience. For the first time, I've lived alone, away from home, and that has made me grow in so many ways. I decided to come here for my senior year, with the intention of experiencing new places and different cultures, but, although everything is exciting, I miss Veronica and Sophia a lot. At first, I thought this place would be terribly boring. But then I met Alex Black, and everything changed. He's fun, although he can sometimes be a bit annoying once you know him well. Still, he's become a good friend. I remember that when I first arrived, a lot of girls seemed interested in me. But none of them caught my attention. I felt everything was superficial, as if they were only approaching me out of interest or entertainment, and I didn't like that. I've never been one for that kind of games, so I just ignored them. However, there was one exception. From the first moment I saw Rachel in the library, something inside me changed. I was speechless when I gazed at her beauty. She was different. She didn't look at me like the others. She never once glanced my way, and that only increased my curiosity. Little by little, I began to find ways to talk to her. Every day I saw her at the library, I managed to approach her, and although at first I only managed to make her uncomfortable, over time we managed to strike up a conversation. Several weeks passed before we could finally call ourselves friends. Nowadays, we talk about everything. I know her likes, her dislikes, her family stories, and although I sometimes feel a little envious when I hear her talk about her family, I've never shown it. I prefer to avoid thinking about my own memories. I've memorized every one of her gestures, her expressions, her habits. For me, the time we spent together in the library was the best part of school. I never got his cell phone number, he just doesn't use one. I was a little disappointed at first, but I accepted it. Still, we grew closer. Sometimes I would just sit there silently watching her as she chattered on and on about nothing. And it was in those moments that I began to realize my feelings for her were changing. Something deeper was growing inside me, something beyond friendship. Sometimes, Before we said goodbye, I would give her a soft kiss on the cheek. When she asked me why, I would tell her it was a friendly gesture, even though, deep down, it wasn't friendly to me. She would blush at my response, and in that instant, my whole world would light up. I've wanted to confess what I feel, but I'm still waiting for the right moment. I wish with all my might that she feels the same way about me. I don't know when that moment will come, but I'm eagerly awaiting it. It's the first time I've experienced anything like this. I feel happier than ever. Today will be my last day at school. Exams are over, and graduation is tomorrow. Technically, I didn't need to come today, but there was a very special reason that brought me here, her. I was walking toward the library, hoping to find that person who had me captivated. As I wandered through the aisles, I saw a girl jumping to reach a book on a high shelf. I recognized her figure immediately. It was Rachel. I stopped in my tracks, staring at her with a smile. It was noticeable how short she was compared to me. She was wearing a knee-length skirt, a blouse, and a light jacket. She always looked charming, no matter what she wore. She stared at the book in frustration after several failed attempts. She pursed her lips tenderly and tried again, to no avail. I found her adorable. Without thinking, I moved closer to her, closer than we usually did when we chatted while leaning against the bookshelves or sitting at the table. This was the first time I'd dared to take such a step. I placed one hand on her waist and with the other, I reached for the book she was reaching for. She stood completely still. She turned slowly, and as she did, my hand gently fell from her waist. She met my gaze, and I was lost, once again, in her eyes. I offered her the book, placing it near her side where there was a space. Then, I placed my hands on her waist again. We looked at each other in silence, trapped in a bubble of time. He quickly looked away, not daring to meet my gaze. "How did your exams go?" she asked in a whisper, her cheeks slightly flushed. I didn't respond immediately. I was fascinated by the way her lips moved. She looked especially beautiful today, and I couldn't contain myself anymore. I took a step toward her, and she stepped back. In 2 steps, her back touched the shelves, and I took advantage of that to pull her toward me. I could feel her breathing quicken. What are you doing?" she stammered, not daring to look at me directly. She placed her hands on my chest and tried to pull away, but I wrapped my arms around her and held her close. With one hand I held her and with the other I gently caressed her face. "You look especially pretty today," I whispered, taking her chin to lift her face. I leaned slowly toward her. I watched her eyes close and closed the distance between us. Our lips met and we began to kiss. To my surprise, she responded immediately. Inside, I was ecstatic. It was my first kiss, and I was so glad it was with her. I'm not one for adventure. Veronica always taught me to cherish these moments. Many girls had approached me in the past, but I never wanted to reciprocate. I always knew that if I had to give my first kiss, it would be to the right person. And I'm sure it's her. Luckily, the library was empty, and we were in the back aisle, away from the main desk. I gently leaned her against the shelves and deepened the kiss. Her hands moved to my neck. She was so short that I had to lean down, and seeing her difficulty, I took her in my arms and lifted her slightly, leaving her feet suspended. She let out a soft sigh at the movement. I took advantage of that moment to kiss her more intensely. I shuddered at the sensation. Her lips were sweet. We kissed for a few minutes until she pulled away to catch her breath. I rested my forehead against hers. Her face was flushed. And I think mine was too, because of what we'd just been through. I carefully lowered her. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, I whispered, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. She avoided my eyes. You know, this was my first kiss, I confessed. Hearing this, she looked at me in surprise. Really? He asked, somewhat incredulously. I nodded. It was mine too, he said shyly. My heart began to beat faster. I couldn't help but kiss her again, though this time it was brief. Then, I kissed her forehead and spoke affectionately. Tomorrow is graduation. Afterward, I'm having a little party at my house. I'd like you to come. There's something important I want to tell you. Okay, she replied with a sweet smile. I hugged her for a few minutes, until she looked at me with some concern. Why did you kiss me? I'll give you the answer to that question tomorrow, I said with a mischievous smile. She pursed her lips, signaling that she didn't like being left wondering. At that moment, the bell rang, announcing the end of period. It saddened me a little. She had to go, and I wouldn't see her until tomorrow. She pushed me gently. I have to go. I'll see you tomorrow, he said. Wait, I asked as I took out a small piece of paper and wrote my address. Here's my address. The party starts at 6, I informed him. She took the paper, gave me a smile, grabbed the book she wanted so much, and left. I walked out of school and headed to my car with a smile I couldn't hide. I think there's a good chance she feels the same way about me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kissed me. This is what it feels like to kiss someone you like. I was on cloud 9. Alex always said I should have fun, but I never cared about that kind of thing. Today, however, I had to carefully plan what I would say tomorrow. The party was already planned. I called my parents to tell them about my graduation. I hope they can come. I haven't seen them in a while, they're always busy with the family business. I returned home with a happiness that is difficult to describe. End of memory. Rachel's point of view. It's been 2 months since I started working as Juan's assistant. Because of this new arrangement at the company, everything has been chaotic. I haven't called or seen my family or Eve in all this time. I even used to come to work on Sundays. Well, it's the order of the company's great CEO. My boss. When did it become yours? My mind asked. That? You said my boss. When did he become yours? He persisted. I didn't mean that, I replied. Yes. Most of the time we were together in meetings or working. Sometimes we'd have lunch together and talk about this new project. He'd take me back to my apartment when I finished work. Well, not always, but almost always. I have the feeling he purposely gave me more work so he could take me home. He's become incredibly sweet. And, luckily, the business was a success. After 2 months, we're finally free. It's my first Sunday off in a long time. Yesterday, the clients finally approved the deal, and construction of new hotels in Eastern European countries will soon begin. And, as good news, all company employees will receive a pay raise. But one sometimes acts strange. I don't know what he wants. Sometimes he just stares at me, and during lunch he seems like he wants to say something, but he doesn't. He opens his mouth as if he's about to speak, but then he stops. I'll have to ask him what's wrong. I still have feelings for him. When he's near or calls my name, my heart beats faster. Today, finally, I'm at a spa, enjoying a full-body massage and a haircut. I wanted it to go just below my shoulders. It's been a relaxing day. It's still early afternoon. I paid and went shopping. What can I say? It's the joy of working as an assistant at the #1 company in the country. I returned to my apartment in the afternoon with several bags of groceries. It was nice to have a day to myself. I made some macaroni and cheese and sat on the couch watching a movie. I called my parents and talked to them. My mom thought I'd died or something. Oh, my mom and her thoughts. Afterward, I tried calling Eve, but she didn't answer. I called 5 times. I think she's mad at me for not calling her sooner. I tried one more time, and she finally answered. "Hello, my sweet, bubbly little doll," I said in a loving voice. But I got no response. "Hey, baby, talk to me. Mommy misses you," I tried again. Nothing. I took a deep breath and thought about how to get her to talk. Then, an idea hit me. Looks like I'll be going to the aquarium alone next weekend. I don't have anyone to go with me. "I'm so lonely," I said in a sad tone, obviously faked. I know her weaknesses. Aquarius. I heard a small voice on the other end of the phone. Bingo. I knew it. Yes. "You know, the one where there are lots of fish," I replied excitedly. She loves the aquarium. If she hadn't dropped out of school, I'm sure she would have found a job related to it. It may seem childish, but some things fill us with joy. "Are you really going to the aquarium?" he asked. "Yeah. I thought about bringing my best friend, but she seems mad at me and won't talk to me. So I'll go alone," I said, playing on her curiosity. "Do you really dare to go alone without me?" "I assure you that before you arrive, I will make sure you don't make it," he said in a cold voice. I laughed at his comment. "Do you really think I'll go alone, and to the aquarium without you?" I replied. "You better not do it," she said. "Well, I think this will lessen your anger toward me a little," I commented. "What do you think? That I'll forgive you so easily?" "No. I have plans to make you pay for this. I mean, literally, you haven't spoken to me in 2 months. 2 months. What am I supposed to think? Even when I called, you'd hang up and text me, 'Talk to you later.' And there was no later, because you never called back. Honestly, I thought you were in trouble. Even on Sundays, I'd go to your apartment looking for you, and there was no sign of you. I mean, where would you go on a Sunday if it's a day off?" And I interrupted her to stop her rambling. "Eve, stop. Take a deep breath," I said. She stopped talking and took a deep breath. "And exhale. Do you feel better now?" I asked. "Yes. I'm sorry. I was just worried about you, and you haven't called or talked to me these past few days." "I was so worried," she said in a weak tone. "This is why I love her. She cares a lot." "I'm so sorry, Eve. I really am. I know you care about me. But these past 2 months have been crazy for me. There was a new contract at the company and we were all giving our all. This is the first Sunday I've been home in these past 2 months because I was working every Sunday. And as for your calls, I was either in meetings or working. I thought about calling you before bed, but I was late and I forgot," I explained. "Okay. Wait. No. It's not okay. I missed you so much. And you don't even care about me," I could hear a playful tone in his voice at the end. "I'm so sorry. I love you. So the trip to the aquarium is a way for me to make it up to you," I said. "You better not forget that this weekend." "And I love you too," he replied. We started talking normally again. We caught up on everything we'd missed in the past 2 months. We talked for 2 hours. She even mentioned that she'd been out with a guy named Nathan, whom she met at the hotel where she works. They went on 2 dates and are now seeing each other. I was so happy for her. She asked me to get an extra ticket for him so he could join us. I said yes. As long as she's happy, I'm happy too. I had already forgotten the movie I was watching, because I was thinking about everything that had happened in these past few weeks. Before this job, I lived a different life because the pay wasn't good. I don't know how I survived a year in that hotel. I really hope Eve gets a better job than that. After joining this company, I feel like I'm a normal woman living her life without too many difficulties. But, somewhere in my heart, I feel alone. Like I need someone to take care of me, love me, and be with me forever. Today, when I went shopping, I saw a couple in love, looking out for each other. And I wished I could have that. He may not do much, but his showering me with love is enough for me. Thinking about him, my thoughts went to Juan. Even though we haven't spoken much, he never forgets to give me flowers every day since we returned from London. And that simple gesture makes me smile. This small detail shows that he feels guilty about what he did in high school. And I think it's been years now, I've gotten over that incident. But I haven't gotten over the feelings I have for him. If he shows signs that he likes me, I'd definitely give it a chance. I dream of kissing him non-stop. There was a misunderstanding at his graduation that day, and he unintentionally brought it up with me. And I still don't know why he did it. I have to stop feeling the way I feel about him if he's not interested in me. It's better this way. I have to stop thinking about him. A clap of thunder outside brought me back to reality. I checked the time, it was already 11. I should go to bed, I have work tomorrow. I went to the bedroom and stood by the window to see the rain falling heavily. I think it will continue until the next morning. I got into bed and fell asleep. In the morning, I woke up at my usual time and got ready for work. Before leaving, the outfit was as follows. At 9 o'clock sharp, I was in the office. Today the building looked normal, without the hustle and bustle of other days. I started working and waited for Juan to arrive. It was already 10:15, and there was no sign of him. I even called his number, but he didn't answer. If he keeps this up, he'll be late for his meeting. I don't know how to reach him. If you don't want to come today, you should have at least let me know beforehand. The meeting starts in 15 minutes, and I'm getting desperate. I heard my cell phone ringing. It was an unknown number. I answered it and held it to my ear. Hello? I asked. Hi, is this Rachel? I heard a panicked voice on the other end. Yes. Who is it? I replied, confused. Oh, thank God. Rachel, it's me, Layla, Juan's mother, she said between sobs. I started to worry. Layla, what's wrong? Are you crying? Is everything okay? I asked quickly. No, dear, Juan is suffering from a high fever and I don't know what to do. Veronica went out of town for a week and Antonio is in another country on business. I don't know what to do, she said, starting to cry. Layla, calm down. I'm going to get there as quickly as possible, okay? Just put a wet cloth on her forehead. I'll get there as soon as possible, I replied calmly. But inside, I was terrified. I didn't know why. Okay, dear. Please come quickly, he said, and I hung up. I grabbed my things, canceled the meeting, and took a taxi. On the way to Juan's house, I canceled all other meetings and took the necessary measures. I arrived at her house faster than I thought. I ran to the door and knocked. Within seconds, Layla opened the door and hugged me immediately. "It's okay," I said, hugging her. She broke the hug and took my hand to lead me to Juan's room. As we walked, she explained. "He didn't come down for breakfast this morning. I thought he was taking his time. But he was an hour late. So I went up to see him. He was burning with fever. He wasn't responding. I shook him to wake him, but I couldn't. I didn't know what to do, so I called you because I remembered you giving me your number that night at dinner," she explained. "Okay, let me see it," I said. We arrived at his room. There he was, lying in bed, shivering. I quickly went to the bathroom, looked for the first aid kit, and grabbed the thermometer and a bowl of water. I approached him, changed the wet cloth on his forehead, placed the thermometer in his mouth, and waited a few minutes. When I took it out, I saw it read 40 degrees Celsius. My eyes widened in concern. "Oh, God," I exclaimed. Hearing me, Layla came closer. "Layla, this is serious. One needs to see a doctor immediately." I slowly opened my eyes, blinking, and groaned in pain. My head and body hurt like crazy. I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I raised my right hand to massage my head, but a sharp pain shot through my right arm. Looking up, I saw an 4 connected to it. I frowned, confused. What happened to me? I slowly sat up, leaning my back against the bed. I looked down and noticed I wasn't wearing a shirt, just covered by the sheets. Then I looked around. It was still dark outside. When I turned to my left, I saw a figure sitting on the floor, leaning against the bed, their head resting on their hands, fast asleep. I lifted my left hand and brushed her hair aside to look at her face. I was surprised to see Rachel. When did she get here? And more importantly, what happened to me? I heard my bedroom door open with the lights on. I turned my head to the right and saw my mother walking in with a tray. When she saw me sitting down, she breathed a sigh of relief and placed the tray on the table, hurrying over to me. "Juan, you're finally awake. I was so worried about you. How are you feeling?" she said, sitting up in bed and gently taking my right hand. "Not so good. My head and body hurt." "What do you mean, finally awake?" "It's still midnight," I replied, completely confused. "Oh, dear." He lifted his right hand and caressed my cheek. "It's not midnight, son. You've been unconscious all day. You had a high fever when I came in this morning," he explained. "All day?" I exclaimed, surprised. "Rachel's asleep, don't wake her. She was with you all day, watching over you. She must be exhausted, that's why she fell asleep. I thought I'd bring her some dinner. She hasn't eaten anything since she got home this morning," he added. "What happened?" I asked, running my hand through my hair. "The doctor said you were unconscious because of the high fever. He had a few questions for you, but you weren't waking up. The doctor said it was probably due to stress and lack of sleep. He started in 4 for you to get glucose. Thank God Rachel arrived at the right time and told me to call the doctor right away," he said. "Why did you call Rachel?" "I didn't know what to do when I saw you lying there, not moving a muscle. I panicked. Veronica wasn't here, and neither was your father. Nothing came to mind at the time, so I called her. She helped me take care of you," my mother replied, looking at Rachel. I looked at her too, observing her beautiful face. "Can you tell me what happened before you went to bed last night?" my mother asked. "I haven't been feeling well since Saturday night. My head hasn't stopped bothering me. I took some medicine. Yesterday afternoon I felt a little better. But I think the rain yesterday made it worse, I replied. What does rain have to do with all this? My mother asked, confused. I stood in the rain for half an hour before going to bed, I said, still looking at Rachel. I felt a small prick on my thigh and looked to see that my mother had pinched me. I rubbed the area and looked at her. My eyes softened at the tears in my mother's eyes. You need to be more mindful of your health, Juan. I was so scared seeing you like this. I didn't know what to do. I was so worried about you. I thought about the times we weren't here and what you went through. I wasn't there to take care of you. She began to cry silently. I wiped her tears away and took her hands. Nothing like this has ever happened in the past, okay? So there's nothing to worry about. It's just that this new arrangement has had me working like crazy. For the past few days, I've only slept 3 or 4 hours, so I guess this is the result of that. I patted her hand and looked back at Rachel. I don't know why I stood in the rain for half an hour. I just felt like I wasn't affected by the raindrops falling on me. And somehow, I felt closer to someone. My mother patted me on the thigh and replied, I know how you feel. But be careful next time. I looked at her and smiled. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. My mother got up and went to answer it. She spoke to whoever was outside, and soon someone came in. It was a man in a white coat with a briefcase. When he saw me sitting up in bed, he smiled at me. Looks like the patient is finally awake. I'm Dr. Evan Woods. Tell me, how are you feeling now? He approached my bed as my mother left the room. Not very well, I replied, without giving a clear answer. Are you feeling any pain or discomfort? He asked, opening his briefcase. Yes. My head and body hurt. It's normal to feel these discomforts when you're not well. Your body is exhausted, so I order you to rest completely for 2 days. No work. While examining me, he changed the serum. I can't. I have business to run, I protested, raising my voice a little. I quickly glanced at Rachel to make sure I hadn't woken her. I froze when she turned her head, but she stayed asleep. Wow, she's a very deep sleeper, I thought. Dr. Evans smiled knowingly. Well, now I know how to make you rest for those 2 days. I stared at him and noticed him watching Rachel with amusement. I cleared my throat to get his attention. What do you mean by that? I whispered, a little louder than I intended. You'll know soon enough, he replied, approaching Rachel. I sat up abruptly as he leaned toward her. I clenched my fists as he reached out, ready to touch her. What are you doing? Don't touch her, I said in a forced whisper. But he ignored me. Gently, he picked her up in his arms. I was about to rip out the 4 when he spoke again. I wouldn't do that if you want her to stay, he murmured, placing her next to me on the bed. Instantly, I gently pulled her towards me, holding her shoulders. She, asleep, wrapped her arms around my torso and continued sleeping peacefully. She didn't even realize what was happening. I couldn't help but smile and gently brush her hair away from her face. There's no problem with you now. I'm leaving, and remember, no work for 2 days. I looked up and saw Dr. Evan already at the door, ready to leave. I was surprised at how quickly he moved. Or had he lost track of time while staring at Rachel? I ran my fingers through her hair and thought back over the past few weeks. They had been exhausting, but it had all been worth it. I had fulfilled one of my dreams. I had so many things to talk to Rachel about, but now wasn't the time. I had learned one thing, though: she wasn't in a relationship with anyone, and I was happy about that. My relationship with my parents was improving. We ate breakfast and dinner together, although sometimes work made me miss one. Veronica had gone on vacation with her family the week before, and I missed her cooking. It wasn't that I didn't like my mother's cooking, but over the past few years I'd gotten used to Veronica's dishes. Yesterday, I was finally fully rested, and I was happy to see Rachel today, although not like this. Seeing the rain, I felt overwhelmed. It was the first time I'd enjoyed her touch so much. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the doorknob. My mother walked in and stopped when she saw Rachel beside me. She looked at me in confusion, and I shrugged. The doctor brought her closer. He didn't even flinch. She laughed and sat next to me. "I don't mind at all that I'm next to you, or even on top of you," he said with a mischievous smile. "Mother," I whispered, feeling my face burning. She laughed silently. "As long as she ends up being my daughter-in-law, I won't ask any more questions." I whimpered and gave him a reproachful look. He calmed down and changed the subject. "Are you hungry? I can make you something." "Yes. Something delicious, please." I spoke to the doctor, and you'll listen. "No work," he said, standing up. "Mother, you too." "I'm going to work," I protested. "We'll see," he replied, taking the tray he had brought earlier. "It seems she won't wake up any time soon. I'll make her something in the morning." Before she left, I called her. "Thank you, Mother." He smiled at me and left. I grabbed my phone and checked my messages. There were 10 missed calls from Rachel and a few from clients. I put my phone on the nightstand and looked at Rachel. Her outfit was cute today, showing off more of her legs. Something had changed about her. Oh yes. He had cut his hair. Although I liked it longer. But it's her decision. She can do whatever she wants. She looks beautiful either way. Carefully, I removed my arm from her and stood up. I covered her with the blanket, took the 4, and went to the bathroom. When I returned, my mother was sitting on the bed with her hands clasped together. Seeing me, she rushed to help me. "You should have waited for me to come back," he said, bringing the 4 and getting me settled. I just shook my head at her ministrations. As soon as I sat down, Rachel wrapped her arm around my torso and snuggled up against me. My mother and I laughed. "Someone missed you even in their dreams," she commented, amused. "Now eat and rest," he added, giving me a bowl of soup. As I drank, a question came to my mind. What happened to my shirt? I remember I was wearing it last night. "Rachel took it from you," he replied. I choked. "What?" I asked, coughing. "What do you mean, what?" "It was the logical thing to do," he said, smiling maliciously. "What's logical?" I asked, taking a quick sip. "No impure thoughts, Juan. She only took it off to bring down your fever with a wet towel. You should have seen her face. I've never seen anyone turn so red." "I wasn't thinking about that," I murmured, handing him the bowl and avoiding his gaze. She laughed. "I'll leave you alone now. Rest," he said, standing up. Before closing the door, he added, "And, Juan, no mischief." He raised his eyebrows in a knowing gesture and left. I blushed and put my hands to my face to cool myself. I shook my head to clear away any unpleasant thoughts. I gently took Rachel's hand and lay down beside her. Gently, I pulled her towards me, even though the foredrip prevented me from holding her the way I wanted. Then, I gently lifted her head, slid my arm under her, and laid her back down. I kissed her on the lips and forehead before snuggling up next to her. I love sleeping like this, with her in my arms. This is the best night's sleep I've had in the last 2 months. I feel so comfortable, almost like when I was with Juan at a sleepover. It's so warm here. I ran my hands over the pillow, which was firm but cozy. Suddenly, I heard a faint sigh and felt a firm grip on my wrist that stopped me. I also felt pressure on my shoulder. "You should stop doing that, princess, or this won't end well," the pillow told me. I freed myself from its grasp and ran my hand over it again. "But I like it so much. It's so comfortable," I murmured as I pressed my face into the pillow, feeling its softness. I placed a soft kiss on it. I noticed the pillow tighten, so I ran my hand over it again to smooth it out. "You're so tense." "Relax," I whispered. The pillow relaxed. I kissed her again and smiled. "Good," I said, holding her tighter, wrapping my hands and legs around her. "What are you doing to me, princess?" the pillow murmured. I raised my hand to silence it. "Don't talk. Just sleep," I whispered as I withdrew my hand. I heard deep breathing above me. Suddenly, I found myself on my back, still clutching my pillow. My hair was brushed away from my face, and I smiled at the feel. Then, I felt a kiss on my forehead, followed by another on my eyes, and finally, on my cheek. The sensation was like being tickled, which made me giggle softly. "Do you like that?" he asked, as I felt a kiss on my other cheek. I laughed again at the tickle. Then, a kiss just below my ear made me laugh again. "I like it," I replied. "Really?" he asked, and I nodded. "I think you'll like this too." I felt kisses from below my ear to my neck. I loved the feeling, and I hugged the pillow tighter. Then, someone whispered and bit my neck lightly, making me moan at the feeling. It felt like I was in a dream, as if one were on top of me, kissing my neck. I brought my hand to his hair and gripped it tightly. I heard a sigh from him before he bit my neck again, this time harder, making me moan louder. I wanted to taste his lips. I pulled his head away and leaned down to kiss his lips. I moved my lips urgently, wanting to feel them, and one kissed me back. We were both trying hard to win the kiss. I moaned when I felt a pressure on my waist. I felt his tongue on my lips, asking for permission, and I didn't let it go. Then he moved his hand down to my hip and squeezed hard. I was surprised, and that encouraged him to move his tongue inside my mouth. I moaned at the feel of him, but I wanted more. I pulled away from him and began kissing his jaw. He groaned, and I continued to pepper his jaw and neck with kisses, biting hard in one specific spot. "God," I heard him say. I continued kissing and licking that same spot while my hand ran over his abs. I could hear his whispers. I felt his weight on me, as if he were losing strength. It was then that I realized I was actually kissing Juan, that this wasn't a dream. I opened my eyes, but I didn't stop what I was doing. I continued kissing his neck and felt the urge to kiss his lips again. I gently pushed him back on the bed and climbed on top of him. I saw a look of surprise and fear on his face. I think he thought I was going to do something when he saw me awake, but all I did was kiss him again. He kissed me harder. I felt hot, so I took off my jacket while still kissing him. He sat up slowly and held me in place with a hand on my hip. I raised my hands and placed them on his cheeks, kissing him slowly. I wanted to memorize his taste in this moment. He did the same. He brought his other hand to my cheek, gently tilted it, and kissed me even more passionately. I wrapped my legs around his waist, noticing a slight movement that I decided to ignore. Suddenly, I felt my back against the mattress, with him on top of me. He slowly pulled away, resting his forehead on mine as we both panted. "I really like you, Rachel. Much more than you know," he said, staring at me. "Will you let me take you on a date? Just one. If you don't like it, I won't insist." In his eyes I saw despair and hope. He felt the same way I did. He was the only person I'd ever kissed. "At least I can try, right? I've wanted to since high school, and I'd even thought about it the day before yesterday." I nodded, speechless, afraid to scream with happiness. "Really?" he asked excitedly. I nodded again, smiling. "I like you too," I confessed. He responded by showering kisses on my face, making me laugh. I couldn't wait any longer. I cupped his face and kissed him again. This time, my hands explored his back, feeling his muscles. He, in turn, gently caressed my curves before sliding my shirt out of my shorts. He looked at me, seeking permission. I nodded. Feeling his hand under my blouse, I leaned toward his lips. We melted into another kiss, with him squeezing my waist and me wrapping my arms around his neck. Then, he sat me down and placed me across his lap. With trembling fingers, he unbuttoned my shirt and let out a sigh at the sight of my skin. His kisses trailed down my throat, lingering just above my neckline. "Don't act like you've never seen a woman like that before," I said, laughing. "You may not believe it, but you're the first," he replied, caressing my cheek. I blushed. Suddenly, I remembered his condition. "Wait, what about your fever? You were unconscious yesterday. How did I end up sleeping next to you?" "Better than ever," she confessed. "The doctor helped me last night and came early to withdraw the 4. You're a real sleeper, by the way. And did you wake up last night?" He nodded. "Well, the important thing is that you're okay. Although I think you took advantage of me sleeping in this morning," I reproached him, feigning anger. He was surprised. "Me? You were the one who sought my chest, murmuring that it was comfortable. I was just waiting for you to wake up." I then remembered my confusion at thinking it was a pillow. I blushed and looked away. "What time is it?" I asked, changing the subject. 10:30, he replied, looking at the table. "Oh my God, I forgot my work." "Don't worry, my mother said she would take care of it today." We stared at each other in silence, lost in the moment. He moved closer again, and this time, the kiss was more intense. His hands explored my body tenderly, lingering on every curve as if memorizing my skin. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen," he whispered. We embraced, feeling our hearts beat. Episode 7. We were both still in bed, kissing, completely naked. We didn't have sex, in case that's what you're thinking. To feel her skin against mine, I took off my pants, leaving only my underwear. I'm not ready for more yet, and I don't think she is either. We were just enjoying the moment. When the doctor arrived, he checked me over and removed the 4-drip. I only had a slight fever. After he left, my mother came in and told me to rest. I refused, but she insisted she would take care of the business. She also mentioned that Rachel would stay with me, her idea, not mine, and I liked that. She instructed me to feed her when she woke up. So today we would have the house to ourselves. But I wasn't prepared for what would happen when she opened her eyes. I waited for her to wake up so we could have breakfast together, but that thought vanished when her hand ran over my chest. I only intended to kiss her, avoiding her lips, but she surprised me. At first, I thought I was still dreaming, but no, she was the one who initiated the kiss. I'm more than happy with how things are turning out. I have to impress her on our date and ask her to be my girlfriend. I don't know what time it is. We're still here, kissing leisurely. I was on top of her, enjoying every touch between our bodies. I loved the way her breasts pressed against my torso. I left her lips and scattered kisses along her shoulders and collarbone. Juan, I think we should stop, she said, panting. But I don't want to leave you yet, I murmured against her soft skin. I want to shower. Can I use yours? He asked, running his fingers through my hair. I rested my head on his chest. Sure, I replied. Then move away, she whispered. I pulled away and lay down beside her. She sat up, pulled the sheets over her, and headed to the bathroom. She went in, but forgot to lock the door. I got out of bed and walked in quietly. As I closed the door, I turned around. There was Rachel, underwater, drops running down her body. I swallowed, entranced by the sight. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist. She jumped and turned. Juan. What are you doing here? She asked, surprised, instinctively covering herself. I pushed her hands away and pulled her toward me, eliminating any space between us. The water fell on both of us. Do I make you uncomfortable? If so, I'm leaving, I said, looking into her eyes. She relaxed in my arms and shook her head. I bent my face and captured her lips. An hour later, we stepped out of the shower, wrapped in our towels. It was the best shower of my life. I'd love to do it every day. We brushed our teeth in front of the mirror, smiling at each other. I finished early and stood behind her. When she was done, I hugged her from behind and kissed her damp hair. She smiled at me through the reflection. I raised my hand to cup her chin, tilted her face, and kissed her again. She responded sweetly. I turned her toward me and gently pushed her against the sink, holding onto my shoulders for support. I noticed her towel had loosened. Carefully, I grabbed the center of the fabric and began to slide it down, but just as I was about to reveal more, the bathroom door burst open. Juan, what are you? The voice trailed off. We broke apart and looked toward the entrance. There stood Alex, petrified, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape. I quickly covered Rachel with my body. What the hell, Alex? Can't you play? What are you doing in my bathroom? I snapped at him. Hearing this, he reacted and turned his back on us. I'm so sorry. I just. I'll be in your office, he said as he stormed out of my bathroom, closing the door. I sighed and rubbed my face with my hands. I turned to Rachel, who was holding the towel tightly and looking down. I tilted her chin up and kissed her passionately. She let go of the towel and wrapped her arms around me. The towel fell to the floor, soaking in the water. She gave a small gasp, but I pulled her down to me as I kissed her deeply. My hands ran down her bare back and I cupped her waist. She sighed and hugged me tightly. We separated after a few minutes. I'll get you some clothes, I said, kissing her forehead. And why don't you cook something after you get ready? I have a problem to solve, I said, smiling somewhat bitterly. Okay. But don't do anything reckless, remember he's your friend, he warned me. I went out and found a sweatshirt, a pair of pants, and some underwear. I handed the clothes to Rachel from outside the bathroom. I got ready and went out. I headed to my office. Upon entering, I saw Alex pacing back and forth, unaware of my arrival. As I walked, I lifted my leg and placed it in front of him. When he didn't see me, he let out a yelp as he fell to the floor. I laughed as I walked over to the couch and sat down. I stared at Alex, who was staring at me with a withering look. I responded with a sarcastic smile. He stood up and stood in front of me, crossing his arms. I did the same. I was trying to look serious. Seriously, are you going to look at me like that? I need you to explain to me what I saw. My innocent eyes are now ruined, he said. Why should I explain this to you? You walked into my room like it was yours. It's not my fault. And you should learn to knock before entering. And why did you walk into my bathroom? I replied. He sat down next to me on the couch. I waited in your room for about 10 minutes for you to come out of the bathroom. But I didn't hear anything and thought something had happened to you, so I decided to go in, he explained. I nodded. You're not going to explain anything to me, I said, shaking my head. Well, then I'll ask Rachel, he said, standing up. I shot him a glare and held him down to keep him from getting up. I'll spank you if you do that, I warned him. I ran a hand through my hair and said, you better explain what you're asking. Did you have sex? He asked seriously. I kept my face blank, avoiding looking at him, but I felt myself blushing. No, I replied. So why is your face so red? He persisted, sounding amused. She isn't. And I'm not going to explain anything. I just asked her out on a date, I replied. Wow, they haven't even had a date yet, and they're already moving so fast. Lucky you, she said, laughing. I got a call from your mom saying you weren't feeling well. So I came to check on you. But I didn't expect to see what I saw. Looking at you now, I can tell you've recovered quickly, he said, bringing his face close to mine. I reflexively stepped back. He smiled at me knowingly, wiggling his eyebrows. So what did you do? He asked. I blushed even more and stood up from the couch. I cleared my throat and answered. I'm hungry, so I'm going downstairs, I said, leaving the office. But I heard. Yeah, are you hungry for food or someone in particular? He asked. I didn't answer and went straight down to the kitchen. As I walked in, I saw Rachel placing something on the plates. She looked at me and smiled. You're here, he said as he carried the plates to the table. I sat down and started eating. Alex came in and sat at the table too. Rachel sat next to me. Thanks for this, Rachel, he said, shoveling the food into his mouth. She smiled at him. I finished eating and took my medicine while Rachel gave it to me. I left the two of them talking and went back up to my room. I looked at the mess. Thankfully, the clothes we'd taken off were out of sight, so Alex didn't know what had happened. I gathered the clothes and sheets and put them in the hamper. I put the clean sheets in. I heard the ringing of a cell phone and saw it was coming from a purse. I took Rachel's purse, opened it, and found the phone. I saw it was my mother calling. I answered. Hello, I said. Juan, what are you doing with Rachel's phone? She replied. I looked over to the door and saw Rachel walking into my room, looking confused to see me holding her phone. I was in the kitchen, so I grabbed it just in case, I replied. Then give it back to her, he said. I rolled my eyes and passed it to Rachel. I turned to grab my own phone. Yes. Yes. I made him take the medicine. Really? Okay, I'll do it, I heard my mother say on the other end of the line. I checked my phone and saw a message from Alex. Well, I'll leave you two to it, darlings. I won't bother you now. And Wani, I'm not ready to be an uncle yet, so use protection. Okay, bye, I heard Rachel say. I was still furious, rapidly typing on my phone to set boundaries, but my phone was snatched from my hands. I looked at Rachel, who smiled shyly as she handed it back to me. Sorry, I thought you were checking your emails, he said, handing me my phone. Thanks for reminding me, I have some emails to attend to, I replied, starting to walk toward the office. Hold on right there, mysterious, she stopped me. I turned to her. I just heard from your mom that you've been put on strict bed rest, so go back to bed. I'll take care of everything, she ordered firmly. She looked really attractive trying to intimidate me. But you know I'm perfectly fine thanks to this morning's activities, I replied, smiling as I slowly approached. She took a step back, blushing. I didn't mean it like that. You were wrong, he murmured. Well, I can show you how good I feel, I whispered in her ear. She pushed me slightly, took my hand, and made me sit on the bed. If you don't rest now, I'm going home, she said as she grabbed her bag. I held her so she wouldn't leave. I sighed and looked at her. Okay, he said, smiling, and kissed me on the cheek. Good. Now let's watch a movie and rest. Layla gave me some work to do, he said, turning to leave. Don't go. I have my laptop in the office. Bring that here and finish the work, I told her. She nodded and left. I sat down on the bed and chose a movie. After a few minutes, Rachel came back and sat next to me on the bed, crossing her legs. Soon after, I felt sleepy. I laid my head on her lap and closed my eyes. She ran her fingers through my hair. Before I fell asleep, I felt a soft kiss on my forehead. Rachel's POV. I'd been checking my email for a couple of hours. One was sleeping peacefully on my lap. I didn't expect things to turn out this way, but I'm happy about it. I can't keep my feelings hidden any longer. What happened this morning exceeded all my expectations. And I was the one who initiated the kiss. However, he was the one who confessed his feelings first. I don't know if I made the right decision by letting him into my life. The way he kissed me shows he won't let me go so easily. And it seems I won't let him go either. I want to give this a chance. My thoughts were interrupted when my cell phone started ringing. I answered quickly without looking at the caller ID, so as not to wake Juan. Hello. Hey, Des, can we meet up today? Eve said in a low voice, as if she were about to cry at any moment. Eve, what happened? I asked. Nothing, I just want to see you, he replied. Okay, when do you want to see us? When I'm done with work, we can meet at your favorite cafe, he said. Okay, I'll call you when I get there, I replied, and she hung up. She seemed worried. I looked at the time. I had an hour to meet her. I continued with my work. I still had some things to finish, but I had to see Eve. Besides, I couldn't leave Juan alone. I was about to call Layla when she entered Juan's room. You're here. I was just going to call you. I want to go now. I have to see a friend. And about your work, I'll finish it tonight and send it to you, I told her. Okay, send it to me tonight. You can go now. I don't want to have caused you any trouble with Juan, she said as she sat on the edge of the bed. Oh, no. It's okay, I'd help you whenever you need it, I smiled at her. Thank you, dear. And tomorrow, please come to the building early. I won't let Juan go to work tomorrow, he needs his rest, she told me. Okay, I'm going now, I said, placing the laptop on the nightstand. I slowly lifted Juan's head and placed it on the pillow. I wanted to kiss him on the cheek, but since his mother was here, I didn't. I grabbed my bag and yesterday's clothes I found in the laundry basket and headed for the door. I took one last look at Juan before leaving. Layla followed me to the door. Thank you for taking care of him. I don't know what I would have done without you, she said. As I reached the door, I turned to her. I hugged her, making it clear I was there for whatever she needed. Okay. If you need anything, let me know, I said as I pulled away from her. I'll take you. Wait here. Let me get my keys, she said, turning around. I took her arm. No, I can go on my own. It's not dark yet. I'll take a taxi, I assured him. It's okay, darling. Take care, he said, patting me on the cheek. I nodded and left Juan's house. I arrived at the cafe where Eve wanted to meet. I sat down and looked out the window, waiting for her arrival. I ordered a pastry in the meantime. The door opened and Eve walked in. She looked really sad. She came over and sat down across from me. What happened? I asked softly. She began to sob quietly. I got up, sat beside her, and hugged her. She hugged me back, and I began stroking her back to comfort her. After a few minutes, she calmed down. I asked her, "Are you okay now?" She nodded. "Do you want to talk about it?" He nodded again. Last night, my little brother, Harry, started vomiting. At first, we thought it was a stomach bug, but we got scared when he started coughing up blood. We took him to the hospital and learned he had leukemia. I didn't know what to do. I stroked her back to calm her as I continued. I went back to work as usual today, since my mom stayed behind to watch Harry. She paused, took a deep breath, and continued, "Before I called you, I went to check on Nathan, but I never imagined I'd find him kissing another girl. When he saw me, he pushed her away and ran to me. I hid from him and called you. I really liked him." As she said this, she burst into tears again. I hugged her to comfort her. "It's not worth crying over someone like that," I told him firmly. I didn't want to cry. I think ever since I found out about my brother, I've been bottling everything up, and when I saw Nathan, I just exploded, she confessed through tears. I gave her a few more minutes to calm down. Eve is a strong girl, but seeing her like this broke my heart. "Thank you, Rachel," she said, wiping away her tears. Then, without further ado, she took my slice of cake and began to eat it. I looked at her reproachfully, but she, absorbed in the sweet treat, didn't even flinch. I sighed, resigned. "No problem," I replied, reflecting silently while she continued devouring my dessert. "Eve," I called, and she looked up at me. "I can talk to my dad about your brother." Her eyes widened, ready to protest, but I interrupted her by taking her hands. "Please, let me help you. My family can do this. You've always been there when I needed you, and now you've got too much on your plate. Let me do this for you," I begged, putting on a puppy dog face. She avoided my gaze, but I moved to stand in front of her, insistent. "Please," I repeated. Finally, Eve exhaled in resignation. Who can resist that look? "It's fine. But I want to help in any way I can." I let out a little squeal of joy and hugged her tightly. She hugged me back. "Everything will get better. Your brother will be fine," I assured him as we parted. She smiled at me, nodding hopefully. We talked for a while longer and decided to have dinner at the restaurant. While we were eating, I heard Eve's name being called. When I turned around, I saw a boy approaching. She paled, and when she tried to run away, he grabbed her hand. I stood up immediately. "Eve, please. Let me explain," he begged. "Let me go. I don't want to talk to you," she struggled, avoiding his gaze. She was about to intervene, but her next sentence left us both paralyzed. "I am of diverse orientation." I blinked, confused. Eve stared at him in astonishment. "I know I sound incoherent, but hear me out," he insisted. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down. The boy took the empty chair next to her, and I did the same. He looked at me, puzzled, until Eve clarified. "Nathan, this is Rachel, my best friend. Des, this is Nathan, well." She hesitated, not knowing how to define it. "Let's just say we're friends," Nathan chimed in with a shy smile. "I'm leaving so you can talk in privacy," I offered, standing up. "No, stay." "You know what happened," Eve said, though her gaze pleaded otherwise. I nodded and sat back down. Nathan fiddled nervously with his fingers before speaking. "This is more embarrassing than I thought. Like I said, I'm transgender. I just figured it out today," he admitted, lowering his voice. "I don't know when it started, but I realized I was looking at boys more than girls. I wasn't ready to accept it, and I'm still in college." "But you said you were 25, Eve interrupted. "There was a reason," he sighed. "I get bullied for being the nerd. People beat me up to get notes, and girls don't even look at me. To test my sexual orientation, I decided to date someone outside of college, lying about my age. When I met you, you were the first person who treated me kindly. I wanted to be your friend, but I made the mistake of asking you out. Today, when I kissed that girl, I felt nothing. That confirmed my sexual orientation. I'm so sorry, Eve. I shouldn't have led you on." She smiled at him sympathetically and squeezed his hand. "No problem. If you had told me sooner, we would have worked something out. I liked you, but that went away when you mentioned you were in college," she joked, making him laugh. "Still, I like you. I'll be your friend," she promised. "Me too. I need more friends besides this one," I said, pointing at Eve, who gave me a dirty look. Nathan laughed in relief. "Are you still up for going to the aquarium this weekend?" Eve asked. He nodded enthusiastically. "Nathan," I chimed in, "have you done anything about the bullying?" "I reported the teachers, but without proof, it was useless. I just avoid trouble by passing them my notes. I can't face 6 guys alone. I'll wait until I graduate," he sadly confessed. We changed the subject and continued eating, exchanging numbers. Nathan turned out to be fun, and Eve regained her spirits. I still had to talk to my father about Harry. What a crazy day. I kissed my crush, he confessed his feelings, he asked me out, I made a new friend. Wow, what a day. I slowly opened my eyes and looked around. I was in my room. I expected to see Rachel, but she wasn't there. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom to clean my face. I got out and headed to the living room. I saw my mom working on her laptop. "Hi," I greeted her and sat down on the couch next to her. She looked at me and smiled. "Hi, how are you feeling now?" he asked. I looked around for a small figure. "Better," I replied. My mother didn't say anything, so I looked at her. She was watching me with a slight, amused smile. Well, if you're looking for Rachel, she's already gone home, he said. Hearing that, my spirits plummeted. He didn't say anything to me before leaving. I didn't ask anything about her, I replied, avoiding looking at her. Of course not. But your eyes were asking for it, he said, laughing. I looked at the time, and it was 6:30. How was everything at the office? And what are you doing? I asked, breaking the silence. Everything's fine. Your secretary helped me a lot. You've maintained your company very well. I was working on a fashion show that will be held in New York. My new designs are on display for the event, he said, looking at his laptop. Juan, I have a proposition for you, he said. I nodded for him to continue. I want you to be my model for some photos. It's not much, just some outfits, he said, closing the computer and looking at me. Mom, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. Even when other studios have offered it to me, I've turned it down. I've only posed for a few magazines, I replied. Just think about it, I've been working on this for years especially for you. I always thought about doing it with my son when he grew up. Just think about it, he said, smiling at me. Okay, just this once, I agreed. She smiled. Oh, I can't wait. I have this show next month, and I'll be off next week. How about next week, she said, really excited. I smiled and replied. Whatever you decide, Mom. Just schedule it with Rachel, I replied. Oh, and I have a surprise for you during the photo shoot, he said, smiling mischievously. Now I was a little scared of what he was planning. Mom, I'm going to work tomorrow, I said. No. Rest one more day. I spoke with Veronica, she'll be here tomorrow morning. And your father is arriving tonight. He'll go to your company to check on it, she said, taking the laptop and heading to her room. I got up and followed her. Mom, it's so boring to be home, I complained as I followed her. It's just one day, and Veronica will be with you all day tomorrow, he replied, placing his laptop on the table. He was about to answer when she continued. Wait, weren't you bored of being at home today? He asked, crossing his arms. Well, it depends on who you're with. Now tell me, what did you do with Rachel to keep you from being bored today? He said, looking at me with a mischievous smile. I didn't answer, just turned around and started walking toward the kitchen. I was blushing. Interesting. Are you going to answer? She started, following me, but I interrupted her. If you want me to stay home, fine, I'll stay. But don't ask any more questions, I replied, opening the refrigerator to get something to eat. Okay, you don't ask. Now, step aside. I'm going to reheat the food I made before I arrived, she said as she gently pushed me away and began heating up what she had prepared. We ate while we chatted, it was pleasant. I was finally achieving what I'd wanted for years. Before we went to bed, my father came home. He asked me how I was and went to rest, he seemed tired. Now I'm in bed, but sleep doesn't come, it feels empty. I've never felt this way before. Another night thinking about Rachel, I feel this way. I thought she'd text me, but I haven't received a single reply. I'm a little annoyed with her. I don't even know when she left. And I still have to plan the date. With these thoughts, sleep took me. I woke up to the sound of my alarm blaring in the room. I quickly turned it off, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom. I did the necessary things and changed into my workout clothes. First, I went for a run and then headed to the home gym. This was relaxing. I guess a few days of rest is good. I was lifting weights alternating hands when the gym door opened. I looked up and saw Kenya walking in with a drink in her hands. I smiled and dropped the weights to the floor. I hugged her. "Kenya, how are you?" I said excitedly. "Please get away from me." "You're covered in sweat," she said, pushing me. I let go. "That's the idea." "And what is this?" I asked, taking the drink. "Mom made something, I don't know." "How are you?" "I heard you weren't feeling well," she asked, sounding concerned. "I'm fine, girl. Look, here I am, working out," I replied, taking a sip of the drink. It was delicious, so I drank it quickly. "Okay, Mom said you should go get breakfast." "I'm staying here today," she said, taking the glass from me and leaving. I went to my room, took a shower, and changed my clothes. I took out my phone to see if there were any messages from someone, but no, only work emails. I went down to the kitchen, greeted Veronica with a kiss on the cheek, and ate breakfast. We talked about her family reunion and my health. I got a good scolding from Veronica for not taking care of myself. Kenya and I were watching a movie in the living room when my father came out of his room. "Father, I thought you were going to the company," I asked, completely confused. "Your mother insisted I rest because I was tired, and she told me to come back a little later to check things out," he replied, adjusting his tie. "But who's in charge of the job?" I asked. "Yeah, I asked your mom the same thing before she left. She said she trusted Rachel to handle it. I think she's handling all your meetings today." "Poor girl, I hope she's rested enough to handle her day," he said as he walked into the kitchen. Then I thought, she's not texting or calling me. Instead, she's working hard. She deserves someone better than me. She cared for me, helped my mother, and now she's managing all my work. She's truly a hard-working woman. "Juan," Kenya called, waving her hand in front of my face. "Yes," I replied, looking at her. "You were very thoughtful," he said, frowning. "Yeah, I was thinking about Rachel. She's helped a lot these past 2 days," I told him. It's his nature. "So, has there been any progress in your relationship other than work-related?" he asked, turning completely toward me. "Yes. I asked her out, but I'm still trying to figure out what to do. I want it to be special," I replied, resting my elbows on my thighs and looking at Kenya with my hands on my face. "I can suggest a few things." "Well, it's your first date, so it should be something private, just the two of you, no one else." "And I think she's not a picky person," I nodded. "And she likes it simple." That got me thinking. Before I could continue, I sat up straight and looked at Kenya excitedly. She closed her mouth when she saw me. "Kenya, you're brilliant. I already know the perfect place." "Now come, I'll show you," I said, taking her hand and leading her toward the backyard. I guided her as we walked. In about 10 minutes, we reached the forest. I had her stop in front of a spot and asked her, "So, what do you think? Do you like this place?" She smiled at the sight. "It's beautiful, Juan. I'm not going to lie to you, I think Rachel will love this place," he said as he looked at it. "So, the location is decided, just a few details left." "Help me plan this," I asked. As we were heading back, Kenya gave me some ideas. I'm excited about it. Soon night fell, and my parents returned. Now we were all at dinner. They chatted and laughed while we waited for my father to freshen up. When my father left, Veronica began serving the food. "Veronica, why don't you sit with us? We're going to eat together, my mother said. I smiled at the suggestion. Yes, Veronica, please sit down. You're part of the family too, my father insisted. I saw her hesitation, but I smiled and signaled for her to sit with us. She did, and we continued with dinner. How was work at the company? I asked my father. Well, Rachel is very good at her job. You really found a gem, she said, smiling at me. Well, this jewel comes from the same place where you were born and lived, I replied. My mother was amazed and took my father's hand. My father was amazed. I know, I surprised you. But when I was 15, I heard people talking about your hometown. I wanted to explore it, so I went there to finish high school. I wanted to surprise you at my graduation, but you never came. That's in the past now, I'm over it. But one thing I discovered there was Rachel. That's where I met her, I told them. I saw that my parents were about to cry. I didn't mean to make you cry. I just wanted to say that Rachel is from the same place, I mumbled, not knowing what to do. It's okay, son. I know you didn't mean to do it that way. But I'm glad to know Rachel comes from the same place, my mother said, smiling at me, though I could see regret over some past decisions in her eyes. We finished dinner, and my parents went to their room. I was in the living room with Kenya watching a movie, while Veronica had already left. Juan, can I come to your office tomorrow? I have the day off and I'm bored at home, she said. I looked at her, confused. Please, I won't bother you. I'll be discreet, and I'll also get to meet your girlfriend, Rachel, she said, smiling innocently. She's not my girlfriend yet, I replied. Well, in the future it will be. So, can I go? Okay, I replied, turning back to the movie. Juan, she called. I have an idea. I looked at her in confusion. How about we make Rachel jealous and see how she reacts? You don't tell her anything about me, she suggested. I thought about it for a moment. I smiled at the idea. I like the idea, I replied with a mischievous smile. Tomorrow is the day to make Rachel jealous, he said, smiling back at me. Yesterday was an exhausting day. I don't know how one handles so many meetings in one day. After only attending 2, I was already overwhelmed. In the afternoon, Juan's father helped me a little, so I didn't have time to call him to check on him. Although Antonio assured me he was fine. After dinner with Eve and Nathan, I called my dad to talk about Eve's brother. He's more than willing to help them. In fact, yesterday he was transferred to the hospital where my dad works, and he's now overseeing his treatment. Today, I'll finally see Juan again. I was so excited that I wore one of my favorite outfits. I arrived at the office at my usual time, and when I approached my desk, I found a bouquet of flowers and a box of my favorite chocolates. I couldn't help but smile. I quickly made his coffee, grabbed the day's planner, and knocked on his door with a big smile on my face. Come in, I heard from inside. When I opened the door, I expected to see him, but instead, there was a woman sitting at her desk flipping through a magazine. I frowned helplessly. Who is she? What's she doing here? I wondered. How was I supposed to know? Is she his girlfriend? I thought. How silly. If I had a girlfriend, why would I have asked you out? My inner voice replied. You're right. But I doubt he'd allow any woman to set up shop in his office like that. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard one calling me. Miss Segler, he said, sitting in his chair. I walked in and left the coffee and the diary on his table. Good morning, sir. Here's your schedule, I said, staring at him. He looked better than the day before, but there was a mischievous glint in his eyes. Unable to help myself, I glanced at the woman again. This time, she was looking at me closely, as if she were analyzing me. I quickly looked back at Juan, who was smiling mockingly. "Rachel, meet Kenya." "Kenya, this is Rachel, my personal assistant," he said. I was stunned. Did he just introduce me as his assistant? And what are you supposed to be to him? His girlfriend? I mentally scolded myself. Well, we're friends, right? Besides, he didn't specify what his relationship is with her. He just gave her name. I narrowed my eyes, puzzled, then looked at Kenya with a polite smile. "Hello," I greeted. "Hello," she replied kindly. I turned to Juan with a blank expression. "I'm going back to work. If you need anything, let me know, sir," I said before leaving, closing the door behind me. I sat back in my chair and looked at the chocolates. I didn't feel like eating them anymore, so I put them in my bag. Did she forget what happened on Tuesday? Who is she? And what are they doing now? I stared at the door. Damn. Why did I close it? I must have left it ajar. I got up to open it, but stopped halfway. What am I doing? I returned to my seat, annoyed, and tried to concentrate on my work. However, I couldn't help but keep glancing back at his office. Minutes later, I started hearing their laughter. What could be so funny? I crept closer and put my ear to the door, but I couldn't make out anything. Suddenly, the door burst open. I jumped and sat up quickly, meeting Juan's amused gaze. Beside him, the girl had a hand on his arm. "Miss Zegler, what were you doing standing by the door?" he asked, raising an eyebrow with that smile of his that so disconcerts me. "Nothing. I just saw something on the doorstep and wanted to clean it up," I stammered, glancing briefly at Kenya. "Well, go on with your business." "I'll be gone for a while," he said. I stepped back to give them space, but just as I took 2 steps, I called out to him. "But, Mr. Torres." He stopped and turned around, raising his eyebrows curiously. I noticed Kenya trying to hold back a laugh. "You have." I looked around nervously. "You have a meeting," I finished. He looked at his watch and said, "The meeting is at 12. I still have 2 hours. If you're done with the questions, can I go?" he said in an annoyed tone. I just nodded and looked down. I heard footsteps moving away from me. I looked up to see them entering the elevator. As the doors closed, our eyes met. He must have seen my sad face. I was starting to feel sad and angry. Just 2 days ago, he'd confessed he liked me, and now he was bringing a girl into his office without even looking at me like he used to. Am I getting jealous? I asked myself. Maybe so. Because you're getting angry just seeing him with another girl, my mind replied. That girl was very pretty and wearing a nice dress. I tapped my foot and headed back to my seat to continue working. Half an hour passed, and every now and then I glanced toward the elevator. I needed a strong coffee to get back to work and take my mind off this arrogant guy. I headed to the kitchen, near Alexis's desk. I was about to enter when I heard noises coming from the stairs. I approached slowly and opened the door a crack to see what was happening. I didn't see anyone, but I heard 2 people talking. "Did we go a little too far grabbing my arm?" a man said. "It was fun, you know," a girl replied. "But I didn't want to make her feel sad," the man replied again. I recognized the voice. It was Juan, and I think the girl was Sophia. "Hey, we're just making her jealous. But I think this is enough." If Veronica finds out, we're lost. Who's going to tell Mom? My eyes widened. So she's Veronica's daughter. Well, you picked a pretty girl. When she found out I was with you, she didn't give me dirty looks. She even said hello nicely. I'm probably going to make a scene with Juan about this. He's doing this to make me jealous. But I don't think she got jealous. So your plan failed. Oh, you didn't see. When he walked into your office, he was so happy. But when he saw me, his mood changed. And when you opened the door, he was trying to listen in on our conversation. Plus, when you said you were leaving, he somehow tried to stop you. What more do you need? If she hasn't gotten jealous yet, then I'm going to kiss you. Her sentence was interrupted by Juan's scream. Stop. That's disgusting. You're like a sister to me. I could hear the horror in his voice. I covered my mouth to keep from laughing. My heart beat faster when I heard him say, sister. Let me finish this sentence. I was just going to say I'd kiss you on the cheek. If this is still this extreme, I'll spank you. But I want a kiss from her, not you, he mumbled at the end. I blushed at his response. I have Max, my dog, to hunt you down if you spank me. And please keep that between you two. They continued arguing as I slowly closed the door. I shook my head, smiling like a fool. Let them keep up the act, I'll see what else they do. From the way they carried themselves, it was clear they were very confident. I went to the kitchen to make some coffee for myself. After a few minutes, I returned to my desk and continued working. Then I heard laughter coming from his office. Soon, I heard the door open. I pointedly ignored the situation and continued working. I heard him cough. I looked up to see them standing in the doorway. Sorry, sir, I didn't hear you leave. Do you need anything? I said as I stood up. I want the file. Yes, the file you gave to my mother, he asked. I searched for the file while listening to Sophia speak. I looked up. Well, I'm going then. See you at home. She kissed him on the cheek. Juan looked like he was going to throw up, but he stayed silent and nodded, smiling. I took the file and watched as Sophia headed for the elevator. Sir, here's your file, I said. He looked at me and then at the file, picked it up, and stood there. He looked at me and then looked at the hallway. I raised an eyebrow, asking, what's that? Anything else, sir? He shook his head and walked into his office, muttering something. I chuckled. Time soon passed and afternoon arrived. It was time to go. I grabbed my bag and headed toward his office, knocking on the door. He said, come in. I walked in, and he was standing in front of his desk, arms crossed, deep in thought. He had taken off his coat, and the sleeves were rolled up. His hair was messy. It looked like he'd run his hands through his hair a couple of times. Sir, I'm done for the day. I'm leaving, I said, and turned to leave, grabbing the doorknob. But one grabbed my arm and turned me toward him. He placed his other hand on my face and kissed my lips eagerly. I dropped my bag to the floor and kissed him back. He pushed me toward the door and kissed me deeply. He took my hands and placed them on either side of my head. His kiss made me feel like he'd missed me. When he released my hands, I automatically wrapped them around his neck. He leaned down slightly and tapped my butt. I got the message and jumped. I wrapped my legs around his hips. He ran a hand up my thighs. I moaned into his mouth. Licking his lips to ask him to open his mouth, he did. We kissed for a few more minutes. I pulled away from him, breathing heavily. "One of these days, you'll be my downfall," he said between breaths. I rested my forehead against his. "Did you really not feel anything when you saw me with Sophia?" he asked me. "Honestly, yes. But after hearing you two talking on the stairs." Her eyes widened. "I didn't want to ruin your plan. So I just put on a neutral face to see what would happen." I shrugged as I stroked her cheek. "You naughty little thing. I was so silly thinking about it all this afternoon," he said, kissing me on the nose. "Well, it's not my plan to make anyone jealous." He just laughed and led me to the desk. He sat me down on it, and he stood between my legs, kissing me passionately again. "So, what about the date I asked you out on? How about this Saturday?" he asked me. "I already have plans for Saturday, what about Sunday?" I replied. He nodded. Suddenly, I was startled by a thought. Damn, I completely forgot. I have to buy tickets to the aquarium for Saturday. There are only 2 days left. What am I going to do? I said hurriedly. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." "On one condition," he said. I nodded. "I'm going with you," he said, looking at me with pleading eyes. "Okay, me, Eve, and a new friend are coming with us." "Wait," a thought occurred to me, "take Alex too, so you don't feel left out." He nodded. I clapped enthusiastically. "Yeah. We're going to the aquarium as a friend's trip," she laughed, and kissed me. "Today's the day, let's go to the aquarium." A little sneak peek, maybe or maybe not, I've booked the entire aquarium. Yesterday I called Alex and told her about the plan. She agreed to come. Yesterday was fun, I had Rachel work in my office. We talked, laughed about everything. I dropped her off at her apartment and also told her I'd pick her and Eve up. She agreed. So here I am, waiting outside the car for her and Eve in the parking lot, with a complete idiot by my side. I called her telling her I was already here, and she told me she'd be right down. Alex came with me, saying something about saving fuel. The whole way there, he kept talking about something, and I just kept quiet. Even now, he's still talking about something, and I'm still standing here, not saying a word. Suddenly, he stopped talking. I looked over and saw him staring at something with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. I looked where he was looking. There came the 2 girls, walking toward us, looking absolutely gorgeous. Image above. But my eyes only focused on Rachel. She was laughing at something Eve had said. "Amazing," I heard Alex say. I punched him in the arm. He yelped. "You better not be talking about Rachel," I threatened. He rubbed the spot where I hit him. "No, I meant Eve," he said. I ignored him and walked over to Rachel. When she saw me, she smiled happily and waved. Eve just nodded and walked past, while I stood in front of Rachel. "How do I look?" he asked timidly. "You look beautiful, but isn't it a little short?" I said, looking at her legs and then her eyes. She looked so attractive. She rolled her eyes and said, "But it's convenient. Now come on, we don't want to be late." She took my hand and dragged me to my car. Alex and Eve were already sitting in the car. Alex was in the passenger seat. I glared at him as I opened the door for Rachel in the back. I sat in the driver's seat and got in. I looked at Alex, who seemed lost in thought. I started the car and drove to the aquarium. The drive was silent. It was so weird. Alex and Eve talked so much, but now they were quiet. Eve and Rachel were talking. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the location. Everyone got out of the car and waited for their friends. "Eve," I heard a voice. We looked up and saw a boy running toward us. "I don't think he's her friend." Eve saw him and waved. He came over and hugged her. "Rachel," he said, pulling away from Eve to hug Rachel. But I grabbed her waist to stop her. She felt the pull and looked down. She saw my hands and glared at me. But the guy hugged her anyway and pulled away. I grabbed Rachel again and pulled her toward me, wrapping my arms around her waist. She pinched my arm. "Nathan, this is Alex," Eve said, pointing at him. "And this is Juan," she said, pointing at me. "They're our friends." "And this is Nathan, our new friend," he added, looking at Nathan. Nathan nodded. Alex and I just nodded back. "Now let's go." "I don't want to miss anything," Eve said, linking her arm through Nathan's and starting to walk toward the entrance. I heard some murmuring nearby. I looked toward the noise and saw Alex looking at them with disdain. Interesting. Rachel took my hand and intertwined her fingers with mine, pulling me toward the entrance. I looked at our hands and smiled. I held her tightly and we walked together. I spoke to the manager, who was waiting for me at the entrance. He gave us a pass and left. We had time to enjoy ourselves until the afternoon. I've organized a special lunch here for everyone. We entered the aquarium and looked around. I stood still, watching Rachel enjoy the scenery with Eve. I didn't notice when she left my side. I decided to take some photos without her noticing. It was clear Eve was more excited to be there. They both seemed to be having a lot of fun with Nathan. I got the impression he was paying more attention to Eve than to Rachel, even putting his arm around her as he walked. Eve walked between Nathan and Rachel, so I didn't mind. However, something wasn't right. Alex, who was usually the most talkative, was unusually quiet today. We stood there, watching them as Eve explained something to Rachel and Nathan. I glanced over at Alex, who was looking at them with a slight smile. "Hey, seriously, what's wrong with you? You usually talk non-stop," I asked, and his smile instantly disappeared. "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking now, aren't I?" he replied, shifting his gaze toward them. "Sometimes I don't understand you," I said, approaching Rachel. I hugged her from behind, making her jump in surprise. "You scared me," he exclaimed, playfully punching me on the arm. I laughed and rested my chin on his shoulder. "This place is very quiet. I think it's just the five of us." "No one else in sight," she commented, looking around. I tensed a little, and she noticed. She turned, crossed her arms, and looked at me intently. "There's something fishy about this," he said, narrowing his eyes. I avoided his gaze as I searched for the others. Nathan and Eve were gone, they'd gone ahead. Suddenly, I felt a tug on my left ear. "Ow!" I protested, as Rachel continued to pull. "I'm asking you seriously, Juan. What did you do?" she insisted, not letting go of me. "I might have rented the whole aquarium," I confessed. At that, she let go of my ear, her mouth agape. I rubbed the sore spot. "It can't be," he whispered, looking at me in disbelief. I did. "I wanted us to enjoy it without distractions," I explained, holding her gaze. She stood on tiptoe and kissed me on the cheek. "Thank you," he said, smiling. I kissed him back on the lips and rested my forehead against his, happy. We walked around the place and took several selfies together. I chose one as my wallpaper, a moment where I kissed her temple while she smiled at the camera. Looking at this, I feel like I should be in there, Eve commented, pointing at the fish. Listening to her, I led them to the dive site. Do you want to go diving? Everything's ready, I announced. Really? Eve asked excitedly. I nodded and called the manager to get the gear ready. Within minutes, Eve, Nathan, and Alex were ready to dive. Rachel and I walked away, heading for the dolphin area. She enjoyed petting and playing with the dolphins. She handed me her phone to take pictures. I sat for a while, admiring her. When she finished, she came over and hugged me tightly, surprising me. I put my arms around her, and when she pulled away, she gave me a quick kiss. Today is the best day of my life, she said, smiling. I smiled too. Making her happy was an incomparable feeling. We sat and watched the dolphins during their training. Eve must be on cloud 9. She's been through so much, a day like this is just what she needed, Rachel murmured, though her mind seemed to be elsewhere. What do you mean, princess? I asked. She then explained to me about Eve's studies, her family's difficulties, and her brother's illness, which was now stable thanks to Rachel's father's care. To her, Eve was like family. The trust, affection, and mutual support they shared were admirable. I hugged her and stroked her shoulder to reassure her. Her future will be brighter, I said, and Rachel nodded silently. Soon after, Eve, Alex, and Nathan joined us to watch the dolphins. Later, I invited them to lunch. Wow, this place is amazing, Rachel said as she looked around. We sat down and ordered our food. I sat between Rachel on my right and Nathan on my left. Across from us were Alex and Eve. Alex, Eve, and Rachel were talking, or rather arguing. I just stared at Rachel. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my left shoulder. I looked at Nathan. So, I think Rachel is yours, he said. You can say that. But if you try anything, I'm not someone you want to mess with, I replied. You don't have to worry about that, he said, taking a sip of water. I raised my eyebrows in surprise. And I'm still in college, studying. But I have to say, these girls are amazing. I didn't have a single friend until now, but I'm lucky to have gained their friendship. I may have met them a few times, but I feel like I've known them for years, he said, looking down at the floor with a small smile. I patted him on the back and said, Looks like we're going to be good friends. I smiled, and he smiled back. We talked a little about his college, and I gave him some advice. Our order arrived, and we started eating. Juan, just take a look at Alex, Nathan said. I looked at him, confused. He nodded at Alex. I looked at Alex and was shocked by what I saw. He was looking at Eve, who was talking animatedly with Rachel, with a small smile on his face. Looks like someone has a crush, I said with a smile as I looked at Nathan. Now, look at this, Nathan whispered. Eve, eat more carefully, you have sauce on your cheek, Nathan said. But there was nothing on his cheek. Nathan stood up and went to get a napkin to wipe it, but he just got a little sauce on it. I saw Alex clench his fist on the table. Then Nathan pretended he couldn't get near her. Suddenly, Alex grabbed a napkin, grabbed Eve's chin, and twisted it sideways to wipe it. This guy is smart. They both stared at each other and seemed lost in that moment. I patted Nathan on the back. Rachel didn't notice any of this. She was in her own world, enjoying the food. I coughed loudly and asked, Rachel, how's the food? Hearing that brought them both back to reality and continued eating. Eve was blushing. The food is delicious. Here, try this, he said as he lifted the spoon to my mouth. I opened it immediately. Thanks for that, I think I found something to tease him about, I said to Nathan. He just smiled at me. We finished lunch. Then we walked a bit, talking. This time, Alex and Eve went ahead, while the three of us followed. My arms wrapped around Rachel, and she rested her head on my chest. Nathan and I got along well. Soon it was 4 p.m. We headed out to the car. This day was amazing. Thanks for inviting Eve, Nathan said as he hugged her. Alex looked at him disdainfully. Thank you, Alex, Rachel, and Juan, for accepting my company. Well, I didn't accept you, I heard Alex mutter under his breath. It's okay, kiddo, I enjoyed your company, I said as I hugged him. We exchanged numbers. We all said our goodbyes to him, except for Alex, who was sulking in my car. Shortly after, I parked my car in the parking lot of Rachel's building. Alex said goodbye to Rachel and Eve and got in the car. Thanks for today, Juan, Eve said. I said goodbye to her, and then she walked into Rachel's apartment. I deliberately stopped Rachel. Now, give me a proper send-off, I said as I pulled her closer. She blushed, looking at me shyly. The day was amazing, thank you, Juan, she said, kissing me on the cheek. I winced at her playful attitude. You're teasing me, princess, I said. She giggled and kissed me on the lips, properly this time. She quickly pulled away. Don't forget our date tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 5:30 p.m. Get ready, I told her. She nodded. With one last kiss on her lips, she walked into the apartment. I got back in the car and started driving home. Episode 8. With a dreamy smile on my face, I walked into my apartment. Stop with that mysterious smile and explain, I heard Eve's voice. I looked at her. She was standing in the middle of the living room with her arms crossed and her foot tapping impatiently. I decided to ignore her and headed to my room. Seriously, Rachel, you're not going to explain anything to me, he said as he followed me. Don't you feel tired? I'm exhausted from all the walking, I replied, dropping my bag on the table. Eve, without saying a word, took my hand, led me to the bed, and sat me down, while she stood in front of me. Now, he demanded, narrowing his eyes. What do you want to know? I asked, exhaling a sigh. Are you dating? She asked. I shook my head. I was about to answer, but she didn't let me continue. What? You're not dating. So what was that about today? You were walking and talking like you were a couple. And besides... I interrupted her. Eve, I was just going to tell you that, if you'd just let me talk, I said. A few days ago, he confessed his feelings and asked me out. Her eyes widened. He said to give it a chance. And I agreed. I like him too. You might think we're moving too fast, that we've been kissing even before our first date. But it's how I feel. When I'm around him, I can't help but want to be by his side. And he feels the same way, I confessed, looking down. Eve took my hand. If that's how you feel, who am I to stop you? I nodded. No matter what, I'll be here, he said, hugging me. I hugged him back. But I have to admit, you two look adorable together, he commented, taking out his phone. He opened something and showed it to me. I gasped at what appeared on the screen. Did you really do this? I asked, staring at her in disbelief. I had to. It was too cute, she replied, smiling. It was a photo of Juan and me. He was hugging me while resting his head against mine, smiling. I swiped left, and another image appeared, him kissing me on the lips. Swiping again, I completely fell in love with the next photo. He was hugging me from behind, his chin on my shoulder, his smile beaming. My face wasn't fully visible, but my happiness was evident. I looked up at Eve. "Can you send them to me?" "I love them," I asked, looking at the photos again. She chuckled and took out her phone to send them to me. "So, when's the appointment?" she asked, without looking up from her phone. "Tomorrow," I replied. Her eyes widened as she looked at me. "And you're telling me now? What time tomorrow?" She got out of bed and headed to my closet. I sat there watching her. "It's not that bad," I said, waving my hand indifferently. "Of course it is. It's your first date, you have to look spectacular." "What kind of dress did he ask you to wear?" she asked, scanning the hanging clothes. "He didn't say anything, just that he'll pick me up at 5:30 p.m., I replied. "There's nothing here," he said, turning to me. "Hey, I just went shopping this week." "What do you mean there's nothing?" I protested. "This is all formal wear or your usual casual style. You need a dress for a date," she assured. "There must be something." "No. There's nothing. And tomorrow we'll go shopping," she declared, sitting back down on the bed. "But I have some work to finish before I go, since I took the day off today," I argued. Eve nodded thoughtfully. "Then I'll go shopping. You finish your work, and I'll find you the perfect dress," she suggested. I was about to refuse when she raised her hand to stop me. "I don't want to hear no," she declared in a final tone that silenced me. A few minutes later, she asked me, "But didn't you feel weird today?" Because, except for the five of us, there was no one else, as if everything was reserved just for us. I remained silent, without responding. She looked at me, confused because I didn't say anything. Then her eyes widened, as if something had occurred to her. "That's not true, is it?" he asked me, looking puzzled. I didn't realize it at first, but when I found out, I confronted Juan. "He said he might have booked the whole place," I replied. She opened her mouth, but said nothing. "Why?" he asked. "He just said he wanted us to have time to enjoy it," I replied. "Wow, you must have a lot of money if you booked that whole aquarium." But seriously, I had a blast. "This was the best day ever," she said happily. I smiled at her joy. Later, we had dinner and watched a movie. It was late when we went to bed. I checked my phone to see if I had any messages. One from Eve, one from Juan, and several more from work. I opened Juan's message first. "Good night, princess. I look forward to tomorrow. Juan." I smiled as I read it and replied, "Good night." Then I opened Eve's message to see the photos she had sent. I opened my favorite and set it as my wallpaper. I soon fell asleep with a smile on my face. The next day, I was working on my laptop in my bedroom as soon as I woke up. Eve had been so helpful, and now she'd gone to find me a dress for the appointment. Soon I heard my apartment door open and close. Eve came into my room with 2 bags. "Did you finish the work?" he asked. "Not yet. There's just one more document to review," I told him. "Well, hurry up, you only have 2 hours, he told me. I finally finished work and closed the laptop. "All set," I said as I got out of bed. "Good," he said, grabbing me by the shoulders and pushing me toward the bathroom. "Now, hurry. There's a lot to do." I went into the bathroom and took a shower. When I came out, I realized I hadn't brought anything. Eve had pushed me in without asking. "Eve," I shouted so she could hear me, "my clothes and a towel." I asked. Soon I heard a knock at the door. I opened it a crack, hid behind it, and reached out. I felt a soft material in my palm and took it. I saw the dress and frowned. "Eve, don't you think it shows too much?" I asked her. "It's not showing too much, just get out quickly," she replied casually. I dried off quickly and put on the dress. The dress was beautiful, but yes, it showed more than I was comfortable with. It fit my body well. I left the bathroom. "Yes. Just what I expected," Eve exclaimed. "Now come, I'll do your makeup." She dragged me to the bed, opened my makeup case, and began applying it. After finishing my makeup, she started working on my hair. I just sat there waiting for her to finish. 15 minutes later, it was over. "All set," he said as he put away the utensils and took me by the shoulders to lift me up. He led me to the mirror. "Now, look at my work." When I saw my reflection, I was amazed. The makeup was subtle, just the way I like it, with a bright red lipstick that popped perfectly with the dress. Finally, my hair was curled. I was looking at a different version of myself. "Amazing," I murmured as I stroked the dress. Then I turned to Eve and hugged her. "Thank you so much, Eve, this is amazing," I said with a big smile. It was at that moment that I heard my phone ring. "Okay, now answer." "It must be Juan," Eve told me. I nodded and took the call. "Hi," I said, feeling my heart beat strongly. "Hi, Princess, I'm at your apartment. I'll be at your door in a few minutes." "Are you ready?" he said. "Yes," I replied quietly and hung up. "What did he say to you?" Eve asked from behind me. I turned to her and said, "He'll be here in a few minutes." Suddenly, I started to feel nervous. "Everything will be fine," she said reassuringly. I think she saw how nervous I was about my dress. I just nodded. "And please don't leave today." "You have to work tomorrow, so stay," I asked. He nodded. Just then, I heard the doorbell ring. "Go ahead, don't be late," Eve assured me. I left her there and went to open the door. I opened it and saw Juan, who looked incredibly handsome. He was wearing a light brown casual shirt, tucked slightly into dark blue slacks. A few buttons on his shirt were undone, revealing a bit of his chest. He had rolled up his sleeves, and to make him look more stylish, he was wearing sunglasses. He looked so handsome that I stood there, staring. When he saw me, he took off his glasses and looked me up and down, his mouth slightly open. I just stood there, fiddling with my fingers in front of me. "Amazing," he said, still watching me. I blushed at his gaze. He took a step forward, put his arm around me, and pulled me toward him, kissing me on the lips. I kissed him back. It was a passionate kiss. He moved his hand from my waist to my back. He pulled away slightly and whispered, "You look more beautiful than I can describe. This dress is driving me crazy because I have so many ideas in my head, and I don't want to be late for our date, so let's go," he said as he pulled away completely and took my hand. He led me out of my apartment. "You look handsome too," I said, glancing at him as soon as the elevator door closed. I laughed at his face. His lips were stained with my lipstick. He looked at me in confusion, and I reached up to rub at the stain. When I finished, the elevator doors opened. He led me to his car and opened the passenger door. I got in, thanking him. Soon we were on the road, and I recognized the route. It was the same one I took to get to Juan's house. Did you forget something at home? Are you going there? I asked, looking at him. He just gave me a quick glance and said, "No. But I planned our date at my house," he replied. I nodded, somewhat disappointed. I thought it would be something more romantic, like an outdoor dinner or a simple restaurant. But hey, it wasn't bad. Finally, we arrived at his house. It was a bit dark, and he helped me out of the car like a gentleman. He led me inside, and I thought he was going to take me to the dining room, but instead he led me toward his backyard and started walking through the woods. "I hope you don't mind walking a bit," he asked me. "No," I replied. After about 10 minutes of walking, he stopped and turned toward me. The place was dark, surrounded by tall trees, and I could only see Juan, since he covered most of my vision. "I hope you like it," Juan said as he stepped back a bit and pressed something on one of the trees. Then I saw it. The light illuminated the place, and I felt like I was in a dream. "Amazing," was the first word I said when I saw the view. It was a tree house, decorated with bright lights. The house was slightly elevated off the ground, and there was a path leading to the entrance. It was so beautiful that I couldn't help but smile as I took in the scene. "This is so beautiful," I said, turning to Juan. "Do you have a tree house?" I asked, excited. "Yes," he replied, scratching his head. "Do you like it?" I could hear nervousness in his voice. "I don't just like it, I love it," I said, taking his hand and pulling him along. "Come on, show me inside," I said, jumping to my feet. He laughed and led me inside. The interior was impressive. It had everything: a small kitchen and a living room with a balcony. There was also a staircase leading upstairs. "This place is amazing," I said, happy. "That's enough about the tour. You can come back whenever you want." "But now, shall we continue with our date?" he asked. I nodded. He led me to the balcony. There was a table with romantic decorations, lights and roses. "Did you do it all?" I asked, looking at him. He nodded and replied, "Yes. I hope you like it." I asked Kenya what to make, and she told me to keep it simple. I immediately thought of this treehouse. "I didn't want you to be disappointed that I didn't take you to a fancy restaurant. I even cooked the meal today. I did something different. I think you're going to love it." And his babble was cut short when I grabbed his neck and pulled him in for a kiss. He was so adorable, talking non-stop, and he looked a little nervous too. At first, he was surprised by my reaction, but he soon responded. I quickly pulled away and said, "Thank you for doing all this. I feel so special." I looked into his green eyes. "But you're special," he whispered, brushing my hair away from my ear. He kissed me on the forehead and led me to the table. We soon started dinner. He had prepared Indian food. It was the best food I'd ever had. He explained what each dish was and how to eat it. He made roti with butter, and it was delicious. He also mentioned other names, but I'd forgotten them. Dessert was chocolate cake, my favorite. This had definitely been the best date ever. We talked about everything, laughing and smiling. After dinner, Juan carried the dishes to the kitchen. I insisted on helping him, but he refused. I stayed near the table, leaning on the railing, looking at the sky. It was so beautiful, full of stars. The cool breeze blew, and I closed my eyes to enjoy the feeling. This had been the best day. I thought Juan wouldn't be so romantic. I heard footsteps. One brushed my hair to the side and hugged me from behind. He placed kisses from my shoulder to the back of my ear. I melted into his embrace. My eyes were still closed. I felt a cold substance on my chest. I opened my eyes and looked down to see a crown-shaped necklace on me. It was beautiful. "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" he whispered near my ear. I reached up to take his hand and held it firmly. As I turned to him, our eyes met, and his gaze held nothing but tenderness. I loved the idea of being his girlfriend, there was no doubt about it. "Is this compensation for being your girlfriend?" I asked mischievously, raising an eyebrow. "No. I just felt I had to give it to you," he replied sincerely. "Yes, I'll be your girlfriend," I said, smiling. He smiled back and gave me a soft kiss on the lips. Looking at the detail he had given me, I asked, "But why a crown?" "Because you're my princess," he replied, as I looked up at him. I thought about bringing a royal crown, but that would be too much. I winked at him and playfully punched his chest. He laughed and wrapped his arms around me. "Like I said, you're my princess. When you look at her, I want you to remember that I'm your prince," he murmured, brushing his nose against mine. "Thank you, it's beautiful," I said, kissing his cheek. He smiled. "Come, I'll show you upstairs." He took my hand and we went upstairs. The room had a bed, a bathroom, and a small balcony. "How is it that everything you have is so beautiful?" I asked, turning to him. He brushed a strand of my hair away and pulled me towards him. "So it's because I like beautiful things," he replied, staring at me. My cheeks burned, and I looked down. He lifted my chin and kissed me softly. We embraced, sharing loving caresses and kisses. The connection between us was intense, yet respectful. Eventually, we snuggled up under the covers, basking in the warmth of the moment. He reached for his phone as I rested my head on his chest. I was grateful we hadn't gone any further. He'd mentioned he wanted our first time to be special, on our wedding night. The thought alone made me blush. He just asked me to be his girlfriend, and he's already thinking about weddings, I thought. "But you love that idea," my heart replied. I didn't know if I was ready for that step, but I longed to be by his side in the future. We hadn't even said the word love yet, but the affection was evident. My thoughts were interrupted when I felt a kiss on my forehead. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "Nothing." "Why do you ask?" I replied, looking at him. "You're quiet, and I can hear your mind." "Something's going on there," he said, gently touching my forehead. "It's nothing," I smiled. Looking at the clock, I saw it was 10:30. I sat up, covering myself with the sheet. "Could you take me to my apartment? It's already late." He took me by the wrist and pulled me towards him. "Stay with me tonight," he begged, looking into my eyes. "Eve is at my apartment, and we have work tomorrow," I argued. "Just let him know you're staying here." "I'll take you tomorrow and we'll go together," he insisted, kissing my shoulder. Finally, I agreed. As I called Eve, one watched me with a smile. "How was the date?" Eve asked. "It was wonderful," I replied, touching the necklace he had given me. I didn't expect anything like that. The conversation took a turn when Eve mentioned that her brother was in critical condition and needed a bone marrow transplant. I felt a lump in my throat. "I'll go with you," I said, but she refused. "No, stay. Your father will accompany me." "I'll call you tomorrow," he insisted. When I hung up, one came over and wiped my tears. "What's going on?" he asked worriedly. I explained the situation to him, and he hugged me, comforting me. As he wrapped me in his arms, I just hoped Eve's brother was safe. After our date, we both returned to the office the next day. Rachel still seemed a little sad about her brother Eve. For my part, I'm happy with how our date turned out. Rachel is finally my girlfriend. The crown necklace is a gift from me, so she'll always remember me by. I promise to make her happy until the end. I want us to save our first time for our wedding night. And I'm absolutely certain we'll get married. I'll make sure of it. And above all, I'm completely in love with her. Yes, I am. This feeling came to me as I was getting ready for our date. How my heart races just when she smiles at me. How I easily get lost in her eyes. How deeply I care for her. How I can't live without her. All of this explains how deeply I've fallen in love with her. I know she's still confused. I'm sorry, I know she's processing all of this. And I'll wait until she's ready. Our days are very busy. We try to spend time together as much as possible. I've already told my parents about our relationship, and they're happy with it. We've decided to keep it a secret from the media for now. If they find out, the news will surely explode. Today is Thursday, the day of the photo shoot. My mom spoke to Rachel and scheduled the session. This morning she told me to bring Rachel with me. I don't know what she has planned. So here I am, putting on the first suit in the dressing room, the one she designed for me. There were only 5 people here in her studio. One to maintain my suits and the others outside, helping with the lights. I think my mother made all this very confidential. They're all men. My mother came into the room and saw me. Perfect, just as I expected, he said, smiling at me and smoothing the fabric over my shoulder. I let out a deep breath. Then let's begin, I replied with some boredom. Don't make that face, like I told you, there's a surprise. But you'll have to wait, he said. Where's Rachel? I asked as she touched me up. I had her sit with me, behind the cameras. Don't worry, I'll keep her company, she said. I nodded. She led me toward the camera. Rachel was sitting next to her, watching me do what my mother asked. After an hour and a half, I was already on the 5th suit. This is more tiring than I thought. As I was buttoning the jacket, my mother came in. Juan, don't button it. I want you to leave it open, he said as he unbuttoned the buttons. But I've never done a shoot like this, I replied as I put on my jacket, leaving it open. I know, but I want you to try something new, he said. When will this end? I asked. This is just the beginning, son. Next time, it'll be your surprise, she said with a mischievous smile. I looked at her, confused. She whispered in my ear what my surprise was. Hearing her, I smiled back. Well, I didn't know you were so clever and smart, I commented, shaking my head. I have to make my son happy, and besides, it'll finish my work for the next project, she said. Now wait outside. I'll be there in a few. I nodded and walked outside. I ran my fingers through my hair as I headed toward the camera. I saw Rachel drinking water. As soon as she saw me, she started coughing loudly. I smiled at her reaction and went over to her to calm her down. I rubbed her back. Are you going to do a session with this? He asked me after he calmed down. Yeah. But I haven't seen you do sessions like this before, he murmured. I could see his eyes keep dropping to my chest. I smiled at that. My mother said, try something new. I shrugged and answered casually. She frowned. He doesn't like the idea. What will he do when he hears my mother's surprise? How do I look? Don't you think your man looks hot in this? I said, running my fingers through my hair and biting my lip as I looked at her. She bit her lip as well, watching me. If you're done flirting, I'd like to get back to my work, Juan. I heard my mother's voice behind me. Rachel blushed deeply and covered her face with her hair. I chuckled and kissed her forehead. Soon, the 5th dress session was over. Oh no, what do I do now? My mom said loudly. I think she started acting up. I laughed inwardly. I walked over to her while she was looking at her phone. What happened, Layla? Rachel asked, worried. There was a couples session after this one with Juan, and I don't think the model is coming today. Hearing this, Rachel's eyes widened in surprise and she looked at me, asking if I knew something. I just shrugged. She looked back at my mom. What do I do? My mother said. She immediately took Rachel's hand and said, you can do this, Rachel. You can help me. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, you, my mother nodded. Oh no, I'm not cut out for this, Rachel said, shaking her head. She knew my mom wasn't going to give up. My mom looked down and said, what do I do? I want this session to end today. It's an intimate session. Rachel's eyes widened again. Intimate? She asked, stuttering. I laughed inwardly at her face. I could see jealousy, fear, and surprise. I never imagined my mother could act so well. Yes. It's like you're seducing a man. I've been planning this shoot for a long time. But the model had a family emergency and said she couldn't make it, my mother said dully. Suddenly, her face lit up. I remember. I have a model upstairs. She came in today for a shoot, can I ask her? My mom said, heading for the door. Rachel immediately stopped her, grabbing her hand. Wait. I can do this, Rachel said. Finally, my mom's plan worked. She was happy with the surprise she had planned for her. Really? Thank you so much, Rachel, my mom said, hugging her. Since her face was right in front of me, she winked. I simply smiled back. I knew this session was going to be interesting. Come on, I'll show you the dressing room, my mother said, leading her to the hallway opposite my room. I went to my room and changed into the next outfit. My mother came in smiling. I liked your surprise. But I don't want Rachel's face to be exposed. We want to keep our relationship a secret, I told him. Don't worry about it, I thought the same thing and told Rachel the same thing, he said. Now, are you ready? If Rachel's involved, I'm more than ready, I replied with a smile. I was ready to take the photos. Then, I heard the click of heels. I turned and saw Rachel walking toward me. I could see all the men staring at her. I glared at them. When Rachel stood next to me, I pulled her toward me and kissed her forehead. Don't you think it's too revealing? Rachel asked, frowning as she looked down. She was right, the dress was more revealing than I'd like, and it had a pretty high slit. It was a black dress. And the men in the room kept staring at my wife. I want everyone out, except the cameraman, I said aloud. Rachel jumped slightly. My mother walked in just as the others were leaving. Why did you do that, Juan? He asked, coming up to me. They were looking at my wife, I replied, annoyed. My mother shook her head. At least you told the cameraman to stay back. Well, if you think otherwise, you'll have to kiss your career goodbye, I said, glaring at the cameraman. He lowered his head. Rachel slapped me lightly in the chest. "Behave yourself," she scolded, glaring at me. My mother laughed at that, and I rolled my eyes. We started taking photos. I loved the poses. "Are you having fun with this?" Rachel asked, looking at me with disdain. "I'm loving it," I whispered in her ear, pulling her closer. The camera clicks were rapid. "This is perfect. Now Rachel, lift your left leg, like you're wrapping it around him. And Juan, you have to hold his leg," my mom said easily. Rachel did as she was instructed. Thank God we had decided to cover his face. The expression he had at that moment was so funny. He looked like he was going to explode at any moment. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. My mom and the cameraman looked at each other in confusion, while Rachel glared at me. "Sorry," I murmured, and shifted Rachel's position so her back was to the camera. Then, I turned her toward me and pushed her hair back so it wasn't covering her face. I leaned down, bringing our lips together. "The face you made just then was so funny." "You don't know how to charm me," I said, smiling against her lips as I looked into her eyes. "It's embarrassing to do it in front of your mother and the cameraman," he said, narrowing his eyes at me. "And what are you going to do about it?" I replied, kissing her. She gripped my jacket tightly and pulled me closer to her. "Kids, I think that's enough," I heard my mother say. I pulled away, facing her. Rachel rested her head on my chest, trying to hide from my mother. I laughed at that. Now, the next dress. Shortly after, I changed and headed out. Minutes later, Rachel appeared. Her black dress reached mid-thigh, with thin straps in the back. It was so tight on her body that I couldn't stop staring. She was wearing heels and stockings. But, God, she looked incredibly sexy in that dress. Luckily, the other men had already left after setting up the couch for the set. "Now, we have to finish quickly," my mother said. Rachel was shy. I pulled her toward me and placed a hand on her back. She placed her hand on my chest. "Okay, this is good. Now, Juan, I want you to look Rachel in the eyes and take a band-aid off her shoulder," my mother said. I saw the concern in Rachel's eyes. I pulled the band-aid down slightly, but stopped there. "Would you have done it with other women if I wasn't here?" Rachel whispered, her voice filled with discomfort. "I would never have done it, not in my dreams or in reality." "Only with you," I said, resting my forehead against his. "Next, Rachel, I want you to slowly unbutton Juan's shirt." "And Juan, you have to look at her," my mother said. "Take off your jacket," he instructed. I did as he said, and Rachel began to do as he asked. If this had been anywhere else, I would have kissed her without thinking about anything else. This was a good moment, we said at the same time. Then my mother continued. Hearing her next comment, Rachel gasped, and I smiled inwardly at my mom's reaction. This was the first time I'd seen so many different sides of Rachel in one day. "Now, Rachel, I want you to get on top of Juan on the couch." "Now, Rachel, I want you to straddle Juan on the couch." I gasped at Layla's words. This was too much. I'd only agreed to do it out of jealousy at seeing other women interact with him like this. I thought it would be over quickly, but judging by the way Layla smiled, I suspected there was more to come. But this is embarrassing," I protested nervously. "You like to do it in the bedroom," one whispered in my ear, causing me to gently elbow him in the stomach as my face burned. He let out a low groan. "Come on, honey, it's not that bad," Layla intervened calmly. "Hurry up, we only have a few shots left." I sighed and walked over to the couch. I never imagined I'd end up in this situation. Juan sat down and, taking my hand, helped me mount it. "Don't think about anything else," he murmured. "Focus on me. Imagine it's just the two of us." I nodded and held his gaze. He placed my right hand on his chest and my left on his shirt collar, leaning back slightly as he held my thigh. We became lost in the intensity of the moment, and I squeezed his neck tighter, feeling the heat wash over me. "Perfect!" Layla exclaimed, breaking the spell. I quickly pulled away from Juan, and he cleared his throat, remaining still. "Now, sit next to him," she continued. "Put one hand on his thigh and the other under his chin." I obeyed, modestly following Juan's mother's instructions. "Good. Now, Rachel, stand behind him and place one leg in front of him." I did, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. Juan took my leg, one hand firm and the other gentle. "Now, take her hair with one hand and slide the other down her chest," Layla ordered. "Perfect," he concluded, approaching with a lace cloth. "Cover your eyes with this." Although I could still see a little, she guided my hand, reaching out and tilting my head. "Juan, take her hand and kiss her arm," he instructed before stepping back. He obeyed, and his lips gently brushed my skin. "All done." "We're done," Layla announced. As I removed the bandage, I sighed in relief. "Thanks for doing this, Juan." "I hope you enjoyed it," she said. "Oh, I really enjoyed it," he replied, winking at me. I shot him a glare. "And thank you for your cooperation, Rachel. Without you, this session wouldn't have been possible." "You're welcome, Layla," I smiled kindly. "Now, get changed and I'll see you at the cafeteria," he said, leaving with the cameraman. Juan and I headed to the locker room. It took me longer, as the tight dress was difficult to remove. After I managed, I put on my bra, pencil skirt, and blouse, leaving the top buttons undone because of the heat. I thought about zipping it up before leaving, while I removed my makeup. "Are you done?" a male voice echoed behind me. I yelped in surprise, covering myself with my blouse as I turned around. It was Juan, standing in the middle of the room with a mocking smile, his tie untied, and his hands in his pants pockets. "It's you." I thought it was. I calmed myself down, turning back to the mirror to apply red lipstick. Suddenly, I remembered his teasing about me not knowing how to seduce him. A naughty thought crossed my mind, and I gave a mischievous smile. "It's just me," he said. "I wouldn't let anyone else in, except my mother." I turned to him, letting my blouse fall open slightly, revealing my cleavage. As I expected, his gaze lingered there. I played with my hair, slowly biting my lip before running a finger through it, exaggerating the gesture. I saw her swallow. I slid my finger from my lip to my throat, then to my collarbone. I moved down to my cleavage. Then, I pulled up both straps of my bra, lifting my breasts. His eyes followed my every movement. I noticed Juan's hand was closed in his pocket, his gaze never leaving my chest. I slid my hands over my breasts. I approached him slowly, moving my hips. His eyes never stopped following me. I stopped in front of him and raised my hand to trace his face. "Someone said I didn't know how to seduce Juan. I hope I'm doing it right," I said, sliding my finger down to his chest. He didn't respond, just stared into my eyes, which were now a darker shade. I took hold of his tie and leaned toward him, lightly brushing my chest against his shirt. He closed his eyes, remaining as still as he had been when he came, but I could feel his desire against my stomach. "I think I've seduced you enough," I said, gently tugging at his tie. He was about to lean in to kiss me when we heard the sound of a camera. I turned toward the noise and saw Layla taking a picture of us. "Oh my God!" I exclaimed, covering my chest with his shirt, pulling it tight to cover myself as much as possible. "Wow, what a photo! Why didn't I think of this before?" Layla commented. Juan hugged me and screamed. "Mother! I'll leave the camera with you, Juan. I want you to look at it," Layla said. I felt her hand let go of mine. "And come quickly to the cafeteria," she added. Juan let out a deep sigh. He went away. I turned my head and looked around. No one was there. I quickly let go of Juan and turned around, starting to button my blouse. There were only 2 people left when Juan grabbed my arm, turned me around, and kissed me. He kissed me hard. I gripped his coat tightly and kissed back. He started to back away, gently pushing me until my back was against the wall. He deepened the kiss by inserting his tongue into my mouth. His hand moved from my hip to my chest, squeezing me through my clothes. I moaned and moved my hands to his hair, tugging at it. He groaned at the feel. He opened another button on my blouse and quickly left my lips to attack my breast, just above my bra. He bit down hard and licked. He continued like this, and I couldn't help but moan at the sensation. After a few minutes, he stopped and began kissing my neck, moving down to my ear. "You've done a great job seducing me, and I'm completely seduced. Remember, I'm not to play with you," he whispered, starting to button my blouse. "And please, if you want to seduce me again, do it when we're alone. I don't want to be interrupted." He rested his head against mine. "God, you looked so sexy doing that," I said, blushing. He pulled away from me. "Now hurry up, I'll wait outside. If I stay here one more minute, I think I'll rip your clothes off and take you right here. It wouldn't be a surprise if I take you to the ground after what you just did a few minutes ago," he said, kissing my forehead before grabbing the camera that was on the vanity table and leaving. I tucked my shirt into my skirt and tied my hair back in a bun. I walked out with my bag and found Juan leaning against the wall, staring at the camera. I coughed to get his attention. He looked up and smiled. "Come on, Mom's waiting in the cafeteria," she said as she led me toward the elevator. Upon arriving, we found Layla, who was sitting at a table, typing something on her laptop. We walked over to her table and sat down across from her. "It's good that you arrived quickly," I ordered lunch. "It should be here any moment," he said, looking at us. "Mother, can I use your laptop?" "I need a new hard drive too," Juan asked. Layla nodded, handed him the computer, and then took out her cell phone to make a call. A security guard came to our table and left a bag with food. He said it was our lunch. Since they were both busy, I took the boxes out of the bag. It was food from a Chinese takeout restaurant. I placed their plates in front of them. Layla hung up the call and started eating with me. She began talking about her upcoming fashion show. I looked at Juan. He hadn't touched his food and was still typing something on his computer. I opened his box, took the spoon, and began feeding him. Of course, he accepted my help. I looked over at Layla, who was smiling as she watched us. We continued chatting while I fed him. I saw some girls watching us from nearby tables, whispering to each other. I rolled my eyes and continued feeding him. A man approached our table, left a package in front of Layla, and left. Layla handed it to Juan. He took it, did something with the camera, and a few seconds later, handed it back to his mother. "You can give this back to the cameraman. I've already copied all the photos to your laptop, so you can work on them. And I'm taking this chip out and inserting a new one. I don't want anyone to make a fuss about this," he explained, showing the chip. Okay, son. I'll put it away carefully, Layla said, and continued eating. I continued eating as well, but was interrupted when I felt a tap on my arm. I looked over and saw one touching me. I looked up. He pointed at his food with his index finger and then pointed to his mouth. I frowned and asked him, with my eyes, to eat himself. But he pouted and signaled again for me to feed him. I heard of Puliulu in the distance. I rolled my eyes and fed him. Isn't he so handsome? It's Juan Torres, the millionaire of the year. I heard he's single. Yes, and who is the girl sitting next to him? Could she be his sister? I laughed inwardly at those thoughts. They have no business talking nonsense. If only they knew the truth. I ignored their whispers and continued feeding him. We finished eating and said goodbye to Layla. On the way back to the building, in his car, I asked him, "Why do you need the chip?" "Because the photos are too attractive. I might not get any more like that, so I'm saving what I have now," he shrugged. "But Layla said my face will be covered," I asked. "Yeah, some are covered and some aren't. So I switched the chip before giving it back to you," he explained, parking the car in its spot and turning to me. "And I have to say, that last picture was very sexy," he said, winking at me before getting out of the car. I blushed and got out too. When he got closer, I tapped him on the bicep. "I don't want to hear that again. It was so embarrassing, thinking your mom walked in on me," I said as I headed toward the elevator. I heard him chuckle behind me. "But, I must say it again, that photo was." I turned and glared at him. He saw my expression and shut up. I crossed my arms and stepped into the elevator. He continued to laugh as he watched my anger. "Today is Saturday, as I always come to work. But Rachel isn't here today. She left early this morning for her parents' village to help Eve. I was there when she spoke to Eve yesterday. Eve told her she was a match for the bone marrow transplant, and her brother will be having surgery tomorrow. Rachel asked me for the day off to be with her friend, and I agreed, telling her I'd join them. She didn't want me to go because I have to take care of business. We argued a bit about it, but in the end she suggested I go on Sunday. I agreed, and in return, she kissed me. As I said, I agreed on one condition: my driver would take her in my car. She agreed. I asked the driver to stay there and help her if she needed anything or wanted to go somewhere. But now I miss her. I think back to the day of the photo shoot, it was so interesting. I transferred the photos to my laptop at home and hid the card in my office. I loved every photo we took. When I asked my mother why she wanted those kinds of photos, she told me she'd made a deal with a fashion company, and they'd asked her to take them. She jumped at the chance to involve us in it. I'm waiting until tomorrow to see Rachel. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard a knock on my office door. I said, "Come in." Alexis came in with some files. "Sir, these files need your signature," he said, handing me the papers. I took them and began to look through them. I gestured for him to sit down while I finished signing. "How's everything going?" he asked. "I can say better than ever," I replied as I signed the file. "And you? How are your son and your husband?" "We're fine, but I must say, since Rachel arrived, I've spent a lot more time with my family, as my workload has lessened." "I'm happy," he smiled as he said that. "Well, that's great," I smiled and continued looking through and signing the files. "So how's it going with you and Rachel?" "I haven't seen her in a few days to ask." "She stopped having lunch with us?" he asked. "She's been busy, and she asked for the day off today." "I think she told you," I replied, to which she nodded yes. She's my girlfriend now, that's what happened, I said, looking at her. Her eyes widened in surprise. When did this happen? And why am I finding out now? She exclaimed, almost shouting. It's only been a week. I haven't told anyone except my family, I replied, looking at the file. I should have known, I shouldn't have missed anything about you. I read you easily, he murmured. Then I guess I've improved, since you didn't know, I said, smiling a touch of mischief. She rolled her eyes. Thank God Rachel's here to take care of this big baby, Juan. I was stressed out babysitting you, she said with a mischievous grin. I glared at her. After a few minutes, I handed the files back to her and she left. At lunchtime, I called Rachel, and she answered after a few rings. Hey, princess, what are you doing? I asked as I turned around in my chair to enjoy the view. Hi, I'm just spending time with my family, he replied. Did you visit Eve and her brother? Yes, Eve was very happy to see me, she said excitedly. And her brother is fine. Have you eaten yet? She asked. Yeah, I just finished, I said. We talked about her family, how they were doing. She mentioned she has a sister and a brother, and she also talked about her nephew. She seemed happy being with them. I told my parents today that I have a boyfriend, she said. Really? How did they react? I asked. It was, well, I think, she replied with some hesitation. My mom thought I was a lesbian, she added, as if she didn't believe it. I laughed. I mean, come on. Just because I haven't had a boyfriend before doesn't make me a lesbian, she sighed and continued. Sometimes she exaggerates, but she was happy in the end. Mothers can be like that. Even mine once asked me if I was of diverse orientation, I said, making her laugh. And your dad? What did he say? I asked. He didn't take it well. He got angry because I hadn't told him sooner. Then my mom threatened him that if he didn't calm down, he'd sleep on the couch for the rest of his life. We laughed. He calmed down instantly, and we talked. So I won't have to dodge a shotgun when I come to see you. I joked. No, calm down, he laughed. Well, I'm going. See you tomorrow. Now I have to go to the hospital, he said. Goodbye. And, miss me. I heard her laugh before hanging up. I looked at my lock screen. It was a picture of her, leaning against a railing with her eyes closed. It was from our date, when I came back from putting away the dishes. She looked like an angel. I took the picture without her noticing and set it as my background. I smiled and whispered, I love you. Wow, I didn't expect that. A voice behind me made me turn around. It was Alex, sitting across from me, looking surprised. I closed my eyes, suppressing my irritation. How many times do I have to tell you to knock before coming in? I said, holding back. Did you just say, I love you? When did that happen? He asked, ignoring my anger. I brushed him off and got to work. You can't ignore me, Juan, he insisted. Then answer my question, Alex, I replied. When have I ever called before? We're best friends, he said, crossing his arms. Now you answer me. Why do you want to know? It's not like you have a girlfriend to understand. And tell me, when did you arrive and what did you hear? I arrived when you mentioned the shotgun. And, just so you know, I went out with someone a few days ago, he replied, his expression sour. Looks like it didn't end well, I commented, raising an eyebrow. Let's just say I asked her out, but I was thinking about someone else. I ended the date mid-date, and in response, she slapped me hard, he recalled ironically. I laughed. You deserved it. But who is that other person? I asked, even though I already knew. It's someone, he shook his head. I think this is because I haven't, well, been around for weeks. Are we going to the club today? I'll flirt, and you can think about your love, he said, waggling his eyebrows. I don't have time for that. I have more important things to do, I replied. Come on, we haven't been out in a long time, he complained. Why don't you bother someone else? I said, concentrating on my work. I'll go alone today. Tomorrow. I'm bored. I can't. I'll go to Rachel's town and then to the hospital, I explained. Hospital? Why? He frowned. You don't know. He shook his head. Eve's brother is in the hospital with leukemia. She's been there for a week. What? He yelled, jumping up. I thought Eve would have told you, I added. He ran his hands through his hair, puzzled. And there's more, Eve's brother is having a bone marrow transplant tomorrow. She's a matched donor, I reported. When did this happen? Why didn't I know? He muttered, sinking back in his chair. He was admitted before going to the aquarium. Since Sunday, his condition has worsened. He rubbed his face, frustrated. He's been calling me all week, and I ignored him. He slammed my desk and stormed off, slamming the door. I stared, shocked. The next day, I got up early, got ready, and went down to the kitchen. At the table, Alex was drinking something from a cup. What are you doing here at this hour? I asked. Good morning, I greeted my mother and Veronica, kissing them on the cheek. I thought I'd join you, Alex said. Why? I asked. Have your coffee, my mother offered. Because yes, he shrugged. My father came in and wished me a safe journey. Veronica and I made cake for Rachel and Eve, my mom said, handing me a bag. Alex appeared with a plate. Did you come here to eat for free? I reproached him. Like stress, he chewed hard. I said goodbye to my parents, grabbed the keys to my BMW X5, and headed out. Alex ran to the car and got in, panting. You could have waited for me, he complained. I didn't say you were coming. Why didn't you drive your car? If I knew where Eve was, I wouldn't go with you. I would have gone yesterday. You could have called him, I pointed out. I couldn't, after ignoring his calls, he muttered, staring out the window. And why didn't you answer? He remained silent. Well, at least, you made it to the club last night. I joked. How can I think about that if I only care about Eve? He burst out. His eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he'd said. He stared out the window, lost in thought. I smiled. The rest of the trip passed in silence. For the first time, I enjoyed a car ride with him. I was in the hospital, in the waiting room. No one else was there, just me. My dad had told me the surgery would start early. I didn't know it would be at 8:30 in the morning. Both Eve and Harry are in surgery now. I'm alone and feeling very nervous. One had called me 5 minutes earlier asking for my address. I told him to come directly to the hospital and gave him the address. Yesterday was a good day. After a week, I saw Eve. She was so happy to see me. I met Harry, he's a wonderful boy. I hope everything goes well. I spent the night at home. I asked Cindy to come over. Nick, my nephew, is all grown up now. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard my name called. I looked up and saw one coming toward me. I immediately jumped up from my seat and ran to him. We met halfway, and I hugged him, resting my head on his chest. He hugged me back. He started to pull away a little, but I didn't want to let go just yet. I gripped his shirt tightly behind his back, not letting go. He understood I wasn't going to let go anytime soon, so he just hugged me and rubbed my back. After a few minutes, I pulled away from him and looked up at him. He reached up, brushed my hair back, and stroked my cheek. "Are you okay?" he asked, looking me in the eye. I nodded, took his other hand, and we intertwined our fingers. "I guess so." "I was just really nervous because no one was there," I replied, and led him over to where I was sitting, inviting him to sit next to me. "Where's Eve?" he asked. "They're already in surgery." "I didn't know it would be so early when my dad told me early," I replied, playing with his fingers. "Everything's going to be okay." "Okay," he said, rubbing his thumb over my hand. I nodded. I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up and saw Alex coming toward us with a cup of coffee. I glared at him. He handed me the cup of coffee and held up his hands. "What's with that look?" "I didn't do anything," he said, sitting across from us. I looked away and started drinking my coffee. I knew what I'd done, Eve told me. "Princess, what happened?" "Did he do something to you?" asked Juan. "He didn't do anything to me." "But he did do anything to Eve," I replied, looking at Juan. Seeing his face, I immediately calmed down. I don't know if it was because I was worried about Eve and her brother, or about Alex. "What did he do?" "He ignored her calls all week. When she told me yesterday, she was so sad. She thought she'd done something to make him ignore her. She was so worried about him. And here he is, like everything was fine," I said, looking at him disapprovingly. He looked down, feeling guilty. And it should feel that way. It made my friend feel bad. She wanted to talk to a friend about it, thought of him, and called him. "And he didn't answer," I added. "He didn't say anything, he just sat there." I looked at him, waiting for an answer, but he didn't give one. After a few seconds, he got up and left. Sighing, I leaned my head on Juan's shoulder. "I'm sorry. I'm just really stressed. Maybe I went a little too far talking to him like that, right?" I asked, looking up at him. He took my cup and moved it away from us. He made me sit sideways on his lap. "You didn't do anything wrong. Someone had to tell him that, and you did." I even asked him why he wasn't answering calls, but he just stayed silent. "He has to figure it out for himself," he said, rubbing my knee. I put a hand on his chest and rested my head on his shoulder. "Where is Eve's family?" he asked. "They wanted to come, but Eve turned them down. It's very difficult if both parents stop working. She said she'd handle it. I don't know how she'll do it. They're very worried." I asked if I could help, but she scolded me for answering. I asked my sister to take care of them. "My dad already appointed Cindy as their nurse," I replied. "At least your sister and father are here to help you." "We'll see how it turns out," he said. "Did you have breakfast?" he asked after a few minutes. I shook my head. "Do you want something to eat?" I shook my head again. "My mom and Veronica made a cake for you and Eve. I left it in the car. If you want, I'll get it now," he offered. I don't know why, but the thought of him leaving made me uneasy. I wrapped my arms around his neck and hugged him. "Don't go, stay with me," I whispered. He stroked my back. I'm not going anywhere, okay? He replied. I nodded. I pulled away slightly and looked at him. My eyes moved down to his lips and I kissed him gently. He kissed me back, and in that gesture I felt his presence, his steadfastness, his promise to stay. I pulled away and rested my head on his shoulder. Sitting on his lap, I felt like I had nothing to worry about. As he stroked my hair, my eyelids closed and sleep enveloped me. Princess, wake up, someone whispered. It was Juan. Rachel, wake up. Your dad's here, he said. My eyes immediately opened, and I quickly stood up. When I turned around, I saw my father staring at Juan, who stood up next to me. Dad, is everything okay? I asked worriedly. My father looked at me and smiled. Yes, dear, everything's fine. The surgery was a success. Eve is perfectly fine, she just needs time to recover. And Harry will need to remain under observation for 3 to 4 weeks to see if the bone marrow transplant is compatible with his body, she explained. Can I see them? I asked hopefully. Not yet, honey. They're still unconscious. You'll be able to see Eve in an hour, and Harry will be under observation for a little longer. Why don't you go get something to eat? I know you haven't had a bite, she said, then looked at Juan. She'd forgotten. And who is this? Is he the boyfriend you told me about? She asked, studying Juan closely. Dad. I whined, blushing. I took Juan's arm and continued, yes, Dad, he's my boyfriend. I told you his name is, but Juan interrupted me by holding out his hand. Juan Torres, sir, he introduced himself. My father looked at his hand and shook it casually. Pocho Zegler, he replied, quickly releasing his grip. Why don't you go home and get something to eat? I'll call your mom to let her know you're on your way, he said, turning to me. Then he looked at Juan, you're welcome at my house. Join her. Juan nodded. I have work here, so I'll stay a little longer. See you, honey, my father added, kissing me on the forehead before leaving. I grabbed my coat from the couch and put it on. As soon as I adjusted it, Juan linked his hand with mine. We left the hospital and headed to his car. What time is it? I didn't know when I fell asleep, I asked. It's 11:50. You slept for almost 2.5 hours, he replied, looking at his watch. Oh. And did you see Alex? No. I tried calling him, but he didn't answer. Don't worry, I know he'll be here before dark, he assured me. I just nodded. As Juan drove to my house, I spoke to Eve's parents and gave them directions. 10 minutes later, we arrived. We got out of the car, and Juan grabbed a bag from the back seat. When I got to the door, I rang the bell. My mother opened the door with Nick in her arms. Oh, they're here. I just finished making lunch. Your dad called and told me everything, she said, then looked at Juan. His face lit up. You brought a guest. Please come in, he insisted, making room for us. I walked in and took Nick in my arms, making him laugh with cuddles. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Juan Torres, Rachel's boyfriend, he introduced himself, extending his hand. My mother ignored the gesture and hugged him. Juan's eyes widened in surprise, and I couldn't help but laugh. Honey, no formalities. Call me Victoria, my mother said as she released him. Yes, Rachel told me about you. I'm so glad to see you two together, she added with a smile. Juan reciprocated the gesture. My mom and our cook, Veronica, made a cake for Rachel and Eve. I forgot to give it to them at the hospital, she explained, handing him the bag. I hope Rachel will share it with you. I will, unless you're the one who asks me to, I reproached him, narrowing my eyes. Come on, I made lunch. You must be hungry, my mother said, ignoring me and leading Juan toward the dining room. I froze before following them. Mom, I'm hungry too. Dad asked you to make me something, and you forgot. I complained, sitting Nick in his high chair and taking my place. Juan sat across from me, smirking. I rolled my eyes. Honey, you know the house and you can do whatever you want. But we have a guest, we must attend to him, my mother replied, serving us. Has Cindy left for work yet? I asked. Yeah, half an hour ago. She's Eve and Harry's manager, right? He recalled. I nodded and started eating while my mom fed Nick. When we were done, we tried the cake. It was delicious. I'd have to thank Veronica and Layla later. We saved Eve's slice to take to the hospital. Meanwhile, Juan played with Nick in the living room. Mom, we're leaving, I announced, taking the bag with the cake. Okay, honey. Come on over for dinner. I'll have everything ready, he offered. Can we take Nick? Eve will be happy to see him, I asked. Sure. That way I can rest for a while too. But if you get tired, bring it here right away, he warned, clearing the table. When I got to the living room, I found Nick sleeping peacefully on Juan's chest. He was a sweet sight. I grabbed the baby's things and went over. Juan looked up and smiled. It's as adorable as you said. It is, I whispered, carefully holding him so as not to wake him. Come on. We'll take him. But I don't have a baby seat, he objected. No problem, I said, heading to a cabinet by the front door where we kept those items. I opened it and pointed. Juan understood, took the seat, and installed it in the car. I gently placed Nick in, and we set off for the hospital. Upon arrival, Juan held the baby while we asked at the front desk for Eve's room. They directed us to the 3rd floor. I thanked them, and we headed there. Episode 9. We entered Eve's room. Eve was awake, but she was struggling to reach a glass of water on the table. Oh, no, not you. Rest, I'll help you, Rachel said, leaving her bag at the foot of the bed. Eve relaxed at the sight. Then her eyes settled on me. I smiled at her, and then her gaze dropped to the baby in my arms. This little one is sleeping soundly, I thought. Rachel took the glass and helped him drink. Once he finished, she put it back on the table. How are you feeling? Rachel asked, placing her hand over Eve's. Fine. How's Harry? Rachel was about to answer when the door opened and a nurse walked in. I instantly knew it was her sister, the resemblance was unmistakable. Hi, Eve. How are you feeling? He asked as he checked her out. He hadn't noticed me, as I was in a corner. Fine. I wanted to know how Harry is. It's okay. We're just waiting for her to wake up. Do you need anything? He continued, still examining her. Suddenly, Nick started to move in my arms, frowning. I knew he was about to cry. And so it was. Everyone looked at me again. I tried to calm him with coos, but it didn't work. Rachel came over with a bottle and gave it to him. The little one calmed down immediately. I took the bottle and held it so he could feed. Cindy, this is Juan, my boyfriend. Juan, this is Cindy, my sister, Rachel introduced. I looked up and saw Cindy approaching, though she kept her distance. I waved to her. Sorry, I didn't see you. Nice to meet you, she said, then looked at Nick. I hope I'm not giving you any trouble. I shook my head. It's my pleasure. He's a very quiet boy, I replied with a smile. She smiled back and stroked Nick's little head. He reached out and touched hers. Not now, honey. Be a good boy, Cindy said before turning to Eve. I'll come back later to check on you. I have to check on Harry now. If you need anything, let me know. Cindy left. Nick finished his bottle and was ready to play. Rachel took him from me and walked over to Eve. Say hello to Aunt Eve, Rachel said sweetly, waving the baby's hand. Nick made an adorable coo. At that moment, my phone rang. I apologized and went outside to take the call. I walked down the hall and spoke to the client. As I did, I noticed movement on the other end. I looked over and saw Alex pacing nervously in front of Eve's room. I sighed, ended the call, and headed over to him. Seeing me, he tried to escape. How long are you planning on running, Alex? I said, making him stop. I know you know Eve's okay. I saw you near the stairs when Rachel's dad was talking. Why don't you go talk to her? I asked, moving closer. I can't. I can't stand seeing his face. I feel guilty. And I like him, she confessed, looking at the floor. She finally recognized him. Just talk to her. I heard she and her brother will be alone. No one else will be able to take care of her, except Rachel's sister, and she won't be there all the time. Why don't you stay and help her? He turned slightly. Do you think he'll want to talk to me? Why don't you find out for yourself? But he murmured, looking toward the elevator. He was about to run away again, but I grabbed him by the shirt and stopped him. I dragged him into the bedroom, opened the door, and pushed him in. Alex stumbled but managed to stay on his feet. The two girls looked up, surprised. Hi, he greeted, raising his hand somewhat awkwardly. Eve looked surprised to see him, and Rachel rolled her eyes at him. Alex turned and started walking toward the exit. I stood blocking the door, and he gave me a challenging look. Princess, why don't we go get something for Eve and her brother? I looked at her, urging her to leave. She understood, got up from the chair she was sitting in with Nick, and came over to me. I helped her out and gently pushed Alex back into the room, closing the door behind us. We started walking outside. Where did you find him? Rachel asked as she adjusted Nick in her arms. She must have been tired of taking care of him. I took him in my arms. I was just walking outside, near his room. He didn't come out the whole time, he was here the whole time, I replied. Nick grabbed my hair and pulled. I let out a small, pained sigh. He was very energetic now. Slowly, I took his hand and helped him let go. I thought he left. What do you want to buy, by the way? Rachel asked. Let's go buy some fruit and their favorite things. You know them well, right? She nodded. We walked to the nearby store. We grabbed what we needed and headed to the checkout. There was an elderly woman there. Nick put his hand over his mouth, covering it with saliva. Rachel started to pay, and I helped her, but I stopped when I felt something wet on my cheek. Nick had put his hand over my face and was laughing. I take it back, he's not a quiet boy. He's a naughty boy. Rachel laughed. I frowned and looked at Nick, who was clapping and laughing. This little one, I said, tickling his tummy. He let out a loud laugh, trying to stop me. Stop it. Rachel said, wiping my cheek and Nick's hand with a tissue. What a lovely family, the lady at the register commented, smiling. Rachel blushed and was about to say something, but I interrupted her. Thanks, I said, smiling. Then, we paid and left. We started walking toward the hospital. A thought crossed my mind, so I asked Rachel. I haven't heard anything about Cindy's husband. What does he do? I asked, taking her free hand as she carried Nick. I held the bags with one hand. They're not married, she said. I looked at her, confused. But she has a son, I replied. Yes. This little one here is adopted, she said, looking at Nick, who was playing with her hair. After he was born, his biological mother wanted to give him up for adoption. At that point, Cindy stepped up and took on the responsibility of caring for him. She's an incredible woman, I commented. On the way, I saw a flower shop. I stopped and bought roses for Rachel and tulips for Eve. I gave the roses to Rachel, and she kissed me on the cheek. We returned to Eve's apartment. I knocked before entering. Eve was asleep, and Alex was watching her, sitting next to her bed. I put the bags on the table. I walked over to Rachel and took Nick in my arms. Alex got up and came to my side. Is everything okay now? I asked Rachel, who was arranging the tulips in a vase there. Yes. I apologized for what I did, and she accepted it. She didn't even ask why I didn't answer her call. Before I could say anything, she apologized for what she did. I told her I didn't do anything wrong, Alex explained. So you told him about your feelings? I asked. Nick started making noise, so I rocked him to calm him down. No, he replied. Nick started to cry, and I tried to calm him down. Rachel came over and took him from my arms. She checked his diaper. He needs a change, she pointed at me and went to get Nick's bag to change him, sitting on the couch in the room. Are you back? Eve asked, trying to get up. Alex was quick to help her. I took the box my mom gave me and opened it. My mom and Veronica made some cakes. I thought you might be hungry, I said, handing her the box. She took it. Thanks, give them my regards, he smiled and started eating. I walked over to Rachel to help her. Soon, Nick was ready and sat on the couch. Rachel took the diaper and threw it in the trash before going to the bathroom. I picked up Nick and played with him for a while. Rachel came back and sat next to me. Nick started to fall asleep. I put his head on my shoulder and patted his back. You're a great handler of children. I didn't expect that from a billionaire, Rachel said, smiling. I gave her a mocking look. You don't know how this billionaire handles other things, I told her. She blushed and was about to speak when I leaned in and kissed her. She kissed me back. Guys, that's really disgusting to watch, we heard Alex say. I pulled away and glared at her. Rachel hid her face in my shoulder. Alex raised her hands in surrender. Eve pinched her arm. You ruined his moment, he told her. But it's really disgusting to see Wani kissing someone, Alex said, rubbing his arm. Then close your eyes, I replied softly. Rachel punched me in the bicep. Language, the baby is here, she whispered. But he's asleep, I replied, looking at Nick. It doesn't matter if the baby's awake or asleep, I don't want any bad language, she said, glaring at me. At that moment, the door opened and Cindy walked in. I have good news. Harry's woken up. We can go see him. Let me get a wheelchair for Eve, she said, and left. A few minutes later, she returned with the chair. Both Alex and Rachel helped Eve sit down. Cindy led the way to her brother's room, pushing the wheelchair. We went in. There was a boy about 10 or 11 years old in the bed. Cindy moved Eve's chair closer to the bed. I asked Rachel and Alex to step outside to give them privacy. We stayed outside the room. "I'll stay here with Eve," Alex said. She agreed to this. "We don't want to cause you any trouble," Rachel said. "Yeah, I talked to her somehow. I wanted to help her and her brother after what I did," he replied. Rachel smiled at his words. Alex asked about my car, which had been here since Rachel arrived yesterday. The driver was staying at a hotel. "I think the driver should be coming back with us too. Thank God, I'll be able to rest." Afterward, we went back and interacted with the boy. We said our goodbyes and returned to Eve's room. By then, Nick was already awake, playing. Half an hour later, Rachel's father arrived with a container. "How are you, dear? Is everything okay?" he asked. Eve nodded. "I brought dinner for you. Victoria asked me to bring it to you. I already gave one to Harry, Cindy's helping him," she said, placing the container on the table. She whispered, though we could still hear it, "I know hospital food isn't good." Eve let out a small laugh. "Thanks, Pocho, you're a lifesaver," she said, smiling. He looked at Alex and raised an eyebrow in question. Seeing that, Alex introduced himself. "I'm Alex, sir, a friend of Eve's." Pocho nodded and introduced himself. "I'm Dr. Pocho. I'm also Rachel's father." Alex nodded. Pocho walked over to me and took Nick in his arms. "How is my grandson? Did he miss me?" she asked, petting him. Nick made a sweet little noise. "Come on, Victoria is waiting for us at home with dinner," Pocho said. I took Nick's bag. "I'm going to stay. I'll get something to eat here." "You guys go," Alex said. Eve tried to talk, but he refused and stayed. Rachel and I said our goodbyes, telling her we'd be back soon. We all went to my car and got in. Pocho took his car. Soon we arrived at Rachel's parents' house. Rachel's POV. My dad opened the door of the house and shouted, "Honey, we're here." Nick, who was in my arms, jumped and started to cry. "Dad, lower your voice a little." Nick got scared, I said, rocking him. Juan put the baby seat back in its place. My mom came over, took Nick out of my arms, and started soothing him. "Don't cry, honey. Rachel, why don't you and Juan freshen up? I'll set the table." "Take him to your room," my mom said, winking at me before walking in with Nick, who was still crying. My dad followed her. I smiled and shook my head as I put the roses in the vase in the living room. "Let's go," I said to Juan, as we walked up the stairs to my room. I opened the door and walked in. Juan walked past me, looking around. I don't have many things in my room, since I left most of them back at my apartment. I only have one family photo that was taken when I was 9. Juan looked at it. "You looked so cute when you were little," she smiled at the photo. I headed to the bathroom and said, "I'll be quick. In the meantime, rest here." I did what I had to do and washed my face. I grabbed the towel and cleaned myself up as I left. I saw Juan lying on my bed, one hand behind his head and his eyes closed. "Juan, you can go now," I said, but he didn't move. I left the towel in the laundry basket and walked over to the bed, standing next to it. I shook his shoulder. "Juan, wake up. I yelled, but my words were cut short when he grabbed me by the waist and threw me on the bed, on top of me. I slapped him in the chest. You weren't asleep, were you? I asked, looking at him with a serious look. No, I was just waiting for you to come to me, he said, kissing my neck. Juan, go cool off, I said, pushing him. But I didn't get my kiss today, he said, kissing my collarbone. I kissed you this morning, I replied. He looked at me as if I meant it. You consider that a kiss? That was more like a peck. I'll show you what a kiss is, he said, kissing me on the lips. I kissed him back. We kissed for a few minutes, until I pulled away, breathing heavily. He continued kissing my neck and gently bit me there. Juan, my parents are waiting for us downstairs. We have to go, I said, trying to hold back a groan. One more minute, he said, kissing me again. I let out a sigh. He pulled away slowly, breathing heavily. Go downstairs, I'll be back in a few minutes, he said, kissing me on the forehead, getting off me, and heading into the bathroom. I calmed down and went to the kitchen. My mom was putting away the dishes. My dad and Nick were nowhere to be seen. Where are Dad and Nick? I asked as I helped her. They're in the living room. They'll be right there, she said, her eyes immediately moving to my neck. She smiled and leaned closer to me. She brushed my hair to the left side. Did you notice you have a hickey? He asked. My eyes widened in surprise, and I touched my neck. Hey! Silly John, why does he have to do it now? I blushed and quickly headed to the bathroom. There was a small mirror next to the refrigerator. I flipped my hair and saw it. It was a bit large. I sighed at the sight. My mom came in. Next time, check before you leave, she said, as she grabbed a few things. I moved my hair to the left side, covering it. I helped her, and when we were done, we placed everything on the table. My mom came up to me and cupped my face in her hands. Thank God you found someone. He's a good man, I can tell. He respects you so much. I can see the love in his eyes, he said, caressing my cheek. Love? I felt a tug on my pants. I looked down and saw Nick grabbing the hem. Where's the little guy? My father's voice echoed through the house. Nick chuckled, crawled around my legs, and hid behind Mom. We both laughed at the sight. Where is he, honey? Have you seen him? Dad asked as we walked in. We heard Nick's giggles. No. Where could he have gone? Mom replied, playing at guessing. Then I'll look in another room, he said, putting a finger to his lips for silence. He walked around the table as Nick peeked his head in from behind Mom. Suddenly, Dad appeared behind him, picked him up, laughing, and kissed his tummy, making him laugh out loud. We all joined in the laughter. You've gotten very clever. I hope you don't cause any trouble for my daughter, Dad said playfully. I took Nick in my arms and kissed his cheek. Dad, stop it. He's just a kid, I protested. At that moment, one came in, looked at us, and stood behind me. Still, if he does anything wrong with my daughter, I'll call him out on it. Right? Dad continued, tickling Nick, who couldn't stop laughing. Mom gently tapped Dad on the head. You're not saying anything coherent, Pocho, he said, rolling his eyes. He pulled her towards him with a mischievous smile. So tell me how to be consistent, honey. Mom blushed. Sometimes they look like two teenagers in love. That's enough. Dad, why don't you save your comments and we'll have dinner? I suggested, placing Nick in his high chair. Juan sat down, stifling a laugh. We started dinner. Mom went to the kitchen to get something when, suddenly, the doorbell rang. "I'll take care of it," Dad said, standing up. "Your parents are perfect for each other. You can tell their connection is palpable," Juan commented, a hint of amusement in his voice. "If you only knew the half of it." "No matter where they are, they're always flirting," I replied, recalling their countless tender moments. Mom returned with my favorite dessert and left it on the table. Shortly after, Dad walked in with Cindy. Upon seeing her, Nick started jumping in his chair, stretching his arms out for her. Cindy picked him up, giggling, kissed him, and returned him to his seat, where he mumbled something incomprehensible. "I'll go freshen up and come back, okay, honey," Cindy said before leaving. Nick started banging his little hands on the table as Mom continued feeding him. Dad and Juan started talking, and I was glad to see they were getting along. A few minutes later, Cindy returned and grabbed a plate. We all finished dinner and enjoyed dessert before heading into the living room to watch TV. At one point, Cindy got up and headed into the kitchen. I decided to follow her. He took a bottle out of the refrigerator. "How's Harry?" I asked, leaning on the bar. "It's okay. Don't worry. Dad and I are watching over you, and that friend of Eve's is helping too," she replied, hugging me. We returned to the living room, where Juan was talking with my parents. When he saw me, he approached. "We should go. It's getting late," he said. I nodded and went upstairs to get my bag. When I got out, I saw Mom hugging Juan. I said goodbye to Dad with a kiss on the forehead. "Take care, doll," he murmured. After hugging Mom and Cindy, and giving Nick a kiss, Dad and Juan shook hands. "Take care of my daughter," Dad said. "Always, sir." "Call me Pocho, son," Dad replied with a smile. We said our goodbyes and headed out to the car, where the same driver from last time was waiting for us. The ride was peaceful. Juan took my hand in his, and I rested my head on his shoulder. "I thought I'd help Eve's family so they could visit her," he said suddenly. I sat up suddenly, surprised. "Is it possible? But what about their parents' jobs? And..." He placed a finger on my lips, silencing me. "Don't worry. Trust me. Just give me his address when we arrive." I hugged him tightly, excited. "You're amazing. I love you so much," I murmured through tears. "I'm doing this to see you happy," he replied, drying my cheeks before kissing my forehead. "Why don't you spend the night at my house? That way we can rest before we get back to work," he suggested. I nodded and settled back against his shoulder, closing my eyes. "Wake up, princess," Juan whispered some time later. I opened my eyes slowly. We were in front of his house. He helped me out of the car and guided me inside, where he led me to the guest room. "Give me the address," he asked softly, opening his phone. I gave it to him, and he nodded in satisfaction. "Rest well," he said, kissing my forehead before leaving. I changed and went to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. "Is it because Juan is next door, and you want to be with him?" I wondered quietly. After an hour of tossing and turning, I got up and quietly walked to his room. When I opened the door, I saw him sleeping peacefully, illuminated by the moonlight. I hesitated for a moment before slipping under the covers. He woke up. "What's wrong, princess? Do you need anything?" he asked, sitting up. "Sorry. I couldn't sleep," I mumbled. "Come here," he whispered, opening his arms. I snuggled up against his chest, feeling the warmth of his embrace lull me. "Better?" he asked sleepily. I nodded, closing my eyes. And, in a matter of seconds, sleep overcame me. My alarm blared loudly across the room. I moved to turn it off, but felt a weight on me. I looked down and saw Rachel's hair. She was asleep on my chest, her arms wrapped around me. Without waking her, I turned off the alarm. It was 6:15 a.m. How is it possible that I don't hear that? I lifted her arm and got out of bed. I tucked the covers back into place. She let out a small moan and rolled over, sleeping again. I went to the bathroom to do my thing. I left the room and headed to the gym. After an hour of exercise, I returned to my room. Rachel was still sleeping. I went to the bathroom to take a quick shower. I put on some comfortable pants and no shirt. I looked at Rachel once more and saw that she was still asleep. If I leave her like this, she'll sleep all day. I sighed and went back to bed. I hugged her from behind and whispered in her ear. "Wake up, princess." She growled. "Come on, baby, wake up," I said as I kissed her hair. She turned over with her eyes closed and hugged me, resting her face in my neck. Perfect, now she's more comfortable. I gave him a little tap on the butt and tried again. "Princess, wake up," I repeated. "I don't want to," she murmured against my neck. I removed her hand from me. She groaned and wrapped her arms around me more tightly again. Great. Now it's harder. Why does this always happen? She's either childish or naughty. I like it when she's naughty, I can handle it better. This childish attitude is very stubborn. I sighed again. I grabbed her thigh and lifted her toward me. I sat down and wrapped my legs around her. Her shorts were really short. I hadn't noticed until now. I picked her up and got out of bed. "Oh, that's awesome," she said, touching my biceps, still half asleep. I know how to wake her up. Even though I'd already showered, I'd like to take another one with her. If she'd let me. I walked into the bathroom and headed for the shower. She was still sleeping peacefully. I turned on the cold water directly over her head. Immediately, Rachel screamed and woke up. She pulled away from me and tried to get away from the water. But I held her firmly. "Juan, it's so cold. Why did you do that?" "Move away," she yelled as I pushed her hair out of her face. I turned the water to hot. She was completely wet, and her t-shirt stuck to her body. "Well, I tried to wake you up. But I couldn't, so I had to," I told her. She started hitting me in the chest. I just laughed at her actions. I leaned forward a little, as if I was going to knock her off her feet, and she let out a loud sigh, grabbing my shoulders to steady herself. I laughed and backed her against the wall. Water streamed over my face, covering my eyes with my hair. I held her with one hand and brushed my hair back with the other. She watched me do this. Rachel squeezed my shoulders and bit her lip as she looked at me. I took her lip off with my finger. I took her chin, tilted it toward me, and kissed her slowly, passionately. I let go, and she moved her hands down my chest. I grabbed her hands and placed them on the wall. I kissed her harder and then started kissing her neck. I released her hands and placed them on her hips. She held me tighter inside. I moved my hands up her torso and inside her shirt. I squeezed her waist. I pulled her shirt up toward her chest as I moved away from her. She raised her arms, and I removed her shirt, letting it fall behind her. I slid my finger from her face to her cleavage, looking into her eyes. She was still wearing her shorts and bra. I moved my finger down her abdomen, reaching her shorts, and gently pulled them down. She stepped out of them. I moved my leg over them. I moved my hand to her back, to the clasp of her bra, and carefully unhooked it. I ran a towel through my hair as I stepped out of the shower, wrapped only with a towel around my waist. I walked over to the counter next to the sink and grabbed a towel for her. When I turned around, I saw Rachel's bare back as she showered. I placed the towel on the rack and watched her for a moment. I tapped her on the back and headed for the exit. She yelped in surprise. Juan. I laughed and closed the door. I went to the dressing room and changed quickly. I walked out to the guest room and grabbed Rachel's purse. I left it on my bed, just as she'd instructed. Then I headed to the kitchen, whistling happily. I love these kinds of mornings, waking up with Rachel in my arms. I wish I could have such a close start to the day with her every day. I saw my father sitting in the dining room, drinking coffee. Good morning, Dad, I greeted him. I hope you had a good morning, son, he replied enthusiastically. I ignored his excitement and headed into the kitchen. Good morning, Veronica. I'd like 2 plates for breakfast. Rachel's here, I said, kissing her on the cheek. Good morning, she smiled as she whisked the eggs. Sure, Juan. Just a few more minutes. I nodded. She poured some coffee and handed it to me. I took it and went back to the dining room. My father was still there, reading the newspaper. I sat down and asked, "Where's Mom?" while taking a sip of my coffee. He's in the studio working, that's why he left early, he replied without looking at me. You usually get to the kitchen early. But today you didn't, so I thought something was up, he said, still reading his newspaper. I took another sip of coffee. But I didn't expect to hear something so strange when I got to your room, he said, without looking up. Hearing his words, I almost choked on my coffee. I quickly placed it on the table and wiped my mouth with a napkin. I looked at him, and he was watching me, amused. You came into my room? I asked, surprised. I just came to see if you were okay. And I left right away when I heard it, he shrugged. That's why we have the word knock, I replied, staring at him. He put the newspaper down on the table and stood up. I'll do it next time. And tell Rachel to say hi, he said as he left the dining room. Veronica came in with the plates and placed them on the table. Where is she? He asked. He's coming. Rachel interrupted, walking in with her bag. Sorry, I'm here now. And good morning, Veronica, he said, sitting next to me and starting to eat. Good morning, dear, Veronica replied with a smile and returned to the kitchen. I looked at her and felt something familiar about her. Is that my shirt? I asked, pointing at the light blue shirt he was wearing. Yeah. I didn't have any clothes on because someone invited me to stay here out of the blue, she said, rolling her eyes, and continued eating. I didn't say anything, just finished my breakfast. When she was done, she stood up, but I took her hand and pulled her towards me. She fell onto my lap. It suits you, better than it does me, in fact. But I commented as I undid a couple of buttons at the top and moved the collar of her shirt aside, showing a bit of her cleavage. It looks better on you this way. And I can look whenever I want. Like now, I said, tugging at her shirt as I peered inside. She quickly covered her chest with her hand and pushed my head away. You're being even more naughty, he said, narrowing his eyes. I laughed. Who wouldn't be, with such a beautiful girlfriend? I replied, kissing her on the lips. She kissed me back, caressing my face. "Oh, my God," we heard Veronica's high-pitched voice. She quickly separated us, and we looked toward her. Veronica was lying on her back, covering her eyes with her hands. "Veronica, don't overdo it. And you can turn around," I said. Rachel got off my lap, and I stood next to her. Veronica turned around, dropping her hands. "It's not something I see every day," she said. Rachel blushed, and I sighed. "We're leaving now," I said. We said goodbye to Veronica and headed off to work. I've resolved the situation with Eve. Yesterday I called my trusted men and we talked about it. They contacted her boss and sorted everything out. They're now on their way to the hospital. Rachel came in with my coffee and my planner. "Here's your planner and your coffee," he said, placing them on the table. "Thank you. And Eve's family is already on their way to the hospital," I told him as I grabbed a file. "Really? How did you do it?" he asked, smiling. "You don't have to worry about that," I replied. "Then I have to call Eve and tell her," he said. "Don't ruin the surprise," I said, looking at her. She looked very attractive in my shirt today. She hadn't buttoned the buttons she'd left open. She pouted and left. I laughed and continued with my work. After a few minutes, I realized I didn't want to work. I got up and went outside to find Rachel. But she wasn't there. I heard a noise coming from her desk. I walked over and saw her bent over, picking up dried rose petals. They were everywhere. She bent down every time she picked them, and her shirt hung down. I rested my head in my hands and smiled. I could see more of her cleavage, but I was watching her face. She seemed annoyed as she picked the petals, and every time a hair fell across her face, I brushed it away. She finished picking them up and looked around, then looked up and saw me. She let out a surprised sigh and put her hand to her chest. I like making her blush, even though I know she enjoys my teasing. "Take your hand off." I was really enjoying the view, I said, waving my hand. "Juan, you scared me. When did you get here?" "And stop staring at my chest," she said, standing up. "I was just enjoying the view. Your breasts are perfect, and your bra looks amazing on you." He tried to interrupt me, but I called out my name. "John," she exclaimed, putting her hands on her hips and frowning. But I could see the blush on her cheeks. "I asked you a question, and you're being even naughtier," she continued, raising her hand and counting. "First, you threw cold water on me in the shower. Second, you spanked my butt, and hard. Third, you looked inside my shirt. Fourth, you're doing this now." I listened intently, watching her face. She looked so cute when she scolded me. "Like this?" I asked with a mischievous smile, leaning closer and pulling her shirt forward to look again. She smacked my hand. "You're going to pay for that," she said. She grabbed a file and started walking toward me. She was hitting me with it. I took cover and ran to escape her. "Come back here," she yelled, starting to chase me. I laughed as I ran away from her. I ran after Juan as he ran away from me. Every time I was about to catch up with him, he ran away laughing. "Juan!" I yelled his name as I chased him. He ran up the stairs, and I followed. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I stopped dead in my tracks and dropped the folder on the floor with a thud. "Ow!" I exclaimed aloud, leaning against the wall with one hand as I slightly raised my right leg, holding my ankle in a mock gesture. "Princess," Juan said instantly, stopping and turning back to me. He bent down, worried, to check my leg. Inside, I was laughing. He'd fallen right into my trap. What happened? Are you okay? He asked anxiously. I think I twisted my ankle, I replied, feigning pain. Come on, let's check it out in my office, he said, sitting up. I seized the moment and pushed him against the wall, surprising him. I placed an arm near his neck to immobilize him as I leaned toward him. Do you think I'm going to settle for this? I whispered, fiddling with his tie. He placed his hands on my waist. Now who's the naughty one here? I thought you were hurt. But tell me, why were there rose petals everywhere? She asked curiously. I shrugged. They were those old flowers you gave me. I was distracted, accidentally plucking them, and when I came to, none of them were left, I confessed as I untied his tie. He looked down. So what are you doing now? He murmured. I smiled wickedly and stood on tiptoe to whisper in his ear. Now it's time for your punishment. I left a soft brush of my lips from her ear to her neck, feeling her shudder. If this is the punishment, then welcome it, he replied, enjoying every second. I distracted him with my kisses as I took his hands, which were resting on my waist, and skillfully knotted his tie tightly around his wrists. He noticed the trap too late and tried to break away, but it was useless. I had tied his hands with a knot that only I could undo. He tried to struggle, but he wouldn't budge. With a triumphant smile, I picked up the folder and headed to my desk, listening to his complaint. Princess, this isn't fair. Let me go. You could have used my tie for something more pleasurable, he said, moving closer. I shrugged and sat down in my chair behind the desk. As I said, Juan, this is your punishment. Now, go back to your office, I replied, pretending to concentrate on my work. He tried to break free with his teeth, but to no avail. How am I supposed to work like this? And how did you tie this knot? It won't budge an inch, he protested. To add to his frustration, I unbuttoned another button on my blouse, revealing a suggestive cleavage. Well, if you prefer, you can stay here, I said, leaning across the desk conspiratorially. He stopped struggling and his gaze fixed on me. His pupils dilated, but with a grunt, he shook his head and returned to his office. I couldn't help but laugh as he buttoned me up again. He had given her a taste of her own medicine. Luckily, I didn't have any meetings today. I'd let him suffer a little longer. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for lunch. I met up with Alexis and Katie after a long time. We chatted animatedly, and Alexis, left alone with me, asked me why I hadn't told her about Juan and me before. I grabbed Juan's lunch and headed to his office. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. Upon entering, I found him typing slowly on the computer, visibly upset, his hands still tied. When he saw me, he gave me a withering look before returning to the screen. I locked the door and walked over to his desk, ready for the next act of our little battle. I placed his lunch on the desk and slowly approached him. Oh, it seems someone's upset with me, I said, leaning closer to his face. He kept his expression serious and turned his face away from me. Come on, Juan, eat something, I urged, taking his water bottle. I drank a little and deliberately let some spill onto my shirt. Oh no. What a mess, I muttered, feigning surprise. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed him glancing at me. I looked down and noticed my damp blouse revealing a glimpse of my underwear. I sighed and began to slowly unbutton it. What are you doing? He asked in a firm voice. She's soaked. I can't stand with this like this, I replied, finishing removing her. I heard her exhale heavily. Don't test my patience, princess, he said in a deep voice, or you might regret provoking me." I placed my blouse on his desk and turned to him. His gaze scanned me intently, and although his hands were still, his expression showed the effort he was making to remain in control. I sat down across from him, took his lunch, and began to feed it tenderly. He placed his hands on my thighs and, with his fingertips, drew gentle circles on my abdomen. His eyes never left mine, and his gaze burned with a mixture of suppressed desire and adoration. When I finished, I helped him drink water. Standing in front of him, with so little clothing, made me feel a warmth inside that I couldn't deny. My throat felt dry, so I drank a little more. A few drops escaped down my chin and slid onto my skin. As soon as I put down the glass, Juan stood up and positioned himself between my legs. He placed a soft kiss on my collarbone, and as he did so, I noticed how difficult it was for him to control himself. "I can't take this anymore, Rachel," he whispered, his lips brushing against my neck. "Let me come closer." But I wasn't going to give up that easily. He'd already taken off his coat when I arrived, so I started unbuttoning his shirt and slipped it down to his shoulders, admiring his defined figure. "My punishment isn't over yet," I reminded him. "You shouldn't have woken me up like that, let alone provoked me." I settled into his arms, slowly caressing his chest and shoulders. He closed his eyes, letting himself be carried away by the moment. "You're my downfall, Rachel. I need to feel you," he said breathily, resting his forehead on my shoulder. I reached behind my back and undid the clasp of my bra. He still didn't notice, completely focused on not upsetting the fragile balance between desire and respect. I gently but firmly gripped his hair and brought his face close to mine, barely brushing his lips with mine. I traced his outline with mine, savoring the tension between us. Teasing Juan was becoming my favorite pastime. He tried to come closer, but I stopped him with a light pressure on his hair. "Consider it sweet revenge for this morning, from beginning to end," I whispered, brushing his lips with mine. I couldn't hold it in any longer and kissed him. He responded with the restrained passion of someone who has waited too long. I leaned against him, feeling our skin brush. He remained motionless for a moment. "My God," he murmured between kisses, pulling me tightly towards him. He turned to the side. A soft sound enveloped us. The glass walls became opaque, creating an intimate and cozy atmosphere. I looked at him, surprised, and he was watching me without blinking. "Your charms have driven me crazy today. And it would be best if you didn't hide that beauty any longer," he whispered, looking at me with a mixture of tenderness and desire. We melted into a deep kiss again. When I felt the moment had come to an end, I moved my hands to his tie and loosened it. As soon as he was free to move, his hands wrapped around me tightly. I gasped at his touch and began to remove his shirt. As soon as it was gone, he lifted me up and gently leaned me against the wall, melting into me in a passionate kiss. I squeezed his shoulders, completely surrendered to the intensity of the moment. He lowered his lips to my skin, drawing a sigh from me that left me breathless. "Juan," I barely murmured. As soon as he let go of me, I started searching for my clothes. I was covered only by my wet blouse. He, still wearing his pants, looked at me from his chair with an amused expression. I complained with a soft groan, clutching my blouse to my chest. "Juan, this isn't funny. Give me back my clothes," I said as I searched. I don't know how she did it, but I couldn't find my underwear. Only my pants were visible. "I'm enjoying the view," he said with a mischievous smile. "Here it is," he added, taking my underwear out of his pocket. "You naughty boy," I exclaimed, taking her hand. I dressed quickly, struggling with the pants that were tighter than usual. He whistled in amusement every time I moved. This was so embarrassing. Every time I tried to turn around, he would get in the way with a smile. Finally, I crossed my arms over my chest. "Give me my bra." "I know you have it," I demanded. He looked at me with an even bigger smile. "I love your new skin color," he said, pointing at the marks he had left on me. I put my hands on my hips and glared at him. He beckoned me with a flick of his finger. I moved closer, covering myself with a hand. He gestured to his lap for me to sit. I straddled him, and he gently moved my hand away. "You are a beautiful, sweet, charming woman, and very special. You don't need to hide from me. I'm lucky to have you, in my life, in my thoughts." He took my hand and placed it on his chest, and in my heart. I looked into his eyes, and in them I saw sincerity, joy, and something deeper, something difficult to describe. "What if we go for another round?" he asked, waggling his eyebrows mischievously. I blushed and gently punched him in the chest. He laughed and hugged me, resting my head on his shoulder. To stay in his arms was all I wanted. That feeling of peace, of connection, of security, it was unique. After a few minutes, he gently stroked my back. He pulled away slightly and, as if nothing had happened, pulled out my bra, which I'd hidden behind him. I looked at him with a mixture of surprise and reproach. "You look like a model in this. Why don't you strike a pose for me?" he said, pulling out his phone. "No," I replied firmly. "And with nothing?" he added with an amused smile. "I didn't accomplish much with my work today. It's really hard to concentrate when you feel like you're tied down. Before lunch, I barely managed to send 3 emails. That was all I did for the day." After a moment of closeness with Rachel, during which we joked a lot, I offered her a clean t-shirt that I always keep in the bathroom cabinet, just in case. She scolded me, as usual, when I asked for a photo she clearly had no intention of sending me. We decided to head to her apartment early, thinking we could finish work there. I called my driver to bring my laptop and some clothes. That's how I ended up in her living room, working in silence, while she finished her work in her room. Before entering, she returned the sweatshirt and sweatpants I had lent her that time she visited me when I was sick. A short while later, my driver arrived with what I had asked for. I've gotten pretty far along with my work. I only have a few more things to do. Since I was getting hot in my sweatshirt, I took it off. It was already 8:30 p.m. I was still typing when I heard the bedroom door open. Rachel came out wearing my shirt, which fell mid-calf. She yawned, put her phone on the table, and sat next to me. "Did you finish your work?" I asked, putting my arm around her shoulders and pulling her close. She settled in, hugging me. "Almost everything. I just have a few documents left that need your signature, but I don't have a copier to make duplicates." "I'll take care of that tomorrow," he replied. She stared at what I was doing on the computer. Her phone started ringing. It was Eve. Rachel answered it excitedly. "Hi, Eve. How are you? Really? I'm so glad you're with your family. And why did you want to talk?" "Well, that's fine," she said with a grimace before putting her phone away and putting it on speakerphone. "It's on speakerphone now, just like you wanted. Now you talk." I raised my eyebrows at her. "Hello, Juan," Eve's voice was heard. "Hi, is everything okay over there?" I asked. "Yes, very well. Thanks for the surprise." "I don't know what to say, I'm so happy to see you," she replied. I looked at Rachel and saw her smile at her words. "I'd do anything to see my girl happy," I said. Rachel looked up, and our eyes met. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. Her eyes reflected happiness and tranquility. "Thank you so much, Juan," Eve said again, pulling me from my thoughts. Rachel looked away, still smiling. She was about to answer, but a new voice interrupted her. "Will you stop thanking him so much?" "He only did it because he wanted to see Rachel happy," Alex chimed in, also on speakerphone. "At least his intention was to bring joy, and that joy reached me too." "Aren't you glad I'm okay?" Eve replied. "Yes, of course I'm glad. But enough with the thanking you so much," Alex said, sounding envious. They started to argue. "Girls, that's enough," I chimed in. They both fell silent. "Why don't you two just kiss? The tension is so high here." "And Eve, honestly, is fine," I added before hanging up. Rachel burst out laughing. That was brilliant for shutting them up. "But thanks," he said, giving me a quick kiss. "What if we order something to eat?" "I'm too tired to cook, and you still have work to do," she suggested as she stood up. "Sounds good to me," I replied and continued typing. Rachel came back with a beer for me and a juice for herself. She handed me the drink and settled back down next to me. She took my phone and pressed the lock button. The photo I took of her the day I took her on a date appeared on the screen. "Did you set my picture as your home screen?" he asked, looking at me. I nodded, still typing. "I didn't have a password." He swiped the screen and saw the wallpaper, smiling sweetly. Then he opened the photo gallery. "I thought you'd check my messages. It's not like I have any secrets." She clicked the first photo, taken today without her knowledge. I captured it as she sat on me and I hugged her. Although it was a bit dark, it was clear enough. We were both topless, but her chest was covered by my hug. Our faces were turned away. I had set the timer on my phone to capture that moment. Seeing her, he straightened up and moved on to the next image. I miscalculated the timing when setting it up. The second photo was unexpected. I took it as I leaned her slightly back to reach her bra. My backhand wasn't visible, and the other was covering her breasts as I held her arm. Still, the shape of her body was visible. "Juan," she murmured, but I interrupted her by putting my laptop on the table. "I swear I didn't mean to take that second picture. I just wanted to save the moment when we hugged. If you don't like it, I'll delete it." I couldn't finish. Rachel kissed me, and I responded instantly, closing my eyes. She climbed onto my lap without taking her lips off mine. My hands ran down her thighs, but she pulled away. "I'm not mad. But if you want pictures like that, ask me." "Don't do it again," she said gently. I nodded, relieved. My hand slid under her shirt. She was wearing only underwear. When I stepped back, I saw her smiling at the pictures on my phone. I had some older ones. The doorbell rang. Rachel settled onto the couch as I opened the door. It was the delivery guy, but he was shaking. Strange. I paid him, and when he gave me the change, he dropped some coins. "Excuse me, sir," he stammered, and headed for the elevator. "What happened?" Rachel asked, coming closer. "Nothing, she just dropped some coins," I replied, picking them up. She came in with the food. A noise made me turn my head, but I didn't see anything. I locked the door. We had dinner, and while I worked, she cleaned. Afterward, she snuggled up next to me, drawing patterns on my chest until I was finished. I closed the laptop with a sigh and lay back. She mirrored my position, and her shirt lifted slightly, revealing the silk of her underwear. "And now?" I asked. "We could sleep," he suggested. "I'm not sleepy yet." "A movie?" I shook my head. I didn't want to see anything, just admire her, kiss her. It was obvious. "I'd rather stay here, looking at you," I said, fixing my eyes on hers. She remained silent, but her hand caressed my cheek. "I don't want to lose you, Juan. You're very important to me," she whispered. I kissed her palm. "You won't lose me. You're my world," I replied, bringing her hand to my heart. She felt it beat faster before tracing a small heart with her finger. I took her to her room, tucked her in, and kissed her forehead. "Good night." "Stay," he begged, winking at me. "The bed is small." I protested, even though months ago we had fit and shared a morning kiss without her remembering. In the end, I gave in. She snuggled up against me, and after a few seconds, our lips met. I kissed her slowly, savoring her taste, until I wrapped my arms around her. My hands explored her silhouette as I unbuttoned her shirt. When I tried to remove her bra, I discovered she was wearing nothing beneath the fabric. "I didn't know that," I murmured. She pulled me towards her, and our bodies fused together. A moan escaped my lips at the contact. I sat her down in front of me, and she removed the garment. Between gasps, we resumed the kiss, my lips descending down her neck until she arched. Minutes later, we separated, breathless. She turned toward the wall, and I hugged her from behind, covering us with the sheet. My arm served as a pillow for her, the other wrapped around her waist. She intertwined her fingers with mine, and before falling asleep, she squeezed my hand like a silent message. I watched her. She looked like an angel at peace. I kissed her ear and whispered, "I love you." She squeezed my hand again, and I smiled. I'd do anything to have her. She was the love of my life, even though the fear of not being loved in return paralyzed me. I loved her jokes, her care, her blush, her body. Everything about her was perfect. I would never let her go. With one last kiss on her hair, I drifted off to sleep. Episode 10. Rachel's Point of View. I was sleeping peacefully when someone started to gently shake my shoulder. "Princess, wake up," I heard Juan's voice. I slowly opened my eyes and raised my head to look around. I was in my room. When I looked down, I saw Juan's face close to mine, some of my hair falling over his face. Gently, he reached up to brush it away. I realized I had been sleeping cuddled up to him, with my arms and legs wrapped around his body. "Good morning," he whispered, giving me a soft kiss on the lips. I smiled and replied with a sigh. "Good morning, Dash." I rested my arms on his chest and rested my chin on them, staring at him. He clasped his hands behind his head and smiled back at me. "I love waking up like this," I said, resting my face on my arms without taking my eyes off him. "I pray to God every day that I can wake up like this," he replied, looking up at the ceiling with a smile. I chuckled and, after placing a kiss on his chest, sat up. The sheets slipped down to my hips, and Juan, noticing, looked down mischievously. "Now I'll pray every minute to wake up like this," he said with a mischievous smile, fixing his eyes on me. I realized I was only wearing underwear and, surprised, I stifled a small cry as I quickly covered myself with the sheets. "What did I tell you about covering yourself in front of me?" she asked, playfully tugging at the fabric. "I know, but if you see me like this, things could get complicated," I replied, standing up while carefully wrapping myself up. I tried to head for the bathroom, but suddenly, the sheets were ripped from me. I turned around, stunned, and saw Juan throw them onto the bed. "You are not allowed to cover yourself in front of me, no matter the consequences," he declared, moving closer. Before I could react, he picked me up and walked towards the bathroom. "We have to save water and time," he murmured with a mischievous smile as we headed for the shower. Half an hour later, we both left the bathroom, wrapped in towels. I headed to the closet to find something to wear, but Juan got there first. "I'll choose," she said, picking up a short peach-colored outfit. I accepted with a smile and quickly dressed in my room, while he headed to the living room to get his clothes. After minimal makeup, I grabbed my bag and headed out. Juan was already ready, adjusting his wristwatch. When he saw me, his eyes lit up. "You look adorable in that outfit." "I thought they were pants," he commented, coming closer and wrapping his arms around my waist. "Thank you," I whispered, leaving a kiss on his cheek. "We'll grab some breakfast on the way," he announced, leading me toward the door. After locking the door, we headed for the elevator. Just as the doors closed, my phone started ringing. It was Alexis. "Hello?" I answered. "Have you and Juan left the apartment yet?" she asked urgently. I was surprised that he knew he was with me. "How do you know he's here?" I asked, exchanging a glance with Juan. "Just answer." "Did they go out or not?" he insisted, almost shouting. "No dash." "Good. Don't move from there," he ordered. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, and as we stepped out, we found a group of reporters gathered in front of the building, cameras in hand. The security guards tried to contain them, but the commotion was deafening. We stopped in our tracks, transfixed by the scene. "But how did this happen?" Juan murmured, running his hand through his hair with a tense expression. He took my hand resolutely and led me back to the elevator. He pressed the button for the 5th floor. "Hey, Rachel, are you there?" I heard Alexis's voice. I looked at my phone and noticed the call was still active. "Yes, I'm here," I replied, trying to sound calm. "Turn on the TV and watch the news." "I'll call you back in a few minutes," he said before hanging up. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I ran to my apartment, opened the door, and turned on the television. Juan was right behind me. When the image appeared on the screen, the presenter announced, "The country's most coveted and secretive businessman, Juan Antonio Torres, has been photographed in the company of a woman." This has caused a stir, as Mr. Torres has never been seen in public with a partner. His private life has always been a mystery. However, last night this image, taken at midnight, was leaked online, along with a photo of the apartment where the couple was seen, the reporter said as the images were shown on screen. The photo had been taken when the food delivery arrived. We were both outside the apartment, Juan, reaching for the package, and I standing in front of him. His face was clearly visible, as he was facing the camera. Mine, on the other hand, had my back to the lens. A photo of the apartment's exterior appeared next to it. An unknown person randomly captured this image. Everything indicates they were having a good time together. Mr. Torres appears shirtless, while the woman is wearing what appears to be one of his shirts. This has sparked questions. Is this woman a serious partner, a casual acquaintance, or perhaps? The reporter's voice was abruptly silenced as Juan took the remote from me and turned off the television. He threw it onto the couch with restrained force. I froze. How could they invade someone's privacy like that? And how dare they speak about a woman like that? Regardless of whether it was me or someone else, no one deserves to be judged like that. I felt like crying, but I held it back. I turned around and saw Juan pacing, visibly upset. I walked over and took his arm to stop him. He stood still, but avoided looking at me. I hugged him without thinking. Maybe he didn't need it, but I did. I think he understood, because he hugged me back and rested his face in my neck. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful. I'm sorry you have to hear those things, she whispered, her voice breaking. I'm going to find whoever did this, and I'll stop them. I promise, he added, holding me tighter. He was genuinely worried about me, about how I was feeling. I kissed his chest gently and said, "It's not your fault." At that moment, my phone rang again. I pulled away slightly and saw that Alexis was calling again. Juan noticed and picked up his phone, though he didn't answer immediately. "Does this building have a helipad?" he asked. I nodded. Then he took the call. "Hi, Alexis, this is Juan." "Yes, we're fine. How did this happen?" I listened intently as the conversation continued. Suddenly, he looked at me. "Just a minute, Alexis," he said before putting his phone away and looking at me directly. "You're not staying here for a few days. Go pack some clothes. I'll take you to my house." Afterward, he spoke to Alexis again. Meanwhile, I went to the closet and gathered some clothes and important items. When I finished, I sat down on the bed, still processing everything. Juan walked in with my phone in his hand and knelt down in front of me. "What's wrong?" he asked, taking my hand. I gently shook my head. "I don't know. I feel weird." Hearing them refer to me made me feel sad, upset. "They shouldn't talk about anyone like that," I said, looking at our intertwined hands. He gently lifted my face. "We know the media sometimes crosses boundaries. A story is enough to get an audience. But we know the truth, the real truth. We're not going to let them control our lives. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just stay here, like my princess," he said, kissing my hand. I gave him a small smile. "How about we make something quick for breakfast while we wait for our ride?" he suggested, helping me up and leading me toward the kitchen. "Transportation. How are we going to get out with so many reporters out there?" I asked, intrigued. "You'll have to wait and see," he said, smiling knowingly. She prepared something simple and we ate. Then, the sound of a helicopter was heard. "Looks like our ride has arrived," Juan commented. He went to my room, grabbed my bag, closed the apartment door, and we headed for the elevator. But instead of going down, we went up. I looked at him, surprised. "We'll go by helicopter, princess. If we can't get there by land, we'll fly," he said with a smile. I was stunned. How rich was he exactly? The elevator opened, and from there we could see the entire city. Juan took my hand and we got out. We climbed the stairs to the rooftop, where a helicopter was waiting for us. He helped me up and then sat next to me. We were given headsets to communicate. Within a few minutes, we were in the air. Juan took the opportunity to send a few texts from his phone. I watched the city from above, smiling. In just 5 minutes, we were flying over his house and landing on the helipad, surrounded by forest. I didn't want to get out, but it was time. Juan helped me out, and we headed to the waiting car. As I got in, I couldn't help but jump up and down in my seat with excitement. That was amazing. I want to do it again, I said happily, looking up at him. He laughed and pulled me into a warm hug. "I'll take you again, I promise." "But not right now," he replied. I pulled away a little and kissed him. "I'll be waiting." "So tell me, do you really have a helicopter?" Are you that rich? I asked, laughing. He winked at me. Much more than you imagine. The car stopped in front of their house. Upon entering, we saw Veronica and Juan's parents in the living room, visibly tense. When they saw us, they immediately stood up. Are you okay? Did you manage to avoid the reporters? Layla asked, worried. Juan handed his bag to an employee and plopped down on the sofa. Yes. We didn't see a single shadow of them, because we arrived by helicopter, he explained, running his hands over his face, clearly frustrated. Not only did they take the photo, they also made malicious comments. Son, this is just the beginning. Now they'll begin to investigate your life. Until you decide to speak publicly, this won't stop. It's a decision you must make together. This is our reality, we have to face it, but never let it control us, Antonio said, repeating the exact words Juan had told me earlier. Juan looked at me, searching for my answer. But I just looked down. Take your time, but it should be today. While this cools down, you'll work from here, Juan. I'll take care of what I can in your office. And you, Rachel, Antonio called after me. I looked at him. You can work with Juan or just rest. I'll convince his assistant to give you a few days off. No, I can work, I replied firmly. I left the living room and walked toward Juan's room. I knew they had put my suitcase there. I needed a moment to think. Juan's point of view. I watched Rachel slowly climb the stairs. This is all chaos. This wasn't what I had planned. I wanted to proudly present her to the world as my princess. I know she's hurt, even though she tries hard to hide it behind that serene face. At least during the helicopter ride, she seemed happy. I have to think carefully about what to do now. I can't say anything to the press without their approval. She's not ready for this world yet. I need to find alternatives. My mother sat next to me with her usual serenity. Everything's going to be okay, son, he said, with a reassuring smile. I nodded silently. Veronica, could you get me a coffee? And something for Rachel, please, I asked, leaning my head back. She nodded politely and went straight to the kitchen. Son, is there anything important I should know before I go to work? My father asked as he put on his jacket. I briefly told her about the meetings I planned to attend, only the essential ones. My mother stood up and said goodbye as well. I'll ask Rachel to send the itinerary to Alexis. She can help you, I added, standing up and heading into the kitchen. There I found Veronica cutting fruit. When she saw me, she smiled and handed me the cup of coffee. I took a sip and sighed wearily. How did Rachel take it? He asked, still working. She told me she feels sad and upset, but she tries not to show it. I know her. I know she's upset, I replied while drinking. She's a strong girl, she's just surprised. But she'll get over it, just like you did. I also know it hasn't been easy for you, he said sweetly as he walked over and put his arms around me. I returned the hug gratefully. Veronica knows me too well. Then she pulled away with a smile and walked over to the blender. I made her a smoothie. Here, he said, just as I set the empty cup on the counter. I took the glass and went up the stairs to my room. Upon entering, I saw Rachel sitting cross-legged on the couch, engrossed in her laptop. She'd changed into a loose, off-the-shoulder tee and was wearing lounge pants. I sat down next to her and offered her the smoothie. She looked up, staring into the glass. I asked Veronica to make something for you. She made this smoothie, I told her. Rachel put her laptop on the table and picked up the glass. I need you to send my schedule to Alexis, I asked, leaning back on the couch and staring at the ceiling. I already did. He just called me. I don't have much work today, just some pending paperwork. Alexis will take care of the rest, he replied. Good. Although that means she'll have more of a burden, I said, closing my eyes. Are you sure you can leave the office? I know how busy you usually are, he asked softly. Okay. My dad will take the in-person meetings. If something's really important, I'll go online, I assured him. I understand, he said simply. I opened my eyes to look at her. Rachel was calmly sipping her milkshake. When she finished it, she put the glass back on the table. I noticed she had a small milkshake mustache on her upper lip. She looked adorable. She looked at me, confused by my smile. I let out a small laugh and leaned in to kiss her softly. I ran my lips over hers, gently wiping away the rest of the smoothie. It's delicious. I'll have to try it for real one day, I murmured against her mouth, before kissing her again, deeper this time. The sweet taste of the milkshake was still present. When we broke apart, she smiled. You taste like coffee, he said, picking up his laptop again. Go to work. Don't leave your father to face all this alone, he added with an amused look, narrowing his eyes playfully. Yes, ma'am, I replied as I stood up. I began to take off my coat as I walked to the closet. I took off my shirt and noticed people staring at my back. I smiled and pulled out a vest and some sweatpants. When I turned to Rachel, I found her staring at me. You like what you see, don't you? I asked, referring to my physique. She blushed and looked down at her laptop. I laughed softly and quickly finished changing. I'll be in my office. If you need anything, let me or Veronica know, I said. Okay, she replied. I left and headed to my office. I sat down in my chair and called my private investigator, Robert Smith. I only contact him in situations like this. He's one of my trusted men. Hello, Mr. Torres, he answered on the third ring. I guess you've heard the news, I asked as I opened my laptop. Yes, sir. What should I do about it? He responded promptly. He's always ready to act. I need you to find out who's behind this and what their motive is. Don't leave any loose ends, I ordered, getting to work. Understood, sir, he said before hanging up. I called my security team and asked them to disperse the crowd in front of Rachel's apartment and in my building. Alexis informed me of the situation when I answered her call from Rachel's phone. I continued working and attended an online meeting. When lunchtime came around, I was still busy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Go ahead, I said. Rachel walked in and closed the door. I stopped what I was doing and looked at her. She came over and sat on my legs, wrapping her arms around my waist and resting her face in my neck. I put my arms around her and stroked her back. Are you okay, princess? I asked in a gentle tone. She shook her head. I knew she was sad and needed time to herself, so I let her rest in my room that morning. I allowed her to stay in my arms while I resumed my work. Minutes later, she pulled away. I stopped what I was doing and placed my hands on her hips. Better? I asked, brushing a strand of her hair away. She nodded. I wanted to talk to you. I don't know if the decision I made was the right one, he said, fiddling with my vest. I think we should talk to the media about our relationship. I noticed she wanted to say something else, so I encouraged her. But I know we agreed to keep this private until we were ready, but things didn't go as planned. Still, it would be risky to announce it. What if we split up in the future? I didn't let her finish. I took her chin in my hand and kissed her firmly, wanting to erase that thought from her mind. I placed a hand on the back of her neck, tilting her head to deepen the kiss. She responded with a moan and gripped my shoulders. When we broke apart, we were both panting. Don't ever say that word again. I won't let you go, even if the world ends. If you try to run away, I'll find you, because you're mine, I declared seriously, staring at her. She looked at me with amazed eyes. I pulled her towards me and kissed her again. This time, she responded with the same intensity, tangling her hands in my hair. At that moment, a scream startled us. My God! We immediately separated and saw Kenya standing in the doorway, mouth agape. She slammed the door shut. I sighed and rested my forehead on Rachel's shoulder. We need to be more careful. I don't like interruptions, I muttered. It wasn't his fault. It's your office, he didn't know I was here, she replied, smoothing my hair. My phone rang. It was the investigator. Go to lunch. I'll be there in a moment, I have to take this call, I told him. She nodded and left. I answered the phone. Any news? I asked. Yes, sir. I found the guy, Robert reported. What did he say? He's just a local reporter. He received an anonymous email offering him money to photograph you and publish the images. He doesn't know who sent it, he explained. Make sure I face legal consequences for invading my privacy. And find the anonymous sender, I ordered before hanging up. Someone wanted to hurt me, dragging my loved ones into their path. No matter who it is, they'll pay for messing with the wrong person. It wasn't my first time dealing with the media. When I founded this company, many tried to bring me down with false scandals. I overcame those obstacles, and this time would be no different. I left the office and headed for the dining room. Kenya and Veronica were chatting, but Rachel wasn't there. Don't you know how to play before you come in? I asked Kenya. You should know how to lock up. I didn't expect to see you devouring Rachel like she was your last meal, he replied, resting his head on the table. Veronica gently punched him in the arm. Don't talk like that. He's in love, she chided. Kenya gave me a look, and I just laughed. They knew how he felt about Rachel. Where's Rachel? I asked. He went out to talk to. Kenya began, but was interrupted by Rachel's voice. John, look who I ran into. Suddenly, a feeling of foreboding ran down my spine. Kenya's eyes widened and she muttered, damn. I turned around and saw Rachel standing in the doorway of the dining room, accompanied by my worst nightmare. Rachel's perspective. I went down to the living room to find Kenya. I saw her sitting on the couch, engrossed in what she was watching on television. Hi, sorry about that, I said as I sat down in the single chair. She looked at me and smiled kindly. Don't worry. Actually, I should apologize for just barging in like that. Sometimes I forget that clueless guy is in a relationship, she said, rolling her eyes. I laughed at her. You're not mad at me, are you? Because of what happened last time, he said with some discomfort. Believe me, I didn't feel bad for you. But you should have seen her face when you kissed her on the cheek. I laughed at the memory. She joined in. So you're going to college? I asked. Yes, this is my last year, he replied with a calm smile. Do you have vacation? Yeah. I was thinking of going out and having some fun, but when I heard what happened, I came straight here," he explained. Just then I heard a bark. I looked around trying to figure out where it was coming from. "It's my dog, Max. I left him outside," he told me. "Really?" I asked excitedly, standing up to leave. Kenya tried to say something to me, but I didn't hear her because she was already running toward the door. Outside, Max was sleeping peacefully by the entrance. He was a golden retriever. When he heard me, he raised his head and started wagging his tail excitedly. "You're so adorable." I knelt down beside him and began petting him. I picked up the leash on the floor and helped him stand. "Come on, come with me," I said as I led him inside. I walked into the house with Max, but Kenya wasn't in the living room anymore. I heard voices in the dining room, so I headed there. As I walked in, I saw Juan talking to some people. His back was to me, so I stopped a few steps behind him. "Juan, look who I found," I exclaimed happily. I saw Kenya's eyes widen and she mumbled something I didn't understand. Juan turned around when he heard me, and his eyes fell on Max. His expression immediately changed. It was filled with surprise and fear. I walked with Max, and in a flash, Juan jumped up and started sneezing non-stop. He hid behind Veronica, visibly upset. "Are you, really, bringing that animal here?" he managed to say between sneezes, covering himself behind Veronica. Max, restless, barked, looking around. He approached Veronica, and Juan's sneezes intensified. I didn't understand anything. I held the leash tightly to stop Max. "I'm sorry, Juan. I should have warned you." "Rachel, could I have the leash, please?" Kenya said, holding out her hand. I gave it to her, and she took Max out while he continued barking. Veronica turned to Juan, worried, just as he sneezed again. "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" she asked. I noticed Juan's nose had turned as red as a cherry. "I just want this place cleaned up, that's all," he replied, grabbing some tissues from the table. What was wrong with him? "I'm so sorry, did I do something wrong?" I asked softly, playing with my fingers. Juan looked at me, his expression softening. Veronica went out to look for an employee. "No, Princess, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't know I'm allergic to dogs," he said, wiping his nose. My eyes widened in surprise, and I walked over to him and placed my hand on his cheek. His skin was warm, and his nose was still red. "Are you okay? Do you want me to?" I was about to ask, but another sneeze interrupted me, and he hurried away from me. Something hurt inside me as I watched him walk away. He noticed and muttered in annoyance. "Damn. I didn't mean to make you feel bad. Believe me, I'd be happy to have you take care of me, but did you touch the dog?" he asked just before another sneeze. His eyes were starting to water. I nodded, clasping my hands behind my back as I took a step back. He sighed and ran out of the dining room. I think that's what Kenya was trying to warn me about before I left. If I had listened to her, none of this would have happened. A maid came in to start cleaning. I headed to the kitchen and washed my hands thoroughly, still feeling a little guilty. I turned around and saw Veronica preparing 2 plates. "I'm sorry. I didn't know he was allergic. I was just excited to see a dog." "I didn't mean to," I said, my eyes lowered, feeling really guilty. "Oh, darling, it wasn't your fault. Don't feel that way." "Since when has this happened to him?" I asked, crossing my arms as I leaned against the counter. "When he was 6, I took him to a park. He saw a dog for the first time and got so excited he started petting it. But suddenly he started sneezing a lot. At first, I thought it was normal, but suddenly he fainted. I was so scared I took him to the hospital. His parents arrived right away. When the doctor diagnosed us, we learned he was allergic to dogs. Since then, every time he sees one, he gets very nervous, she explained. So when Kenya brings Max over, she always leaves him outside. Sometimes she uses it to scare him a little when he doesn't listen to her, she added, laughing. I burst out laughing too. I'll be more careful next time, I said. She took a tray and placed the plates on it. Dinner's ready for you. You can eat in your room while you finish cleaning outside, she said, handing me the tray. I nodded and left the kitchen. I went up to his room. He wasn't there, but I heard the water running in the bathroom. I sighed, placed the tray on the table, and sat on the couch to wait. I looked at my clothes and hesitated for a moment. Is it okay to be like this? But I hugged Max when I petted him outside. I'd better change. I don't want Juan to feel sick again. I went to the closet, took off my clothes, and put them in the hamper. I grabbed one of his sweatshirts and put it on. Then I went to my bag, which was on the bed, to find some shorts. I bent down and opened it, but at that moment I felt a light tap on the back of my head. I let out a small yelp and turned quickly, finding Juan, who was smiling at me amusedly. His hair was still wet from the shower, and he was wearing comfortable pants. His nose was a little red, although he looked much better. Juan! I protested, tapping him on the chest. He took my hand and pulled me toward him. I couldn't resist, he said. Then he noticed my clothes. You should wear my clothes more often, you look amazing. I rolled my eyes and tried to pull away, but he easily picked me up and I accidentally wrapped my legs around his waist. Juan, put me down. I want to put on my pants, I said, but he led us to the couch and sat with me on it, still hugging. I love seeing you like this. But tell me, why did you change? He asked. I thought you'd be upset about being around Max. I'm sorry, Kenya warned me and I didn't listen, I admitted. Don't worry, you did the right thing by changing, he replied. Are you okay? Your nose is still a little red, I said, touching it gently. Yes, it's almost there. I'll be fine in a few minutes. Veronica made us lunch, I said, taking a plate and offering him a spoonful. He opened his mouth without hesitation. Then he took the spoon and offered it to me. We finished eating like that, peacefully, without moving from that embrace. I was still thinking about what had happened in his office. He'd gotten so angry when he thought we might separate. I saw it in his eyes. And that kiss, it was so intense it made me realize he meant it. When he said, "You're mine," I felt my heart race. I've been thinking about what you said. Are you ready for this? Juan asked, interrupting my thoughts. I knew exactly what he meant, so I nodded. Whether we have to tell him now or later doesn't matter. In the end, we have to face it. I'm ready. So, why don't we just say it and be done with it? I shrugged. He smiled and placed a soft kiss on my lips. You're strong, you know that. So why don't we do it right now? She looked at me slyly. I'm going to upload a photo of us to Instagram and Twitter, and I'm going to tell the world I'm with this wonderful woman. I blushed and covered my face with my hands as I leaned against his chest. He let out a warm laugh and hugged me. Choose a photo you like, he said. I pulled away, and he handed me his phone. I checked it, it only had selfies of us. You only have selfies. I don't like posting selfies, I complained, but then I immediately remembered something. I turned around, grabbed my phone from the table, and opened the photos Eve had taken at the aquarium. And these? I asked, showing them to him. He took them and smiled at them. When did you take this? We didn't do it. Eve took them without us noticing. When I saw them, I loved them instantly. They're beautiful. So, let's post all 3, he said. I sent him the photos. He posted them with the caption, "My beautiful girlfriend." I posted them with the text, "My boyfriend." Although I had few followers and only about 10 posts, one had more than 100, many of them landscapes and a few with him in a suit. My contacts caught the guy who posted the photo, he said suddenly. The reporter received an email with our location and a request for money. Out of curiosity, he went and took the photo. It's already been posted online, but I'm doing what's necessary to make sure he faces the consequences. And who sent that email? I asked. We're investigating. But whoever did it won't rest easy, he said seriously. I stroked his arm reassuringly. I think Kenya must be alone. Should we go down? He rolled his eyes. He probably came just for the free Wi-Fi and the food, he joked, sounding somewhat annoyed. Don't be mean. I was worried about you, that's why she came, I said, narrowing my eyes. Yeah. He snorted. I got up from his lap. You go. I'll be down in a few minutes, I told him. He headed for the door. Meanwhile, I went to the bed to look for my shorts in my bag. I found them, but at that moment I felt a presence behind me. I froze. I knew it was him. I turned slowly, and our eyes met. I thought you'd already left, I said, swallowing at his intense gaze. I just went to close the door, she whispered. How about we pick up what we left off at the office? Juan, Kenya's waiting for us. Why don't we go with her? I tried to evade the situation with an excuse, backing away a little. Before that, why don't we take a moment for ourselves, he said. He wrapped his hands around my waist, gently lifted the sweatshirt I was wearing, and let it fall to the floor. He gently pushed me onto the bed and leaned down to kiss me tenderly. Remembrance of the past. Today is Juan's graduation day. I'm happy to see him after his ceremony. Yesterday was a surprise for me. I didn't expect him to kiss me. I've had feelings for him for a long time. Even though we've only spent time together at the library, it was always fun. It was almost 4 p.m. I needed some fresh air, so I left the house. I stopped when I saw my brother getting out of the car. Chris! I yelled, surprised, and ran to him. He opened his arms and hugged me, spinning me around in the air. How are you, Rachel? He asked as he put me down. Fine, and you? How's college going? What are you doing here now? I replied, curious. College is going well, but the girls are fantastic, he said, winking at me. I gently tapped him on the head, frowning, and he laughed. Okay, sorry. I came early for vacation. Even though it officially starts next week, I finished everything and decided to come, he explained. I hugged him again. You made a good decision. Come in, Mom and Dad will be delighted, I said. He pulled away and kissed me on the forehead. Then show me the way, he replied. I took his hand and led him inside. Christian Ivan Zegler is a year and a half older than me. He went off to college last year and visits us from time to time. We have a special connection. He's the best brother I could ask for, attractive, charismatic, and, although he was a bit of a womanizer in high school, girls swooned over him. He's always been a great support. And today, I'm happy you came to visit us. John's perspective. I hate this day. Today was my graduation, a moment that should have been happy, but everything went to waste. I received my diploma without anyone's support. I only asked one thing of my parents, that they come. But, once again, their work came first. I waited, but they never came. I was left alone, watching other parents proudly congratulate their children. Anger, sadness, and helplessness filled me. I clenched my fists and walked away. I got in my car, took off my cap and gown, and threw them in the back seat. I started the car and left the school. I drove aimlessly, trying to calm myself, but it wasn't working. Finally, I stopped the car on a random street and rested my forehead on the steering wheel, feeling tears running down my face. I wiped my eyes and, when I looked up, saw something across the street. 2 houses away, a girl ran up to a boy and hugged him. He lifted her into the air and then gently set her down. When they separated, I recognized her face. It was Rachel. My heart seemed to shatter. She was talking to him, beaming with happiness. I'd never seen her like this. Who was that guy? Suddenly, she hugged him again. I clenched my fists in anger. He pulled away and kissed her on the forehead. Then she led the way toward the house. So that's where she lived. I pounded the steering wheel in frustration and started the engine. I thought he liked me, that there was something between us after that kiss. But that guy hugged her, kissed her. That should be me. First my parents failed me, and now this. I needed a drink to forget. I drove home and went inside. Everything was ready for the graduation party. The staff were finishing the last details. I went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle, and drank straight from it. Looks like I'll be drunk before the party starts. Rachel's POV. I was ready to head to Juan's house. It was 6:45, and the drive from my house didn't take more than 15 minutes. I asked Chris for a ride, and when we arrived, we stopped in front of a house with loud music pouring out of it. Here we are. Have fun, he said with a smile. Thanks, I replied, smiling back. I got out of the car and waved goodbye as he drove away. I turned to look at the house. It was bigger than my parents'. I looked down at my dress, a floral one that fell just above my knees. I don't know why, but I had a feeling something was going to happen that night. I started walking toward the entrance. Outside, a few people were chatting over drinks. As I walked in, I saw several boys and girls dancing to the music, all in their own world. Some were laughing, others were dancing or chatting animatedly. I made my way through, looking for Juan, who had told me he needed to talk to me. I'd been there for 10 minutes and couldn't find him. I walked all the way downstairs, but he wasn't there. Some guys tried to start a conversation with me, but I ignored them. I went up to the second floor and finally saw him. He was sitting on a sofa, holding a glass, surrounded by a group of friends, with some girls behind him. Everyone chanted, "Drink, drink," as he drained his glass. When he finished, he received applause. When he looked up, our eyes met. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This wasn't the one I knew, sweet, thoughtful, caring. His eyes were filled with sadness, confusion, and something else I couldn't quite place. He staggered up from the couch and walked toward me. Well, who do we have here?" he said ironically. He stopped a couple of steps away. He was obviously drunk. Rachel Ziegler, the girl I thought was different," he continued. I felt people starting to gather around us, drawn by the scene. "Juan, please. You're drunk. Let's talk in private," I whispered, trying to remain calm. "No. It's fine here," he said, pointing firmly at the ground. "I thought you were different. But no. You're just like everyone else." His tone was harsh, disappointed. My eyes began to fill with tears. "You acted innocent, like all you cared about was books. But I saw you. I saw you enjoying the attention, the hugs." He took a step closer and bent down to my eye level. "Tell me, Rachel, how many times have you toyed with the feelings of someone like me?" His eyes were red, filled with suppressed rage. I couldn't take it anymore. I pushed him hard and ran away, tears streaming down my face. Outside, I tried to calm myself while wiping my face, even though the tears kept falling. I walked for a few minutes and found a bench. I sat down and cried. I didn't understand why he acted that way. That wasn't the boy I'd met at the library. He'd completely changed. I just wanted to congratulate him on his graduation and tell him how I felt. But he wouldn't let me speak. His words were enough to silence me completely. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a phone to call anyone. I'd told my brother to pick me up at 9:30. And it wasn't even 7:30 yet. Juan's point of view. He pushed me hard and ran away. I reached out a hand in his direction, but it was too late. I lowered my hand slowly. No. I didn't want to tell her any of that. I was too drunk. I wasn't even aware of what I was saying. And I made her cry. I staggered down the stairs, searching everywhere. He wasn't there. I went to the kitchen to get some water. On my way out, I bumped into Alex, who was dancing excitedly. "Bro, this party is amazing," he said, patting me on the back. "I want everyone to leave," I said bluntly. "What?" he asked, confused. "Everyone go," I shouted. The music stopped immediately. Everyone looked at me. I turned to Alex. "I want this house empty in 5 minutes. Everyone out," I said before heading upstairs. I was already regaining clarity. Rachel's nudge had brought me back to some lucidity. I walked into my room and sat on my bed. I heard a notification and pulled out my phone. "I want you to come to my house tomorrow. I have something for you." "Dad." I threw my phone against the wall. It broke. I'd taken all my frustration out on Rachel. And it wasn't her fault. I felt betrayed by seeing her with someone, but I should have talked to her. Instead, I let my anger get the better of me. Alex came in. "That's it, everyone's gone." "But, what happened?" "I heard you say something really mean to a girl." "I'm leaving," was all I said, ignoring his question. Rachel's POV. I was crying silently, my face in my hands, when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I jumped. It was an elderly woman with a kind face. "Are you okay, dear?" he asked sweetly. "Yes, thank you," I replied, wiping away my tears. "Do you need anything?" "Do you want me to walk with you for a while?" he asked, sitting next to me. "Actually, do you have a phone? I need to make a call." She searched her purse and lent it to me. I called Eve and explained where it was. She helped me locate the exact address. She stayed with me until Eve arrived, accompanied by her father. I asked Eve if I could stay at her house, and she agreed. When I arrived, I hugged her tightly and cried again. I told her what had happened. She listened and comforted me throughout the night. I called my parents and told them I'd be sleeping there. They agreed. That was the last time I saw Juan. Then, everything changed at school. Someone leaked a video of what happened at the party. Even though no one knew the truth, rumors began to spread. Some wrote horrible things on my locker. But I stood strong on the outside, even though I was devastated inside. Eve never left my side. She stood up for me and gave me strength. I never told my parents what had happened. I just told them I was stressed about school. Deep down, I wanted to get out of that school. After graduating, I was accepted into a good university and immediately moved into a new apartment. Although it was a bit far, I managed to organize my schedule. Sometimes, Eve stayed with me. Over time, I managed to put what happened behind me. But on certain nights, the memories still come flooding back. Juan's point of view. That was the last time I saw Rachel. It's been 3 years since I took over a stake in my father's company. That night, I left after receiving his message. I left everything behind. I threw myself completely into my studies and work. But I deeply regret what I did. I've thought many times about going back to her, about asking for her forgiveness. But how can I look her in the eye after all that? She probably hates me. Every time I see someone with brown hair, I remember her. I haven't been able to notice any other woman since. In my world, the only women who exist are Veronica and Kenya, my colleagues at work. Alex also moved in with me shortly after that night. Now I just have to wait for what the future holds. 18 days have passed since that incident. We're still trying to find out who the anonymous person who sent the email was. After publishing the photo, we received a cascade of messages, but we decided not to respond to any of them. Everything is still chaotic. Journalists aren't leaving my company's building, and we've had to beef up security. Rachel and I continue to work from home. I only went to the office once for an important meeting. It was a disaster. I was bombarded with all kinds of questions, but I didn't answer any of them. Even after the meeting, clients seemed more interested in my personal life than business. I didn't respond and walked away. Is it so surprising that I'm in a relationship? Sometimes I feel like I'm dreaming about the reality I live in, Rachel and I sharing a home. It seems to me like we're already married, leading a quiet, everyday life. We sleep together at night, and I don't mean physically intimate, just sleep. Like I said, I'm waiting for the special moment. At first, she wasn't keen on the idea, worried about what my parents might think. But I just rolled my eyes, lifted her over my shoulder, and carried her to my room. Lately, I've been having a harder time maintaining my composure. All it takes is a small flirtatious gesture from her to make me want to kiss her. Still, I hold back. Rachel is the only girl who can make me feel those intense sensations. I've waited for years, thinking about her, and I'll keep waiting until the right moment comes. She seems more beautiful to me every day. There are nights when I just stare at her, admiring her peaceful face as she sleeps. She's always busy with something, finishing her work, helping Veronica in the kitchen, and even lending a hand to my father when he's tired. My mother adores her. Little by little, we've all formed a family. I couldn't be happier. I've regained closeness with my parents. I've received their love back. And I also have the woman I've always wanted by my side, sharing my life. I know nothing lasts forever, but I'm determined to make it happen. Of course, we're practically living in lockdown. We can't go out without being hounded by the media. We once tried to take a walk in the park, but as soon as we arrived, we were surrounded. Luckily, we had security with us, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to leave safely. So now we prefer to spend time at home. As I mentioned before, I even took Rachel for a helicopter ride. She was happy all day. I've been cooking lots of new recipes for her. She always eats them with gusto, though she scolds me with a smile afterward, telling me I'm going to make her gain weight with all the deliciousness. This morning I woke up to the sound of my alarm clock. I reached over to turn it off and looked back to see Rachel asleep on her stomach, one of her hands wrapped around my waist. I pulled the sheet up over her and gently tried to free her arm. She groaned softly and turned toward me. "Don't go," he murmured, settling on top of me while I was still half asleep. I stroked his back tenderly. "Wake up, princess. Today is Nick's first birthday. We have to go to your sister's house," I told her. She raised her head, still with her eyes closed. "What time is it?" he asked. 6 in the morning, I replied. She let out a moan of protest. "It's so early, why do you want to get up now?" she said, resting her head on my chest again. "I promised your sister I'd make the cake," I reminded her. When we all video chatted about the celebration, I suggested making a cake for Nick, and they happily agreed. "But if we're going after one, why so early?" he insisted. "I want to get ahead on work." I didn't finish my sentence because Rachel lifted her head and kissed me without warning. I closed my eyes and kissed her back. She moved on top of me and kissed me deeper. I placed my hands on her hips. Suddenly, she broke the kiss and snuggled into my chest. "You talk too much, now go to sleep," she said sleepily. I blinked, puzzled. Did she just kiss me just to shut me up? I rolled over and pulled her under me. She didn't open her eyes, she was sleeping peacefully. She's definitely a naughty little thing. I moved to her neck and placed a soft kiss. She sighed my name. I slowly made my way down her neckline to her abdomen, careful to deliberately avoid her breasts. I knew how much she enjoyed the attention, but this time I chose to play to her anticipation. I paused for a moment, gently straddled her waist, and caressed her body with the palm of my hand, my intentions unchanged. Her breathing became ragged as she continued to murmur my name. She took my hand and brought it to her breast, but I gently removed mine. She complained with a soft moan. "One," he said, opening his eyes. "Then don't play with me, princess," I replied, sitting up. But before I could move away completely, he sat up, grabbed me by the back of the neck, and pulled me towards him. "Then don't play with me either," she whispered, kissing me passionately. She leaned on top of me, and I responded by gently pushing her down onto the bed, kissing her neck again intensely. I left the room at 7 in the morning with a smile on my face. After our time together, I went to the bathroom to brush my teeth. When I returned, Rachel was already asleep again. I laughed quietly and got dressed. I went to the kitchen and started gathering the ingredients to make a cake. It was Saturday, and we had both decided to take the day off. I gave Veronica time off to spend the day with her family. Even my parents were coming with us, since Rachel's parents had invited them. We would all spend the night there. I cracked 2 eggs, separating them, one for the cake and one for breakfast. I prepared the cake mix and poured it into 2 pans, which I placed in the oven. It was going to be a chocolate cake. My mother came into the kitchen while I was whisking the eggs. "What are you doing, son?" he asked as he made coffee. "I'm baking a cake for Nick," I replied. "Really? Do you want me to help you with something? I still have to prepare the topping. Could you take care of breakfast?" "Sure, son." "Is Rachel still sleeping?" "Yeah. She's not a big fan of mornings," I said with a smile. "You love her, don't you?" he asked. I stopped whisking for a moment, then continued. "How do you know? I never told you." She took the bowl and continued whisking for me. "I know. I've watched you. You look at her the same way Antonio looks at me," he said tenderly. "I haven't told her yet. I know she loves me too, but she doesn't fully understand it yet. I'm waiting for her to figure it out for herself, I said as I prepared the pancake mix. You've become a good man, son, he said, smiling as he took the vegetables out of the refrigerator. Have you had sex yet? She asked casually as she cut the vegetables. I put down the bowl I was holding, surprised. Luckily, I had barely lifted it. How do you know that? I'm your mother. I noticed those things. Don't get me wrong, I know it's a private matter. I'm just surprised it hasn't happened yet. Is it because she prefers to wait? Actually, I'm the one who prefers to wait, I replied, somewhat embarrassed. His hand slipped from the knife and he looked at me in surprise. Are you making her wait? Yes, I replied without looking at her directly. Until when? I told him not until we're married. I know it could take time, months or years, but I'm willing to wait. Wait? Juan, I just hope you don't cheat on Rachel. Mom, I interrupted before she could continue. I'm still a virgin. Virgin? She repeated, shocked. Not to judge you, son, but you're 25 years old. Have you never felt desire? Of course I do, Mom, but I've never felt a connection like the one I have with Rachel. Ever since I was a kid, Veronica used to tell me, when you see a girl who makes your heart happy and doesn't care about your status, pursue her, because she's a treasure. She'll guard your heart like a diamond. When I met Rachel in middle school, my heart chose her. I thought I fell in love with her when we met again, but I already loved her then. I just made one mistake and lost 7 years by her side, I said as I slowly stirred the mixture. I tried to meet other girls, but I always ended up remembering Rachel. Even if she wasn't with me, I felt like I was betraying her just by looking at someone else. That's why I was never interested in dating anyone else. If I hadn't met her again, I would have led a lonely life, I concluded. Oh, Juan, my mother said, hugging me. Every woman's dream is to find a man like you. Rachel is very lucky. He caressed my cheeks tenderly. Although I didn't raise you personally, Veronica did a wonderful job with you. I will be eternally grateful, she smiled. That's all in the past, Mom. The important thing is that you're here now, I replied, breaking away from the hug. Well, let's finish breakfast and get ready. Today we're going to Rachel's sister's house, I said. We finished preparing everything. I took the cake out of the oven to cool, and we set the table. I poured Rachel a glass of orange juice just as she walked into the dining room. When she saw the pancakes, her face lit up, and she sat down immediately. Oh, pancakes, he exclaimed, eagerly helping himself to them. My mother and I laughed. My father joined us, too. They're delicious, Rachel said as she ate. Princess, eat slowly. I made them just for you, no one's going to take them away from you, I commented as I served my plate. She ignored me and continued enjoying herself. My parents laughed too. We finished breakfast, and I went back to the kitchen to finish the cake. While I applied the frosting, Rachel leaned on the counter, watching me. She dipped her finger in the chocolate and tasted it. You should have been a chef instead of a CEO. You look great doing this, he said, smiling as he dipped his finger back into the chocolate. I took his hand away and took the bowl. Now you're telling me that just to get more chocolate. It's not true, you know I love chocolate, he said, leaning closer. He took my arm and stood on tiptoe to whisper, please. That whisper made me shudder. She took it as a yes, smiled, and grabbed the bowl. I wrapped my arms around her waist, lifted her up, and took the bowl from her. No, darling, I said, pushing the chocolate away. It's for Nick. If I give it to you, it won't be enough for the cake. She crossed her arms and pursed her lips in amused protest. I put her down, took her shoulders, and gently pushed her out of the kitchen. "Why don't you go get ready to go out?" I said, patting her affectionately. She left the kitchen with a small pout. I laughed and went back to the cake. Rachel's POV. It's still 11 o'clock. I've already packed everything, both mine and Juan's. I also put together some adorable outfits for Nick as a birthday present. Even though I couldn't go shopping, I ordered them online. Juan told me he got him a baby balance bike. I haven't seen it yet. Since I've been here, everything has been wonderful. I feel fulfilled, happy. It's as if everything falls into place perfectly. Eve and Harry are completely fine now. She continues to care for him diligently, and his family is happy with the situation. Every time I talk to Eve on the phone, she complains about Alex. Something tells me there's more between them than just friendship. Alex returned a week ago to take over his company, and Eve will be coming to Cindy's house to celebrate Nick's birthday. My parents saw the news and were worried about me. I had to calm them down, assuring them that I'm living with Juan. At first, my father didn't agree, but Juan suggested speaking to them directly. In the end, my father agreed, especially since Juan's parents live with us. In fact, our parents have already spoken on several occasions, and that's why they're also invited to the celebration. I hadn't showered yet. I was starving, so I dressed quickly, brushed my teeth, and ran downstairs. Juan had my favorite food ready for me, pancakes. They were delicious. I wanted the ones with chocolate, which he also makes wonderfully, but he wouldn't give me any. He led me out of the kitchen with a smile, and I went to his room to organize some things. Then I went into the bathroom, undressed, and turned on the shower. I let the water run over my hair while I applied shampoo and massaged my scalp. That's when I heard the bathroom door open. "Can I join?" Juan asked from the entrance. "When I'm done," I replied, without turning to look at him. But he ignored me and started taking off his clothes. Within seconds, he was in the shower with me, completely naked. "Juan," I said later, I protested, turning my back on him. "We can save water," he said, hugging me tenderly from behind. I turned to look at him and put a little shampoo in his hair. He's been letting it grow a lot lately. "Your hair is already quite long," I commented, gently pushing her head under the water. His hair completely covered his eyes. It also reached his neck at the back. He brushed his hair back with his hands, making him look so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. "You look like a caveman," I laughed, resting my head against his chest. He responded by playfully pinching me. I jumped and immediately pulled away, looking at him in mock annoyance as he rubbed me. "That's not done," I told him. He smiled mischievously and handed me the body wash. I took it and finished. When I was done, I wrapped a towel around myself and got out of the shower. Juan stared at me with a naughty little boy's expression. "I thought we were going to bathe together," he said. "I thought so too, but you only think of jokes," I replied, crossing my arms. He rolled his eyes, walked over, and held the towel in the center of my chest, pulling me towards him. "Well, at least help me shower," he said as he slid his hand from my shoulder to my arm. "Juan, you can do it yourself," I replied. But suddenly I felt body wash on my shoulder and arm. I looked down and saw I'd gotten all over myself on purpose. "Juan!" I exclaimed, indignant. "Oh, looks like you'll have to shower again," he said, amused, as he tried to remove the towel from me. I looked at him sternly and began to gently hit him with my hands. He covered himself with a laugh, then took my hands, crossing them behind my back. He pulled me towards him gently and kissed me slowly, while the water continued to fall over our bodies. He let go of my hands and tenderly caressed my back. My hands tangled in his hair as he lifted me up, and I wrapped my legs around his waist. We kissed intensely, and he gently leaned me against the wall, continuing to kiss me. Later, I'd already put on underwear and ripped jeans while I was blow-drying my hair. I still hadn't found a shirt I liked. Juan was behind me, getting dressed, and I could see his reflection in the mirror. He'd tucked a blue button-down shirt into his black pants. He came up behind me, took the hand holding the hairdryer, and used it to dry his own hair. I turned around and finished helping him myself. Meanwhile, he gently held my hips. "I like this. Can I take a picture?" he asked. I looked at him, somewhat confused. "I mean the reflection in the mirror. You turned to me and saw yourself like that," he explained, smiling. I shrugged, giving him permission. He took out his phone and took a picture. Then he placed the hairdryer on the vanity, rested his chin on my shoulder, gently kissed my neck, and took another picture. "Look," he said, showing me the pictures. They were really beautiful. I looked at Juan. He had an expression of pure happiness as he looked at the photos. Those little moments made him immensely happy. I looked into his eyes. There was joy, excitement, and something more. I'd noticed it frequently these past few weeks, but I couldn't figure out what it was. I felt like I was missing something important. "Princess," he called, bringing me out of my thoughts. "Don't you think they turned out well?" he asked, looking at me expectantly. I smiled. "Yes. And you look great," I replied, picking up the hairdryer again to finish drying his hair. After a few minutes, I broke away and started getting ready. Juan went to the closet and looked for something. I turned off the hairdryer and approached him. He pulled out a cropped sweatshirt. "Here, it's for you," he said, handing it to me. I put it on and looked at my profile in the mirror. "You have good taste in clothes," I said, kissing him on the cheek. I had my own space in his closet. He'd had all my things moved from my apartment, and he'd bought me new clothes. We argued about it, but as always, he ended up getting his way. I put my hair up in a messy bun and put on light makeup. Juan just watched me silently. I turned to him. "How do I look?" I asked, striking a small pose. He put his arms around me and looked me in the eyes. "As beautiful as ever," he whispered, swaying from side to side. I undid the top button of his shirt and adjusted his collar. "Now then. Let's go, we don't want to be late," I said as I pulled away. I went to the bed and gathered the bags, but he went ahead and took them for me. He left with them. I grabbed my purse and phone. When we arrived at the living room, Juan's parents were already ready for us to leave. He came in carrying a box of cake. "We can go now." "Dad, can you help us with our bags?" he asked as he headed for the door. Antonio took both bags. Juan motioned for me to sit in the front seat. I settled in, and he placed the cake box on my lap. "Be careful, Princess," he said before closing the door. They put the luggage in the trunk, and we were soon on our way. We chatted throughout the ride. I told them stories about my family, and Antonio also shared some funny anecdotes from his job. They told me their love story. They'd been high school sweethearts, a truly endearing story. As we approached the neighborhood, Layla sighed from the back seat. "Everything's changed since we were last here," she said in a nostalgic but happy tone. Although I couldn't see her, her joy was palpable. "Have you lived here before?" I asked curiously. Yes. We were born here. After high school, we moved to Philadelphia, Antonio replied. I was surprised. I looked at Juan, who was smiling easily as he drove. He was happy, for some reason. I gave him the address of Cindy's house. Juan parked in front of my sister's house and turned off the engine. Everyone got out of the car except me. Juan came to open the door for me and took the cake. I got out too. Antonio was already carrying our bags. I offered to help, but he politely declined. I led everyone toward the main entrance. I rang the doorbell. My dad opened the door, a mess. He had flour in his hair, on his face, and some on his shirt. When he saw me, his face lit up. Cupcake, he exclaimed as he came to hug me. I took a step back to stop him. Dad, wait. What happened to you? I asked, surprised. He looked at me, blankly. Then my mom appeared, and when she saw us. Oh. Everyone's here. She said, but when she noticed my father's appearance, she burst out laughing uncontrollably. We all ended up laughing. Come in, come in. Juan, I'll help you with that, my mother said, taking the cake box. Cindy, our guests are here. Why don't you help them with their rooms, he added. Juan's parents greeted my dad, trying not to laugh. They entered the house. Laughing, I took out my phone and took a picture of my father. I showed him the picture. His eyes widened, and he put his hand to his hair. The flower fell in a small white cloud. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. One chuckled behind me. That boy, he's always getting into mischief, my father said, dusting off his shirt. I was helping your mother with lunch and I wondered why Nick was so quiet. Now I know what he was up to. He frowned, amused. I just embarrassed myself in front of your in-laws, Juan, she said, looking at my boyfriend. Don't worry, Juan replied, trying to hide his laughter with a cough. I gave Dad a little push. Why don't you get dressed up a bit and then greet them properly again? I suggested. He went straight to the bathroom. We entered the living room. Nick was playing with my mom. I sat next to her, and Juan settled onto the couch across from me. How's my naughty birthday boy? I said tenderly. He laughed delightedly. My mom handed the little one to me. Very naughty, yes. Didn't you see what he did to Grandpa? She commented, amused. Nick jumped happily in my arms. Where's Cindy? I asked. In the kitchen, finishing lunch. It's almost ready, my mother replied. At that moment, Antonio and Layla came down the stairs. You have a beautiful house, Victoria, Layla said. Thanks, Layla, but this is Cindy's house. We live a few blocks from here, my mom explained with a smile. We all sat in the dining room for lunch. The table was filled with conversation, laughter, and good cheer. Dad and Antonio got along wonderfully. Mom and Layla talked about the upcoming fashion show. Nick played with Juan, who patiently helped him eat. I had a genuine affection for him, and I loved watching him with the children. Cindy and I took the opportunity to catch up. The house was filled with smiles, affection, and that special warmth that only family can provide. And yes, I love this.